"Sir, is there really no room for negotiation?" "Mrs. Okiba, the Wu's orphanage has been running for so many years, and all the facilities are aging. It's time to demolish it. But the youngest of the children in the orphanage is only 11 years old. What should they do?" "That's not my business." July 20, 1991. In front of the Wu's orphanage in London, a white-haired lady faced a group of people in police uniforms, saying something in vain. And behind this group of adults was a group of timid teenagers. Among them was a black-haired boy, who looked around and a look of confusion appeared on his face. His name was Lin Xiu. He was an ordinary person in the 21st century. He was tired after get off work and lay down at home to rest for a while, but he lost consciousness directly. When he woke up, he appeared here. Buzz. At this time, a lot of information came into Lin Xiu's mind. He was slightly startled and immediately understood his current situation. It turned out that he had traveled through time and space and came to the world of Harry Potter, becoming a person in the orphanage who was also called Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was excited at first and had begun to look forward to his new life as a freshman at Hogwarts and mastering magical powers. But soon, as he gradually received the information in his mind, Lin Xiu's face gradually became ugly. Because he was a squib. Squibs were born in a wizard family, but they had no magical abilities and were low-class citizens in the wizarding world. It was 1991, and Harry Potter would become a freshman at Hogwarts this year. And as a squib, Lin Xiu had no admission qualifications at all. He couldn't help but sigh. His magic journey ended before it even began. Lin Xiu regretted that he couldn't become a wizard, but his years of work experience allowed him to be relatively stable at this time. He was more worried about another thing now. This year, Harry will join Hogwarts as a freshman, and the plot of Harry Potter will officially begin. At the same time, Voldemort's forces began to stir, and countless Death Eaters and Dark Wizards began to become active. For Lin Xiu, his living environment will become very dangerous in the next few years. "No, I must find a way to protect myself. But I am a squib and an orphan, what can I do?" Lin Xiu was a little helpless. Not to mention that it is difficult to survive in the magic world, even in the Muggle world, he will soon be unable to survive. The Wu's orphanage where he lives was sold to a real estate developer a few months ago, and the orphanage is about to be demolished. As a squib orphan, he will soon be homeless and wandering on the streets before the threat of Voldemort in the magic world comes. Therefore, Lin Xiu has no time to consider the issue of admission to Hogwarts. The first thing to be solved is his survival as an orphan. But there is no thought at all. At the age of 11, no one wants him to work. At this moment, a ding sound suddenly rang in Lin Xiu's mind. Congratulations to the host, awakening the emotional treasure chest system. As long as you make others' emotions fluctuate violently, you can get a treasure chest and open various items. System. Lin Xiu's heart moved. Seeing that the children around him were gathered at the door and worried about the future of the orphanage, no one noticed him, so he retreated behind the crowd and found a secluded place to study his system. Before long, he roughly figured out the function of the system. The emotional treasure chest system, as the name suggests, as long as Lin Xiu's actions make others have strong emotions, they may get a treasure chest. The quality of the treasure chest is divided into 5 levels: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and ultimate. The stronger the ability and the stronger the emotion of the person affected by Lin Xiu, the greater the chance of getting a treasure chest, and the higher the quality of the treasure chest. For example, Lin Xiu made Dumbledore and Ron have the same emotion at the same time. Then, Dumbledore might drop a high-quality treasure chest, while Ron will not drop a treasure chest at all. Even if there is, the quality of the treasure chest is not as good as Dumbledore's. Let those people with outstanding abilities have strong emotions. The first people that popped up in Lin Xiu's mind were Dumbledore, Snape, and others. But the most realistic problem now is that as a squib, Lin Xiu can't even enter Hogwarts and other magic schools, and he has no way to contact the big figures in the magic world. There is no question of exploding treasure chests from those people. Forget it, at least there is a system that can at least help me solve the crisis of the orphanage's impending closure. Just as Lin Xiu was thinking about it, the system's prompt sound rang again in his ears. Ding! It is detected that the host has basically understood the emotional treasure chest system, and a novice gift pack is now issued. Novice gift pack: Unstable Polyjuice Potion. You can specify any target to use it, and the potion lasts forever. The target will change from time to time, the duration of the change is random, the effect of the change is random, and the effect of the change is harmless to the target. The emotional fluctuations caused by the change will be counted into the system and the emotional treasure chest will be dropped. Unstable Polyjuice Potion? Can it be used on any target? In the original book, Polyjuice Potion can transform people into any age and gender, and it is extremely effective in infiltration and disguise. Lin Xiu noticed that the system's notes mentioned that the emotional fluctuations caused by this Polyjuice Potion transformation will be counted into the system and the treasure chest will be dropped. He thought that as a squib, he would never be able to connect with the magic world in this life. At this time, seeing the system's prompt, he suddenly had an idea in his mind. In other words, if I specify Dumbledore as the target of the Polyjuice Potion, then I can directly harvest Dumbledore's emotional treasure chest. Just explode some wandless casting talents, spell talents, transfiguration talents, etc. Wouldn't that be a wave of takeoff? Even, let me get rid of the state of a squib and become a formal magician. But Lin Xiu's fantasy only lasted for a short time. He knew that Dumbledore, as a white devil who had lived for hundreds of years, had extremely strong psychological qualities. Choosing Dumbledore as the target of the Polyjuice Potion, he could only harvest the emotional treasure chest once at most, and then Dumbledore would find a way to solve the problem of deformation. Similarly, other adult wizards with names in the magical world would basically not be affected by the random deformation of the Polyjuice Potion. If you want to maximize the benefits, it is best to choose those young wizards as the targets of the Polyjuice Potion. This target should not be strong enough, but important enough. In just a moment, the most suitable target appeared in Lin Xiu's mind: Harry Potter. Harry alone is almost related to the existence of the entire wizarding world with names: Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Snape, Sirius. Using Harry as an anchor to harvest the emotional treasure chest is the choice to maximize the benefits. It's decided to be you, Harry Potter. Just as the thought flashed through Lin Xiu's mind, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Harry Potter has been selected as the target of the unstable Polyjuice Potion. Lin Xiu waited for a while and found that nothing happened. Is it that the Polyjuice Potion didn't work, or is Harry not important enough now, so the emotional treasure box didn't explode? Lin Xiu couldn't figure it out for the time being, and he didn't have time to tangle. Because a little boy found him. Lin Xiu, Dean Okiba is waiting for you in the office. She seems to have something important to talk to you about. Got it. Lin Xiu waited for a while, and after confirming that the system did not respond, he came to the door of the dean's office according to his memory and knocked on the door. Please come in. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Xiu saw a white-haired lady looking at him. It was Okiba, the dean of Wu's orphanage. Earlier today, it was Mrs. Okiba who was negotiating with the police officers. Dean, do you have anything to do with me? Mrs. Okiba's face was full of fatigue, but she still smiled gently at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, it feels bad to be a squib, right? Lin Xiu was a little shocked when he heard Mrs. Okiba say that he was a squib. His knowledge of his squib identity was determined by daily observation. From childhood to adulthood, Lin Xiu could see many strange sights. Sometimes he could see many ghosts appearing in the cemetery at night. Sometimes he could see some people wearing wizard costumes appearing on the street, while others turned a blind eye to them. But Lin Xiu didn't know how Mrs. Okiba knew his squib identity. Mrs. Okiba smiled. I am the director of the orphanage anyway, and I know all of you children very well. More importantly, she blinked. I am also a squib. I know clearly what a squib looks like. Lin Xiu was a little surprised that the director was also a squib. Mrs. Okiba took out a letter from the drawer and motioned Lin Xiu to open it. The letter looked ordinary, but the content of the letter impressed Lin Xiu deeply. Do you feel that you can't keep up with the pace of the modern magic world? You can't even cast a simple spell, and you're still making excuses for yourself. Have you ever been laughed at for your poor wand skills? The answer is here. The Quick Spell Company. Lin Xiu remembered that the Quick Spell Company appeared in the original book. Filch, the administrator of Hogwarts, was a squib. He once tried to learn magic through the Quick Spell Company's courses to get rid of his squib identity, but his attempt failed. The Quick Spell course is for adult wizards with poor spell casting ability, not squibs. Holding the letter, Lin Xiu was a little confused. Dean, what are you doing? Mrs. Okiba smiled and said, I signed up for this course before, hoping to learn magic through the course and get rid of my identity as a squib. But after going for several months, I got nothing. I'm not so interested in the course. Plus, there are some things in the orphanage that I need to find a way to solve recently, so I don't want to go to the remaining courses. But the registration fee cost me several galleons anyway, and it would be a bit of a waste to give up like this. Therefore, I want you to go for me. At least, you can see wizards and magic. Lin Xiu was moved. After he knew his identity as a squib, he said he didn't care, but he still yearned for the magic world in his heart. Now that he has the opportunity to see it, how could he give up? Mrs. Okiba handed over a card with the name Martha Okiba and her photo on it. But unlike ordinary photos, Mrs. Okiba on this card is lifelike. As if she is alive. No, it's not as if, the photo really moved. In the photo, Mrs. Okiba is adjusting the angle of her smile from time to time, like a dynamic short video. Behind the desk, Mrs. Okiba looked at the card with some longing, and murmured, Lin Xiu, look, this is magical, the photo can move. When the photo was taken, a magic camera was used. After the flash was on, purple smoke would come out. After that, the fast-chanting spell company used magic developing potions on the film, and the photo moved. This is magic. Magic that we squibs will never touch. After a moment, Mrs. Okiba shook her head. I am being stupid again. Lin Xiu was a little worried. Dean, you sign up for this course. There is a big difference in gender and age between you and me. Can I get in? Behind the desk, Mrs. Okiba smiled and said, don't worry, this is just a correspondence course of the Fast Chanting Spell Company. The inspection is not strict. What's more, this course is actually about to end. Tomorrow is the last class. There will be a concentrated face-to-face course for adult wizards. I will take you there in person. Thank you then. Lin Xiu took the card and letter, but did not leave immediately. He thought of the police officers who appeared at the door of the orphanage today. Mrs. Okiba looked at the documents on the table without looking up. Lin Xiu, do you have any questions? Lin Xiu hesitated and said, Director, is the situation in our orphanage very bad? As far as Lin Xiu knew, the entire orphanage was about to be lost, and the current situation seemed very bleak. Mrs. Okiba smiled and said, don't worry, it's nothing serious. You should go back and have a good rest first. I will take you to see real wizards and magic tomorrow. Having said that, Lin Xiu did not insist on staying, but he was quietly concerned about this matter. After leaving the director's office, he did not return to bed to rest immediately, but first tried to find a way to investigate the details of the orphanage's upcoming demolition. Through communication with other children in the orphanage, Lin Xiu pieced together key information from a few words. The demolition of the orphanage has not yet reached the point of no return. As long as £100,000 can be collected before September, the orphanage's aging infrastructure can be improved, and it can be proved that the orphanage still has the ability to continue to operate. The orphanage will not be demolished. £100,000. Lin Xiu had a headache. This is not a small amount of money. It is the 1990s, and an adult with a decent job in London only earns £3,000 a month. Lin Xiu is only an 11-year-old child now, and it is basically impossible for him to get £100,000 through legitimate means. If you can't get money through legitimate means, what about illegitimate means? If he is a wizard with magical powers, it is not a big problem to get money. But Lin Xiu's idea just turned around in his head and disappeared. He is still a squib now, without magic power. After thinking about it, Lin Xiu still turned his attention to his emotional treasure chest system. If he can make some rich people have emotional fluctuations and then explode gold coins, maybe he can collect enough money. So, what I have to do next is to find a way to get close to some rich people and make them have emotional fluctuations. Explode treasure chests and earn pounds. Well, I will start to do this after the correspondence course of fast chanting spells is over tomorrow. According to Mrs. Oakbay, tomorrow's fast chanting spell class is the last one, and there will be at least one adult wizard as a teacher in the course. If he can make that adult wizard have emotional fluctuations, maybe he can also explode some emotional treasure chests and open some good things in the magic world. Maybe, it's the kind of magic props that squibs without magic can use. There may even be magic talent. Lin Xiu is looking forward to it. Thinking of magic talent, he thought of Harry Potter again. After the system distributed the novice gift package, Lin Xiu immediately chose Harry Potter as the target of the unstable polyjuice potion, hoping to harvest the emotional treasure chest from the boy who survived. But after so much time, the system was as quiet as a chicken, without any reaction. Sure enough, Harry Potter is the protagonist. It is still a bit difficult to harvest the emotional treasure chest from him. Lin Xiu shook his head and decided not to pin his hopes on this. Everything will wait for his own performance in the fast spell correspondence course tomorrow. Meanwhile, on Privet Drive, the Desleys' house, Harry had just finished washing the dishes and was sitting on the sofa to rest. Suddenly, he felt a tingling all over his body. His internal organs began to churn, as if he had just swallowed a few live snakes. Harry felt a burning sensation spreading from his whole body, followed by a terrible feeling of melting. His skin all over his body seemed to bubble up like boiling wax. Harry couldn't help but fall on the sofa, and he watched his body become smaller and even his skin became softer. This change was very uncomfortable, but the feeling came and went quickly. After Harry was sure that his body no longer had any strange reactions, he hurried to the bathroom to check what had happened to him. Pushing open the bathroom door, Harry found with the help of the mirror that he had become smaller overall. His messy black hair had turned into smooth red hair that was over his shoulders, and his eyes were still as green as gemstones. He looked at himself in the mirror, and in his horror, he felt that the face was somewhat familiar. What is going on? Am I going to die? Harry's face turned pale and his heart was pounding. He didn't know how long it had been, but he saw that there was no other change in himself except for his appearance, and he felt a little relieved. Just as he was about to leave the bathroom, he found something he hadn't realized before, and a part of his body felt very inconsistent. Harry looked down at himself, his temples throbbing, and his brain went blank. Oh my God, I don't have anything down there. I became a girl. Harry stood there, somewhat at a loss. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Harry looked over subconsciously. After seeing his uncle's huge figure walk into the room, Harry was shocked. Aunt Petunia and her family are back. He must not be seen by his aunt and her family in this state. He immediately ran out of the bathroom and hid in the storage room under the stairs. Harry has lived in this cramped little place since he can remember. This is the only place where he can feel at ease now. After hiding in the storage room, Harry looked out through the gap. In the living room, Cousin Dudley was wearing a brand new tuxedo and a pair of orange short bloomers, a straw hat, and holding a cane in his hand, walking around the living room arrogantly. Harry couldn't see anyone except Dudley through the crack in the door of the storage room, but Aunt Petunia's exaggerated laughter rang out. "Dada, baby, you did a great job in the interview at Smeltings Middle School today. I'm so proud of you. You know, your father also went to school there, which proves that you are as good as him." Uncle Vernon Dursley laughed. "Dada is worthy of being my baby son." Listening to what everyone in the living room said, Harry knew. It turned out that his aunt and her family went out today to solve Dudley's problem of further education. Through the crack in the door, Harry saw the abbreviation MS on Dudley's tuxedo, and he immediately understood. Dudley was successfully admitted to Smeltings Middle School. Harry couldn't help but feel a little envious. Smeltings Middle School is the alma mater of Uncle Vernon Dursley. It is said to be a good aristocratic school. The teachers there have a high level of education and you can learn a lot there. Even a guy like Dudley would probably be taught well if he entered Smeltings. And my aunt would definitely not let me go to Smeltings, otherwise, my aunt and the others would not have taken Dudley out today. After all, Smeltings tuition is not cheap. Harry thought with some frustration that he would have to go to Stonewall Middle School after graduation. According to Dudley, Stonewall Middle School will have a humiliation ceremony for freshmen on the first day of school, and the freshmen's heads will be pressed into the toilet. Harry couldn't help but shudder just thinking about this scene. "I am so thin that I will definitely not be able to break free when I am pressed into the toilet." He touched his shoulder-length red hair with some worry. His hair was very smooth, but too long. "If I went to Stonewall Middle School, I would definitely not be able to resist being pressed into the toilet, and I might suffocate to death because my hair was soaked in water." Advertisement. All kinds of weird thoughts were floating in Harry's mind, but his eyes did not change, following Dudley closely, full of envy. He missed his parents a little, but his aunt said they all died in a car accident. If my parents hadn't died in a car accident, would I have been loved unconditionally like Dudley? Bang bang bang, dong dong dong, dang dang dang. An unpleasant sound came from the living room. It was Dudley holding the cane he got from Smelting Middle School, knocking here and there in triumph, as if he was a king inspecting the palace. The sound of the cane was really annoying. Harry couldn't help but think angrily that after his aunt and the others fell asleep, he would sneak out and break Dudley's cane. At least, Dudley couldn't knock around with his cane. Harry tried to reduce his presence and tried not to make any noise. He planned to wait quietly for the night to come and implement his cane plan, but it didn't go as he wished. Although the Dursleys did their best to conceal Harry's existence in their daily lives, and didn't even leave any photos of Harry, Harry still had some presence in the Dursleys' home, especially when he needed to do housework. Aunt Petunia suddenly shouted, "Harry, where have you been enjoying yourself? Come out and sweep the floor, it's too dirty." Harry was a little annoyed. He had already cleaned the room inside and out. The floor was dirty because Dudley was walking around in his smelting school uniform and poking around with his cane. If it was normal, he would have to go out and clean the floor. But Harry was now a girl, and he didn't want his aunt to see him like this, so he protested for the first time in his life. "No, what did you say?" It was the first time that Penny heard Harry talk to her like this, and her mood suddenly became bad. She ran to the small door of the storage room angrily and reached out to push the door. Harry was hiding behind the door. When he saw the door being pushed open, he was terrified and rushed to hold the door. "No. I mean, I will clean it up later, that's better." Penny nodded with satisfaction and was about to leave, but she felt something was wrong. The voice from behind the storage room door was familiar, but it was different from Harry's voice. The voice was crisper and cleaner, just like her sister's voice. Penny frowned. "Harry, your voice." Harry in the storage room coughed quickly, cough cough cough. "I may not have slept well and have a cold, so the voice sounds strange. But these are all minor problems, I will be fine soon." Penny looked at the closed small door of the storage room, frowned and went to the kitchen, found the cold medicine, and handed it in through the small door of the storage room. Harry, hiding behind the door, quickly took the cold medicine and tried to say in a rough voice, "Thank you, Aunt." Penny didn't say anything. She stared at the storage room for a while, as if she wanted to see Harry's current condition through the small door of the storage room, but finally turned around and left. In the storage room, Harry subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. But not long after, heavy footsteps sounded above the storage room, shaking waves of dust down, as if there were more than a dozen fat pigs pushing and pushing. Harry knew without saying that it must be Dudley who was running up and down the stairs, trying to tease him. Dudley had been doing this for a while, and now Harry was used to it. In the past, Harry would feel indignant and yell at Dudley upstairs to fight back, and Dudley would run away laughing, as if he had won a great victory. But what Harry cared about most today was when he could change back, so he didn't care about Dudley's pranks at all. This made Dudley a little uncomfortable. so he simply ran down the stairs and opened the door of the storage room, wanting to see Harry's envious expression with his own eyes. Ha ha ha, Harry, look at me. The door of the storage room under the stairs of the Dursleys' house was locked from the outside, and Dudley opened the door without much effort. He thought he would see Harry's envious expression, but he didn't expect that a beautiful little girl with red hair and green eyes was staring at him with wide eyes. Dudley was stuck. You, who are you? Seeing that the little girl's clothes were loose, Dudley became even more anxious. Why are you wearing Harry's clothes? Harry basically had no new clothes of his own, all of them were Dudley's old clothes. Therefore, Dudley could tell at a glance that the little girl with red hair and green eyes was wearing Harry's old clothes. Where is Harry? Dudley couldn't understand the situation in front of him for a moment, so he screamed immediately, Mom! Vernon and Petunia heard Dudley scream and immediately rushed over from the living room. Dada, what's wrong? Dudley couldn't say much at this time, but just shouted and pointed at Harry in the storage room. The Dursleys followed the direction of their son's finger and saw Harry, who had become a beautiful little girl. Petunia screamed, Lily! At the same time, in the Woos orphanage, Lin Xiu, who was about to go to bed, was refreshed by the system prompt ding. Harry Potter's shock is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a silver treasure chest. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Xiu suddenly became more energetic. The unstable polyjuice potion finally worked, and the effect did not disappoint him. A silver treasure chest came out right away. Good guy, I just called it good guy. Lin Xiu's sleepiness was swept away immediately. The silver treasure chest should be dropped by Harry. Lin Xiu had some guesses in his mind. After all, this unstable polyjuice potion directly acted on Harry. Harry is still a little boy boarding at his aunt's house. Suddenly, he found that his body had changed because of the polyjuice potion, and his emotions were more likely to fluctuate. I wonder what good things can be opened. Lin Xiu was looking forward to it. In order not to attract attention, he quietly ran to a relatively secluded place. Then, call the system. System, open the silver treasure chest. Ding! The silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary magic talent. The primary magic talent has been stored in the system space. Do you want to use it now? Oh, there is also a system space. Lin Xiu was a little surprised. He thought that the things opened in the treasure chest would be directly materialized. He carefully felt it and found that there were 10 grids in the system space. Only 10 grids, a little less. Ding! The system space can store various items. The same type of items can be stacked and stored without occupying additional grid space. The system space can be expanded by opening more grids in the treasure chest. It can be stacked, that's okay. Lin Xiu nodded and focused his attention on the primary magic talent stored in the system space. The next second, the system prompt appeared. Primary magic talent. This talent is not powerful, but it is enough to make people without any magic talent become an ordinary wizard. Lin Xiu saw this description and his eyes lit up. Immediately choose to use it. The next second, Lin Xiu felt a warm current appear out of nowhere at the position of his heart. This warm current started from his heart, and as the blood flowed through his body, his whole body became warm. The whole person became more and more different. He could hear the crisp chirping of the nightingale outside the window through the glass. He could see ants marching in a line under the faint starlight. He could smell the complex smell of water vapor mixed with soil and flowers at night. Lin Xiu clearly felt that his 5 senses became more acute, and the whole world became different. It was as if he had been sleeping for such a long time in the past, and now he woke up. The whole world became clearer and more vivid in front of him. For a moment, Lin Xiu felt that he was omnipotent and his wishes came true. So, he subconsciously raised his hand and gently picked up a fallen leaf that floated over. This is the elderberry leaf in the orphanage garden. It was summer, and the leaves were green, but it was dry and dead as a whole. But when Lin Xiu grabbed the elderberry leaves in his hand, the fallen leaves in his hand began to grow new green buds from the leaf stems in a counterintuitive way. The branches grew, the buds cracked, the creamy white flowers bloomed, and the elegant aroma of muscat grapes filled the air. Lin Xiu looked at the elderberry flowers in his hand and felt extremely wonderful. Is this the feeling of having magic power? It's really too wonderful. Watching the elderberry flowers in his hand wither and bloom again, Lin Xiu had a lot of fun. At this time, Lin Xiu noticed that there were 3 bronze treasure chests quietly placed in his system space. Where did the bronze treasure chests come from? He subconsciously searched for system prompts. Ding! Penny Dursley's shock is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a bronze treasure chest. Ding! Vernon Dursley's shock is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze treasure chest. Ding! Detected Dudley Dursley's shock. Drawing treasure chests for the host. Congratulations to the host for getting a bronze treasure chest. Harry's aunt and her family, aren't they muggles? How could they drop an emotion treasure chest? Lin Xiu was a little curious about the difference between treasure chests dropped by muggles and those dropped by wizards, so he immediately chose to open it. Ding! The bronze treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for getting the item, an envelope with Dumbledore's name on it. Congratulations to the host for getting the item, Vernon Dursley's private money. Congratulations to the host for getting primary resistance to transfiguration. All these items were placed in the system space, and Lin Xiu checked them one by one. The first thing that attracted Lin Xiu's attention was the envelope with Dumbledore's name on it. Envelope with Dumbledore's name. When she was 11 years old, Penny Evans learned that her sister Lily Evans had magical talent and was a witch, and she was envious. She also tried to write a letter to Albus Dumbledore and tried to go to Hogwarts. No one knows how Penny Evans, who was just an ordinary muggle at the time, contacted Dumbledore. Anyway, she did it. Dumbledore replied with a tactful letter. After receiving Dumbledore's reply, Penny felt hurt and decided to break off with the magical world, but this magical envelope was left. After putting the letter paper into the envelope with Dumbledore's name, post it in any way, whisper Dumbledore's name, and the letter will be sent to Dumbledore as quickly as possible. After seeing the system introduction of the envelope, Lin Xiu was a little shocked. Good guy, she is worthy of being Harry's aunt. A one-time item that can directly contact Dumbledore was actually opened directly from the treasure chest. The system is awesome. I wonder what good things can be opened from the other two treasure chests. Lin Xiu excitedly went to check the other two items in the system space. Vernon Dursley's private money. As the director of the Grunning Drilling Company, Vernon Dursley's life can barely be considered happy. But like most middle-aged men, he also saved a lot of private money for himself to support his hobby of playing golf. This private money totals £5,000. After use, the £5,000 will be distributed to the host in an unnoticeable way. £5,000, not bad. The orphanage is facing a gap of £100,000, and it is not bad to be able to open £5,000 from the treasure chest this time. Lin Xiu nodded with satisfaction and focused his attention on the last item in the system space. Primary transfiguration resistance. In 1991, after hearing Vernon Dursley's insult to Albus Dumbledore, an angry Hagrid used the pig transfiguration charm on Dudley Dursley as a punishment. However, it only gave Dudley a pig's tail. Hagrid later explained to Harry that the spell was not effective, perhaps because Dudley already looked too much like a pig, so it only gave him a tail. But it is also possible that Dudley inherited some of the special features from his mother Petunia, and has a certain resistance to the transfiguration spell attacks of other wizards. After using it, you will gain primary transfiguration resistance, which can resist most transfiguration spell attacks to a certain extent. This is amazing. Transfiguration resistance is still very useful. The presentation of transfiguration in the original book mainly comes from Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class. Wizards can transform various objects, and can also learn animagus to give themselves a transformed form. But in addition to this, wizards may also use transfiguration to attack. For example, Hagrid once turned Dudley into a pig's tail, and Barty Crouch Jr., who disguised himself as Alastor Moody, once turned Draco Malfoy into a ferret for punishment. Looking at the transfiguration resistance in the system space, Lin Xiu directly chose to use it. Then, he felt that his whole body seemed to be blown by a faint breeze, which seemed to be nothing special, but it was indeed a little different from before. With resistance to transfiguration, I don't have to worry about being turned into something strange by wizards. In general, Lin Xiu was very satisfied with what he got from opening the treasure chest this time. Not only did he gain magical talent and get rid of his status as a squib, but he also got some extra trump cards. He went back to rest contentedly. Early the next morning, Lin Xiu was woken up by Mrs. Oakbay and taken out of the orphanage. They walked a long way and finally found a shop with a strange sign hanging on the corner of a street. The sign read, "Quick Mantra Company." This shop was dirty and old, as if it had been shaking in the wind for 2 or 3 centuries, and it was out of tune with the brand new shops around it. The strange thing was that people came and went around, but no one noticed it, as if they couldn't see it at all. Seeing the surprise in Lin Xiu's eyes, Mrs. Oakbay smiled and said, "Lin Xiu, this is a store of the Fast Spell Company. They cast a lot of concealment spells. Ordinary muggles can't see here and will just walk away. Although we squibs don't have the ability to cast spells, we can still see a lot of things related to the wizarding world." Then, she took Lin Xiu through the crowd and walked straight in. Push open the door, and there is a different world inside. From the outside, the store is small and shabby, but the store is spacious and warm inside, and the warm fire illuminates the whole room. The whole store is like a bar in people's impression, with more than a dozen tables, and 1 or 2 people sitting behind each table, sipping something. A man in a black robe and a wizard hat came up to them in a hurry. "Welcome, welcome, I guess you are the director of Wu's orphanage. Who are you?" But the man completely ignored Ms. Ookbay's question and laughed. That's good, it's good that you are here." The man with the wizard hat hurried back to the big podium in the middle of the room, took off his hat, and revealed a pockmarked face. He introduced himself, saying that his name was Luke Wood, and he had a wealth of magical knowledge. Then, Luke took the standard spells, elementary, in his hand and began to lecture. The content of the lecture included several gestures when releasing spells, as well as the intonation of spell pronunciation. In the process, it also included a demonstration of the levitation spell. When casting a spell, hold the wand, wave it, and then shake it. Remember, wave and shake. Of course, the most important thing is to remember to pronounce the spell correctly. Don't forget the stuttering wizard Barafio, who said F as S, and found himself lying on the floor after the spell was finished, with an angry bull standing on his chest. Luke twisted the wand in his hand and gently waved it at a wooden table in the middle of the room. Wingardium Leviosa. Then, the wooden table in the middle slowly floated up with the movement of the wand in Luke's hand. In the corner of the room, Lin Xiu and Dean Ms. Oakbay watched intently. As squibs, they could see the excitement of the magic world, but they could hardly participate. Of course, Lin Xiu had obtained the magic talent through Harry Potter's emotional treasure chest last night, and he was no longer a squib, but today was also the first time he saw a formal spell cast. Therefore, whether it was Lin Xiu, who had just acquired the magic talent, or Ms. Oakbay, who had no magic talent, both of them watched this class with relish. However, unlike Ms. Oakbay, Lin Xiu had watched the Harry Potter movie, and felt somewhat familiar after seeing the levitation spell. The scene of teaching the levitation spell also appeared in the Harry Potter movie. In the movie, Professor Phileas Flitwick taught the levitation spell in class, and also emphasized to many young wizards, including Harry, that the pronunciation should be accurate when casting the spell. Coincidentally, when Professor Flitwick gave an example, he also used the example of the wizard Barufio summoning a bull to press himself down. Lin Xiu felt a strange sense of familiarity in his heart. Is it because the Hogwarts Spells class and the Fast Casting Company course use the same textbook? So when giving examples, the examples in the textbook are used. After all, there is no F pronunciation in the spell of the levitation spell. All those who teach the levitation spell may attach the example of Barufio in standard spells, elementary. At this time, on the podium, Luke touched his greasy long hair and said with a smile, "Everyone, the levitation spell is our last class test, everyone try it well. I will observe your casting movements and correct you in time." Then Luke walked down the podium and walked straight to Lin Xiu and Ms. Oakbay, even blocking their retreat from the room. He tried to force out a fake smile. "Madam, sorry, I haven't asked your name yet. But it doesn't matter, after all, you are from that orphanage. I have something to discuss with you, can you come with me?" Lin Xiu felt a little uneasy. Although he is only an 11-year-old boy now, he has some basic social common sense in London. When communicating with people normally, the most basic thing is to introduce each other and find out each other's name. But this wizard named Luke, facing Ms. Oakbay, did not mean to ask at all. In his words, he was most concerned about the orphanage. This attitude is not an equal dialogue with people, but does not care about the person being talked to. Out of caution, Lin Xiu pulled the corner of Ms. Oakbay's clothes. "Dean, let's go back today." As the dean of Wu's orphanage, Ms. Oakbay has dealt with many people of all kinds over the years, and naturally felt that Luke was not right. She politely refused. "Luke, we have to leave immediately because of an emergency. We are very sorry." Then, Ms. Oakbay held Lin Xiu tightly and walked out of the room without looking back. But as soon as Lin Xiu walked out of the door, he heard Luke's somewhat funny voice, "Imperio." Then, Lin Xiu felt a warm current coming from his body, and the whole person suddenly became dizzy. He seemed to have lost control of his body, and all the sounds seemed to have gone away. He and Ms. Oakbay stood there and couldn't move. Luke walked in front of the two people, his face gloomy, and his tone contemptuous. "Humph, just a dud. Follow me." Following Luke's order, Ms. Oakbay and Lin Xiu immediately followed Luke out of the Fast Chanting Company's shop like puppets and walked towards the remote alley beside the street. The further they walked, the darker the surroundings became. Lin Xiu could clearly see and hear everything along the way, but he couldn't control his body. He was a little anxious. The reaction of himself and Ms. Oakbay was like being under the imperious curse. However, he and Ms. Oakbay were just two insignificant people, and they came here just to participate in the fast chanting course. Why did this guy named Luke attack them? Lin Xiu was anxious, but he tried to calm himself down. Then, he found a good news. However, the good news is that although Lin Xiu's body was out of control, he could still move freely on the mental level. In other words, he could still access the system space. So Lin Xiu actively tried to save himself. Fortunately, when he opened the Dumbledore envelope in the bronze treasure chest last night, he had already consciously used it as his trump card. So he wrote a letter for help early, put it in an envelope, and stored it in the system space. According to the system description, deliver the letter in any way, and after silently reciting Dumbledore's name, the letter will be delivered to Dumbledore as quickly as possible. When Lin Xiu was controlled by Luke to pass the street and accidentally hit a mailbox, he used his mind to control the letter in the system and threw it into the mailbox. Then, he silently recited the name Albus Dumbledore in his heart. Suddenly, sparks suddenly exploded in the mailbox barrel. Bang! The huge explosion scared Luke and shivered. He saw that the sparks were from the mailbox barrel and cursed, "Damn muggles." Then he quickened his pace and quickly took Lin Xiu and Ms. Okbai to a dark and damp room. The room was lit by candles, and in the shadows illuminated by the candlelight, 3 figures in black robes sat. Seeing Lin Xiu and Ms. Okbai coming, the tallest figure among them spoke. "I only know that the director of Wu's orphanage is an old woman. Why did you bring a child?" "Only that idiot Fenrir Greyback eats children. We are not like that werewolf beast." Luke shook his head. "This child and the old woman are together, so we can only catch them together. Well, anyway, they are cheap squibs without magical abilities, so just catch them. At worst, we can deal with them together later. The most important thing now is to ask about the news of the Dark Lord." The tallest figure shook his head. "Ask the old woman why the dark mark on my body reacted when I passed by Wu's orphanage. Did the Dark Lord leave something in the orphanage? Is the Dark Lord still alive?" While speaking, the tall figure lifted the black clothes on his left arm, revealing a huge bright red skull. In the middle of the skull, a large python emerged from the skull's mouth, like a tongue. The mark was red overall, but not very obvious. But strangely, the faded mark was gradually becoming more obvious and clear. The red was getting brighter, and the scales of the mark were becoming more obvious. Ms. Okbai was under the control of the Imperious Curse at this time, and she shouldn't have too many extra reactions. But when she saw the dark mark on the black-robed man's hand, she inevitably showed a panic expression. Dark, devil. Ms. Okbai is a squib, but she just doesn't have the ability to cast spells. In fact, she can still participate in the magic world to a limited extent. She can enter some areas with muggle-repelling spells and use some infrastructure including the Daily Prophet. Therefore, her understanding and fear of the Dark Lord are no different from other normal wizards. Even though Ms. Okbai is under the control of the Imperious Curse at this moment, she can't even say a complete sentence. Seeing this scene, Luke waved his wand again impatiently, emitting a warm yellow fluorescent light to hit Ms. Okbai, which barely calmed her down. "Old woman, what did the Dark Lord leave behind in the orphanage?" After calming down for a moment, Ms. Okbai said in a trance, "I don't know." Hearing Ms. Okbai's answer, Luke and the black-robed men all looked very ugly. "You don't know? We spent so much effort and took the risk of being exposed to the Ministry of Magic to capture you, but you don't know anything." Luke was very angry, and the tip of his wand flashed a dangerous dark green light. The black-robed man with the dark mark on his arm said with disappointment, "After all, this matter is related to the Dark Lord, and it's normal that this old woman doesn't know. We have wasted our efforts. Get rid of this old woman and that child." Soon, the 4 people present took out their wands and were about to wave them at Lin Xiu and Ms. Okbai. But the next second, the wands in their hands flew out and fell to the ground. The black-robed wizards were horrified. "They're our enemies." They subconsciously flew towards the wands on the ground, but before they could grab their wands, they suddenly seemed to be weightless, floating in the air, like fish struggling on the shore. A calm and gentle voice sounded in the room. "Gentlemen, I suggest you don't struggle too much." A tall and thin old man walked in from the door. He had long silver hair and silver beard, which were long enough to be stuffed into his belt. He was wearing a robe, a purple cloak that covered the ground, and a pair of high-heeled boots with buckles. Behind the half-moon glasses were a pair of bright blue eyes, and in front of the beautiful blue eyes was a slightly twisted nose that looked like it had been broken at least twice. Seeing the newcomer, Luke and the black-robed wizards' faces changed drastically. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Ah, you know me. It seems that I insisted on leaving my image on the chocolate frog picture. At least this thing is right." As the wands of the black-robed wizards were knocked away, the Imperious Curse that Luke cast on Lin Xiu and Ms. Okbai was also broken, and the 2 regained control of their bodies. Ms. Okbai immediately protected Lin Xiu. Dumbledore comforted him in a gentle voice, "Ma'am, don't worry, the situation is under control." Then, he clapped his hands gently, and a man-high fireplace appeared on the wall of the room, and green flames suddenly exploded in the fireplace. The black-robed wizards were like pigs tied up, hanging upside down in the air, and flew into the fireplace one after another. Every time one flew in, the green flame in the fireplace would suddenly explode, and then the black-robed wizard disappeared. Seeing Lin Xiu staring at the green flame of the fireplace, Dumbledore smiled and said, "Don't worry, I used the Flu network to teleport them to the Ministry of Magic to receive the due trial." After all the black-robed wizards disappeared, Ms. Okbai breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for saving us, Dumbledore." Dumbledore shook his head. "You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the young gentleman next to you. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't know you were in such danger." "Lin Xiu? You actually know Dumbledore?" Ms. Okbai looked at Lin Xiu in surprise. She remembered that Lin Xiu and herself were controlled by those dark wizards. How did he ask Dumbledore for help? But now that she was suddenly rescued, Ms. Okbai was still a little shocked, so she was not in a hurry to ask about it. She said to Dumbledore apologetically, "Forgive me, I was scared by what happened just now. I want to go back and have a good sleep right away." Dumbledore said, "Ma'am, this reaction is normal. But I want to talk to Lin Xiu about something. Can I take him away for a while? I will send him back before dinner." Ms. Oakbay looked at Lin Xiu and then at Dumbledore, a little hesitant. Lin Xiu sighed in his heart. He was mentally prepared when he asked Dumbledore for help with the envelope. In theory, as a squib who grew up in an orphanage, he should have no channels to understand and contact Dumbledore. But at that time, facing the attack of those dark wizards, Lin Xiu could only do everything he could to solve the crisis. Now that Dumbledore has responded and resolved the danger of the dark wizards, the ensuing inquiries are inevitable. Lin Xiu knew this very well, so he smiled at Ms. Oakbay. "Dean, it's okay, this old man doesn't look like a bad person." Ms. Oakbay certainly knew what kind of person Dumbledore was, so she nodded and went out. When Ms. Oakbay left, only Dumbledore and Lin Xiu were left in the room. Lin Xiu was a little nervous. According to his understanding of the original book in his previous life, Dumbledore was a gentle and kind person, a good person. But at the same time, Dumbledore also showed his scheming and pragmatic side when he was young. For the greater good, he sometimes even did not hesitate to make up lies. If nothing else, at least he once took advantage of Severus Snape's feelings for Lily Evans to make Snape his double agent. Lin Xiu didn't know how Dumbledore would examine him, whether he would use legilimency on him, whether he would spy on the memories and thoughts in his mind, whether his secret as a time traveler would be exposed. Dumbledore led Lin Xiu out of the alley, but they hardly spoke along the way. The two walked silently like a real grandfather and grandson. Lin Xiu couldn't help but say, "This old man." Dumbledore smiled gently. "I think, as an old man, I should be a little willful. If possible, Mr. Lin Xiu, I hope you can call me Dumbledore directly like everyone else." Looking at Dumbledore's smile, Lin Xiu's tense expression relaxed a little. He asked tentatively, "Okay, Dumbledore. What I want to know is, did you call me out just to let me take a walk with you? Do you have anything to ask me? If you want to ask about the letter I sent to you, maybe I can explain it." As Lin Xiu spoke, his mind was working fast. But when Dumbledore heard Lin Xiu's words, he just shook his head. "The letter is not important. Lin Xiu, I want to know something else from you. Before that, I want to apologize to you first. Out of caution, I had to use some magic on you to explore some information I must know, but I can assure you that I have absolutely no ill will towards you." Dumbledore's voice was gentle, but Lin Xiu's whole body suddenly felt like falling into an ice cellar. "Dumbledore used magical power on me? Is it legilimency?" A huge panic followed. Have all the secrets in my mind been exposed? At the same time, Lin Xiu tried hard to think about what he could and should do in his mind. Fight to the death with Dumbledore? This is impossible. Dumbledore is the strongest white wizard in the world, and he has no chance of winning. Cooperate with Dumbledore? This may be a good choice. After all, Dumbledore has shown a strong interest in greater interests since he was young. As long as I can show enough value, maybe I can guarantee my own safety. Lin Xiu sorted out his thoughts and slowly calmed down. He took a deep breath. "How are you going to deal with me?" "Deal with?" Dumbledore looked at Lin Xiu, a trace of confusion flashed across his face, and then he suddenly realized, "Lin Xiu, I think there may be some misunderstandings between us. I promise you that you will not be hurt. I just want to know some things from you." Lin Xiu was a little confused. "Didn't you use some magic on me? Don't you already know what I think in my mind?" Dumbledore shook his head. "You are talking about legilimency. I will not use this magic on a good person for no reason. This is an offense." As he said, he smiled. "I have made some mistakes. Since those things, I have deeply realized that, please forgive me, because I am much smarter than most people, the consequences of my mistakes are often more serious. So, I often remind myself not to cross some bottom lines." Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. He could at least be sure that Dumbledore did not use legilimency on him now. "Mr. Dumbledore, since you said you used some magic on me and extracted some necessary information from me, do you have any doubts?" "Mr. Lin Xiu," Dumbledore's tone became a little serious, "what I want to know is where the magical power in you comes from. Before I left for here, I found your name in the admission book, which means you are eligible for admission to Hogwarts. This should make people happy. But when I first saw you, I felt something inconsistent. After the spell test, I also confirmed, Lin Xiu, that you were once a squib. How did you get rid of your squib identity and gain magic power? I want to know these, just to avoid some bad things from happening." Lin Xiu was a little surprised. "What bad things?" After a moment of silence, Dumbledore said in a heavy tone, 70 years ago, a dark wizard was born in the Wu orphanage. I am worried that the changes in you may be affected by that dark wizard." "A dark wizard born in an orphanage?" Lin Xiu realized it a little late. Voldemort. Good guy. Lin Xiu was surprised that he had stayed in the same orphanage with Voldemort. No wonder those dark wizards attacked him and Ms. Oakbay before. How did they sense the backhand left by Voldemort? So, Dumbledore looked at Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiu, can you tell me how you got your magic power and got rid of your squib identity? I know there are some secrets in you that you can't tell, but there are always some things that can be honest. Lin Xiu could feel that Dumbledore was sincere, but he couldn't tell the truth completely. Lin Xiu's magic power came from the silver emotion treasure chest dropped by Harry, and the treasure chest system was the foundation of his existence in the magic world. However, since Dumbledore mentioned Voldemort, Lin Xiu's mind was full of thoughts, and he blurted out a keyword, cave. Dumbledore repeated in a low voice, cave. Yes, cave. Lin Xiu didn't have any psychological burden to blame Voldemort. According to his memory and his understanding of the original book, he said half-truthfully, during a summer outing, Mr. Dumbledore, you should know, right? The Dean, Ms. Oakby, takes us out to play once a year. Those places are often suburbs or seaside not far from the orphanage. Once I got lost and walked into a cave by the sea. I encountered something in that cave. Lin Xiu said slowly. The cave he was talking about was the cave that Voldemort Tom Riddle had visited when he was a child. Tom Riddle once followed the orphanage to the seaside near the cave to play when he was a child. He discovered this cave and threatened two orphans with him, Amy Benson and Dennis Bishop, to go there. When Tom grew up and became Voldemort, he had one of the Horcruxes, Salazar Slytherin's locket here. After I came out of that cave, I slept for several days, and then my body slowly changed. After listening to Lin Xiu's words, Dumbledore showed a thoughtful expression on his face. After a moment, Dumbledore looked at Lin Xiu. I may already know where the cave you are talking about is. Mr. Lin Xiu, I want to take you to a place to confirm it, just to rule out some disturbing possibilities. Lin Xiu understood what Dumbledore meant, you want to take me to the cave. Therefore, he also showed the due surprise at the right time, but the cave is a long way from here. The last time Dean Oakby took us on an outing, we took a car, and it took several hours to go back and forth. I am worried that I will miss the dinner at the orphanage. Dumbledore smiled and said, wizards always have their own ways. Don't worry, it won't take too long. After that, he stretched out his left hand, Mr. Lin Xiu, please hold my hand. After Lin Xiu did so, Dumbledore reminded him, remember to hold on tight. Then, without seeing any movement from Dumbledore, Lin Xiu felt that the space around him suddenly compressed, and it was pitch black as far as he could see, and there was a strong squeeze from all directions. He felt as if his chest was tightly strangled by several iron hoops. His eyeballs were squeezed back into his head, and his eardrums were pressed deep into his skull. He felt like he had turned into a soft human-shaped plasticine, being squeezed everywhere and unable to breathe. After a moment, everything around him returned to normal, and Lin Xiu felt like he was squeezed out of a very narrow tube. There was a piercing explosion in his ears that gradually faded away. Dumbledore looked at Lin Xiu with some concern, are you okay? This is apparition, a unique magical travel method for wizards. It's just that the process of apparition will make people feel a little uncomfortable, and you need to get used to it. Lin Xiu now feels a little unreal. In just a moment, he came to the seaside from the city of London. At this time, they were at a rock standing in the sea. In front of the rock was a huge and towering cliff, surrounded by raging waves, and the air was full of the salty smell of cold sea water. At this time, the sky was bright and everything seemed bright, but at the bottom of the towering cliff, there was a crack filled with darkness, and the scene inside was not clear. Lin Xiu pointed to the crack at the bottom of the cliff and said, Mr. Dumbledore, I once mistakenly entered there. Dumbledore's expression became serious at this time. He stood on the rock, stared at the crack at the bottom of the cliff in front of him for a while, and then nodded, there is no doubt that I feel that there is a magical power remaining. After looking around, Dumbledore said to Lin Xiu with a little apology, Mr. Lin Xiu, I can't ignore the magical power revealed in the cave, but it is not a wise choice to leave you on this rock. I can only trouble you to go with me to investigate now. Lin Xiu nodded and said nothing. At this time, the rock where they landed was still a short distance away from the cave, and the waves in the middle were surging. But Dumbledore took Lin Xiu and stepped directly onto the sea without even looking. The originally ferocious waves suddenly became calm, just like a man-eating tiger suddenly turned into a docile kitten. Stepping on the sea water was like stepping on solid ground. Lin Xiu was quite amazed, worthy of being Dumbledore. He followed Dumbledore all the way from the sea surface into the crack. In the crack was a narrow dark waterway leading to the deepest part of the cliff, where there was a large cave. The stone wall outside the cave was covered with large black rocks. Lin Xiu was originally walking in front, but before he entered the cave, Dumbledore stopped him, Mr. Lin Xiu, please be careful, there is a magic mechanism left by the Black Wizard here. Dumbledore signaled Lin Xiu to stay where he was, and then he walked forward slowly. When he walked into the cave, a huge black rock suddenly fell from the ceiling and hit Dumbledore directly. But Dumbledore did not dodge at all. A white light flashed on his body, and the rock trap was shattered into powder. Then, spikes, sinkholes, flames and other magic devices appeared on the ground. But these devices collapsed and disintegrated as soon as they hit Dumbledore. When Dumbledore walked to the deepest part of the cave and carefully looked around, he nodded to Lin Xiu at the door, Mr. Lin Xiu, you can come in. There are no dangerous traps in the cave. Lin Xiu walked into the cave, but he found that there was nothing in the cave except rocks at the moment. Dumbledore said softly, "Lumos, fluorescent flashes." In an instant, thousands of white fluorescent lights appeared in the originally dim cave, and the surroundings were instantly illuminated. These white fluorescent lights sank into the surrounding black rocks, and the black rock walls soon emitted dazzling white light. The white light on the rock wall quickly flowed in one direction, forming an archway outline formed by white light at the end of the cave. But the next moment, Lin Xiu heard a harsh hissing sound coming from the archway, as if there was a big snake lurking in the cold and dark at the end of the archway ready to go. In a blink of an eye, the fluorescent image disappeared, and the surroundings turned into rocks again. Dumbledore saw this scene, thought about it for 2 minutes, and then whispered, "Oh, of course not. It's too low level." Lin Xiu knew that Dumbledore was looking at these rock walls and thinking of Voldemort. He was a little curious. "Mr. Dumbledore, why do you say this place is low level?" Dumbledore chuckled. "Lin Xiu, please forgive me for not being able to tell you too many details, but what I can tell you is that I once thought that the dark wizard I was going to face was extremely powerful. Now it seems that I was wrong." He pointed to the rock wall where the glowing arch disappeared just now and said, "I just spent a little time to figure out the magic mechanism of the arch. Some price. Does it take a price to solve the magic mechanism of the arch?" "Yes," Dumbledore said, "if I'm not mistaken, it's blood. So I said it was too low level." Dumbledore shook his head slightly. The dark wizard who left the magic mechanism here hoped that the opponent would pay the price of blood and weaken himself before passing through the arch. His tone revealed contempt and disappointment. "But I think he didn't understand that there are many things that are much more terrible than physical injuries." Dumbledore did not continue to crack the magic mechanism, but took Lin Xiu out of the cave, then took out a wand from his arms and waved it gently. With the rumbling sound of rocks, the originally wide cave slowly shrank like a healing wand. When Lin Xiu and Dumbledore left the cliff, the traces of the original cave had disappeared. Lin Xiu wondered, "Mr. Dumbledore, aren't you going to solve the problem here? Why did you cover it up?" Dumbledore said briskly, "It's just to avoid some unnecessary trouble. The dark wizard who set up the magic mechanism is not as powerful as I thought, but for most people, his power should not be underestimated. Later, I will deal with this place myself. We have been out for long enough. I think we can't let Ms. Oakbay wait anxiously." He stretched out his hand and signaled Lin Xiu to hold it firmly. Then, another apparition. When Lin Xiu got rid of the feeling of his body being crushed, he had appeared at the door of Wu's orphanage. Dumbledore smiled and said to Lin Xiu, "Lin Xiu, I wish you a pleasant dinner." Seeing that Dumbledore was about to leave, Lin Xiu immediately said, "Mr. Dumbledore, wait a minute. Lin Xiu, is there anything else? I want to confirm one thing with you." Lin Xiu carefully chose his words. "You said earlier today that my name appeared in the Hogwarts admission book, which shows that I am eligible for admission to Hogwarts. But you also found the incoordination of magic in me. What I want to confirm is whether I am still qualified to study in Hogwarts." He couldn't help but care. Being in the magic world, whether you can enroll in Hogwarts to study magic is a very important thing. Even if he already has the emotional treasure box system as a golden finger, his future is destined to be extraordinary. But Lin Xiu still yearns for life in Hogwarts. Therefore, he eagerly hopes to get a positive answer from Dumbledore. But Dumbledore smiled and said, "This kind of thing has never happened in the decades since I became the headmaster. I think I need to go back and study it carefully." After that, Dumbledore disappeared out of thin air. He did not directly answer Lin Xiu's question, but apparatted away directly. Looking at Dumbledore's disappearing figure, Lin Xiu was a little worried. He stood there and took a few deep breaths, trying to comfort himself. Even if he couldn't enroll in Hogwarts, it didn't matter. At least he had the golden finger of the emotional treasure box system. At least he had magical abilities and was not a squib. But it was still so uncomfortable. Just then, the dean, Ms. Oakbay, came out and called out, "Lin Xiu, dinner is ready." Lin Xiu came back to his senses and forced himself to suppress the disappointment in his heart. At the dinner table, Ms. Oakbay noticed Lin Xiu's low mood. After dinner, she found Lin Xiu alone and asked nervously, "Lin Xiu, are you feeling unwell, or did Dumbledore say something bad?" Lin Xiu shook his head and said hesitantly, "It's no big deal. It's just that I can't go to Hogwarts to study." "Why do you say that?" Ms. Oakbay was puzzled. "Don't you already have the admission qualification for Hogwarts? You even have the acceptance letter." "Acceptance letter, yes." Ms. Oakbay nodded and took out a brand new letter from the desk. The letter was sealed with red wax, and there was a shield emblem above the wax seal. Next to the emblem was a capital letter H, surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. Below it was written, "Bed by the window on the west side of the second-floor dormitory of the Wu's orphanage in London, Lin Xiu, to receive. Principal, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Merlin, First Class, Grand Master, Chief Wizard of the Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Lin, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will wait for your owl to bring your reply before July 31st. In addition, in view of your family environment, we will send a professor to your home at 9 a.m. on the first Sunday of August to answer questions and provide guidance. Vice Principal, female, Minerva McGonagall. When Lin Xiu was reading the admission notice of Hogwarts, Ms. Oakbay looked eagerly not far away. After Lin Xiu finished reading, she asked Lin Xiu, I have always wanted to see the Hogwarts admission letter with my own eyes, can you? As a squib, it is almost impossible for Ms. Oakbay to touch the Hogwarts admission letter. Of course, no problem. Lin Xiu handed the admission letter to Ms. Oakbay, who carefully took it aside to read it. At the same time, Lin Xiu walked a little further away, because when he opened the envelope, there was another letter in addition to the admission letter. He carefully checked it under the light in the room and found that it was a very strange handwriting. This was a thin, long, circle-in-circle font that Lin Xiu had never seen before. Lin Xiu, I have good news for you. The discussion about your eligibility has come out. What happened to you does not affect your eligibility for admission to Hogwarts. I look forward to seeing you on the campus of Hogwarts. Please forgive the little joke I played on you before we parted. In fact, there is no discussion about admission qualifications, and you will always be welcome at Hogwarts. I wish you all the best, Albus Dumbledore. There is no spell on these words, but just looking at those words that are circled in circles, Lin Xiu seems to hear Dumbledore's peaceful and kind voice. After reading the letter, Lin Xiu was also a little amused. I didn't expect that Dumbledore, who is so old, still has the mind to tease him, a child. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. There is no doubt that his admission to Hogwarts is a sure thing. Ms. Oakbay, who was standing by, finished reading Lin Xiu's Hogwarts admission letter, returned it to Lin Xiu, and added, this letter was delivered by an owl when dinner was almost over. That means the letter was delivered not long ago. Ms. Oakbay nodded. I remember the letter mentioned that I hope you can write a reply as soon as possible and let the owl send it back. I'll write it now. Wait a minute, Lin Xiu, I have something else to tell you. Dean, what's wrong? Ms. Oakbay smiled. The owl actually sent 2 letters, one to me. In the letter, Dumbledore mentioned that he had solved various problems that our orphanage might face. That is to say, you don't have to worry about this anymore. Thank you, Dumbledore. Lin Xiu's previous concerns were mainly in 2 aspects. One was the qualification for admission to Hogwarts, and the other was that the Wu's orphanage might be demolished in the near future. Now that his 2 biggest concerns have been resolved, Lin Xiu only needs to think about his own affairs. So he ran back to his residence quickly and prepared to write a reply letter to Hogwarts. When he arrived at his residence, he found that there was an owl quietly resting outside the window next to his bed. The owl had spotted fur all over its body. At this time, it was outside the window, tilting its head to look at Lin Xiu, as if observing him. When Lin Xiu saw the owl, he was stunned at first, and then realized something. So he ran out of the room quickly and went to the kitchen of the orphanage to find some bread and water. According to some conventions he knew, it seemed that in the magical world, after the owl delivered the letter, the recipient usually had to feed the owl something. After he handed over the bread, the owl cooed twice in a friendly manner, as if to thank Lin Xiu, and then began to eat slowly and methodically. Seeing that the owl ate the food he provided, Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the dean, Mrs. Okiba, was thoughtful and moved the other children in the dormitory in advance, otherwise the scene in front of him might arouse the curiosity of many children and bring unnecessary trouble. While the owl was eating, Lin Xiu found paper and pen, quickly wrote a short reply, wrapped it in an envelope and handed it to the owl. After the owl finished eating, it cooed twice, grabbed the letter and flew into the night. Looking at the figure of the owl disappearing in the night sky, Lin Xiu's mood became much happier. After a long time, Lin Xiu calmed down. Everything he experienced today made him really come into contact with the magic world. The mysterious worlds he saw in novels and movies in his previous life are now presented in front of him. This makes him very excited. But at the same time, Lin Xiu also has a sense of crisis in his heart. He deeply realized, I am too weak. I gained magical abilities through the treasure chest and got rid of the identity of a squib. However, I am still not strong enough now. Today, he and Ms. Oakbay just wanted to attend the fast chanting course, but they suffered an unexpected disaster. They almost died at the hands of the Black Wizard. This feeling is very powerless. I don't want to be powerless when I encounter these situations again. I want to become stronger. His only reliance now is his emotional treasure chest system. I need to find a way to get close to those famous people in the original book, let those powerful wizards have emotional fluctuations, let them drop emotional treasure chests, and gradually become stronger. I need to increase my influence as much as possible on the Hogwarts campus. Lin Xiu's idea of becoming stronger gradually became clear. It is now July 21st, and there are still more than 40 days before Hogwarts starts. For safety reasons, Lin Xiu decided to stay in the orphanage for the next 40 days to avoid getting into danger. After all, the emotional treasure chest system is still working. Lin Xiu has already used the unstable polyjuice potion on Harry. He only needs to wait for more people to know about the changes in Harry and cause emotional fluctuations, and then wait for the treasure chest to drop slowly. Of course, he did not do nothing in these 40 days. Using Harry as a fulcrum to pry the emotional fluctuations of other original characters is still a bit passive. Lin Xiu will also take the initiative to grasp the things he can decide. For example, according to the admission letter just now, at 9 o'clock on the first Sunday of August, a professor will come to answer questions and provide guidance. Solving doubts and guiding should be taking me to Diagon Alley to complete the basic purchase of freshman admission supplies, and explaining some basic attempts in the magic world to me, right? Those who can become professors at Hogwarts usually have their own unique magical abilities in one or more aspects. As long as I can make the professor on that day have emotional fluctuations and drop a treasure chest, the things in it will definitely not be bad. Lin Xiu silently recalled his understanding of the original work. He was not sure who would be the professor who would take him to Diagon Alley. It would be best if it was Professor McGonagall, the headmaster of Gryffindor, who can turn into a cat. The headmaster of other colleges is fine, and other professors are fine, as long as it's not Snape. Lin Xiu thought it was not a big problem. Snape would most likely only pick up those little wizards from pure-blood families. I am a squib, and it shouldn't be Snape's turn to take me to Diagon Alley. Stay in the orphanage for the next period of time, and try not to go out to avoid accidents. Lin Xiu felt a little sorry that after encountering the Dark Wizard this morning, the trump card Dumbledore envelope he left for himself was consumed. Now he has almost nothing except magical abilities. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu felt a little strange. He took the initiative to reveal the information about the cave today, not only to let Dumbledore realize the existence of Voldemort's Horcrux in advance, but also to make Dumbledore have some emotional fluctuations so that the emotional treasure chest would drop. But until now, Lin Xiu has not heard the system prompt. Strange. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Albus Dumbledore's contemptuous emotion is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have won a silver treasure chest. Lin Xiu's heartbeat a few more beats. Just kidding, this is the emotional treasure chest dropped by Dumbledore. As the most powerful white wizard in the current magic world, no matter what is in the emotional treasure chest dropped by Dumbledore, it is definitely very powerful. System, open the silver treasure chest dropped by Dumbledore. Ding! The silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary improved version of Occlumency. How could it be Occlumency? Lin Xiu was a little disappointed. Alchemy talent, spells talent, potions talent, magic talent. Dumbledore has so many outstanding talents, and he is proficient in so many difficult magics. Any one of them will be of great benefit to Lin Xiu's future development in the magic world. Why did he choose Occlumency? Occlumency is a magic that is not easy to master, but it is a bit useless for Lin Xiu now. After all, he is only an 11-year-old child, which is insignificant to most people. There is basically no value in being read by someone's legilimency. Forget it, I will need to master Occlumency in the future anyway to avoid being legilimency by the dark wizards on Voldemort's side. Just treat it as a pre-familiarization. Lin Xiu quickly accepted the current situation. Anyway, when he enters Hogwarts in the future, there will be plenty of opportunities to get the treasure chest from Dumbledore. He called the system in his mind and selected the brain block in the system space. Primary improved brain block. Gellert Grindelwald is a highly skilled brain block master. Even the natural legilimency master Queenie Goldstein cannot see his true thoughts. Grindelwald once disguised himself as Percival Graves in the United States, but he was not discovered for a long time. In his later years, Voldemort was unable to learn the whereabouts of the Elder Wand directly from his mind through legilimency. In his youth, Grindelwald had a deep and unrequited relationship with Dumbledore. Perhaps it was during that time that Dumbledore learned Brain Block from him. After using it, you can master the primary improved version of Brain Block. You can prevent the legilimency master from sensing your emotions and thoughts by clearing your mind. After mastering Brain Block, your emotions will become more stable, and your resistance to negative emotions such as panic will be passively improved. After actively using Occlumency, your willpower will be greatly improved in a short period of time, your resistance to the Imperious Curse and Cruciatus Curse will be greatly improved, and your resistance to Veritaserum will be greatly improved. You will get the training method of the advanced improved Occlumency. Lin Xiu was a little surprised when he saw this. He thought that after learning Occlumency, he could only resist legilimency, but he didn't expect there would be unexpected gains. It is not an ordinary Occlumency, it is Grindelwald's improved Occlumency, and it is a very powerful Occlumency. With this improved Occlumency, his safety will be greatly guaranteed. Just like this morning, he was attacked by a dark wizard and his body was controlled by the Imperious Curse. But from then on, Lin Xiu didn't have to worry about such things. He quickly chose to use it. System, use the improved entry-level occlumency. Suddenly, Lin Xiu felt a cool feeling coming from the depths of his brain. At the same time, his mental fatigue was greatly relieved. Lin Xiu closed his eyes and felt it carefully, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Wow, the actual feeling is more powerful than the system description, according to his own feelings. After learning this improved version of brain occlusion, in addition to his emotions becoming stable as described in the system description, his ability to control his body has also improved. Specifically, he can control his instincts to a certain extent. Just like a person who is afraid of poisonous snakes, suddenly thrown into a closed room full of poisonous snakes, he will be frightened to death at the first moment. The instinctive fear will make him dare not move. At this stage, Lin Xiu, who has mastered the improved version of brain occlumency, can block and ignore those panic reactions to a certain extent. He will still feel fear, but he can limit the degree of this fear to a state that will not affect people's actions. Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh, it's worthy of Dumbledore. Even if the treasure chest he dropped is brain occlumency, it is very effective. At the same time, Lin Xiu, who has mastered the primary improved version of brain occlumency, also learned the training method of the advanced improved version of brain occlumency. Advanced improved brain occlumency, Grindelwald is a prophet with rare prophetic abilities among wizards. He once predicted the World War and the atomic bomb of Muggles. To a certain extent, his prophetic ability also affected some of his magic, such as the improved version of brain occlumency. If you want to learn the advanced occlumency improved by Grindelwald, you need to learn divination and use prophecy and legilimency to train. Lin Xiu looked a little dumbfounded. It's just an occlumency, but you have to train with legilimency and prophecy? But thinking that the effect of the basic improved occlumency is already good, Lin Xiu still pays attention to the practice of the advanced improved occlumency. Legislatives should be able to burst out from Dumbledore or Snape's emotional treasure chest. As for divination and prophecy, he couldn't help but think of Professor Sybil Trelawney in the original book. She seemed to be the only one in Hogwarts who showed the ability to predict, except for the Forbidden Forest centaurs. Although Professor Trelawney doesn't seem to be very reliable in the prophecy class, you should study it seriously after entering school. Lin Xiu was generally satisfied with the things he got from the treasure chest this time. After the treasure chest was opened this time, the next time the emotional treasure chest dropped will be on Harry's birthday at the end of July. On that day, Hagrid will come to Harry's house to celebrate his birthday and take him to Diagon Alley to get a first glimpse of the wizarding world. Since the Dursleys will be shocked to see Harry changed by the Polyjuice potion, a treasure chest will be dropped. I guess Hagrid will also be surprised to see the changes in Harry, so a treasure chest will be dropped. But Lin Xiu was also a little nervous. Because according to the system's novice gift package instructions, the Polyjuice potion he used on Harry was unstable, although the potion is permanent. But Harry's transformation effect is unstable. The effect of the change is random, and the duration of the change is random. It is very likely that Harry was a little boy yesterday, and today Harry became a big girl, and the day after tomorrow Harry became an old man, and the day after tomorrow Harry turned back into a little boy Harry. Harry may transform multiple times in a day, or there may be no changes in him for several days. I hope that when Hagrid finds Harry on Harry's birthday, Harry will already have the transformation effect. But this matter is more random, and Lin Xiu didn't worry too much. There are two things he needs to do recently. First, prepare for the Hogwarts professors who will come to visit in August, and try to make sure that one or two emotional treasure chests can be dropped from them. On the other hand, he needs to get familiar with and adapt to the brain block technique. 11:50 p.m. on July 30th. Harry, still a girl, lay on the sofa, bored and looking at the broken wooden ceiling. He couldn't help but recall the strange experiences during this period. I don't know what happened, since Harry suddenly became a girl more than 10 days ago. After that, Aunt Petunia's attitude towards Harry became better. Under Aunt Petunia's influence, Uncle Vernon no longer always called Harry a stinky boy, but his voice was normal. At least he would try to pretend to call Harry's name normally. It was also from that day that Harry moved out of the staircase storage room and moved into the small bedroom. This small bedroom was originally Dudley's toy house. After learning that the room was to be given to Harry, Dudley had a big temper. Harry thought that Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon would obey Dudley's nonsense as before and continue to let him live in the small storage room downstairs. But unexpectedly, this time they did not spoil Dudley. When Dudley lost his temper and got nothing, he hit his father, Vernon Dursley, on the head with his smelting cane, and he was immediately thrown out by his father. Anyway, Harry finally had his own bedroom in the Dursleys' house. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but think, it's good to become a girl, but when can I change back? Anyway, he has been a boy for the past 11 years, and suddenly became a girl, which always feels a bit strange and not used to it. I don't know how long it will take to change back. Harry never doubted that he would become a girl forever. In fact, he had experienced many strange things in the past. When he was in elementary school, Harry accidentally turned his teacher's hair blue. Another time, he teleported to the chimney of the school kitchen in order not to be caught by Dudley and his gang. The third time, he made Dudley's old pullover shrink so much that it could only be worn by a puppet because Petunia insisted on putting the sweater on his head. The last strange thing that happened to Harry was on Dudley's birthday, when he was taken to the zoo by the Dursleys. In the python cabinet, Harry found that he could communicate with the pythons freely, and accidentally made the glass of the python cabinet disappear, allowing the python to escape and frightening Dudley. After a while, these things returned to normal. Harry optimistically felt that he was not far from turning back into a boy. Boom! At this time, lightning flashed outside the window of the dilapidated wooden house, and storms came from all directions. Even though there were waves beating outside the wooden house and the dilapidated windows were creaking in the raging wind, Harry did not feel scared, but just a little lost. Because in a few minutes, it would be July 31st, his birthday. After Harry became a girl, the Dursleys' attitude towards him became much better, but it was only from the attitude of treating enemies to the politeness of treating strangers. There was no birthday cake. There was not even a verbal "Happy Birthday, Harry." Harry sighed, jumped off the sofa, and drew a simple birthday cake with his fingers on the sand of the cabin. He stared at the simple image of the birthday cake in silence for a moment, then added a few words in the middle of the circular image representing the cake, Harry's birthday. Tick tick tick, tick tick tick. The crisp sound of the electronic watch rang out, and Harry quietly watched the electronic watch turn into a brand new zero. It is now a new day, July 31st at midnight. It was Harry Potter's birthday, but no one seemed to care except himself. Harry looked at the birthday cake drawn on the sand and whispered to himself, "Happy birthday, Harry. Make a wish." After he made a wish silently in his heart, he blew gently at the sand cake on the ground, imagining that he was blowing out the candles on a real birthday cake. Just after Harry blew away the sand cake pattern, bang! A huge B********* G sound suddenly came from the door. It was as if a giant was knocking hard on the door. The huge sound woke up the Dursley family who were sleeping upstairs in the cabin. Vernon Dursley walked down the stairs tremblingly with an old-fashioned shotgun, pointing the muzzle at the door. "Who's outside the door?" Petunia Dursley held her son Dudley Dursley tightly and hid behind Vernon, her teeth chattering, and she could hardly say a word. The uninvited guest outside the door did not respond, but just kept knocking on the door. Bang! The B******* G sound became louder and louder, as if the uninvited guest outside the door was becoming more and more impatient, and the wooden door was in danger. At this time, Petunia noticed Harry standing beside the sofa in a daze, and she hurriedly screamed at Harry, "Hide!" Bang! The old wooden door was kicked directly away, and all the Dursleys screamed subconsciously. A tall figure walked into the door with a bent waist. The man was twice as tall as an ordinary person, and at least 3 times as big as an ordinary person. His long black hair and black beard were tangled together, almost completely covering his face, and he looked a little scary. His hands were as big as a trashcan lid, and his feet in leather boots were like 2 small dolphins. The man's skin was light-colored, and his 2 eyes shone under his hair like black beetles. His huge physique also made it difficult for him to pass through the door, and sometimes he would get stuck in the doorframe. "Good evening." The man looked very kind. "I'm Rubeus Hagrid. I'm sorry, I broke the door. But don't worry, I'll fix it right away." Hagrid easily picked up the door that fell to the ground with one hand, pressed it tightly, and let it embed into the wall. Then he turned around and saw Dudley hiding behind Vernon Dursley. Hagrid's eyes lit up immediately. "The last time I saw you, you were still a cute little thing, Harry. You've grown stronger than I thought, especially your little belly." This scared Dudley so much that he quickly shrank his abdomen and tried to hide his protruding belly. Dudley stammered, I'm not Harry." Everything happened very quickly. Harry just reacted and realized that this man named Hagrid seemed to be looking for him, and Harry did not feel any malice from the other party. So he took a deep breath and said with courage, "I am Harry." It was only then that Hagrid noticed Harry in the dark room. "Lily? No, you look like Lily, but not." But the shock on Hagrid's face was very obvious. "Harry, I remember you were a boy, how come you are a girl now?" Harry repeated what Hagrid said in a low voice. This was the second time he heard his mother's name. The first time was when his Aunt Petunia called out subconsciously on the day he suddenly turned into a girl, "Do I look a lot like my mother?" Harry had lived in the Dursleys' house since he could remember. He had never seen his parents, so he naturally didn't know what they looked like. "Oh, you look a lot like your mother when she was a child. You look like the same person." Of course, that's normal. You are Lily's child after all. Hagrid smiled kindly at Harry. When he heard Lily's name, Uncle Vernon was like a mouse that was stepped on by someone. He suddenly shouted, "I want you to leave immediately. You are trespassing." He held the old-fashioned long-barreled shotgun tightly in his hand, with the muzzle facing the giant. "Hagrid, I sternly warn you." But before Uncle Vernon could finish, Hagrid stood there and stretched out his hand. He easily jumped a long distance and grabbed the gun in Vernon's hand. Hagrid exerted a little force in his hand, just like tying a rope, and easily tied a knot around the barrel of the gun and threw it into the corner of the room. "Harry, I'm really surprised that you turned into a girl. But anyway, at this time, he turned around and turned his back to the Dursleys. Happy birthday to you. I have something for you." Hagrid took out a slightly flattened box from the inner pocket of his huge black coat. This was the first time Harry received a decent gift on his 10th birthday last year. He only received a few hooks for hanging clothes and Uncle Vernon's old socks anyway. What was in Hagrid's box would never be worse than old socks. Harry opened the black box with trembling hands and found a large chocolate cake that had been flattened and looked sticky. On the top of the cake, it was written with green syrup, "Happy birthday, Harry." At this time, the Dursleys were crowded at the foot of the stairs, trembling and afraid to speak. Hagrid completely ignored them and set his eyes on the empty fireplace. Hagrid took out his umbrella and waved it up and down at the cold fireplace. 3 fireballs flew out from the tip of his umbrella, and a blazing fire began to burn in the fireplace. The fire lit up in the damp wooden house, and Harry felt warm all over, as if he had jumped into a warm pool. Hagrid sat in front of the fireplace and began to take out various things from his coat pocket: a copper kettle, a pack of flattened sausages, a poker, a teapot, several chipped cups and a bottle of amber liquid. He grilled several sausages and handed them to Harry. The smell of sausages filled the whole room, and Harry ate them so fast that he almost had no time to say thank you. After Harry finished the last bite of sausage, he breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Thank you, Mr. Hagrid." Hagrid took a sip of tea comfortably. "Harry, you don't have to be so polite, just call me Hagrid, everyone calls me that. By the way, I haven't told you about my situation yet. I am now the keykeeper and grounds guard of Hogwarts. Of course, you must know Hogwarts, the world-famous magic school." I don't know." Hagrid was shocked when he heard what Harry said. Harry quickly apologized. I'm sorry." Hagrid turned around and glared at the Dursleys, scaring them into hiding. They should be the ones to say sorry. "I heard you didn't get the owl letter, but I didn't know you hadn't heard of Hogwarts." Merlin's beard. "Harry, aren't you curious about where your parents learned all that?" "Everything what?" Harry was a little confused. He had lived with his aunt's family since he could remember. He knew he had parents, but his parents were more like familiar strangers to him. "Everything what?" Hagrid jumped up suddenly, his beard curled up in anger, and the whole hut seemed to be filled with him. Answer me, answer me." He yelled at the Dursleys who were shaking against the wall. "Doesn't Harry know anything?" Harry felt a little strange when he heard Hagrid say that he didn't know anything, and subconsciously said, "There are some things I still know. I went to school, and my grades are not bad, math and other homework." But Hagrid shook his head. "Harry, I mean that world, my world, your parents' world, your world." "What world?" Hagrid was so angry when he saw Harry's puzzled expression. He yelled, "Disley!" Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia hugged each other, their faces pale. Hagrid tried to calm down his anger and asked Harry tentatively, "Harry, you at least know about your parents, right? They are famous, and you are famous too." Harry's face was even more confused. "What? My parents are not famous, right?" Even Hagrid became confused. "Harry, you don't you know who you are?" At this time, Uncle Vernon suddenly came over with Aunt Petunia. His face was very pale, and he said calmly, "Sir, please stop talking. Don't say anything to this child." Hagrid was furious, and every word he said was full of anger. "Have you never thought of telling him? You didn't tell him the contents of the letter left by Dumbledore?" "I was there. I saw Dumbledore leave a letter to Harry with my own eyes." "How dare you hide it from Harry for so long?" Harry said anxiously, "What did you hide from me?" Uncle Vernon yelled, and Aunt Petunia panicked, with some pleading in her tone. "Shut up. Don't say anything." Hagrid ignored them at all, but looked at Harry and said softly, "Harry, you are a wizard." Harry was a little bit unbelievable and asked in a low voice, "I am, what? A wizard, Harry? You are a wizard, and the best one." Hagrid's face was full of encouragement. "Harry, you are a good boy. I believe that as long as you go through a period of training, you can become an excellent wizard." "Hagrid, although I don't know Dumbledore, but I guess, you and Dumbledore, you must have made a mistake." Harry's voice was very soft, as if he was worried that his voice would be too loud and break a dream. "I can't be a wizard, I'm just Harry." Hagrid looked at Harry with eager eyes. "Harry, when you were little, I held you in my arms. I believe that you are born extraordinary. Besides, even if I am wrong, Dumbledore will never be wrong. I think it's time to show you the letter." Harry took a letter that Hagrid took out of the inner pocket of his coat. The envelope was light yellow in color, and it was written in light green ink. "See, Hut on the Reef, on the floor, to Mr. Harry Potter." He pulled out the letter and read, "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Wait for your owl to bring your reply." Harry had so many questions in his mind that they looked like fireworks exploding, and he didn't know what to ask for a moment. After a long while, he stammered, "Hagrid, what does the letter mean when they say they expect my owl to reply?" "I remember." Hagrid slapped his head and took out a lively owl. a long feather pen and a roll of parchment from an inner pocket of his coat. He hurriedly wrote a note, and Harry glanced at it and saw that it said, "Dear Mr. Dumbledore, the letter has been given to Harry. I will take him to buy the things he needs tomorrow. The weather is terrible. I wish you all the best." Hagrid rolled up the note and let the owl fly into the storm with it. Then he closed the door, as if he had just drunk a glass of water. At this time, Uncle Vernon suddenly approached the fireplace, and the fire in the fireplace illuminated his pale face clearly. "He won't go." Hagrid snorted. "I want to see how you muggles will stop a wizard from going to Hogwarts." Harry asked curiously, "What are muggles?" Hagrid said, "Muggles are a general term for people like them who don't believe in magic." "Harry, it's unfortunate that you grew up in such a family that doesn't believe in magic." Uncle Vernon's voice trembled, but after he spoke, he seemed to have a courage. "When we adopted him, we swore that we would never let him touch those garbage." "Never! You knew it a long time ago? Harry, you've known for a long time that I'm a wizard? You've known for a long time, but you never planned to tell me?" "Of course I know." Aunt Petunia's originally flustered expression suddenly calmed down, with some sarcasm in her tone. "How could I not know? My beloved sister actually has such a talent. Oh, you can never imagine how proud my parents were when she received the letter." She pinched her throat and comically imitated her parents' expressions at that time. "Lily is a wizard. Oh, great, there is a wizard in our family." Penny took a deep breath, as if just recalling her sister Lily made her feel dizzy. "I'm the only one who knows what kind of person she is." Penny gritted her teeth and said, "Freak. Lily is a complete freak." Penny looked at Harry, but when she saw Harry's red hair that was very similar to Lily's, she slightly shifted her gaze. "Then she met that guy called Potter. After graduation, they got married and had you." She snorted coldly. "Of course, I knew you would be the same as them, just as weird, just as abnormal. Then she left and was killed in the explosion, so we had to adopt you." It was the first time that Harry heard the details about his parents. His face turned pale and he said after a long time, "Killed in the explosion? You told me that they died in a car accident." "Car accident?" Hagrid was furious. How could a car accident hurt Lily and James Potter? "This is slander. It's defamation. Every child in our world knows Harry's name, but he doesn't know his own life experience." Petunia, who was originally afraid of the tall Hagrid, just had a cold face at this moment. "There is no way, we have to make up something to deal with Harry." Hagrid roared, "It's been 9 years, so many years. How could you treat Harry like this? He doesn't even know the real cause of his parents' death." "So many years?" Petunia repeated, then sneered, "Yes, so many years. Thank you for reminding me, big idiot. My sister Lily has been dead for 9 years and 9 months. Penny suddenly snatched the Hogwarts admission letter that Harry was still holding. "I still remember that Lily received the same letter and then disappeared. She entered that school, and finally, died 11 years ago. I even heard that she died for people like you." She shouted at Hagrid, "Now, you freaks are here again." Hagrid endured Petunia's anger and rarely interrupted. "You killed my sister, and now you want to take Harry away?" Petunia glared at Hagrid. "Harry, he is my sister's son, the only blood. Over the years, Harry has grown up. He stayed at the Dursleys for 9 years and 9 months. Now Harry is 11 years old, but you want to take him away, just like taking away a grown pig. You bunch of freaks." She took a long breath. "I absolutely, I won't let you take him away." Harry looked at Petunia's somewhat hideous expression, and for the first time in his life he was no longer so afraid of his aunt's face. He couldn't help but say, "You." Harry wanted to say thank you, but it was a little hard to say. He looked at Hagrid, wanting to know the real cause of his parents' death, and then looked at Petunia. Petunia finally moved her sight back, staring into Harry's eyes, opening her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just waved her hand tiredly. "Go ahead. I think I knew that since Lily is that kind of person, she is born to belong to the wizarding world, then you must be the same." Harry finally made up his mind and walked towards Hagrid. Behind him, Petunia sighed, "Harry, the night you lost your parents, I also lost my sister." Harry turned back to look at Petunia, only to find that the Dursleys had gone upstairs and slammed the door. Hagrid had said nothing when Petunia was angry just now. Now he suddenly shouted towards the stairs, "You rude Dursley brat, that's the cake I gave Harry." Harry then realized that Dudley had stolen the crushed chocolate birthday cake without knowing when. Hagrid was about to go upstairs angrily, but Harry stopped him. "Hagrid, let him take the cake, it's okay. I really want to know about my parents now. What happened on the night they died?" The anger on Hagrid's face disappeared, and he suddenly looked anxious. "I never thought it would be like this." Hagrid's tone became low. "Dumbledore went out more than 10 days ago. After returning to Hogwarts, he has been busy with some magical mechanisms and dark magic, so he asked me to come to you. He told me that you don't know a lot of things and you may encounter some troubles." Hagrid sighed. "Harry, I don't know if it's appropriate for me to tell you these things, but someone has to tell you." As he spoke, he grilled a few more sausages for Harry. "Eat something. I'll tell you everything, but I can't tell you the whole picture, because there are still many mysteries." Hagrid stared at the fire in the fireplace for a while, then said, I think we should start with a name called, oh, you should know his name, almost every wizard knows him. Who is he? Well, I don't want to mention his name unless I have to. No one wants to mention it. Harry was very confused. Why don't you want to mention it? Harry, because people are still scared. Alas, there was a wizard at that time, and he later became bad. Very bad. It couldn't be worse. His name was. Hagrid swallowed, but still couldn't say a word. Can you write it out? Harry reminded. No, I can't spell that name. Okay, his name is Voldemort. Voldemort? Hagrid couldn't help shuddering. Harry, don't say that name. Anyway, this wizard began to recruit disciples for himself about 20 years ago, forming a powerful dark force. Those were really dark days, Harry. You didn't know who to trust, and you didn't dare to make friends with strange wizards and witches, and many terrible things happened. He took over our world. Of course some people opposed him, and he killed them all. Your parents, they are the best wizards and witches I know. Facing that terrible wizard, they stood up bravely, and the result was, he came to the village where you lived on Halloween Eve 10 years ago. You were only 1 year old at the time. He came to your house and Hagrid suddenly took out a big and dirty handkerchief to blow his nose, and the sound was as loud as a trumpet. I'm sorry, he said, this is sad news. I know your parents, and you couldn't ask for better people. Alas, the mysterious man killed them, but no one knows why he wanted to kill you. Maybe he wanted to kill everyone, but he didn't succeed. Hagrid reached out and gently pointed at the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's head. Harry, have you ever thought about how you got the scar on your head? It was a wound left by a very powerful spell. That spell killed your parents and destroyed your family, but it didn't work on you. So you became famous because of it, Harry. No one that wizard decided to kill could escape, only you survived. Harry, you are the only one who survived. Listening to Hagrid's words, some strange and familiar scenes appeared in Harry's mind, which seemed to be some memories he had long forgotten. In those memories, he saw a dazzling green light and heard a loud and brutal laugh. Harry subconsciously asked, so, Vol, I am sorry, I mean, what happened to the you-know-who later? Good question, Harry. He disappeared. On the night you were going to be killed, the you-know-who disappeared, which made you famous. Some people say he's dead, but I think that's nonsense. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief, but even if the you-know-who is still alive, he must have lost his magic power and is too weak to do evil, otherwise all this can't be explained. If his magic power is getting stronger and stronger, why did he disappear? Harry, something must have happened the night the you-know-who disappeared. Hagrid looked at Harry with eager eyes. No one knows what happened that night, but one thing is certain, you frustrated the you-know-who. That's it. But Harry did not feel proud of Hagrid's words. On the contrary, he was a little overwhelmed and thought that all this was a terrible mistake. Poor Harry, would he be a wizard? He has been living under the bullying of Dudley and the humiliation of Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. If he was really a wizard, then when he was bullied and locked in a small storage room, why didn't those bullies have ugly pimples like the mangy dog next door? If he had defeated the terrifying mysterious man in the magical world, why would he be chased by Dudley? Hagrid, Harry said softly, I think you must be mistaken. I can't be a wizard. Who knew that? Hagrid suddenly laughed. You said you are not a wizard. Then when you are afraid or angry, haven't strange things happened around you? Harry looked at the flames in the fireplace and immediately thought of the strange thing that he turned into a girl more than 10 days ago. In addition, when he was in a bad mood or angry when he was chased and beaten by Dudley, there was always a way to prevent him from chasing. The last time Dudley went to the park on his birthday, he unknowingly retaliated against Dudley. He released a python to scare Dudley. Harry came back to his senses and smiled at Hagrid, and then he found that Hagrid also had a smile on his face. Okay, Harry found that he easily accepted the identity of a wizard, but he was still a little worried. Hagrid, in wizard schools, I mean Hogwarts, will there be frequent exams? What if I am an unqualified wizard? If Hogwarts finds that I am not good enough, will I be expelled directly? Harry, Hagrid said puzzledly, your parents are both outstanding graduates of Hogwarts. They were the prefects of their respective grades when they were in school. Why do you think so? You are their child, how can you not be good enough? Hagrid, you should have seen what my parents looked like when they were young, right? Harry said, I want to ask, did they have strange things like me when they were my age? For example, my mother became a boy, my father became a girl, etc. Hagrid scratched his head. Harry, what happened to you is really rare. But don't worry, I can tell Dumbledore about your situation. He is the best wizard in Hogwarts. There must be a way. I will write to him now. Hagrid jumped up and fumbled in his coat pocket. While searching, he muttered, where is the owl? I didn't bring only one with me? Hagrid grabbed a bunch of keys, small pellets, balls of string, mint candies, tea bags, and even some dog biscuits and 2 live dormice in his coat pocket, but he didn't find the owl. He was a little discouraged. Harry, I just used up my last owl to write a letter back to Dumbledore. Let's wait until later. Hagrid, you can use magic, can't magic contact Dumbledore? As far as I know, there are indeed some magic that can directly contact Dumbledore, but it's too difficult, I can't. And, strictly speaking, I can't cast spells with a wand, I'm not qualified. I'm only allowed to use it for a while when I look for you or send you a letter. This is why I took this job and came to you." Harry curiously asked, "You are also a wizard, why don't you have the qualifications to cast spells?" Hagrid was a little embarrassed to say, "I used to go to Hogwarts, but, to tell you the truth, I was expelled. I was expelled in the 3rd grade. They broke my wand, confiscated a lot of my things, and wanted to drive me away. But Dumbledore asked me to stay and look after the hunting grounds. He is really an amazing person." When Harry heard that Hagrid was expelled, he immediately felt a sense of crisis. It seems that Hogwarts will also expel students. So he couldn't help asking, "Hagrid, why were you expelled?" But Hagrid seemed not to hear it, and suddenly said loudly, "It's too late, we still have a lot of things to do tomorrow, and we have to buy books and so on tomorrow morning. Let's go to bed early." He took off his black coat and threw it to Harry. "Just cover it with this. Don't worry if there is something moving inside, it's 2 dormice, they are very cute and don't bite people. No words all night." Harry woke up early the next morning. He knew it was daybreak, but he still kept his eyes shut. "This is a dream," Harry said to himself silently. "I dreamed of a giant named Hagrid, who told me that I was a wizard and wanted me to go to a magic school. When I opened my eyes, I must be at home." Suddenly there was a snapping sound. "Is it Aunt Petunia knocking on the door?" Harry's heart sank, but he didn't open his eyes, because the dream was so good. Snap, snap, snap. "Okay," Harry muttered, "I'll get up now." He sat up, and Hagrid's thick coat slipped off his body. The cabin was full of sunshine, and the storm had passed. Hagrid slept on the collapsed sofa. An owl was knocking on the window with its claws, holding a newspaper in its mouth. Yes, it's true. Harry rubbed his eyes, and a huge joy filled his heart, like a gradually inflated balloon, making his feet a little light. Wizards are real, and the magic world is real. His life over the past few years has really changed completely. Except that he was a little uncomfortable with becoming a girl, everything seemed so beautiful. At this moment, Harry suddenly felt something. He reached out to touch his hair and found that his long red hair had turned back to short black hair. Harry rushed into the bathroom to check his condition, then ran out quickly and woke Hagrid up. "Hagrid, wake up, I'm back again." Hagrid squinted at Harry in a half-awake state, muttering, "James, why are you?" As he spoke, he was silent for a while, then exclaimed, "Harry, you turned into a boy." Harry corrected, "Yes, I turned back, I just turned back to my original appearance." Hagrid couldn't help but sighed. "Harry, I didn't expect that when you turned into a girl, you looked very much like Lily, and when you turned back into a boy, you looked very much like James when he was a child." He jumped up from the ground. "Let's go, there's no time to lose, let's set off quickly, there are still many things to do today. Although you have turned back, I think I still need to write a letter to tell Dumbledore about your situation. In this way, we have to go to Diagon Alley to borrow an owl." Pa, pa, pa. At this time, Hagrid noticed the owl that was knocking on the window persistently. He opened the window, and the owl flew in and threw the newspaper on Hagrid. Then, it pecked Hagrid with its beak. Hagrid easily blocked the owl with one hand, turned around and said to Harry casually, "Give it 5 newts." "Newts? Those small coins are in my coat pocket." Harry counted out 5 coins, and the owl stretched out a leg, signaled Harry with his eyes to put the coins in a small leather bag tied to its leg, and then flew away quickly. He looked at the flying owl, and felt that the joy of entering the magic world flew away with it. "Hagrid? Harry, what's wrong?" Hagrid was packing up the grill. I don't have any money." When Harry said this, the stern-faced Dursleys were about to walk down the stairs. But when Petunia saw Harry, who had turned back into a boy, she frowned, and the coldness on her face turned into disgust, and she turned around and went back upstairs. During the 10 days when Harry became a girl, he felt that the Dursleys' attitude towards him could be regarded as courteous by Dursley standards. But when he turned back into a boy and saw Aunt Petunia's familiar disgusted expression, he knew that the Dursleys treated him the same way as before. Harry sighed and pretended to be indifferent and said, "Hagrid, you saw it too. Aunt Petunia's family, they won't spend money for me to learn magic." Hagrid smiled and said, "Don't worry about that, you don't think your parents left you nothing, do you? But even the house they lived in was destroyed by the mysterious man. Harry, no one will keep money at home. I'll take you to Gringotts, that is, the wizard's bank." "Do wizards also have banks?" "There is only one, Gringotts, which is opened by goblins." Hagrid looked at the surprised Harry, came close to Harry, lowered his voice and whispered, "You can't let your muggle aunt hear this, Harry, your parents left you a lot of money." Harry was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he was actually considered a rich man in the wizarding world. Ding! Rubius Hagrid's shock is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host for getting a silver treasure chest. Ding! Rubius Hagrid's shock is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host for getting a silver treasure chest. Looking at the prompts in the system, Lin Xiu was a little confused. It seems that the unstable polyjuice potion on Harry's body has taken effect, shocking Hagrid. But why is this shock not a one-time emotion, but divided into 2 times? A bit strange, but none of this matters. The most important thing is that it's time to open the treasure chest now. System, open the treasure chest. Ding! The silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining primary magical beast affinity. Congratulations to the host for obtaining primary non-human constitution. Lin Xiu focused his attention on the system space and sensed 2 warm red sparks. He has discovered it. In addition to physical props, the things that can be opened from the emotional treasure chest include some intangible rewards such as magical talent or spell mastery. These intangible rewards are manifested as sparks of various colors in the system space. Lin Xiu focused his attention on the 2 sparks stored in the system space. Primary magical creature affinity. Hagrid is good at taking care of various magical animals, including dangerous creatures. These abilities may have been accumulated slowly when he was raising pets or dealing with creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Although he was not a fully competent teacher at first, the experience he accumulated in taking care of magical animals allowed him to obtain the position of Professor of the Care of Magical Creatures class. In 1995, when Hagrid, who had been teaching formally for 2 years, was retained by Dolores Umbridge for observation, most students except Slytherin College admitted that Hagrid's teaching level had made great progress. The magical animals that Hagrid had introduced in class included hippogriffs, flobberworms, blasting-tailed scroots, nifflers, unicorns, and thestrals. The animals he has raised or cared for include Fluffy the 3-headed dog, Fang the hound, Norbert the Norwegian ridgeback, Aragog the acromantic spider, Buckbeak the hippogriff, etc. In addition, Hagrid also took care of his half-brother, Grop, a giant, in the Forbidden Forest. After use, you will have an affinity for some magical animals, be able to understand the meaning of magical animals to a certain extent, you can establish a connection with some magical animals, and you can let creatures that trust you assist you in attacking. All magical animals will have the lowest desire to attack you. Primary and human constitution. When Vernon Dursley warned Hagrid of trespassing with a gun, Hagrid directly snatched the gun and tied a knot easily, as if the gun was made of rubber. During the Battle of Hogwarts, Hagrid threw Walton McNeil to the other end of the Great Hall and knocked him unconscious against the stone wall. Whenever Hagrid patted someone on the back or shoulder to show his friendliness, other people usually couldn't withstand Hagrid's huge strength. One day in early 1996, Dolores Umbridge became the new headmaster of Hogwarts. She decided to forcibly take Hagrid, who supported Dumbledore, away from her residence and even prepared to put Hagrid in Azkaban. One midnight, she found several officials from the Ministry of Magic and went to Hagrid's hut together to try to subdue him by force. In order to protect Hagrid, the big dog Fang rushed to the wizards around Hagrid again and again, and was finally hit by a stunning spell and fell to the ground. Professor Minerva McGonagall rushed out of the castle after hearing the noise and wanted to protect Hagrid, but was hit by 4 stunning spells at the same time and fell to the ground unconscious. Hagrid roared wildly and picked up one of the Aurors who was chanting the spell and threw him out. At least 6 people used stunning charms on Hagrid at the same time, but Hagrid was not affected too much. Instead, he knocked them down with his bare hands and then escaped safely. After using it, you will have a primary and human physique. Your physical appearance will not change significantly, but your strength will be much greater than that of ordinary people. In addition, you will also have good physical strength and endurance. You will be able to resist most malicious spells, and you will be resistant to spells including some black magic. Good guy, the things in Hagrid's treasure chest are also good. After reading the system description, Lin Xiu immediately chose to use it. Suddenly, he felt strange changes all over his body. His skin became smoother, his muscles became tighter, and the whole person became extremely strong. Lin Xiu clenched his fist lightly and immediately felt a strong force. In addition, his energy became extremely abundant. It was morning now. When Lin Xiu just woke up, he was still a little confused, but after obtaining the primary and human constitution, the whole person suddenly became extremely energetic. At this moment, he had endless energy all over his body, and he felt a little itchy in his heart, and wanted to test his current strength. But he was a little worried that he would run too far away from the orphanage and encounter black wizards like last time, so he simply tested it secretly in the orphanage. At the speed of a 100-meter sprint, he ran 10 kilometers in one breath, and stopped without breathing at all. He did 4 or 5,000 push-ups at a time, without any effort. Finally, Lin Xiu quietly ran to the door of the orphanage, and tried his hand at the cars parked at the door when no one was paying attention. He found that he could lift them easily if he was not worried about attracting too much attention. He would even want to try to lift those cars directly, but he finally gave up. About a morning later, Lin Xiu basically tested his body. In human physique, so terrifying. Back in his room, Lin Xiu had fully felt the power of this inhuman physique. His entire physique has been enhanced, not just strong. Many of the tests that Lin Xiu secretly did this morning were very physically demanding, but he found that he hardly breathed and didn't feel tired at all. This shows that his physical strength limit and physical strength recovery speed are far beyond ordinary people at this moment. There are also impact resistance, fall resistance, injury recovery speed. In addition, he has little chance to test the ability to resist spells now. If everyone in the wizarding world has a health bar, it can be said that Lin Xiu at this moment is a big blood cow with thick blood, fast blood recovery speed, high magic resistance, and not low physical resistance. This made Lin Xiu feel very relieved. He finally had a little confidence in the crisis-ridden magical world. And Lin Xiu had no chance to try the magical animal affinity that Hagrid opened in the emotional treasure chest. He could only make plans after he went to Hogwarts to see those magical animals. Lin Xiu was looking forward to his upcoming magical journey to Hogwarts, which made the rest of his days a little difficult. He was almost counting the days on the calendar. In Lin Xiu's expectation, the first Sunday of August arrived. On this day, Lin Xiu got up early and quickly packed himself. He stood guard at the door of Wu's orphanage, looking out from time to time, wanting to see which professor would come to guide him to understand the magical world and go to Diagon Alley. Dean Ms. Oakbay also accompanied Lin Xiu and waited together. At 8:55, a figure wearing a thick hat full of patches appeared in Lin Xiu's sight. She was a short lady with flowing gray hair, who looked quite old. She quickly walked up to Lin Xiu and Ms. Oakbay and said in a cheerful tone, "Good morning. It's a nice day today, isn't it? I'm Pomona Sprout, professor of herbology at Hogwarts. In addition, I'm also the head of Hufflepuff." Professor Sprout nodded to the bar owner. "Tom, I remember your child is old enough to go to Hogwarts this year, right?" Tom smiled. "Yes, she has been looking forward to this day for a long time. I think she should be in Hufflepuff." Professor Sprout smiled. "Then she will definitely be a great Hufflepuff. It is an honor for Hannah to receive your praise." Tom was in a good mood and even hummed a song. After a few pleasantries, Professor Sprout took Lin Xiu to the back of the bar of the Leaky Cauldron. Lin Xiu followed Professor Sprout and saw many people standing up to greet Professor Sprout and saying a few words when she passed by. He learned from these words that these people were basically Hufflepuff graduates, and Professor Sprout had served as the head of Hufflepuff at Hogwarts for many years, so they respected her very much. In addition, Lin Xiu also learned a lot about recent events in the wizarding world from their conversations. A young man with grayish-yellow hair said excitedly, "Professor Sprout, I wonder if you have heard about the recent incident about Dumbledore?" Stan Shunpike, the conductor of the night bus, claimed that he found Dumbledore near a beach. Not long after, a cliff near that beach disappeared completely. Professor Sprout just smiled. "Dumbledore has a lot of things to consider. Maybe he is doing something important." At this time, the person who sat at the same table with the grayish-yellow-haired young man curled his lips, but on the other hand, the credibility of the whole thing is questionable. After all, Stan Shunpike always likes to brag about himself. Last month, he boasted in a wizard bar that he had recently found a strange man in black. He suspected that the Dark Lord was about to make a comeback and the Death Eaters were waiting for an opportunity to move, and he knew all the plans of the Death Eaters. Ha 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 ha. For a while, everyone in the bar laughed. The wizarding world is not small, but not big either. Most of the people present were adult wizards who had ridden or come into contact with the night bus to some extent and knew Stan Shunpike. This man was the ticket seller of the night business. He had a pair of protruding ears and was not very smart, but he liked to brag. "Everyone, do you remember last year's Quidditch World Cup? The game lasted for 5 days, and in the end, the Scottish team lost to the Canadian team 240 to 270. When the Scottish team lost, their seeker Hector Lamont accused his father of being Shorty Lamont, who failed to make him grow longer fingers, so that he lost the game. The funniest thing is that there were several Velas present at the time, and Stan Shunpike was fascinated by the Velas. I heard him boast that he would become the youngest minister of magic in history. Ha ha ha." The whole Leaky Cauldron was filled with cheerful laughter again. "If you ask me, Stan Shunpike's boasting is outdated. Who doesn't know Harry Potter, the boy who lived? It was he who defeated the Dark Lord. Who is afraid of the Dark Lord now? More than 10 days ago, everyone saw Rubeus Hagrid take him into the Leaky Cauldron with their own eyes, and I shook hands with Harry Potter for 10 minutes. Listening to these people mention Dumbledore, Lin Xiu nodded secretly. They thought that the news about Dumbledore was a misunderstanding, but Lin Xiu knew that it was true. Dumbledore really tried to solve the problem of the seaside cave. In the original book, Voldemort set up many magic mechanisms and traps in the cave to hide his Horcrux, Slytherin's pendant. In the original book, when Dumbledore learned about the pendant and took Harry to try to take the Horcrux away, Dumbledore had already been cursed and was dying. After the Horcruxes in the cave were taken out, Dumbledore and Snape conspired to act and plot against Voldemort with their own death. And now, because of Lin Xiu, Dumbledore faced Voldemort's magic mechanism in an almost complete posture, and it seemed that he had handled it properly. While thinking, Lin Xiu and Professor Sprout listened to the details of how these people shook hands with Harry Potter for more than 10 minutes. Finally, Professor Sprout had to say, "Everyone, we should go. The little wizard still has a lot of things to buy today. Let's go, Lin Xiu." Walking past the bar, she took Lin Xiu to a small patio surrounded by walls on all sides. There was nothing nearby except a pile of weeds. Professor Sprout took out a wand from his arms and whispered, "Count 3 blocks up, count 2 blocks horizontally, okay, stand back, Lin Xiu." She tapped the wall 3 times with her wand. The next moment the brick she had struck began to tremble and to move, and a small hole appeared in the middle of it, which grew larger and larger, until soon a broad archway appeared before them, leading to a winding, endless cobblestone street. "Welcome," Professor Sprout said with a gentle smile, "Lin Xiu, welcome to Diagon Alley." The two walked through the archway, and behind them, the originally wide archway quickly narrowed and turned back into the original solid wall. In front, the dazzling sunlight was projected on a pile of pots outside the nearest store. Above the pot hung assigned copper brass tin-plated silver cauldrons, complete models, automatic stirring foldable. The crucible is one of the necessary items for the start of school, you need to buy one. Professor Sprout took Lin Xiu into the store, and the name of the store on it was Parchi Crucible Shop. There are many shops and objects along the way. In front of a pharmacy, a fat woman shook her head and complained, "Dragon liver, 17 sickles an ounce, they are crazy." A low and soft humming sound came from a dark shop, and the sign in front of the door read, "Your owl shop, gray owl, screech owl, grass owl, brown owl, snowy owl." Several boys of Lin Xiu's age had their noses pressed against the glass of the window display, which was filled with flying brooms. "Look," Lin Xiu heard a boy say, "that's the new Nimbus 2000, the highest speed dash." Other shops sold robes, some sold telescopes and the most bizarre silverware Lin Xiu had ever seen. Other windows were filled with baskets of bat spleens and eel eyes, piled with spell books, quills, rolls of parchment, medicine bottles, lunar globes. "We're at Madame Malkin's robe store," said Professor Sprout. "Lin Xiu, since Madame Oakbeth has given you some money, there's no need to go to Gringotts. Let's buy you a uniform first." Madame Malkin was a short, fat witch with a sweet smile and dressed in purple. "Ah, Professor Sprout, welcome, you've brought a lovely little wizard." Madame Malkin spoke before Lin Xiu could speak. "Are you buying Hogwarts uniforms, dear? We have plenty here, all robes are self-ironed and self-repaired. To be honest, there's a girl trying on clothes inside right now." In the back of the store, a little girl with golden curly hair was trying on her black robe on a footstool. Madame Malkin asked Lin Xiu to stand on a footstool next to the little girl, put a robe on him, and pinned it to the right length for him. Lin Xiu could tell from the girl's profile that she must be very delicate. "Does it look good?" The girl had turned her head at some point and was looking at Lin Xiu quietly. He also saw the girl's appearance clearly. Exquisite and beautiful, this was the most beautiful face Lin Xiu had seen since his rebirth. Her dark green pupils were as deep as gems. There is a small mole under her eye, which makes her look less coquettish and aggressive. "Very beautiful." Lin Xiu said this willingly. The girl nodded as if it was a matter of course, then she glanced at Professor Sprout who was waiting outside and suddenly smiled. "So, you are also a freshman at Hogwarts this year?" Lin Xiu said, "Yes, you came with Professor Sprout. As far as I know, Professor Sprout is the Dean of Hufflepuff College and most importantly, she teaches herbology. Do you like herbology?" "I'm not sure yet." Lin Xiu is not sure what it will be like when he really comes into contact with herbology. "Is that so?" The girl shook her head gently. "By the way, I'm Cassandra Waller, I don't know your name yet." "My name is Lin Xiu. Nice to meet you, Cassandra." "Ah, it seems that you have made a friend in advance, which is something to be happy about." After leaving Madame Malkin's robe shop, Professor Sprout took Lin Xiu directly to Flooring Popular Ice Cream Shop on the corner of the street and bought 2 chocolate raspberry ice creams to celebrate. Afterwards, they went to Flourish and Blots. The bookshelves of Flourish and Blots were filled with books all the way to the ceiling. There were leather-bound books as big as paving slabs, there were also silk-bound books the size of stamps, some books were filled with various strange symbols, and a few were wordless books. Lin Xiu looked at the books full of books in the bookstore, a little absent-minded. In theory, he should have been very interested in these books that recorded things related to magic, but now he just hurriedly bought the books he should buy according to the school start list, and then followed Professor Sprout out of the bookstore. Although he was a little distracted, the scene in a corner of Flourish and Blots still left a deep impression on him. While most books were only 1 or 2 galleons per copy, there was an area in the bookstore where books were priced at 5 galleons per copy. Near that area, there was a huge magic photo advertisement. In the magic photo, a middle-aged wizard with golden curly hair showed a delicate smile and kept winking at the people passing by. Just above the photo was a huge and conspicuous banner. The series of books by Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, who has won the Wizard Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award for 4 consecutive times, the third-class medal of the Order of Merlin, and an honorary member of the Dark Magic League, the Travel Trilogy, is now on sale. But Lin Xiu just took a look, shook his head, and left. Now there are 2 things that have greatly attracted his attention. One of them is related to Cassandra Wallace, who he met in Madame Malkin's robe shop just now. He was surprised by Cassandra's beauty, but on the other hand, he was also a little concerned about Cassandra's existence. In his memory, there was no Cassandra Wallace in the original Harry Potter, whether it was the movie or the novel. She is a character in the game Harry Potter: Magic Awakening. Lin Xiu is very concerned. In the game Magic Awakening, Cassandra is considered to be a relatively important character. If he can make her have emotional fluctuations, can she drop a treasure chest? If there is a chance, he also wants to win Cassandra's heart, of course. All this must be done when Lin Xiu ensures that he can obtain the emotional treasure chest normally. After all, opening more treasure chests, making oneself stronger and then winning the heart of a beautiful woman, this is the right way. However, Cassandra is still too far away from Lin Xiu at present. At present, his biggest concern is still the problem at hand: how to make Professor Sprout have emotional fluctuations. As the professor of herbology at Hogwarts and the dean of Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout must have a lot of good things if she drops a treasure chest. But to be honest, Lin Xiu's understanding of the details of the original work is mostly based on Gryffindor and the Harry trio. Today is the first time that I have a relatively deep understanding of Professor Sprout. The other party is a kind and optimistic person. In the original work, she showed a very obvious sense of justice and was not afraid of power. When Umbridge, the pink toad, drove Dumbledore away and became the headmaster of Hogwarts, she issued a lot of strict decrees to restrict professors and students from exchanging information unrelated to the course. Professor Sprout was resisting in her own way. She learned about Harry's experience from the Quibbler and admired his courage. She gave Gryffindor 20 points in the name of Harry handing over a kettle, making Gryffindor's points worthy of the name. When Professor Dumbledore died and everyone in Hogwarts was sad, many people thought that Hogwarts should be closed. It was also Professor Sprout who made it clear that Hogwarts should continue to be open for even one student who wants to come to class. In the final battle, she also bravely stood up with the Hufflepuff students and threw out the devil's snare she cultivated to kill the Death Eaters. Professor Sprout is an out-and-out good person, and to cause her more obvious emotional fluctuations, either punish evil and promote good, or start with herbalism and planting, which she is interested in. Starting from herbology and planting, Lin Xiu felt that he didn't have the ability now, so he could only think of ways to punish evil and promote good. But when they bought most of the things on the school list, only the wands were left, and they walked towards Ollivander's wand shop. Nothing happened. Alas, nothing happened. What a pity. I can only think of a way to cause the professor's mood swings when I get to Hogwarts. I have to take a good look at things related to herbology when I go back, and try to perform well in the first herbology class at Hogwarts, surprise Professor Sprout, and drop a treasure chest. Lin Xiu quickly adjusted his mood and planned to enjoy the rest of the time, especially to focus on experiencing the classic difficult wand selection process in the original book. Just then, he heard a scream behind him. Looking back, he found a shadow rushing out of the crowd, and Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. Good opportunity. This is in Diagon Alley, and it is during the preschool purchase period for Hogwarts freshmen, so the safety factor on the street must be very high. In this case, if he rushed out to do what was right, it would most likely cause Professor Sprout to have emotional fluctuations and a treasure chest would drop. Worst case, Lin Xiu could be sure that he could guarantee his safety. Professor Sprout was the head of Hufflepuff after all, and his strength was not bad. Although he might leave a reckless impression on Professor Sprout by just rushing out, Lin Xiu felt that it was not a big deal compared to the treasure chest he might get. Done. So, Lin Xiu entered the state in an instant. With the inhuman physique open from Hagrid's treasure chest, he launched directly, chasing the shadow running out of the crowd, and rushed into an alley. Lin Xiu! Lin Xiu! Two shouts rang out. One was from Professor Sprout, and the other seemed to be from Cassandra, whom he had met not long ago, but he had no time to think about these. With the primary inhuman physique, Lin Xiu could easily see the movements of the three strong men in the alley. Stupefy. At the same time, the magic wands in the hands of the three strong men emitted a strong red light and were about to be fired. Lin Xiu dodged one of them, but he was unable to dodge the remaining two spells, so he took off his robe and threw it out. The robe was hit by a red light, and it seemed to lose power and fell straight to the ground. The last coma spell hit Lin Xiu directly, but he only felt like being bitten by a mosquito. The three strong wizards were stunned. How could the coma spell not work? Lin Xiu took the opportunity of the three people's stunnedness and took 2 steps at a time, knocking one of them over. The other 2 were shocked by Lin Xiu's sudden rise. After seeing his companion fall to the ground, one of them ran out of the alley without looking back. The other one leaned against the wall behind him in fear, chanting spells in a panic and trying to fight back, but he always made mistakes and was shaking like a sieve. Seeing the man who ran to the alley and was about to escape, Lin Xiu snorted coldly. The surging power in his body gave him enough confidence, and an idea flashed through his mind. So he directly grabbed the sturdy wizard who couldn't chant the spell, and with a sudden force, he used him as a weapon and threw him directly at the fleeing wizard. Dash! The wizard who was thrown out screamed and hit his fleeing companion. The two fell at the alley and groaned in pain. Help! Not long after Lin Xiu finished dealing with the 3 sturdy wizards, the gray-haired Professor Sprout hurried into the alley. Lin Xiu, are you injured? She anxiously checked Lin Xiu's condition, and Lin Xiu shook his head. I'm fine, but I just heard someone shouting for help in the alley. Professor Sprout was a little puzzled until she saw the three people lying on the ground. The voices of the three wizards became weaker and weaker. Help me, I think my bones are broken. Merlin's beard. Obviously, Professor Sprout was really surprised after seeing the state of the three people. Lin Xiu, did you do all this? You defeated 3 wizards with wands by yourself, you don't even have a wand. This is amazing. As he spoke, Professor Sprout took out his wand and waved it gently. Wingardium Leviosa. The 3 strong men lying on the ground were lifted up by Professor Sprout's levitation spell. The professor said to Lin Xiu, villains appeared in Diagon Alley before school started. This is a very bad incident. I plan to send them to the Aurors patrolling in Diagon Alley. Lin Xiu, do you plan to go to the wand shop by yourself or come with me? Professor, I'll go with you. Just then, 2 middle-aged men in black uniforms came to the entrance of the alley. Professor Sprout heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them. Gentlemen from the Ministry of Magic, these 3 are the villains who caused the riot before. They have been subdued. You can take them away for trial. One of them said apologetically, Professor Sprout, I'm sorry. As Aurors, we should maintain order in Diagon Alley, but this happened. Fortunately, I heard that a brave boy stood up, and the boy was following you at the time. The Auror saw Lin Xiu next to Professor Sprout, and his eyes lit up. Hello, little warrior, are you a freshman at Hogwarts this year? If you ask me, you put down these 3 big guys by yourself, which is really good. I think you are born to be an Auror. Another Auror said with a smile, our Auror office has not recruited new people for several years. I wonder if you are interested in becoming an Auror in the future. After you graduate, you can come to the Ministry of Magic and report my name, the tough guy Gadwin. At this time, more and more people poured into the alley, and their deliberately suppressed discussions echoed in the alley. An old woman squeezed out of the crowd with tears in her eyes and grabbed Lin Xiu's hand. Thank you, Mr. Lin Xiu, thank you. These 3 people are so hateful that they even stole the money of an old woman like me. More and more people squeezed into the alley. The 3 wizards who were floating in the air by the floating spell closed their eyes and trembled. Lin Xiu found that these people who squeezed into the alley actually began to shake hands with him. I am SCO, Mr. Lin Xiu. Thanks to you, you have protected the safety of the shops in Diagon Alley. This is for you to thank you. I declare that in view of Mr. Lin Xiu's heroic performance, our SCO ice cream shop will be 20% off today. Lin Xiu was a little shocked. Wow, there are many talents in the wizarding world. He just dealt with a few thieves who were robbing things, and someone came over and planned to use his reputation to make a profit. Gradually, Lin Xiu realized that his sudden outburst in public was a bit inappropriate, especially in the discussion among the crowd. Some people have compared Lin Xiu with Harry Potter, who appeared in Diagon Alley some time ago. Lin Xiu just wanted to make Professor Sprout have emotional fluctuations and drop the emotional treasure chest, and he had not thought of becoming famous in this way now. Just as he was about to slip away and was thinking about how to speak, Professor Sprout cleared his throat. Everyone, please don't get too excited. Our little wizard has something to do today, please make way. As he walked, Professor Sprout's voice became serious. Mr. Lin Xiu, adult wizards holding wands are very dangerous. I hope you will consider your own safety more next time you face a similar situation. As he approached the 2 Aurors, Professor Sprout also said appropriately, Mr. Gadwin, Aurors are the elite among wizards. To become an Auror, you need at least 5 NEWT certificates, and the score cannot be lower than good. You also need to receive 3 years of training in the Auror office. I believe Mr. Lin Xiu is good enough. He is a talented person, but he still needs enough time to grow. When Professor Sprout took Lin Xiu out of the crowd and walked towards Ollivander's wand shop, Professor Sprout asked, Lin Xiu, I just rejected everyone's gratitude for you. Do you feel uncomfortable? Lin Xiu shook his head. Professor, I feel uncomfortable when I am stared at by everyone, and you just saved me. Professor Sprout breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I am worried that you will be affected by these false names and become like Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart, have you heard of this name? He is now a successful novelist and the dream lover of many witches. But more than 20 years ago, Lockhart entered school Hogwarts. It was not like this when I joined Ravenclaw College. I had been at Hogwarts for about 20 years at that time. I and many professors believed that Lockhart had good talents. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely achieve good results. But at that time, he was controlled by vanity. Everything he did was just to win more attention for himself, not to become better. He once claimed in class that he could create the Philosopher's Stone, and he also planned to lead the England Quidditch team to win the World Cup and eventually become the youngest Minister of Magic in the United Kingdom. In addition, he once carved his name on the Quidditch pitch in 20-foot-long letters. Then he once projected his huge portrait into the sky like the Dark Mark. One Valentine's Day, Lockhart sent himself 800 Valentine's Day cards, which forced him to cancel his breakfast because the owl that sent the cards brought a lot of feces and feathers, all of which fell into the oatmeal porridge. Professor Sprout said, after graduation, Lockhart became a well-known writer. Many people said that he was persistently fighting against the dark magic, which made many professors feel relieved and felt that he finally got it. But he was indeed controlled by vanity during school and did a lot of ridiculous things. I am worried that you will also be affected. Lin Xiu looked at Professor Sprout gratefully. The professor is really thinking about him. After telling Lin Xiu about Lockhart's feat as a warning, Professor Sprout smiled and said, "Of course, I think you did a good job in being brave. If you were a student at Hogwarts now, I would definitely give your college 10 points. Okay, we're at the wand shop." It was a small, shabby shop with a peeling golden sign on the door. It read Ollivander, making fine wands since 382 BC. In the dusty window, a wand was placed alone on the faded purple cushion. Lin Xiu's attention was attracted by the system prompt in his mind. Ding! Pomona Sprout's happy mood detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you won a silver treasure chest. Harry followed Lin Xiu through the wall. The place where the ticket gate used to be had become a wrought iron archway. The smoke from the steam locomotive lingered above the chattering crowd, and cats of all colors darted around under people's feet. Amid the buzzing of the crowd and the noise of dragging heavy luggage, owls also hooted harshly, one calling the other. The first few carriages were already full of students, some of them leaning out of the windows to talk to their families, and some playing in their seats. Lin Xiu and Harry walked forward on the platform, ready to find an empty seat. They heard a round-faced boy say in front of the carriage, "Grandma, I lost my toad again." An old woman sighed and said, "Alas, Neville." When they got close to the rear of the train, Lin Xiu and Harry found an empty compartment near the rear of the train. Lin Xiu easily carried all the luggage onto the train, and seeing that Harry was a little out of breath, he helped him carry it into the compartment. Harry panted, "Thank you." Then Lin Xiu got off the car to say goodbye to Ms. Oakbei. Ms. Oakbei looked around at the wizard families coming and going inside with satisfaction. Before leaving, she waved to Lin Xiu, "If you have anything, you can write to me by owl." When Lin Xiu returned to the car, he heard exclamations from the carriages along the way. "Harry Potter is also in the carriage." Lin Xiu walked into the compartment and saw Harry leaning against the bed, looking at something in a trance. He followed his sight and found that a family with red hair was saying goodbye to each other. That was the Weasley family. Lin Xiu was a little curious. "Harry, do you know them? They seem to have the last name Weasley. Fred and George from the Weasley family were very friendly to me just now and told me a lot about the wizarding world." Harry seemed to be worried that Lin Xiu would think he was behaving strangely, so he explained, "I think they should be a good family. The fat lady from the Weasley family was very friendly when she smiled at me. I grew up almost alone since I was a child, but I'm a little curious about what a family with so many brothers and sisters would be like." Lin Xiu nodded and followed along at the window. The features of the Weasley family are easy to identify, and the red hair will never make people mistake. Harry was a little curious. "Lin Xiu, don't you have brothers and sisters either?" "I grew up in an orphanage." Harry seemed to be frightened. He was stunned. After a moment, he was a little at a loss and stammered, "Sorry, I don't know." "It's okay, I'm used to it." At this time, the train whistle sounded and was about to leave. The Weasley twins followed the younger Weasley and hurriedly climbed onto the train. On the platform, the little red-haired girl started crying. The Weasley twins shouted at the window, "Don't cry, Ginny, we will send a lot of owls to find you." "Okay, then we will give you something removed from Hogwarts, such as a door handle." The fat lady on the train platform was angry. "George, just a joke, Mom." The train started, and Lin Xiu saw the Weasley's little sister Ginny crying and laughing, running forward with the train, waving at them constantly. The carriage where Lin Xiu and his friends were was the last one. When the carriage passed Ginny, for fun, he smiled at Ginny in front of the window and waved at her. The smile on Ginny Weasley's face solidified, and finally, she turned around at a very fast speed, and the expression on her face could not be seen. But Lin Xiu felt the joy of harvest, because at this time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Ginny Weasley's embarrassment was detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a bronze treasure chest. What a surprise! Lin Xiu chose to open the treasure chest in his mind. Ding! The bronze treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Mastery of the Bat Curse. Mastery of the Bat Curse. The Bat Curse is a poisonous spell invented by the author of Standard Spells. It can turn a person's booger into a big black bat to attack the opponent. Ginny Weasley is quite talented in this spell. She even made Professor Slughorn notice her and pulled her into the Horus Club. After using it, you will master the Bat Curse, and your talent for dark magic will increase slightly. Booger, a bit of a bad taste. Lin Xiu didn't expect that Ginny, who looked beautiful and cute with her fiery red hair, was good at something so strange. But after saying it, he still chose to use it directly, and it seemed that something extra suddenly appeared in his mind. In addition to some inexplicable black magic talents, he also sensed the spells of the bat spirit and the waving gestures of the magic wand. This made him a little eager to find someone to test it. But there was only one Harry Potter in the carriage now, which was obviously not appropriate, so he could only suppress this emotion first. Soon after the train started, the sliding door of the compartment opened, and a boy with fiery red hair stuck his head out. "Sorry, the other places are full. If you don't mind, can I sit in?" Advertisement. Harry glanced at Lin Xiu, and Lin Xiu smiled and said, "Come in." The red-haired boy breathed a sigh of relief, sat next to Harry, and introduced himself. "My name is Ron Weasley." "My name is Lin Xiu." "My name is Harry Potter." After the self-introduction, the three of them were silent for a while, and Ron and Harry looked out the window at the same time, watching the scenery outside the window fly by. After a moment, Ron laughed dryly as if to break the atmosphere, and said nervously, "So, what others said is true? There is really a lightning scar on your forehead." Harry brushed a strand of hair from his forehead, revealing a lightning-shaped scar. Ron's eyes widened. "This is what the you-know-who did." Lin Xiu looked at the lightning-shaped scar, and his heart moved inexplicably. He felt that the scar made him feel a little palpitation when he looked at it. Is this the power of the Avada Kedavra curse? But he also found that this palpitation seemed to be only felt by him. Harry and Ron next to him did not show any abnormality. Lin Xiu almost instantly thought of the bat spell mastery that he had just opened from the emotional treasure chest dropped by Ginny, which came with some black magic talent. With Harry's lightning scar as the beginning, the silent atmosphere in the carriage was broken, and Harry and Ron were talking about their own life stories. Harry grew up in the Dursley family and experienced the ups and downs of the world. Ron was simply because there were too many children in the family, and he never got anything new. Even though he started school today, he only got the old robes of his eldest brother Bill Weasley when he was in school, and even the wand was the old wand of his second brother Charlie Weasley, and the pet was just the rat scabbers that the three Percy Weasleys didn't want. Originally, Harry and Ron both felt that they were quite miserable, but when they heard that Lin Xiu grew up in an orphanage, they immediately stood in awe, and the original competition of misery was ended, and the mood in the box finally returned to normal. Harry and Ron talked about their own experiences like ordinary little boys, while Lin Xiu mainly listened and occasionally shared some of his experiences in the orphanage. At about 12 o'clock noon, there was a loud noise of clacking in the aisle, and a smiling woman with dimples pushed open the compartment door and asked, "Dear, do you want to buy any food on the car?" Harry waved his hand and spent 11 silver sickles and 7 copper newts to buy all the snacks on the car, and asked Ron and Lin Xiu to eat as much as they wanted. The three of them enjoyed the snacks. When the train sped past a farmland and passed through the forest, a round-faced boy walked in with tears in his eyes. "Excuse me, I want to ask if you have seen a toad." All three shook their heads. The round-faced boy cried, "I lost it again. It always tries to run away from me." "My name is Neville Longbottom," the boy said sadly. "If you see my toad." Lin Xiu comforted, "Maybe you don't have to look for it so urgently, it will come back by itself." "Thank you, I hope so." Neville sighed and left. In the original book, Neville searched for his pet toad on the train for a long time but couldn't find it. Later, it took the initiative to come out and Hagrid found it accidentally. Lin Xiu felt that Neville didn't need to be too anxious now. "I don't understand why he is so anxious." Ron said, "If I bought a toad, I would find a way to lose it as soon as possible, the sooner the better. But since I brought Scabbers, there is nothing to say." The mouse was still napping on Ron's legs. "It might have died a long time ago. It doesn't matter whether it's dead or alive," Ron said in annoyance. "Fred taught me a spell before. He said it can turn my mouse yellow. Do you want to see it?" Harry nodded excitedly. Lin Xiu stared at the mouse named Scabbers, or rather, the wormtail who turned into a mouse, Peter Pettigrew. He betrayed the Potter family and put the blame on Sirius Black. After that, he hid in the Weasley family as the Mouse Scabbers for 12 years. Lin Xiu was thinking, if he forced Peter Pettigrew to reveal his true identity now. But thinking about it, Lin Xiu still restrained this thought out of caution. After all, no matter how weak Peter Pettigrew's strength was, he was a graduate of Hogwarts that year and joined the Death Eaters. In terms of dark magic, his offensiveness was not weak. Lin Xiu decided to charge a little interest. For example, the Bat Spirit evil spell he just opened from Ginny Weasley's emotional treasure chest was not bad. Ron fumbled in his old suitcase for a long time and pulled out a worn-out wand, some parts of which were peeling off, and one end was still shining white. The unicorn hair in the wand core has leaked out, but I think it should still be usable. As soon as he raised the wand, a little girl dressed neatly in new Hogwarts robes walked in. "Has anyone seen a toad?" A man named Neville lost a toad. The little girl's tone seemed a little arrogant. Ron said, "We told Neville that we didn't see a toad." But the little girl ignored him and stared at Ron's wand. "Are you preparing to cast a spell? Let me open my eyes." She sat next to Lin Xiu, and Ron was a little at a loss. The little girl politely said to Lin Xiu next to her, "Nice to meet you. My name is Hermione Granger." Seeing that Hermione was so polite, Lin Xiu also politely shook hands with her. "Nice to meet you, my name is Lin Xiu." Hermione shook Lin Xiu's hand and shook it tightly several times. Lin Xiu felt his palms were full of sweat. Advertisement. Hermione coughed and pulled her hand away. Mr. Lin Xiu, I'm not used to shaking hands with people. Perhaps to ease the embarrassment, Hermione looked at Ron. Sir, weren't you going to show some magic just now? Please continue. Oh, okay. Ron cleared his throat. Daisy, sweet cream and sunshine, turned the silly fat mouse yellow. Nothing happened except that the white light of the unicorn hair on the wand core became brighter. Are you sure that it was really a spell? Hermione asked. It doesn't look good, does it? I tried a few simple spells at home, just for practice, and they all worked. For example, Hermione pulled out the wand in her arms and pointed it at the worn-out glasses frame on Harry's nose opposite. The glasses frame was broken and wrapped with some tape. Harry was so scared that he trembled. His eyes behind the glasses became cross-eyed. He stared at the tip of the wand nervously, and he felt something was wrong. On the one hand, after entering the magical world, Harry more or less recalled some fragments of his parents' murder. He was a little stressed when other people pointed their wands at him. Harry always had a bad feeling in his heart, and his reason told him that his feelings and suspicions were ridiculous. But he was really worried that the girl named Hermione in front of him would wave her wand and cast the horrible spell in his nightmare, and then a terrifying green light would come out of the wand. In the end, the boy who survived the disaster, Harry Potter, was going to die at the hands of a girl named Hermione Granger. On the other hand, before he entered the magic world, a very strange thing happened to him. He completely turned into a red-haired girl. In fact, this was the main reason why he leaned on the window before the train departed. He always felt that his red hair after becoming a girl was very similar to the red hair inherited from the Weasley family. Since his Aunt Petunia and Hagrid said that Harry looked very similar to his mother Lily when she was a child after becoming a girl, Harry would naturally guess whether he had any distant blood relationship with the Weasley family. Now seeing Hermione waving her wand at him, he was worried that he would suddenly become a red-haired girl again. How would he explain it to the other people in the carriage? The last time Hagrid saw him become a girl, he said he would write a letter to Dumbledore to report the situation, but nearly a month had passed, and Hagrid had never written to tell him about the follow-up progress. Harry was thinking wildly, but he was dumbfounded. Hermione Granger waved her wand. Oculus, repaired as before. With a click, the glasses frame on Harry's nose was completely repaired, becoming shiny and strong, reflecting the luster of metal. Harry's voice became a little softer. I don't feel very well. Harry changed from a thin black-haired little boy to a beautiful little girl with red hair. Lin Xiu was stunned, and understood in his heart that this was the unstable polyjuice potion in his novice gift pack that took effect, and Harry changed from a boy to a girl. But Hermione and Ron didn't know the connection. Hermione looked at her wand in confusion. This is clearly just an ordinary repair spell from the standard spells. How could this happen? Ron's eyes widened. Great, I want to try this too. He excitedly waved his wand at the mouse scabbers on his leg. Oculus, 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 change for me. Scabbers, turn into a beauty for me. The mouse scabbers struggled in fear and tried to escape, but Ron held him down with one hand and cast a spell. Ron's face flushed. Change for me. He used all his strength, and the unicorn hair of the old wand core was almost thrown out, but the mouse still did not change significantly. Ron became a little frustrated and threw the spotted spell material into the suitcase. Don't I have any talent? But that guy named Hermione used this spell to turn the boy who survived Harry Potter into a girl. Why can't I? What did you say? He is Harry Potter. Harry Potter mentioned in books such as Modern History of Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and Important Magical Events in the 20th Century. Hermione was shocked. I turned the famous Harry Potter into a girl. She felt like the sky was about to fall. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time October 1st to October 7th. Advertisement. Open the treasure chest. Ding! The silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Primary Herbology Mastery. Primary Herbology Mastery. In Hogwarts, most people will marvel at the various magical potions in the Potions class, or the various magical animals in the Magical Animals class, and often subconsciously ignore the importance of herbology. But in fact, many potions in potions require materials grown in herbology, and many magical animals often need various plants in herbology as supplements. One fact is that for nearly 1,000 years, the Hufflepuff basement is the only lounge in Hogwarts that has not been seen by people outside the Hufflepuff College for 1,000 years. It is the safest of all the college common rooms. Professor Sprout, the current dean of Hufflepuff College, often brings some interesting plants from the greenhouse as decorations for the Hufflepuff common room. It is hard to say whether the safety of Hufflepuff is related to those interesting plants. But everyone knows that the Devil's Vine can entangle people tightly, and the Whomping Willow hits people mercilessly. The importance of herbology has been ignored by many people. After using it, you will have some knowledge of herbal medicine. After coming into contact with unfamiliar herbal plants, you will be able to obtain the characteristics of the plant to a certain extent, and you will be less likely to attract the attention of aggressive plants such as the whomping willow. Good guy, Shenning tastes hundreds of herbs. Lin Xiu chose to use it in his mind without hesitation, and suddenly, he felt that he had some new knowledge in his mind. For example, when Professor Sprout appeared at the door of the orphanage, there was always a faint smell of soil on his body. Lin Xiu didn't think much about it at the time, but now he can distinguish that the smell is mixed with the sweetness of some young mandrake roots. He suspected that he had made a mistake, so he asked tentatively, Professor Sprout, did you come into contact with soil before you came to the orphanage this morning? Professor Sprout was a little surprised. Oh yes, I changed the pots of a few young mandrakes this morning. Lin Xiu, you have a keen observation. I think you will definitely have good achievements in herbology in the future. Thank you for your compliment. Lin Xiu was secretly surprised that his ability to master herbology was quite amazing. When he learned potions, he could go to the Forbidden Forest to collect herbs and prepare potions by himself. This might be a good way to make a fortune in the wizarding world. But now, it's time to choose a wand. Ding-ling-ling. Professor Sprout pushed the door open and Lin Xiu saw the situation in the store clearly. The store was very small, with nothing but a bench. Professor Sprout sat on the bench and looked at Lin Xiu with encouragement. Wizards often need to choose their first wand themselves. Go ahead, according to Ollivander, the wand chooses the wizard. Lin Xiu's breathing subconsciously became lighter. The store was very quiet, with thousands of narrow paper boxes stacked around it, all reaching the ceiling. Turning a corner, Lin Xiu saw a beautiful head of golden curly hair. At first sight, it was Cassandra. In front of Cassandra, there was an old man who was handing over a wand. After Cassandra took it, she looked at it carefully. The old man had a pair of large light-colored eyes, like two shining moons in the dim store. He noticed Lin Xiu's presence, so he greeted him softly. Good afternoon, young man. This lady came first, you need to wait a while. Don't worry, you'll be in time. Old Ollivander never lets young wizards down. You can always find a suitable wand from me. Then, Ollivander looked at the wand in Cassandra's hand, 10 inches long, Hollywood, the core material is Vela hair, it must be very suitable for you. Hollywood wands are often suitable for owners who like dangerous and noble tasks. It seems that this lady is likely to achieve extraordinary achievements in the future. Cassandra listened to Ollivander's words and nodded slightly. She took the wand, but did not rush to leave. Instead, she looked at Lin Xiu. Those two aurors, have they caught those thieves? Lin Xiu realized that the voice of Cassandra he heard when he rushed out to do justice was not an illusion. Even the two aurors were called by Cassandra. Thank you. Although I don't know what Cassandra's motive is, she helped me after all. Cassandra chuckled. Don't get me wrong. My father works in the Ministry of Magic, and it is his job to protect the Order of Diagon Alley to a certain extent. I didn't go looking for someone just for you. This is to protect the honor of our Wally family. Cassandra shook her head. I don't know what happened. After Harry Potter came to Diagon Alley some time ago, a mysterious guy appeared in Diagon Alley and looked for something in Diagon Alley. It seems that even Gringotts was alarmed. The security in Diagon Alley is getting worse and worse. Many people took this opportunity to make trouble. The guys you met today are probably guys who want to fish in troubled waters. But don't worry, I have written a letter to my father to ensure that those guys will be locked up in Azkaban and prevent them from doing evil again. They will not come to retaliate against you. Of course, I did this mainly to protect the honor of our Wally family. Looking at Cassandra's serious explanation, Lin Xiu vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell, so he accepted it for the time being. Young man, come forward. Cassandra made some room for Lin Xiu, but did not walk away. Seeing Lin Xiu looking at her, she blinked. I'm just a little curious, what kind of wand would you choose for someone like you who rushes straight at bad guys when you see them? And Ollivander seemed to have only the one in his eyes. Ollivander said, glancing at Lin Xiu with a sharp look. Okay, young man, come on, let me see. He took out a long tape measure with silver scales from his pocket. Which arm do you use to wield the wand? Right hand. Raise your arm. Okay. He measured Lin Xiu's size, first from the shoulder to the fingertips, then from the wrist to the elbow, shoulder to the floor, knee to armpit, and finally the head circumference. As he measured, he said each Ollivander wand has a super powerful magical substance, which is the essence of it, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers and dragon nerves. Each Ollivander wand is unique, because no two unicorns, dragons or phoenixes are exactly the same. Of course, if you use a wand that should belong to another wizard, you will never get such a good effect. Lin Xiu found that the tape measure was actually operating automatically. When the tape measure fell to the ground, Ollivander handed over a long and narrow box. Young man, try this one, Hollywood, 10 inches long, with phoenix feathers as the wand core. Lin Xiu waved it gently and felt his fingertips suddenly heat up. He raised the wand above his head and swung it down with a whizzing sound, crossing the dusty air. There was only a red light, and the head of the wand was like fireworks, with golden stars emitting, and the dancing spots of light were cast on the walls. Professor Sprout clapped his hands and cheered, and Mr. Ollivander shouted loudly, "Oh, great, oh, really, great, oh, 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 it's wonderful, it's really wonderful." He put Lin Xiu's wand into the U-box and wrapped it with brown paper, and kept saying, "Wonderful, wonderful." "I'm sorry," Lin Xiu was a little surprised, "the wands are made of the same Hollywood. Is there any special meaning in this?" Cassandra also cast a curious look. Ollivander looked at the two with pale and colorless eyes. "Oh, of course, wands of different materials will choose different owners. Holly is one of the rarest wand woods, and it often chooses those with spiritual pursuits. Your wands are made of the same tree. It is certain that you two may have similarities in some aspects. Of course, the most important thing," Ollivander smiled, "according to the ancient superstition of our wand-making industry, different woods for making wands will cause some wands to become extremely incompatible." After that, he sang in the tone of a bard, "His wand is oak, hers is holly, the combination of the two is bound to be unfortunate. If you become good friends in the future, at least you can be sure that you will not go your separate ways easily." Cassandra sneered, "I thought you would come up with some brilliant theories, but it turned out to be just some old-fashioned superstitions." She glanced at Lin Xiu and smiled softly. "However, your wand is also holly, which at least shows that your vision is similar to mine. See you at Hogwarts." After leaving the wand shop, Professor Sprout took Lin Xiu out of Diagon Alley and brought him back to the Wu orphanage. After saying goodbye to the professor happily, Lin Xiu had dinner and shared his experience in Diagon Alley today with the dean, Mrs. Oakbeth, of course, skipping the part about rushing out to fight against 3 adult wizards. Mrs. Oakbeth listened with great interest and asked Lin Xiu to talk about more details from time to time. She is a squib and has some information about the wizarding world, but not much, and not accurate enough. At least she doesn't know what's in Diagon Alley. After all, squibs can't use wands. Therefore, Lin Xiu also tried his best to answer Mrs. Oakbye's doubts. "You mean, there is a batch of invisible books in Flourish and Blots?" "Yes, they said that they spent a lot of money to buy the invisible book of invisibility, but they have never found them. It's amazing, right? We can't imagine how troublesome it would be if something invisible appeared in the orphanage and we couldn't find it when we needed it." "Tell me about your experience in the wand shop. I'm most interested in this. What do you feel when choosing a wand?" Lin Xiu smiled. "When I first took over the wand, I felt a little silly. I was also very surprised at the time. I didn't think so when I saw Professor Sprout casting a spell with a wand. Then I took the wand and waved it gently. I felt a heat in my fingertips, and the wand head emitted a red light. The red light flew over, and dust flew around. The wand boxes in the wand shop shook one after another. The whole shop seemed to be blown by a huge typhoon." Yes, Ms. Oakbay murmured to herself, her fingers shaking unconsciously, as if she was waving the wand to cast a spell as she told the story. Finally, after Lin Xiu told his experience in Diagon Alley for the 5th time, the clock rang at 9 o'clock in the evening, and Ms. Oakbay let Lin Xiu leave. Before leaving, Lin Xiu took out the small bag that Ms. Oakbay gave him. There were originally 105 galleons, 10 silver sickles and 3 newts in it. He spent almost 60 galleons in Diagon Alley today. "Ms. Oakbay, there are still more than 40 galleons left." Ms. Oakbay smiled. "My grandmother died of illness more than 6 years ago. She left me about 150 galleons of wizard currency, but 6 years have passed and I haven't even spent much. Take this money, child. This is a gift from me to you. You need it more than I do. When you go to Hogwarts in the future, you will definitely have places to spend money, and I won't need this money. What's more," she blinked, "when I was listening to your experience in Diagon Alley just now, I noticed a girl with golden curly hair. I think you may become good friends in Hogwarts in the future. There are always social interactions between friends at least. You should have gifts to give to others at Christmas in a few months." "Thank you. Good night, little wizard." Ms. Oakbay hummed and left, and Lin Xiu solemnly put away these galleons. He has one more goal, making money. He spent more than 50 galleons on a simple trip to Diagon Alley today, and only half of Ms. Oakbay's sponsorship was left. As a wizard, there will definitely be a lot of places where you need to spend money in the future. It is impossible to always rely on Ms. Oakbay's sponsorship. After arriving at Hogwarts, I must find a way to make money. After making up his mind, Lin Xiu lay on the bed and began to recall his experience today. Met Professor Sprout. Leaky Cauldron. Diagon Alley. Books, robes, wands. Today, I made the basic preparations to become a little wizard in Diagon Alley. I bought everything I should buy, which is good. In addition, he successfully obtained the emotional treasure chest dropped by Professor Sprout and obtained the primary herbology mastery, which made his future wizard path wider. These are all good things. However, there are also shortcomings. That is the way he obtained this treasure chest. He now feels that it is indeed a bit reckless. Fortunately, the 3 adult wizards he dealt with were just petty thieves, and those 3 wizards did not know the Avada Kedavra curse. Fortunately, he had Hagrid's inhuman constitution, and even after being hit by the coma curse, it was not greatly affected, allowing him to take advantage of the opportunity to subdue the three wizards. But everything is still too impulsive, and there are many potential dangers. Lin Xiu made a silent decision and decided to be more cautious in the future. If it is not necessary, do not put yourself in unknown danger. In order to gain some benefits, it is okay to take necessary risks, but you must try to find out all kinds of information and limit the danger within the controllable range. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh. In the final analysis, it's because I'm not strong enough. If I have a more advanced non-human physique, I can even resist the Avada Kedavra curse. At that time, I don't have to worry so much. Lin Xiu decided that he would still develop more in the future, and get more emotional treasure chests from those key figures. It is the right way to make himself stronger first. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Xiu thought of the little witch with golden curly hair who met in Diagon Alley today. Cassandra. Cassandra did not drop the emotional treasure chest in the two encounters that day. Lin Xiu's own judgment is that his relationship with Cassandra is only a stranger who has met a few times, and the other party will not have too much emotional fluctuations because of him. Let's talk about it after we get to know each other better. Now, we just need to wait until Hogwarts starts in September. Before that, we need to get familiar with various things. You can practice the brain block technique, read the herbology book 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi more, and you should also get familiar with magic potions and potion to see if you can get the emotional treasure chest from Professor Snape. All kinds of thoughts were in his mind, so he got up from the bed again and carefully counted the things he bought in Diagon Alley today. After receiving the admission letter from Hogwarts, Ms. Oakbeth arranged for him to live in a separate room, which was smaller but could guarantee privacy. Therefore, he counted the things with the door closed, and he didn't have to worry about being discovered by other children. Robes, telescopes, books, everything is complete and packed well, very good. After Lin Xiu counted these things, he felt a little more relaxed, and finally felt sleepy and fell asleep. That night, in the Valley family mansion, Cassandra was sitting at the desk in her room, reading a thick wand learning guide. She turned to the page about holly as a wand material. The ancient Celts living in Scotland and Ireland once adopted a unique calendar, dividing the year into a starting day and 13 months, and each month was named after a tree. Ancient Druids believed that trees were the ancestors of humans, and each tree had unique magical properties, especially the trees chosen by the ancient Celts to represent the 13th month. Today's wand making has developed from the legends and theories of the ancient Celts and the ancient Druids. For wizards, different birthdays often affect the more suitable wand materials for them. If you are interested in working in the wand-related industry, or want to choose a suitable wand for yourself, you may refer to the following standards. 12/23 as the beginning of the year does not correspond to any tree. On the other hand, any material can be used. Birch, 12/24-1/20, Roanoke, 1/21-2/17, Fraxinus, 2/18-3/17, Red Poplar, 3/18-4/14, Willow, 4/15-5/12, Hawthorn, 5/13-6/9, Oak, 6/10-7/7, Holly, 7/8-8/4, Hazel, 8/5-9/1, Grapevine, 9/2-9/29, Ivy, 9/30-10/27, Reed, 10/28-11/24, Elder, 11/25-12/22. As for the core material, there is little universal standard, and different wand makers have different preferences. Cassandra thought, so, Lin Xiu and I are both born in August. It's really a bit of fate. On the first day of September, the day to leave for Hogwarts, Lin Xiu woke up at 5 in the morning. Ms. Oakbay, who was going to take him to King's Cross Station, was even more excited. She fell asleep at 2 o'clock in the evening and woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Looking at Ms. Oakbay with gray hair and 2 dark circles under her eyes, Lin Xiu suggested, how about I go to the train station alone today? There are more wizards at King's Cross Station. I'm worried that you will be too excited to see so many things related to magic suddenly, which may cause accidents. There's nothing to worry about. Ms. Oakbay was still very energetic. She said with a smile, Lin Xiu, I'm not just happy because I'm about to see the magical world. To tell you the truth, yesterday afternoon, our orphanage received an anonymous donation from a kind person, a full £5,000. £5,000. The children in the orphanage can live more comfortably these days. Seeing Ms. Oakbay's excitement, Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh. A few days ago, he used the prop Vernon Dursley's private money in the system space. Soon, he received Vernon's private money, £5,000. The £5,000 appeared in Lin Xiu's mind in a special state. He could materialize and extract it with a thought, or use the power of the system to quickly circulate it through London's banking and financial system. Lin Xiu didn't hesitate at the time and donated it directly to the external account of Wu's orphanage. Now it seems that it would be better to hesitate. Who knew that Ms. Oakbay would be so affected? If I had known earlier, I would have donated the £5,000 to the orphanage at another time. But today is the day when the Hogwarts admission letter says that school will start, and Ms. Oakbay insisted on sending Lin Xiu to King's Cross Station. There was no way, he could only follow Ms. Oakbay into the car. Fortunately, Ms. Oakbay asked a kind person to take them there instead of driving herself. At 10:30, they arrived at King's Cross Station. Ms. Oakbay looked at the address with some curiosity. Platform 9 and 3/4. How can we get there? We are in the middle of Platform 9 and Platform 10. Platform 9 and 3/4 is nearby, but it seems that it has not been built yet. But I think this should be a magical method. While Ms. Oakbay was looking around, Lin Xiu had easily found the platform. Obviously, it was the ticket gate between Platform 9 and Platform 10. Just like what he saw in front of the leaky cauldron, most people turned a blind eye to it, and only occasionally some special people would notice the abnormality. Following the direction pointed by Lin Xiu, Ms. Oakbay also found it there. She said happily, of course, like many wizards' places, they cast spells such as Muggle Confusion Charm, right? Fortunately, I am at least a squib, and those spells against Muggles are ineffective against me. Just then, Lin Xiu saw a family of 3 walking in front of him. The fat man in the lead shouted gloomily, "Excuse me, get out of my way." The woman next to him also had a dark face, and the fat boy next to him laughed at the tall black-haired boy behind them, without much kindness. Ms. Oakbay said dissatisfiedly, "This family is really rude." Lin Xiu focused all his attention on the black-haired boy. Wearing glasses, there is a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. The boy who survived, Harry Potter. At this time, Harry was carrying a large box that was completely inconsistent with his body shape. There was a birdcage on the box, and there was a snow-white owl in it, with an embarrassed look on his face. Lin Xiu saw him stop a guard and wanted to ask where the bus to Hogwarts was, but he didn't dare to mention Platform 9 and 3/4. In addition, Harry couldn't explain where Hogwarts was, so the guard left angrily, and Harry was alone in the middle of the platform, at a loss. Harry walked back and forth between platforms 9 and 10 with his big box, asking several people, but they were obviously Muggles and didn't know where to take the Hogwarts Express. Finally, he noticed Lin Xiu's gaze and walked over breathlessly with his box. "Hello, please, do you know where to take the bus to Hogwarts?" Lin Xiu smiled and said, "Of course, Platform 9 and 3/4. I'm also a freshman at Hogwarts. You can follow me." Harry was obviously relieved. "Thank you very much. My name is Harry Potter, and I don't know your name yet." "Lin Xiu, this is my guardian, Ms. Oakbay." Ms. Oakbay took some things for Harry that he could not carry, and when she heard Harry's name, she looked sideways. She had heard this name in the Daily Prophet, the boy who lived. Harry asked curiously, "Ms. Oakbay, why are you staring at me?" "Oh," Ms. Oakbay easily thought of changing the topic, "I just noticed the family that stood next to you before. Are they related to you? That family looks a little strange, especially the fat man and the long-faced woman. They are my uncle and aunt, Vernon Dursley and Petunia Dursley. Most of the time, they appear normal in front of strangers." Harry said, "As for their strange behavior today, it may be related to the private money that Uncle Vernon disappeared." Lin Xiu was so happy watching all this. In the background of the system, the prompt sound never stopped. Ding! Hemer Granger's doubtful mood is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a bronze treasure chest. Ding! Ron Weasley's excitement is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a silver treasure chest. Ding! Peter Pettigrew's panic is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a silver treasure chest. Ding! Hemer Granger's shock is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a silver treasure chest. So many treasure chests in one go, this is a great harvest for Lin Xiu. He was about to open the treasure chest directly, but seeing that the other 3 people in the car were all in a state of doubt about life, he decided to enlighten them first. "It is indeed strange that Harry turned into a girl." Lin Xiu coughed lightly, "but we will soon arrive at Hogwarts. I think Harry's situation should be properly resolved." "Yes. I read in Hogwarts A History of the School that Hogwarts has the best wizards in the world to teach all kinds of magic. Mr. Potter's strange symptoms can definitely be solved." Hermione said hurriedly, "Mr. Potter, I will definitely help you find the teachers at Hogwarts. If it doesn't work, we can go to Dumbledore." Ron also nodded, "Although George and Fred always make fun of me, some of their words are good. Hogwarts is the world go to the best magic school." "Harry, don't worry. It's just a girl, it's nothing. My father works in the Ministry of Magic, and he also said that there is a potion called Polyjuice Potion that can completely change a person into another person. I think there must be a potion that can keep you a boy forever. I heard that the teacher who teaches potions at Hogwarts is a very powerful person. In addition, Dumbledore also has deep attainments in spells and potions." Harry relaxed a lot. Potions teacher and Dumbledore, right? I will visit them when the time comes. considering that Hagrid often mentioned Dumbledore's name when he was with Hagrid before. Out of caution, Harry decided to find Hagrid, an acquaintance, after arriving at Hogwarts and let Hagrid take him to find Dumbledore. At this time, Lin Xiu noticed that there seemed to be several people walking outside the train compartment. If he was not mistaken, one of them was a little boy with golden hair. The little boy with golden hair. Is that Malfoy? Will he see Harry's transformation into a red-haired girl? Lin Xiu was looking forward to what expression Malfoy would have when he saw Harry in the girl's state. Of course, he couldn't see him now. On the one hand, Harry and Malfoy didn't know each other yet, and they were still strangers. Even if they met, they wouldn't have much reaction. On the other hand, Ron pointed at Harry's hair. Your hair turned back to black, and you turned back into a boy. Great, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I would be a girl for more than 10 days. Again, Hermione caught the key words. Mr. Potter, do you mean that you have been a girl before? Yes, it was probably one afternoon on July 20th, I suddenly became a girl, and that state lasted for more than 10 days. Hermione was relieved after hearing this. She was really afraid that her repair spell would cause Harry Potter, a big celebrity in the magic world, to become a girl. This is a big mess. Fortunately, things didn't get too bad. But Hermione didn't dare to stay in this box any longer. She was worried that something unexpected would happen again. If you don't mind, I'm going back to my box. Hermione stood up and shook hands with Lin Xiu. By the way, remember to change into robes, the train is about to arrive. Hermione had just walked out of the box halfway when she turned back. By the way, the gentleman who performed the spell just now, I don't know your name yet. Ron Weasley. Okay, Mr. Weasley, if I were you, I would definitely go and check on the mouse. After all, the repair spell can only be used on dead things. Scabbers. Ron hurriedly took the mouse out of the suitcase and wailed, Scabbers, how are you? The mouse originally had a thick layer of short black hair on its body, which fell off in pieces at this moment, and Ron's hands were full of the fallen black mouse hair. Scabbers changed from a short-haired fat mouse to a bald fat mouse. Moreover, it had not moved for a long time. Even when Ron grabbed its tail and swung it around, even creating a big whirlwind, it didn't make a sound. Is it dead? Ron was a little sad. It's all my fault. I thought Granger's spell could transform people. Alas, Scabbers is dead. Our family can't buy me another pet now. Ron, it's okay. I don't have a pet either, Lin Xiu said as he pulled out his wand. Besides, I've practiced some spells before. One of them happens to be usable only on living things. Let me try it. If Scabbers is still alive, there will definitely be a reaction. Harry looked over with curiosity, and Ron put the limp mouse on the ground. Lin Xiu waved his wand lightly. Bat bogey hexes. Instantly, the nose of the bald mouse on the ground stood up suddenly, and 2 black mists sprayed out from it. The black mist turned into 2 huge bat flesh wings and flapped violently. The mouse that had collapsed on the ground screamed and rushed up like a rocket. After hitting the ceiling of the carriage, it bounced 4 times in a row and finally crashed into the pile of snacks that Harry bought. Wow! Harry and Ron's eyes lit up. This is so cool. Lin Xiu nodded. It seems that Banban is not dead. How about another one? Ron went to pick up the snacks. I think Banban, the fat mouse, should like this. Another what? 3 boys came in. One of the boys had short blonde hair and a pale face. Behind him were 2 short and fat bodyguards, both of whom looked particularly ugly. The pale boy noticed that Lin Xiu and Harry were looking at them, so he introduced them casually. This is Crabbe, this is Goyle. As for me, my name is Draco Malfoy. Malfoy glanced at the 3 people. People on the whole train are talking about Harry Potter in this compartment. So, who among you is the boy who lived? It's me. Malfoy said to Harry, you will soon find that some wizard families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to make friends with freaks. Maybe we are the same kind of people. He stretched out his hand to shake hands with Harry, but Harry ignored him. Harry said coldly, I think I can tell who is the alternative freak. When everyone thought Malfoy might be angry, he just shook his head gently, and then looked at Ron. I guess you are from the Weasley family. My father told me that the Weasleys all have red hair and freckles on their faces. Ron was alert. What do you want to do? I just want to ask, who was the red-haired girl sitting next to you in your box before? Weasley, my father told me that your little sister is only 10 years old this year and can only come to Hogwarts next year. The red-haired girl sitting next to you before, is she a pure-blood relative of the Weasley family? The box fell into a strange silence. Harry's face turned pale subconsciously, and Ron was a little confused. Lin Xiu tried hard to restrain himself from laughing. It seems that Malfoy really saw what Harry looked like after he turned into a girl before, and he seemed to care quite a lot. No one answered, and Draco Malfoy's pale cheeks flushed slightly. Since you are so ungrateful. After glancing at Lin Xiu, Malfoy briefly assessed Lin Xiu's fighting ability. Well, he doesn't look that strong, but I have 2 fat bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle, so I have the advantage. He sneered and waved. Crabbe, Goyle, do it. Lin Xiu and Harry stood up and prepared to fight. But the two henchmen behind Malfoy suddenly pounced forward and directly pounced on the snack pile on the ground. Goyle reached out to grab the chocolate frog next to Ron, but before Lin Xiu and the others could make any move, they heard Goyle scream. The hairless mouse Scabbers was holding his finger, and its sharp teeth pierced deeply into Goyle's flesh, causing him to scream and shake his hand in pain, trying to get rid of Scabbers. Crabbe on the side was frightened and dared not grab the snacks anymore, and even hid behind Malfoy. Ron shouted excitedly, "Scabbers, good job." Malfoy's face finally turned red with anger. "Idiot. I asked you to teach them a lesson, not to steal their snacks." Looking at the two unpromising subordinates, Malfoy was furious. He took a step forward and looked at Harry and Ron, who were eager to try, and was about to take action. But Lin Xiu just stretched out his hand, easily picked up Malfoy and his two men, and threw them out of the car. Ron laughed excitedly, rushed up, and punched Malfoy. Harry rushed to Ron's side. "Ron, don't be like this, today is our first day of school, it's better not to make any trouble." That's what he said, but while trying to stop Ron, Harry punched Malfoy lying on the ground next to him from time to time. The most important thing is that Malfoy actually set his eyes on his appearance after he turned into a girl. Moreover, Malfoy's arrogant look reminded Harry of his cousin Dudley Dursley, and Harry felt uncomfortable if he didn't punch him twice. "You three." Malfoy saw Lin Xiu's gaze turn to him, and subconsciously changed his words. "You two disgusting guys, you dare to hit me. Just wait. As soon as the train arrives at school, I will write a letter to my father. My father is the director of Hogwarts, I will make you pay for it." At this moment, a somewhat disdainful voice sounded to Draco Malfoy, "You are not a 2 or 3-year-old child. After being defeated, will you only cry and shout to find your father?" A beautiful girl with shawled golden curly hair came from the next carriage. Malfoy's eyes were slightly unnatural. "Cassandra Wallace, why are you here? I am also a freshman this year, why can't I be here? I think the Malfoy family is not so powerful that a Wallace cannot enter Hogwarts." Listening to Cassandra's words, Malfoy snorted coldly and stopped talking. He and Cassandra have met. Both of them are pure blood and have had some contact. They both have arrogant personalities, so there are many conflicts when they come into contact. But every conflict basically ends with Malfoy's defeat. In terms of bloodline, although Cassandra's Valley family is not among the 28 families, it is also an extremely ancient pure blood, and even not inferior to the Malfoy family. In terms of power, Malfoy's father is a Hogwarts director, while Cassandra's father is a senior official in the Ministry of Magic, so there is no advantage. Therefore, when seeing Cassandra this time, Malfoy already had some intention of retreating. "Since Cassandra is here, I will give her a face," Malfoy said unforgivingly. "When we get to Hogwarts, I will definitely make you look good. Let's go." Cassandra laughed unabashedly. "Malfoy, you made me sound so tough even when I run away." But Malfoy had made up his mind at this time, and he didn't intend to pay any attention at all, and fled with Goyle and Crabbe. Lin Xiu looked at the girl standing at the door of the box. "Cassandra, thank you for helping us out." "Humph, don't get me wrong, I'm not here to help you out." Cassandra raised her head slightly. "I just can't bear to see that idiot Malfoy insult the glory of pure blood." After that, without waiting for Harry and Ron to say anything else, she also left. Harry stared with clear eyes. "What is pure blood?" Pure blood refers to wizards or wizard families without muggles or muggleborns in the family tree. Many people believe in this and are proud of it. Ron explained, "Many pure bloods are fools like the Malfoy family who are only proud of their own blood." The girl named Vali seems to know Malfoy, and she is probably also a pure blood, but she is different from many pure bloods I have met. Hearing Ron's words, Harry subconsciously said, "I think this may have something to do with Lin Xiu. The girl named Granger before is also the same." Harry continued. "Ron, didn't you notice? Hermione Granger only shook hands with Lin Xiu, and she didn't even pay much attention to us." It seems to be true. Ron was a little depressed, which reminded him of when he was at home. He knew that his family loved him very much, but his parents' attention was limited. They often paid more attention to his brothers who performed well and the youngest Ginny. He couldn't help but sigh. Would he become a little transparent in Hogwarts like at home? Harry felt completely different. Ever since Hagrid brought him into the magical world, he had been feeling some pressure to some extent. Almost everyone he met thought he was special. He knew nothing about magic now, but it seemed that everyone expected him, the boy who survived a disaster, to achieve something. Harry had no memory of the fame he had felt, the things that made him famous. Even on the night his parents died, he didn't remember what happened. Now, seeing that finally someone was no longer so surprised by the name of Harry Potter, the expectations and attention placed on fame seemed to have shifted to Lin Xiu, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The train clanged and clanged, and they had already run a long distance. The compartment was originally quite quiet, but Harry and Ron were only 11-year-old boys after all, full of energy, and could hardly sit still. Harry wanted to know what wizards would do after graduating from Hogwarts, and Ron said excitedly, "I know that. My brother Charlie is studying dragons in Romania, and Bill is working for Gringotts in Africa. Speaking of Gringotts, have you heard about it? Ron's expression became mysterious. The Daily Prophet wrote that someone tried to rob the Gringotts vault. Harry's eyes widened. Really? What happened later? Ron said nonchalantly, nothing happened. That's why a big news broke. They were not caught. My father said that only the most powerful dark wizards could obviously manage to escape from Gringotts' pursuit. But the strange thing is that nothing was lost in Gringotts. Of course, every time this kind of thing happens, everyone is in danger, and people are worried that there is a mysterious person behind it. Harry was obviously stunned, and his expression became solemn. Ron smiled and said, Harry, don't have that expression. The mysterious person was defeated by you that year, and he hasn't appeared for many years, so I don't think you have to worry about the Gringotts incident this time. Lin Xiu understood. This matter is really related to the mysterious person Voldemort. It was done by Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. At this time, Quirrell was possessed and controlled by Voldemort's residual soul. In order to steal the Philosopher's Stone that can resurrect Voldemort, Quirrell took the risk and broke into Gringotts. However, as early as a month ago, on the day Harry Potter first arrived at Diagon Alley, Hagrid had already taken the Philosopher's Stone, so Voldemort's action this time was in vain. But Voldemort would later discover that the Philosopher's Stone was in Hogwarts, and he would launch a new action. So, in the next semester, the dangers I may encounter in Hogwarts are Voldemort's residual soul and Quirrell controlled by Voldemort. The dangers they bring can be avoided. Lin Xiu once again clarified his goal: Voldemort, Quirrell, Philosopher's Stone. I can avoid these things. While ensuring my own safety, I can contact more people, obtain more emotional treasure chests from them, and continue to open treasure chests to make myself stronger. After returning to his own carriage, Malfoy regained his composure a little. Clark, Goyle, I'm giving you a task now. Revenge against the Weasleys, right? Don't worry, I will. Malfoy shook his head. Revenge is not urgent. I want you to help me find someone. A beautiful girl with long red hair. She has appeared in Harry Potter's box before. Clark's eyes widened. Malfoy, do you have someone you like? Goyle made a meaningful O sound. Malfoy didn't know if he was angry. His face turned red. He slapped the two of them hard. What are you thinking about? That guy from the Weasley family, my dad, and his dad don't get along. Our two families are destined to be hostile. Malfoy took a deep breath. Now, the Harry Potter who survived the disaster, and the black-haired boy whose name he didn't know. Malfoy recalled the scene where Lin Xiu easily threw the three of them out of the box, and he still felt a little unhappy. They all leaned towards the Weasleys. We have to find some allies. But, Chubby Crab asked puzzledly, why is it a beautiful girl with long red hair? He emphasized the word beautiful. Anyway, Malfoy ignored Crab's question as if he hadn't heard it. I saw that girl sitting in Harry Potter's seat before. But when we went to that box just now, the girl was gone, and the person sitting in that seat had become the boy who survived Harry Potter. The girl's red hair was like fire, and I thought she was a distant relative of the Weasley family at first, Malfoy said, but now it seems that the girl is probably not in the same group with them, otherwise she would not have been driven out of that box. My father told me that the enemy of my enemy is a friend you can make. Malfoy said firmly, we can try to find and win over that girl to deal with Potter and Weasley together. In my opinion, the fact that the Weasley kid approached that girl at the beginning is enough to prove that girl is extraordinary. Maybe she is from a pure-blood family. Gore looked embarrassed, but Crabbe and I don't even know what that girl looks like. How can we find her? I think that girl should be a truly outstanding person like me, and it will be easy to become the focus of the crowd. When school starts, we will definitely find her. Malfoy smiled. My father told me that our Malfoy family will definitely go to Slytherin College. Severus Snape, the Dean of Slytherin, is the best wizard in the whole Hogwarts. Professor Snape is in charge of the potions class. He is always known for his strictness in class. This is a good time for us to find the red-haired girl. Let's wait and see. Malfoy was very confident. When it's the potions class, the sky outside the train window had darkened. Lin Xiu saw a mountain and forest under the deep purple sky. A voice echoed on the train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train and we will take you to school. Both Harry and Ron were a little nervous. They hurriedly changed into their robes and stuffed some of the snacks left on the table into their pockets. They turned to look at Lin Xiu and said admiringly, Lin Xiu, you are not nervous at all, so amazing. It's just the beginning of the school year. No one will die. What's there to be nervous about? Lin Xiu also felt a little funny. Harry and Ron, who faced the threat of Voldemort's residual soul after entering school, were able to rush forward without changing their expressions. Now they are so afraid of the entrance ceremony. The people on the train pushed and shoved to get off the train and got off to a small and dark platform. A lamp was swaying above the students' heads, and a rough voice rang out, First-year students. First-year students, come over here. Amid the crowd, a bearded face smiled. Everyone, I am Rubeus Hagrid, the gamekeeper of Hogwarts. First-year students, follow me. Watch your step. Good evening, Harry. After leaving the station, we walked down a flight of stairs and passed through a section of woods. At the end of the narrow path in the woods was a pier facing a huge black lake. On the high hillside across the lake stood a towering castle, with spires and windows twinkling under the starry sky. No more than 4 people on each boat, Hagrid said loudly, pointing to a team of small boats moored on the shore. Harry and Ron got on the boat, and when Lin Xiu got on the boat, Hermione followed. "Are you all on board?" Hagrid shouted, and he took a boat by himself. "Well, move forward." Without a power source, the boat automatically rowed forward. The lake was flat and everyone was speechless at what they saw. In front of them was a huge castle towering into the clouds, with spires and windows twinkling under the starry sky. On the cliff not far away, continuous ivy vines drooped, covering the secret entrance. Harry and Ron were stunned, and even Lin Xiu thought the scene was amazing. "It's really great," Hermione said, "but I don't understand why only first-year students like us take the boat. I didn't read this in the book Hogwarts, A History before. I heard that this is to retrace the path taken by the founders of Hogwarts, so that we can feel what they have experienced." Ron shrank his neck. "These are what Fred and George told me, and I don't know if it's true." "Ron, why do you look so strange?" Harry was puzzled. "You haven't been right since you got on the boat. Are you sick?" "I'm not sick, it's just..." Ron said uneasily. "Harry, do you remember the sorting ceremony I told you about on the train before?" Hermione asked quickly. "What sorting ceremony? There is no mention of this in the history of Hogwarts." Ron's voice seemed very uneasy. "Fred and others told me that there will be a sorting ceremony before the first-year students enter school to determine where each student is suitable to go. A college. It's hard to say if someone will die. Fred said the sorting ceremony is a very dangerous test, and you might have to fight a troll. George said that the most difficult thing is not even the troll, but the giant squid in the Hogwarts lake. It is rumored that Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of Hogwarts, is a giant squid in the lake and has lived to this day. If our sorting test is a giant squid, it will be almost impossible to pass. When the time comes, we will have to pack our bags and go back to where we came from. I hope this year's entrance test will not be a giant squid. I would rather fight a troll." Ron said unconfidently. "Of course, I think Fred and George are joking." "I think so." Harry's face turned pale. "Take a test? Fight a giant squid? But he doesn't even know a little magic until now. What should he do?" When they came here, he didn't expect that there would be such a trick. Hermione was mumbling something, reciting the spell she had learned quickly, but her voice still revealed her panic. The boats that the many little wizards were on were not far apart. In just a moment, almost everyone knew about the Hogwarts entrance ceremony test. Except for Lin Xiu, the little wizards around were all worried. After seeing that the many pureblood little wizards on Draco Malfoy's side were also in a state of panic, Lin Xiu couldn't help laughing. Those little wizards of Muggle origin were fine. They didn't know much about Hogwarts, but the parents of those pureblood families also tacitly concealed the truth about the Hogwarts sorting ceremony from their children. It was really a funny and evil taste. At this moment, a huge shadow passed over the water. When the light hanging on the boat illuminated the shadow, everyone found that it was a huge dark tentacle. The tentacle swam lazily on the water, looking like a slow-moving fish, but to the young wizards who had just learned about the sorting test from Ron, it was extremely terrifying. The little wizards screamed on the water. "Tentacle!" The little wizards sitting on the boat suddenly became confused, and Hagrid tried his best to comfort them. "Calm down. Calm down. Freshman, the giant squid at Hogwarts is very docile, it won't hurt anyone." But no one listened to him. They just barely calmed down a little, and huddled in the boat without daring to move. At this time, Lin Xiu, who was sitting on the boat, felt that he seemed to hear something. He followed the sound and looked at the side of the boat, only to see 2 lights suddenly lit up under the black water. The water surface broke gently, the 2 lights rose quickly, and a huge shadow like a small island emerged from the water. With the help of the sporadic firelight on the boat, accompanied by a splash of water, the 2 lights rose quickly, and part of the giant underwater appeared in the eyes of the little wizards on the water. Giant squid. Ron and Harry were pale, but they forced themselves not to retreat, staring at the huge body of the squid. "If we have to fight it in the entrance exam." Hermione had a blank expression on her face, holding the corner of Lin Xiu's clothes tightly with one hand, not daring to move. The panic reactions of other little wizards were varied. "It's called Kraken. How beautiful it looks." Hagrid's voice sounded briskly. "It's very docile, right? Kraken, say hello to everyone." For huge tentacles stretched out of the water and gently touched the edge of the boat of several little wizards. "Help!" Malfoy looked at the huge tentacles beside his boat with horror. "This monster is going to kill me." Other little wizards were like quails that were scared and said nothing. Lin Xiu was a little strange. The giant squid in front of him didn't speak, but he could feel the kindness coming from it. This squid named Kraken seemed to be saying hello? Could it be the affinity with magical animals that is working? Lin Xiu became a little bolder and reached out to touch the tentacles of the Kraken sticking out of the water. It was as tough as some kind of leather, but it felt good. Hagrid noticed Lin Xiu's actions and said loudly, "Look, the Kraken is very gentle. and the little wizard next to Harry has proved this. Seeing that Lin Xiu was indeed not injured, the others gradually dared to interact with the giant squid. A moment later, accompanied by a burst of joyful whimpers, the giant squid sank into the water. "Keep going," Hagrid said happily, "we have been delayed long enough." Many little wizards followed Hagrid, and the boat sailed over the cliff, through the secret cave covered by ivy, through a dark tunnel, and came to the underground of Hogwarts Castle, and finally arrived at a place similar to an underground dock. The group followed Hagrid to the dock and finally climbed onto the ground full of gravel and pebbles. After the young wizards got off the boat, Hagrid found the toad that Neville had lost on the train. After returning it to Neville, the light of his lantern illuminated a tunnel between the rocks, and finally reached a flat, wet meadow in the shadow of the castle. Everyone climbed up a flight of stone steps and gathered in front of a huge oak door. Hagrid raised a huge fist and knocked on the castle door 3 times. The door opened immediately. A tall, black-haired witch in an emerald green robe stood in front of the door. She looked serious, and the first thing that all the young wizards thought of was that this person was not easy to deal with. "First-year student, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid. Leave it to me here." They followed Professor McGonagall along the stone floor, and Lin Xiu heard the buzzing of hundreds of people coming from the door on the right. Students from other classes in the school must have arrived, but Professor McGonagall took the first-year students to a small, empty room at the other end of the hall. Everyone rushed in, rubbing shoulders with each other, nervously staring at everything around them. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you go to the restaurant, you all need to confirm which college you will enter. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will be held in front of all the teachers and students in the school. I suggest that you tidy yourself up and be more energetic while waiting." Her eyes wandered over Neville's crooked cloak and the dirt on Ron's nose, and then said, "I will pick you up when it's ready. Please keep quiet while waiting." After Professor McGonagall left, all the little wizards present breathed a sigh of relief. Ron looked at the leader and said with some envy, "Lin Xiu, I guess this is the test part of this year's sorting ceremony. You are the first one who dares to touch the giant squid. You will definitely pass it with a high score." Harry also smiled at Lin Xiu. He was happy for Lin Xiu, and, on the other hand, he felt that his performance was not bad. He was the second one to touch the giant squid's tentacles after Lin Xiu. The other little wizards cast envious glances at Lin Xiu, and Lin Xiu listened to the system prompt in his mind and felt a little amused. Ding! The giant squid Kraken's happy emotions are detected, drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have won a bronze treasure chest. He just wanted to try to contact the giant squid in the Hogwarts Lake because of the affinity of magical animals. Unexpectedly, it can also trigger the emotion value treasure chest. But thinking about it carefully, it is quite reasonable. Most of the magical animals in the magic world have good intelligence. They also have emotions, and it is normal to drop emotion treasure chests. In addition to the treasure chest dropped by the giant squid Kraken, Lin Xiu's system space has stored a lot of treasure chests. But considering that the primary non-human constitution opened from Hagrid's emotion treasure chest last time directly acted on his body, he was worried that the things opened in the treasure chest later might attract attention, so he decided to keep a low profile and wait until the division is completed and he will open them in the dormitory. At this time, Lin Xiu found that more than 20 pearly white, translucent human figures emerged from the wall behind him and the ground under his feet. The reactions of the young wizards varied. Those who were born with pure blood were just a little nervous, while those who were born with muggles were obviously a little scared. "It's a ghost." Hermione was next to Lin Xiu, subconsciously hiding behind him, and said anxiously, "I read about it in Hogwarts, A History of the School." "Ghost." Lin Xiu looked at the ghosts carefully and found that they looked no different from real people except that they were somewhat transparent. They even had some intelligence. "It's the freshmen." A chubby monk-like ghost smiled at the little wizards. "I think they are probably preparing to take the test." Some students nodded silently. "I hope you can be sorted into Hufflepuff," said the monk. "I used to study in that house." "Now move forward," said a shrill voice. "The sorting ceremony is about to begin." Professor McGonagall came back. The ghosts floated through the opposite wall and disappeared. "Now, line up in a single line," Professor McGonagall said to the little wizards. "Follow me." Lin Xiu walked at the front of the team, with Hermione behind him, followed by Ron and Harry. After passing through the foyer and a double door, the group walked into the luxurious restaurant. Everything in front of them seemed magical, wonderful, and magnificent. The first thing they saw was 4 long tables, around which students from other grades were already sitting. Above the table, the velvety black ceiling was dotted with stars, illuminated by thousands of candles floating in the air, and 4 tables were placed with glittering golden cups and goblets. There was another long table on the table at the top of the restaurant, which was the seat for teachers. Sitting in the middle was an old man with white hair and a long beard, who looked at the young wizards who came in with a kind smile on his face. Lin Xiu recognized him at a glance. This was Dumbledore, who deserved to sit in the center of the teacher's seat. Professor McGonagall took the first-year wizards to the area in front of the teacher's seat, facing the students of the 4 colleges in front. Beside Lin Xiu, Hermione whispered, "There was a spell here, and it looks like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, A History of the School." After arranging everything, Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first-year freshman, and a pointed wizard hat on the stool. The hat was patched, worn, and extremely dirty, as if it had not been washed for many years. Then, the hat twisted. A wide crack appeared on the edge of the hat, like a mouth. The hat began to sing, "You may belong to Gryffindor, where there is courage buried in the heart. You may belong to Hufflepuff, where people are honest and loyal. If you are smart, you may go to wise old Ravenclaw. Maybe you will go to Slytherin. Maybe you will make sincere friends here." After the hat finished singing, the whole audience applauded. It bowed to the 4 tables and finally stopped. At this time, Professor McGonagall walked forward a few steps with a roll of parchment in her hand. "Whoever's name I call now, put on the hat, sit on the stool, and wait for the sorting," she said. Hannah Abbott, a ruddy little girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled out of the queue and put on the hat, which just covered her eyes. "Susan Burns, Hufflepuff," the hat called again. Susan ran quickly to sit next to Hannah. "Terry Boot, Ravenclaw." This time the second table on the left cheered. When Terry joined them, several Ravenclaw students shook his hand. Mandy Blocker was also sorted into Ravenclaw, and Lavender Brown became the first freshman in Gryffindor. The table farthest to the left cheered loudly, and Harry saw Ron's twin brothers grinning disdainfully. More and more people were gradually called. Hermione Granger. Hermione almost ran to the stool and hurriedly put the hat on her head. The hat shouted, "Gryffindor." When Neville Longbottom's name was called, the hat shouted Gryffindor, and Neville ran away with the hat on, and finally had to run back in laughter and return the hat to Professor McGonagall. When Malfoy's name was called, he walked over with a swagger, and immediately got what he wanted. He screamed Slytherin as soon as the hat almost touched his head. Malfoy went to meet his friends Crabbe and Goyle, looking very satisfied with himself. Then it was Cassandra. She had just picked up the hat and the sorting hat didn't even touch her head, but she had already called out Slytherin. The Slytherins were very happy. Cassandra glanced at Lin Xiu in the crowd and walked to the Slytherin crowd. After calling a few more people, Lin Xiu finally heard his name. Lin Xiu. He walked out of the crowd and picked up the sorting hat under everyone's gaze. The sorting hat looked tattered, and Lin Xiu thought it would be dirty, but it was actually very clean. Lin Xiu put the hat on his head, and the huge brim blocked his sight, as if he was isolated from all around. He used brain occlusion to hide all the important memories in his mind. Even if someone uses legilimency on him now, they can only see the memories he selectively shows, and will think that Lin Xiu is a little boy who grew up in an orphanage, strong and brave. The sorting hat said softly, "Oh, no doubt." At the same time, Lin Xiu found that there was a gentle thought sweeping through his memory. When the thought disappeared, the sorting hat shouted without hesitation, "Gryffindor." Lin Xiu smiled. Sure enough, the brain block technique he practiced during the holiday came in handy, and he entered Gryffindor as he wished. He had carefully considered choosing Gryffindor. The wizarding world of Harry Potter seems safe and harmless most of the time, but it is actually quite dangerous. Magical animals, dark wizards, strange potions, lethal spells. His current strength is not enough to support him to ignore these dangers. Lin Xiu has to rely on his emotional treasure chest system to become stronger. Entering Gryffindor, he can get closer to Harry, and with Harry as an extension, he can get in touch with more powerful wizards in the original book to make himself stronger. As long as he doesn't get involved in Harry's adventures, Gryffindor House is still safe. Lin Xiu took off his hat and sat next to Hermione amid the cheers of the crowd. Hermione and Lin Xiu shook hands. "Great, we are all Gryffindor." After shaking hands, Lin Xiu looked at the little wizards in front of the table. There were not many people left. Another group of people were successfully sorted, and soon after, the name that everyone was paying attention to was called Harry Potter. Everyone present looked at Harry. There was a buzzing whisper in the restaurant. "Potter, is it Harry Potter, the boy who lived?" This made Harry inexplicably nervous. The road to the sorting hat was not long, but Harry walked extremely hard. Many terrible thoughts flashed through his mind. Harry suddenly thought, what if the sorting hat didn't choose him? What would he do if the sorting hat stayed on his head for a long time and finally concluded, "Mr. Potter, you are obviously not suitable for our Hogwarts," and then asked him to take the train back to the Dursleys? Harry even thought that he was not walking towards the wrinkled hat, but the dangerous guillotine that would decide his fate. His sorting ceremony would definitely not go smoothly. Finally, Harry put on the hat. Someone seemed to say in his ear, "Difficult. Very difficult. You can see that you have courage. You are not bad at heart. You have talent. Oh my God, that's good. You have a strong desire to prove yourself. Then, very interesting. Where should I put you?" Harry held the edge of the stool tightly, thinking to himself, "Not to Slytherin, not to Slytherin, not to Slytherin, right?" The sorting hat asked, "Have you made up your mind? You can do great things, you know. Slytherin can help you to glory in your mind. there is no doubt, not willing? Well, since you have made up your mind the Sorting Hat shouted to the whole restaurant Gryffindor. Harry took off the hat and breathed a sigh of relief. He was not sorted into Slytherin, and everything seemed to be going well for the time being. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table and sat next to Lin Xiu. The prefect Percy shook his hand tightly. The twin brothers of the Weasley family shouted, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Afterwards, Ron was also sorted into Gryffindor, and he sat next to Harry. "Everyone in our Weasley family is a Gryffindor," Ron said with pride. The rest of the people were sorted out soon. Albus Dumbledore, who was sitting on the golden chair in the guest of honor, stood up and looked at the students with a smile on his face. "Welcome everyone," he said, "welcome everyone to Hogwarts. Before the banquet, I want to say a few words. That is idiot. Crying nose. Residue. Twist. Thank you everyone." He sat down again. Everyone applauded and cheered. The next moment, the plates in front of everyone were filled. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, all kinds of delicious food are available. Many students were already starving and started eating directly. While eating, Harry sensed something strange. He subconsciously looked up at the guest of honor. Hagrid was drinking wildly. Professor McGonagall was talking to Professor Dumbledore. Professor Quirrell, who was wearing a funny scarf, was talking to a teacher with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin. Suddenly, the hooked-nosed teacher looked straight into Harry's eyes over Professor Quirrell's scar. Harry suddenly felt the scar on his forehead burning. The hooked-nosed teacher quickly looked away, and the pain in Harry's forehead scar disappeared. He asked Percy, the prefect beside him, about the identity of the hooked-nosed teacher, but the answer he got made him feel bad. "That's Professor Snape, Severus Snape. He teaches potions, but he is also good at dark magic." Harry thought the hooked-nosed teacher didn't seem to like him at all, but he didn't have time to care about it. After the burning pain of the scar on his forehead disappeared, he felt uncomfortable all over, just like every time he changed from a boy to a girl. Harry fell on the table in a daze. Amid the exclamations of the people around him, Harry saw the smooth wine-red hair in front of him and heard the voice in his throat become thin. He knew that he had become a girl again. Wow! At the guest of honor seat, Snape frowned and looked in the direction of the Slytherin table, but found that Malfoy and a group of Slytherin students were booing at the Gryffindor table. He looked in the direction of everyone's sight and found that not only Slytherin, but the people in the entire restaurant were looking at the Gryffindor table, focusing on the front half of the table. Snape clearly remembered that it was where Harry Potter sat. Snape couldn't help but flash disgust in his heart. Harry Potter, the son of the arrogant James. Even though he had promised Dumbledore before that he would protect Harry well, the moment he saw Harry Potter's face that looked like James Potter, hatred surged in his heart. Snape couldn't figure it out. Harry Potter was also Lily's child, so how come only his eyes looked like Lily's? He subconsciously looked at Harry's seat, wanting to see if this Potter had done anything wrong, but Snape saw a head of long burgundy hair. The girl with long burgundy hair fainted in Harry Potter's seat. Just one glance, the girl's profile drew out the figure that Snape had hidden in his heart. Wah! Snape stood up suddenly, and everyone in the guest of honor seat, except Dumbledore who was staring at Harry, all looked at him sideways. But Snape didn't care about the surprised eyes of other teachers. He walked down the guest of honor seat and walked towards the Gryffindor table step by step. The closer he got, the more the girl's figure overlapped with the Lily in his memory. Snape's heart was in turmoil. Otherwise, he would not have called out to the figure of the Gryffindor girl softly after knowing that Lily was dead. Lily. Snape's call was so soft that only he could hear it. Naturally, the figure lying on the table did not respond. On the contrary, the Gryffindor students around him moved a little further away from Snape, but still protected Harry tightly. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students poked their heads out, curious about what happened. The Gryffindors protected Harry very tightly. At the Slytherin table, a group of people led by Malfoy wanted to continue laughing, but when Malfoy saw Harry's red hair after the transformation through the gap in the crowd, he immediately fell silent. Malfoy thought of a terrible possibility. Could it be that the red-haired girl who I was attracted to on the train was Harry Potter? Just thinking about this possibility made him pale. And Dumbledore, who was in the guest of honor seat, smiled and said, "Professor Snape, it seems that Harry's body seems to have some problems." Snape was already standing beside Harry at this time. Without Dumbledore's words, Snape subconsciously stepped forward to check Harry's condition just by looking at Harry's face that was extremely similar to Lily's. After a moment, he was silent for a short while. After sighing, Snape took out a bottle of potion from his arms and put it in front of the unconscious Harry's nose. After opening the lid, he fanned it gently. In just a moment, the red-haired girl Harry had turned back to the face that Snape hated so much. The face that looked like James Potter. Snape stood there and waited for a while, as if he was expecting Harry to turn back into Lily's appearance. But until Harry's eyelids moved slightly and he was about to wake up, nothing happened. Snape turned around abruptly, walked back to the guest of honor seat, and stood next to Dumbledore. "Albus, we need to talk." Dumbledore smiled and said, "Don't worry, the school song tonight hasn't been sung yet." All the teachers' faces froze. Dumbledore flicked his wand lightly, and a long golden ribbon floated out of the wand, twisting and winding like a snake above the high dining table to form lines of text. Everyone chooses a favorite tune. Dumbledore said, "Ready, sing." Except for Snape, all the teachers and students sang loudly, "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, 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 please teach us knowledge." Whether we are bald old men or children with broken knees, our minds can accept some interesting things. Because now our minds are empty, full of air, dead flies and trivialities. Teach us some valuable knowledge, give us back what we have forgotten. You just do your best, leave the rest to us. We will study hard until we turn into dung. Everyone finished singing the school song in a scattered manner. Only the twin brothers of the Weasley family continued to sing along with the slow melody of Funeral March. Dumbledore used his wand to conduct the last few bars for both of them, and when they finished singing, he applauded the loudest. Music, he wiped his eyes and said, is more charming than anything we do here. It's time to go to bed now. Everyone go back to the dormitory. Seeing Harry disappear in the crowd, Dumbledore took Snape back to the headmaster's office. "Albus, what happened to the child?" Snape asked. "Why can he turn into Lily's appearance?" "At the beginning of August, Hagrid sent me a letter saying that Harry looked very similar to Lily. I have observed Harry's transformation privately, and there is no trace of magic." Dumbledore said, "He is either a kind of metamorphagus, or it is the effect of the potion." Snape said calmly, "I have confirmed it during the time I checked Harry's condition just now. It is a kind of potion similar to polyjuice potion. Ordinary polyjuice potion has a duration and needs to be consumed continuously, but Harry's situation is obviously different." Snape frowned. "The polyjuice potion in his body seems to be working all the time, but the effect of the transformation is activated from time to time. I have never seen this before. From the examination just now, I can only confirm that whether the transformation effect is activated is related to Harry's emotions and state of mind." Dumbledore said, "Severus, can you solve this problem?" Snape frowned. "I don't understand why you want me to ruin a good thing. Harry is the key to fighting Voldemort." Dumbledore said, "According to the prophecy, Voldemort chose Harry as his nemesis, so Harry is destined to destroy Voldemort." "Professor Dumbledore, there are a few things I don't understand." Snape said, "I don't understand why you don't deal with Voldemort yourself, but rely on Harry, who has just entered school and can't even do spells. Will Harry grow up to the point where he can deal with the Dark Lord?" "I believe him." Snape said with a dark face, "I believe in the Lily side of him, but I don't have much confidence in the Potter side." "You will see. If I do it myself, there will be a Dark Lord more terrifying than Voldemort in this world." Dumbledore said calmly, "I am not bragging, I am much smarter than many people. If I am exposed to power and ambition again, I am afraid that not many people can deal with me. On the other hand, some time ago, I confirmed a guess." Dumbledore took out an exquisite locket from the drawer. "This is..." Snape felt the familiar breath of black magic coming from it, and his face changed drastically. "The Horcrux of the Dark Lord." "Yes," Dumbledore nodded, "this is Voldemort's Horcrux. In fact, I didn't spend much effort to get it. There are probably not many things in this world that can make you spend a lot of effort, Professor." "Severus, thank you for your compliment." Dumbledore smiled. "The method Voldemort used to hide the Horcrux is indeed a little dangerous for ordinary wizards, but I think this is not enough for a Horcrux that concerns his life. With that level of protection, it may explain one thing." Snape figured out the key to the problem. "The Dark Lord has more than one Horcrux." "It's just a guess at the moment, Severus." Dumbledore said, "But we can be sure of one thing at present. At least the Horcrux in my hand is still intact, and Voldemort has not completely dissipated. Wait until I use the black magic on the pendant to connect. After finding and destroying the remaining Horcruxes, Voldemort can die like a mortal, if possible." Snape said softly, "Please let me." Dumbledore shook his head. "Now is not the time to talk about this, it will take time." "Severus, are you sure you can solve the abnormality in Harry?" "I can try." Snape nodded slowly. "It takes time. I will pay more attention in the potion class. Don't worry, we still have time." When he was about to leave, Snape looked back at Dumbledore. "Professor, one last question. Why didn't you tell me immediately when Harry's abnormality first appeared?" "On the one hand, it's because the abnormality in Harry has temporarily disappeared. I think you still need to see it with your own eyes after school starts to make the most accurate judgment," Dumbledore said with a smile. "On the other hand, I'm worried that you won't be calm enough after seeing that face." Snape left in silence. In the Gryffindor dormitory, Lin Xiu, who was assigned to a dormitory with Harry, Ron and Neville, couldn't sleep. In addition to the emotional treasure chests that many wizards had revealed earlier, the latest pop-up message on the system page made him uneasy. Ding! Severus Snape's shock was detected. Drawing treasure chests for the host. Looking at the golden treasure chest in the system space, Lin Xiu was in a very happy mood. Although Severus Snape was a cold, calculating, sarcastic, and mean person, Lin Xiu knew that Snape was a good professor just from the fact that he dropped the first golden treasure chest. Before opening the treasure chest, Lin Xiu washed his face and hands several times, hoping to have better luck. Just when he returned to his bed and was considering whether to open the gold treasure chest or the bronze treasure chest first, the system showed a new prompt. Ding! Draco Malfoy's emotional emotion was detected. Drawing treasure chests for the host. Congratulations to the host, you won a silver treasure chest. Lin Xiu was a little confused. There are still masters? Who did Malfoy have emotional emotions for in the middle of the night? Lin Xiu actually had a vague answer in his heart: the red-haired girl who Harry transformed into. Otherwise, Malfoy's emotional emotions would not drop an emotional treasure chest here at Lin Xiu. No matter what, I am just a ruthless treasure chest opening machine, and I don't care about anything else. Open the treasure chest. Ding! The bronze treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining superb memory. Congratulations to the host for obtaining underwater breathing. Ding! The silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining elementary transfiguration mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining wizard chess mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect animagus training method. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an unrepairable money bag. Ding! The gold treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining intermediate potion mastery. A series of rewards, dazzling. Superb memory. Hermione Granger is a very talented witch. With her superb memory, she had tried several simple spells and they all worked even before she entered Hogwarts to receive magical education. Professor Remus Lupin, who taught Hermione defense against the dark arts in her third year, said that Hermione was the smartest little witch he had ever seen and was on the borderline of genius. After using it, you will have a superb memory, and sometimes you can even remember everything you read. Lin Xiu immediately chose to use it. To be fair, if there was no system, most of his abilities would be at an average level among wizards. Learning spells in the future and remembering all kinds of spells would give him a headache. Now with superior memory, learning spells is at least not a problem. Then, Lin Xiu looked at other props. Underwater breathing. After using it, your breathing will become more effective, and you will gain the ability to breathe underwater. When you enter the water, your body will automatically obtain oxygen for breathing from the water. After using it, Lin Xiu felt as if all the pores on his body were open. He subconsciously took a deep breath, and the whole person became much more energetic, which was a disguised way to enhance his physical strength and energy recovery speed. This ability is pretty good. Then, there were several silver treasure chests. Mastery of elementary transfiguration. In the first transfiguration class at Hogwarts, Hermione easily turned a match into a needle. Professor McGonagall showed the whole class how the match turned into a needle, and one end was very sharp, and showed Hermione a rare smile. After using it, you will be proficient in transfiguration to a certain extent, and your understanding of spells will be more profound. At first, Lin Xiu didn't quite understand what the deeper understanding of spells mentioned in the system description meant, but when he used elementary transfiguration mastery, many images appeared in his mind. In the transfiguration class, a tabby cat squatted on the teacher's desk. A moment later, the tabby cat jumped off the desk and turned into Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall waved her wand and turned a table into a pig, running around in the classroom. A running rabbit turned into a motionless slipper. A mouse turned into a cat. The static statue seemed to come alive, waving the long sword in its hand. Living things become dead things become living things, cross-species conversion, human body transformation. Transfiguration is a bit awesome. Lin Xiu increased the weight of transfiguration in his heart and ranked it on par with potions. Wizard chess mastery. Ron Weasley is very good at playing wizard chess. Wizard chess is exactly the same as Muggle chess, but its chess pieces are all alive, so it makes people feel more like commanding an army to fight. After using it, you will be proficient in wizard chess and have a good understanding of wizard chess. When your transfiguration attainment reaches a certain level, you can transform into a giant stone soldier chess piece and a more powerful queen chess piece. Lin Xiu originally thought that the wizard chess mastery that burst out of Ron's emotional treasure chest was a useless talent, but he didn't expect that it could be linked with transfiguration. Not bad. After using it, Lin Xiu had a lot of rules about wizard chess and detailed information about wizard chess pieces in his mind. Finally, there were two props left from the silver treasure chest. Perfect animagus training method. Peter Pettigrew has always been looked down upon, but he successfully learned the extremely difficult animagus transformation. After he leaked the secret to Voldemort, which led to the death of James and Lily Potter by Voldemort, he was chased by Sirius. In order to escape, Peter Pettigrew cut off his right index finger, shouted that Sirius had killed someone, and then blew up an entire street, killing a large number of Muggles. Peter Pettigrew took advantage of the chaos to transform himself into a mouse and hid in the gutter, hiding in the Weasley family for 12 years. It takes several years to become an animagus, turning a person into the animal that suits him best, but it is possible to fail. After using this prop, you will get the perfect animagus training method. According to this method, you will definitely become an animagus. Animagus. Lin Xiu is still a little interested in the animagus transformation. The main reason is that this transformation is almost impossible to be seen through by others. This can greatly improve Lin Xiu's concealment ability and safety. He decided to wait until he was familiar with the pace of study and life in Hogwarts, and then find time to try to contact them. Unrepairable purse. People often say that you will never see a Malfoy family member at a crime scene, even if the wand used in the crime is covered with their fingerprints. They have completely independent wealth, they do not need to work to make a living, they usually play the role of the real power behind the throne, and are happy to see others work hard like donkeys or take responsibility for failure. As Lucius Malfoy's favorite son, Draco Malfoy is destined to inherit the huge wealth of the Malfoy family. Therefore, he often has some strange things in his hands, such as an unrepairable purse. This purse is connected to the Malfoy family's private vault. It connects to the vault every day and drops some pocket money. Lin Xiu had an extra gray bag in his hand, which looked unremarkable. But as soon as he took the bag in his hand, he found that the bag was a little heavy. Lin Xiu opened the bag and touched 3 golden wizard coins from it. 3 galleons. The Malfoy family is really rich. Lin Xiu took out the galleons and was in a good mood. With the support of the Malfoy family's money bag, his economic pressure in the wizarding world can be eased a lot. Thank you for the gift from Malfoy. This gratitude was sincere. But it couldn't cover up Lin Xiu's excitement, because the next thing was the most important thing. Intermediate potions mastery. Severus Snape has an amazing talent in potion making. He has been a potion teacher at Hogwarts for 15 years, and his attainments in potion making have far exceeded the level of following prescriptions. When Snape was still a student, he was able to improve the operating instructions in the textbook so that he could make potions faster and better. He is one of the few people who can brew extremely complex potions such as Veritaserum and Wolfsbane. Simple potion making has risen to the height of art in Snape's hands. After using it, you will gain a lot of knowledge about potions, and the success rate of your potions will be greatly improved. You can reduce the effect of the evil potions on you to a certain extent. It was as if he had been brewing potions for many years and knew them well. Great! Lin Xiu was a little excited. With the ability to make potions, he can use it to mix all kinds of potions he needs in the future, and his own strength and safety will be greatly improved. In addition, he can also use potions to gradually accumulate wealth in the wizarding world. The future is bright. Lin Xiu was a little itchy, and he wished that the potion class would be right away so that he could practice it himself. But unfortunately, the schedule for the freshmen at Hogwarts this year has been determined. Tomorrow, September 2nd, is Monday. There is only one herbology class in the morning, followed by defense against the dark arts on Tuesday. The 2 classes of potions are on Friday. But when Lin Xiu fell asleep with regret, he woke up the next morning and got some unexpected news from the Weasley twins in the Gryffindor common room. Has our freshman schedule changed? The first class this morning is potions. Ron was puzzled. Why did our schedule change? I don't even have time to read the potions book. Even if you have time to prepare, you can't read. George laughed and said to his brother, besides, even if you read the book, it's useless. Professor Snape has always disliked us Gryffindors. I heard that Professor Snape personally went to talk to Headmaster Dumbledore about the change of class schedule this week. Fred gloated. I guess he must want to show his power to you little wizards early. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I had finished reading the book Magic Potions and Liquids during the summer vacation. Harry's face was not very good. He learned about what happened in the hall from other people last night. He turned into a girl, and it was Snape, the professor of potions, who saved him. But Harry also clearly remembered that before he fainted and turned into a girl, Snape's eyes were full of hatred. Harry was depressed, unlucky. He didn't expect that his start at Hogwarts would be a bad potions class. Seeing Harry's expression, Lin Xiu recalled the scene he saw in the hall last night, and suggested with a smile, Harry, I don't think you need to worry. Professor Snape was very concerned about you last night. Yes. George and Fred were both fanning the flames. If you can turn into that red-haired girl like last night, then there will be absolutely no problem with your potions class today. I noticed last night that when Professor Snape stared at the girl Harry, although he didn't smile, his eyes curved, and he was obviously in a good mood. There were several more wrinkles on his face. Ron looked at Harry expectantly. Hermione frowned and said, those are all unorthodox methods. We should still win in class with solid knowledge and basic skills. Harry said uncertainly, Professor Snape shouldn't target us too much. Fred and George smiled, then we'll see. It's almost 7:30, let's go to the hall for breakfast together, maybe we can run into Professor Snape. The group followed Fred and George to the hall. It was still early and there were almost no people in the hall. Breakfast was already set on the dining table in the hall. Fred and George had already left with their senior friends. Hermione took out her potions book and continued to prepare and review. Lin Xiu was reading beside Hermione. After gaining mastery in potions last night, he could easily understand and master the contents of these books, so he read with great interest. Harry was influenced by Hermione and Lin Xiu, and remembered what the Weasley brothers said in the morning. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous, so he took out a book, but couldn't read it at all. Not to mention Ron, he was trying hard to gnaw on the chicken leg. Hogwarts breakfast usually doesn't provide such greasy food, but Ron applied for it separately, so a lot of delicious roasted chicken legs were prepared for him. Just when Ron had almost finished gnawing on the chicken leg and was about to flip through the book casually to pretend to be hardworking, he noticed the abnormality of Harry next to him. Ron whispered, "Harry, your hair, you've changed again." Harry then realized that when he was nervous, he had unconsciously turned into a girl again. His long red hair blocked a large part of his vision, which made him even more upset. At this moment, Professor Snape came in from the main entrance, walked around the Slytherin table, and walked behind Harry. When he noticed Harry's red hair, his steps couldn't help but become much lighter. When Snape walked past Harry and saw Harry holding the potion textbook and reading it carefully, he nodded with satisfaction, and before he could hide his smile, he quickly returned to the teacher's seat and ate breakfast happily. It was obviously the milk bread he was used to, but Snape had a very happy breakfast today. He was very glad that he asked Professor Dumbledore to change the schedule for this week. The potion class was held in an underground classroom, which was colder than many places in Hogwarts. There were many glass jars along the way, with many whitish animal specimens soaked in them. The first row was occupied by Slytherin students, so Lin Xiu and other Gryffindor wizards sat in the second row. Hermione was a little frustrated that she didn't get the first row. Lin Xiu comforted her. "Professor Snape is the dean of Slytherin College. He will be more or less partial to his students. I think sitting in the second row is just right." Ron nodded in agreement. "That's what George and Fred said. We can see if Professor Snape is really like that today." Many Slytherin students in the front row smiled as a matter of course. They had long known from their brothers who had entered Slytherin College that Professor Snape was very partial. There is no doubt that today's potion class will be the stage for them, Slytherin, to shine. Harry sat in his seat and sighed. "I hope Professor McGonagall will be on our side." Last night, the Weasley twins said that Professor McGonagall was impartial. Even though Professor McGonagall was the head of Gryffindor, she gave the Gryffindor little wizards a lot of homework. Soon, the class time came, and the door of the potions classroom opened automatically, and a figure walked in with the wind, and the black robe fluttered behind him. Everyone in the classroom soon discovered that Professor Snape had washed his hair. The hair was fluffy and smooth, and there was a little moisture. The little wizards in Gryffindor basically didn't know what this meant, but only Ron understood the strangeness. He whispered to Harry beside him, "Something's wrong. Snape actually washed his hair." According to George and Fred, since Snape joined Hogwarts as a teacher, his hair has always been greasy, as if he had never washed it. It was amazing that he washed his hair today for the first time. Harry was also extremely shocked. "You mean Professor Snape hasn't washed his hair for so many years?" For a moment, Harry felt pity for Snape. Although Harry didn't have a good life in the Dursleys' house for so many years, he could at least wash his hair and take a bath on time. "Snape washed his hair today. Maybe something strange will happen." "Harry, we have to be careful." Ron quickly made a decision. "After class, I'll go back and ask George what's going on." Among the little wizards in Slytherin, most people didn't care about the reason. Only Malfoy and his two followers understood that this meant something special. Crabbe, the attendant, whispered, "Malfoy, your father was Professor Snape's dean when he was in school, and they have always had a good relationship. In my opinion, Dean Snape values you the most. Look, how much Dean Snape values us. Many people say that he seems to have not washed his hair for 15 years. He washed it for us today." "Yes." Malfoy ignored his low mood, and a strong sense of pride emerged in his heart. "Of course, I have ancient pure blood in my body, and I am born extraordinary. Dean Snape, such an excellent wizard, will naturally be closer to me." Malfoy finally recovered from the shock of Harry turning into a girl last night. Snape ignored the looks of other young wizards and looked in Harry's direction. After noticing the shock in Harry's eyes, he nodded with satisfaction. At the start of term dinner, he noticed that many young wizards, including Harry, looked at their hair in a strange way, as if they were disgusted. In the past, Snape didn't care about this at all. But after he saw Harry turn into Lily last night, he couldn't help but care. So before class this morning, Snape found the quick smoothing hairspray thrown in the corner, and made his hair smooth and shiny after washing. Snape didn't use it before because the quick smoothing hairspray was invented by the Potter family, and he always hated James Potter. Now the situation is completely different. Harry showed the side of Lily. So Snape washed his hair before class, and now it seems to be very effective. Snape picked up the roll call book, cleared his throat and started to call the roll. Harry Potter. After calling Harry's name, Snape couldn't help but pause. Looking at Harry's red hair, Snape could hardly control himself from thinking about Lily. Finally, he continued to call the names. Malfoy's two followers, Crabbe and Goyle, thought that Snape's pause when calling Harry's name was to embarrass Harry. They covered their mouths and laughed, but Malfoy said nothing. After calling the names, Snape raised his eyes and looked at the little wizards in the class, of course, mainly at Harry. Most of the time, Snape's eyes were cold and empty, which would make people think of two dark tunnels, but today Snape's black eyes were full of kindness. You are here to learn the precise science and strict craftsmanship of this potion preparation, he said. His voice was almost slightly higher than a whisper, but everyone heard every word he said. Since there are no foolish wand waving here, many of you will not believe that this is magic. I don't expect you to truly appreciate the beauty of the simmering pot with white smoke and bursts of fragrance. You will not really understand the magical power of the liquid flowing into people's veins, which makes people excited and confused. I can teach you how to improve your reputation, brew glory, and even prevent death, but there must be one thing, that is, you are not the kind of fools I often meet. The whole audience was silent, and Hermione leaned forward, as if to prove that she was not a fool. After Snape finished his opening remarks, he looked around the classroom and finally looked at Harry. Harry, he said softly, what would I get if I added narcissus root powder to wormwood infusion? What would I get if I added powdered narcissus root to the wormwood infusion? Harry glanced at Ron beside him and found that Ron was as stunned as he was. A little further away, Lin Xiu was calm and seemed to know the answer, while Hermione next to Lin Xiu raised her hands high in the air. But Snape just looked at Harry. I don't know, sir, Harry said. Very good, Snape smiled. Harry, I appreciate your honesty. At the table in front of Harry, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle looked at each other. Potter didn't answer the question, so Professor Snape didn't deduct points? Malfoy made his own guess. I think Professor Snape wants to ask a few more questions and finally deduct several points from Gryffindor. Yes, Professor Snape has always been venomous and likes to say the opposite. His two followers Crabbe and Goyle agreed. He is praising Potter now, and he must be mocking him later. So, the three of them continued to look forward to the next development. On the other side, Snape completely ignored Hermione's raised arm. Well, let me change the question. He just looked at Harry. If I need a bezoar, where would you find it? Hermione was the only one who raised her hand, and her hand was raised high, and Harry had no idea what a bezoar was. I don't know, sir. Harry lowered his head. Very good, Snape smiled and nodded. The courage to admit your own shortcomings. This is an excellent quality. Harry heard Snape's words and finally mustered up the courage to look into his eyes, but found that Snape turned his face away suddenly. Harry, Snape seemed to have slowed down, looking at Harry with encouragement in his eyes. What is the difference between Aconitum naviculatum and Aconitum camajasp? Hermione even stood up, her hand stretched straight to the ceiling of the underground classroom, but Snape still ignored Hermione's shaking arm. I don't know, Harry whispered, but I think Hermione knows the answer. Why don't you ask her? I am moved by your willingness to give your classmates a chance to perform. Snape forced a kind smile on his face. Harry, don't be nervous, just talk to me as if you were your father, friend. I believe that you have a high talent in potions, you just need some time to grow. If I were you, I would put all my energy into potions. You will definitely be an amazing potion master in the future. After all, you really look like. Anyway, your noble spirit touched me. Gryffindor plus 30 points. In the classroom, the little wizards of Slytherin and Gryffindor all widened their eyes. Did Professor Snape get poisoned when he was brewing potions last night? He is not such a person. According to what the Slytherin and Gryffindor seniors said, Professor Snape has always hated Gryffindor. Even if Gryffindor students answer questions correctly, they will be deducted a few points by Professor Snape's temporary rule. Why is Harry an exception? Has Dean Snape given up on Slytherin? Malfoy's two followers, Crabbe and Goyle, felt like the sky was about to fall. Snape didn't seem to be interested in getting close to Malfoy, who came from a noble pure-blood family, but was closer to that Potter. When Crabbe and Goyle turned their heads to look at Malfoy, they felt even worse. Malfoy was not angry at all, but had a smile on his face. Malfoy, Crabbe and Malfoy had known each other since childhood, and he dared to speak frankly. Are you so angry that you're out of your mind? How can you still laugh? I just understood something. Malfoy shook his head slightly, with a mysterious smile on his face. Dean Snape is setting a trap for Potter. Set a trap? Crabbe and Goyle were puzzled. That's right. Malfoy was very sure. Think about it, if I throw you directly into the ice water in winter, what will happen to you? I think I will be frozen to death, Goyle said honestly, and I will definitely feel very uncomfortable when I freeze to death. Then what will happen if I let you roast by the stove for half an hour before throwing you into the ice water in winter? The pain I feel will be 10 times more than if I were thrown directly into the ice water. Crabbe seemed to understand Malfoy's reasoning. It's better to throw me directly into the ice water. This is where Professor Snape is smart, Malfoy said confidently. Dean Snape's extra points now are just to relax Potter's vigilance. The higher you fly, the worse you will fall. Let's wait and see. The potions class continued. Snape answered all the questions that Harry couldn't answer just now. Narcissus root powder and wormwood can be combined to make a very effective sleeping potion. The scientific name is water of life and death. Bezoar is a kind of stone taken from the stomach of goats, which has a strong detoxification ability. As for Aconitum naviculatum and Aconitum camajasp, they are the same plant, also collectively known as Aconitum. Do you understand? Why don't you write all this down? The classroom was full of rustling sounds of quills being picked up and written on parchment. Then, Snape tapped the blackboard lightly with his wand, and the potion formula appeared on it. The students were divided into groups of 2 by Snape and began to prepare a simple potion to treat scabies. Snape dragged his long black cloak around the classroom, stopping from time to time and mercilessly criticizing students who made even the slightest mistake in operation. But he often walked to Harry's group and stopped to watch. Harry, when boiling slugs, the heat needs to be controlled. High heat is needed in the early stage, and then it can be turned to low heat. The snake's fangs need to be ground into powder so that it can be fully mixed with other ingredients in the potion. The amount of dried nettle can be less. The 2 followers, Crabbe and Goyle, looked at Malfoy with almost admiration. Sure enough, everything was just as Malfoy said. Professor Snape began to cause trouble for Gryffindor. Malfoy smiled and whispered to Crabbe next to him, "Look, what did I say? Professor Snape is starting to show off, and Potter obviously doesn't know how to make potions." "Shut up." Snape's ears heard it very clearly, and he looked at Malfoy viciously. "Malfoy, do you think you performed well? You seem to be very confident about the potion you brewed." Snape strode to Malfoy, scooped up a large spoonful with a spoon, and raised it with disgust. "Mr. Malfoy, tell me, what color is this?" "Huh? Professor." Malfoy's pure blood pride disappeared without a trace at this time. "It's turbid blue." "Ah, it seems that your eyes are not broken." Malfoy was a little aggrieved. "I just haven't finished the operation, and my venomous snake tooth powder has not been added." "Yes," Snape said slowly and methodically, "you haven't added the venomous snake tooth powder yet, but you have time to laugh at Harry here. How can you still have the face to laugh at others? Why don't you do it quickly? Is the head of a troll on your head?" Malfoy was very aggrieved, but he comforted himself in his heart that this was still Professor Snape's trap. He looked at Harry hatefully, expecting Snape to punish Harry with thunder. But Malfoy saw Snape walk to Harry, who was in the red-haired girl state, and after checking the clear purple scabies potion that Harry had brewed, he praised him generously. "Perfect scabies potion. Lily, add another 30 points. Who is Lily?" When Snape called out Lily's name, this question flashed through the minds of many young wizards in the whole class. Malfoy bravely said, "Professor, it seems that there is no one named Lily here. Obviously, I am not blind or deaf." Snape's face immediately sank. "Mr. Malfoy, I don't need you to remind me of such an obvious question. Slytherin will be deducted 5 points. Many people were so scared that they dared not speak. Even if they were curious about the name Lily, they did not dare to discuss it publicly. Ron took advantage of the gap when Snape was teaching Malfoy a lesson and quietly asked Harry, "Why did Professor Snape look at you and call out the name Lily? Is there anyone named Lily in today's potions class?" "Lily is my mother's name," Harry said. "So that's how it is," Ron said. "So, Professor Snape knows your mother, and they seem to have a good relationship. You see, he's quite kind to you." Harry nodded. "It seems so. So it seems that Professor Snape is not as scary as George and Fred said." Ron whispered to Harry beside him, "You see, as the head of Slytherin, he even taught Slytherin's Malfoy a lesson, so selfless." In this potion class, Snape spent almost half of the time hanging around Harry. Therefore, when Ron and Harry were whispering, he was caught by him. "Mr. Weasley, do you think you performed perfectly in the potion class?" Weasley disturbed Harry in class. "Gryffindor will deduct 10 points. Ron didn't dare to move immediately. But there is a reason why the potion class is divided into 2 groups. The current young wizards are basically still novices in potion learning, and many potion processing and brewing tasks require 2 people to take turns. Ron was so scared by Snape that he dared not do anything. Harry was so tired that he was a little flustered when he was brewing potions by himself. Snape frowned. "Weasley, can't you see that Harry needs help? Are you just waiting for others to work? As far as I know, there seems to be no such tradition in the Weasley family. Weasley isolates his classmates in class. Gryffindor will lose 10 points. Ron wanted to cry but had no tears. It was not right for him to get close to Harry, and it was not right not to get close to Harry. No matter what he did, Gryffindor would lose points. In the end, Ron had to carefully keep a considerable distance from Harry, which made it impossible for him to whisper to Harry, but he could reach out and help Harry brew potions from a distance. In this way, Snape was satisfied to inspect other desks. Of course, he finally walked to Harry's desk and gave one-on-one tutoring. After Harry finished making a simple scabies potion according to the basic process in the textbook, Snape suddenly said, "Harry, you can try making the scabies potion again. When adding the venomous snake powder, you can consider adding twice the standard amount of venomous snake tooth powder." Hermione raised her hand. "Professor, but it's not written like this in the book." Snape's face immediately sank. "Miss Granger, you dare to contradict me, Gryffindor." In today's potion class, Harry felt Snape's kindness to him, so he became a lot bolder. After writing down the tips Snape mentioned, Harry also said, "Professor Snape, the steps you just mentioned are different from what you wrote on the blackboard and what is recorded in the textbook." Snape looked at Harry's green eyes and stopped talking. "Gryffindor deducts 1 point. Harry is studious and inquisitive. Gryffindor adds 5 points. He said to Harry patiently, "This is the formula that I and myself have improved. It is more effective than the potion formula recorded in the book. I think you should master this potion formula." Hermione looked at Snape's obvious double-standard behavior and doubted her life. It was obviously the same question, but she raised it, which was to contradict the professor. Harry, who was in the female state, raised it, which was to be studious and inquisitive. "Is there still justice in this world, and is there still law?" The little witch is a little autistic. Lin Xiu gave Hermione a comforting look. "I can only say that Professor Snape is like this. Today's potion class has 2 periods, each lasting about 50 minutes. In the middle of the second period, Neville and Seamus Finnegan were brewing their group's potion. Neville assisted, and Seamus was mainly responsible for brewing. Suddenly, a large amount of acidic green smoke suddenly came out of the crucible that Seamus was operating, and a loud hissing sound was heard. Finally, it turned into a violent explosion. Lin Xiu reacted very quickly, and he directly pulled Hermione next to him to hide under the table. Snape's reaction was even faster, and he almost instantly turned into a puff of black smoke and blocked the girl Harry. He didn't even take out his wand, nor did he recite a spell. The potion that flew from Neville and Seamus' table was easily blocked. Of course, only the part in front of Harry was blocked. The students who were closer to Neville and Seamus were drenched by the potion, and suddenly a dozen red and swollen scabies appeared on their bodies. The potion classroom was filled with various screams of pain. Snape pointed his wand at Harry's cauldron, and the potion in the pot flew up and landed on the students affected by Seamus's explosion. The wailing sounds of pain disappeared a lot. "Obviously, your potion is well brewed, Harry," Snape said loudly. "Gryffindor gets 10 points for this excellent potion." Then, Snape looked at Seamus and Neville with a gloomy face. "I can understand that your potion caused scabies in other people," Snape said slowly and methodically. "I think you probably put the porcupine quills in without taking the pot off the fire. But what I can't understand is, Mr. Seamus," Snape's tone became sharper, "what on earth did you do to cause such a violent explosion in a crucible that wouldn't crack if it fell to the ground? Even if my grandmother, who has been dead for decades, crawled out of the grave to make potions, it wouldn't explode. Gryffindor will be deducted 30 points. Students who have scabies should go to the school hospital to see Miss Pomfrey." Snape inspected the potions brewed by everyone in the class. Except for the 2 groups of Harry, Ron and Lin Xiu Hermione, the potions brewed by the Gryffindor Little Wizards were found to have more or less problems. In the end, even if the 65 points earned by the girl Harry for Gryffindor were added, the total score of Gryffindor was reduced by 10 points after this class. Before the end of the potions class, Snape wanted to keep Harry to tell him something, but after the get out of class, he just handed Harry a bottle of potion and left in a hurry. After walking out of the depressing environment of the potions classroom, Ron's face was full of relief for surviving the disaster. Snape often deducted points from Fred and George. "Today, we only deducted 5 points in this class. That's great, better than Fred and them. There are no classes later today, let's go to play with Hagrid." Harry looked at Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiu, will you go with us? Hagrid sent me an owl before and said he wanted to meet me and talk." Lin Xiu thought about it and nodded in agreement. On the one hand, he had not had close contact with Hagrid and was a little curious about Hagrid. Of course, the most important thing is that Hagrid's residence is close to the Forbidden Forest, and he also raises many small animals. Lin Xiu can go to Hagrid to test his affinity for magical animals. In addition, you can also see if you can make Hagrid have a relatively large emotional fluctuation and burst the emotional treasure chest. Snape arrived at the door of the principal's office with ease. There was a spiral staircase at the door of the office, blocked by a stone statue of a griffin. The statue took the initiative to speak. "Password, lemon sherbet candy." The statue made way. In the office, Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk eating candy. He handed one to Snape with a smile. "The latest cockroach skewers from Duke of Sizzleby, would you like to try it?" Snape looked at the large basin of cockroach-like candies in the principal's office with disdain. "Professor Dumbledore, you called me here with a patroness, is there something important?" "There is an important but not so urgent matter that I think you need to know," Dumbledore said, "but before that, I want to know about Harry's situation." I gave him a bottle of potion that can alleviate the situation in Harry. When the potions class was over, Snape originally planned to keep Harry after class to find a way to study the unstable transformation effect on Harry. But when he saw a phoenix-shaped patroness, he immediately realized that it was Dumbledore looking for him, and the situation was urgent. After all, using a patroness to pass messages was a function developed by Dumbledore. And besides Dumbledore, Snape had not seen the second person who used a phoenix as a patroness. Therefore, Snape left a bottle of potion to relieve the effect of transformation for Harry and rushed over directly. "Severus, it's a good thing you are here." Dumbledore nodded, "and what I want to tell you is also very simple. Dark forces have appeared in Hogwarts. Hagrid told me that the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest seem to have been attacked by someone recently. Hagrid told me that the mysterious man seems to be hunting for unicorn blood." Snape frowned. As a potion master, he knows all kinds of potion materials well and has a certain understanding of most magical animals. Unicorns are creatures with powerful magic. If a person kills a unicorn and drinks its blood, he will be cursed and will become half-dead from then on. Normal people will hardly do this. After all, if you have to be cursed for the rest of your life, it is better to die directly. Who is it? Snape reacted almost instantly. It is Voldemort, who is hunting unicorns to prolong his life. Voldemort must be in a bad situation now, Snape said, otherwise, he would directly summon the Death Eaters instead of targeting the unicorn. Severus, your logical thinking has always been good. Dumbledore said, yes, Voldemort is hiding in Hogwarts now. So, do you understand why I summoned you? Snape thought of the scene when he saw Lily's body, and his mind flashed back to the burgundy hair and green eyes of Harry after he turned into a girl. Understood. Snape drew out his wand. I'll go find Voldemort and kill him now. That's why I didn't tell you a lot of things before. Dumbledore sighed. Severus, calm down. Voldemort made a lot of Horcruxes. We can't really kill him until we find and destroy his Horcruxes. We need time and patience to destroy all of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Dumbledore said, not to mention that Voldemort is now just a remnant soul, possessed by someone else. It has a strong ability to hide, but its power in this state is still very weak. Dumbledore, it sounds like you already know where Voldemort's true body is. Snape immediately understood the subtext. Let me think about it. I understand. Quirrell, right? He became a different person after traveling this summer. Snape showed disgust on his face. He even wore a ridiculous purple headscarf after school started, and he exuded a strange smell. I finally figured it out now. It must be some kind of magic potion that can calm the mind. Snape's wand was not put away, and a faint green light came out of it. I'll go and kill Quirrell. Severus, Quirrell's body and mind have been destroyed by Voldemort. Too fragile, it's not difficult to kill him. Dumbledore said, but from my observation, Voldemort is possessed by Quirrell, and Quirrell has become Voldemort's temporary Horcrux. If you do something to Quirrell, it will be difficult not to attract Voldemort's attention. This will directly cut off your chance to sneak into Voldemort. The possibility of the Death Eaters is not conducive to our future plans. Snape said, as long as Voldemort has not been able to resurrect, we don't have to worry about this matter. Severus, just in case, Dumbledore said, after all, we haven't found all the Horcruxes yet. Before that, our behavior should not be too radical. I don't understand. Snape said, since you don't let me do it, why do you tell me these things? On the one hand, I hope you can act calmly and don't act rashly against Quirrell. Dumbledore ate a lemon sherbet candy. Severus, I believe in your wisdom. Even if I don't tell you today, I will soon find out that Quirrell is wrong. On the other hand, I have a plan that needs please help you execute. Harbin, Dumbledore said, in fact, I have conceived some links, and I need you to help me improve these links. Hogwarts is still the safest place in the entire wizard world. Severus, you can rest assured that Harry will never hurt any harm. He had heard similar words. Dumbledore sighed. He was not sighed because of Snape's accusations, but because he saw pain on Snape's face without expression. Snape put away the wand but didn't rush to leave. Professor, since I can't kill people, then I can always do something to kill Luo? For example, let him take some less poisonous potions. As long as the remnant of Voldemort in Quirrell doesn't notice it. At 5 minutes to 3 in the afternoon, Lin Xiu and Ron followed Harry out of the castle and headed for the fields. Hermione only had a relatively better relationship with Lin Xiu now, so this time when she came to Hagrid's hunting lodge, Hermione did not come over and went to read a book by herself. Hagrid lived in a small wooden house on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, with a crossbow and a pair of rubber overshoes in front of the door. When Harry knocked on the door, there was a tense struggle and a few low barks from the house. Then Hagrid's voice came, stand back, Fang, stand back. The door of the wooden house was opened, and a big bearded face poked out. Wait a minute, Hagrid said, stand back, Fang. Hagrid opened the door and let Lin Xiu and the other 3 in. He desperately grabbed a huge black hound. The cabin was not big, but it was decorated very warmly. Hams and pheasants were hung on the ceiling, and water was boiled in a copper kettle in the brazier. There was a big bed in the corner, and the bed was covered with bedding made of rags. Yeah, don't be so excited. Hagrid patted the black hound's head gently with his big hand and let it go. Yeah immediately rushed towards Lin Xiu and the others. Ron was frightened and shouted, Harry, Lin Xiu, let's run. Harry was a little nervous because of Ron's shouting, and subconsciously wanted to run with him, but the black hound had already rushed in front of the 2 of them, and Lin Xiu just stretched out his hand. Good dog, sit down. Yeah, who had been charging fiercely just now, immediately squatted down next to Lin Xiu obediently. This scene made others marvel. Ron sighed, wow, such a big and fierce dog. Harry admired, Lin Xiu, you can keep calm when you see such a big dog rushing towards you, you are so brave. Don't worry, Yeah is very docile, it won't bite. Hagrid looked at Lin Xiu with surprise, but besides me, you are the first person who can make Yeah so tame. Lin Xiu touched the shiny fur of the big black dog, and it felt really good. His fantastic animal affinity ability worked, and it was naturally easy to use words to make the hound Fang do some simple actions. But unfortunately, it seemed that the other people did not generate much emotion, so Lin Xiu did not receive the reminder of the emotional treasure chest dropping. Hagrid poured boiling water into a large teapot and put the rock cakes on the plate. Harry, are they new friends you met at Hogwarts? Introduce them to me. Harry nodded and pointed to the red-haired Ron and said, "This is Ron, the Weasley family, right?" Hagrid glanced at Ron's red hair and freckles on his face. "I spent a lot of energy to drive the Weasley twins out of the Forbidden Forest. This is Lin Xiu. The three of us came together on the train." "Yeah, likes you very much, Lin Xiu," Hagrid said happily. "You must not be a bad person. Boys, try the rock cake I baked." The rock cake Hagrid handed over was a small round cake with a rough surface and irregular shape. As soon as Harry and Ron took a bite, they felt that their teeth were about to break, but in order not to spoil Hagrid's fun, they pretended to like it very much and told Hagrid about what happened in class today. "I think his attitude towards me seems to be different from that of other students." Harry told Hagrid about what happened in Snape's class. "This is a strange thing," Hagrid thought. "As far as I know, Snape has hardly ever liked any students. I guess this has something to do with Harry's changing appearance during class." Lin Xiu patted the hound Yaya, and it ran to play next to Ron. "Today, Harry turned into a girl in the potions class." "That's not surprising," Hagrid nodded. "As far as I know, Snape had a good relationship with Lily when he was at Hogwarts, but he and Harry's father." "What happened between Professor Snape and my father?" Harry asked. "It's not an important matter." Hagrid shook his head and talked about another topic. "Harry, I wrote to Dumbledore about your transformation into a girl. He wrote back and told me to wait, saying that Professor Snape would solve it. Now it seems that it has been solved well." "Yes, after the potion class today, Professor Snape gave me a bottle of potion. After drinking it, I returned to normal," Harry said, "but Professor Snape said that the ingredients of the potion in my body are weird. This is temporary." "It's okay, Professor Snape is an absolute expert in potions." Hagrid comforted him, and then he looked at Ron and talked about another thing. "Ron, how is your brother Charlie?" "I like him very much, he has a way with animals." So Ron told Hagrid about Charlie's research on dragons, and Harry stared at a copy of the Daily Prophet on Hagrid's desk. The front page was about the illegal break-in at Gringotts. Latest report on the break-in at Gringotts. The investigation into the break-in at Gringotts on July 31st is still ongoing. It is generally believed that this was the work of unknown dark wizards and witches. The goblins at Gringotts reiterated today that nothing was stolen. The underground vault searched by the intruders had in fact been emptied earlier that day. A spokesman for the Gringotts goblins said this afternoon, "We have no information on what is stored in the vault. Please do not interfere with this matter." "Hagrid," Harry said, "the break-in at Gringotts happened on my birthday. It is very likely that we were there when it happened." Hagrid did not dare to look Harry in the eye, but he did not answer Harry's question. Crunch, crunch. Just then, a crisp sound came from beside them. Lin Xiu was relatively idle in Hagrid's hut. He listened to Ron and Hagrid talking about raising dragons. He thought it was interesting, so he picked up the rock cake on the plate and started eating. Since he had opened Inhuman Constitution in Hagrid's emotional treasure chest before, his teeth became very good. Now he can easily chew the rock cake that Harry and Ron couldn't bite. Harry and Ron's eyes widened. "Lin Xiu, you actually eat so deliciously?" "I said rock cake is delicious, right?" Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and diverted Harry's attention from the theft of Gringotts. "Boys, eat more." Ron suspected that he had taken the wrong rock cake just now, so he picked another piece from the plate, and found that he still couldn't bite it at all, but his broken teeth hurt more. Several people drank afternoon tea in the cabin. When they parted, Ron covered his cheeks that were broken by the rock cake, and Harry was thinking about the theft of Gringotts, with a lot on his mind. Only Lin Xiu was in a good mood. Although Hagrid didn't get the emotional treasure chest this time, Lin Xiu used the Hound Fang to further verify the effectiveness of his magical animal affinity. On the other hand, that was some gifts from Hagrid. Hagrid seemed to feel guilty about avoiding Harry's questions. Before leaving, he gave each person a small gray cloth bag and a few rock cakes. "The things in the cloth bag are made from things I picked up in the Forbidden Forest. These things are not worth much, but they are quite strong for bandaging wounds." Lin Xiu opened the cloth bag and took a look, and was immediately dazzled by the white light inside. A whole bag of unicorn tail hair. In Diagon Alley, a small bag of unicorn hair in the pharmacy costs a full 10 gold galleons. The amount Hagrid gave to Lin Xiu and the other three was probably 30 galleons for each person. Bandaging wounds with unicorn tail hair worth 30 gold galleons. Lin Xiu immediately respected Hagrid. Hagrid is the invisible rich man in Hogwarts. Because Professor Snape had asked Headmaster Dumbledore to change the first week's schedule. After the potions class on Monday, the transfiguration class on Tuesday followed. This transfiguration class was taught by Gryffindor and Slytherin together, and Lin Xiu and Hermione sat at the same table. But until the bell rang, a tabby cat walked in from the door and sat at the teacher's desk. Harry and Ron did not come to the classroom. Lin Xiu, I heard that Potter and Weasley are in the same dormitory with you, Hermione whispered. Why didn't they come to class? Professor McGonagall is always strict, and this will deduct points from our Gryffindor. Lin Xiu sighed. Yesterday, the three of them went to Hagrid's hut, and Hagrid entertained the three with his own baked rock cakes. But Harry's mind was attracted by the Daily Prophet in Hagrid's room, and his mind was full of the theft of Gringotts. He was still thinking about it when he returned to the dormitory at night. Ron hurt himself because he tried to eat rock cakes several times in a row. He went back to the dormitory and groaned about his toothache. When the boys' dormitory finally became quiet, it was already late at night. Harry and Ron naturally did not wake up. Lin Xiu had the bonus of non-human constitution and was not affected at all. At this time, the sound of running came from outside the door. Harry and Ron rushed into the classroom breathlessly. They were right next to Lin Xiu and Hermione. Finally, Ron let out a long breath. If we are caught by Professor McGonagall, her face will be very ugly. There is a cat. Ron said excitedly, I heard from my dad that this is a tabby cat, a breed that muggles like to keep as pets. I wonder what it feels like to pet it. While Professor McGonagall hasn't come yet, Ron was just fantasizing in his heart, and Harry quietly touched the teacher's desk. Lin Xiu's eyes widened. Can we only say that he is worthy of being a standard Gryffindor? Harry and Ron are so brave? That tabby cat was transformed by Professor McGonagall. Just before Harry reached out to touch the tabby cat, it jumped off the table and turned into Professor McGonagall. Amazing! Ron exclaimed. Thank you for your evaluation, Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall, you are late for the first transfiguration class? Maybe I should turn you and Potter into pocket watches, so that at least one of you can go to class on time. Harry said unconfidently, the spiral staircase always changes. We are lost. Then I will turn you into a map, huh? Professor McGonagall turned back to the teacher's desk. You don't need a map to do what you want, right? The whole class laughed. The matter between Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter is over. Professor McGonagall said seriously, but there is one thing I must remind you. Transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous spell you will learn in Hogwarts. She said, anyone who makes trouble in my class will be asked to leave and will never be allowed to come in again. The classroom was suddenly silent. Then, Professor McGonagall waved her wand and turned her desk into a pig. This move immediately stunned everyone present. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, experts watch the doorway. Lin Xiu had opened elementary transfiguration mastery from the silver treasure chest before, and he could see how powerful Professor McGonagall's move was better than other young wizards. Turning the desk into a living pig, turning dead things into living things, this is a high-level application of transfiguration. Other young wizards were attracted by Professor McGonagall's transfiguration and wanted to start learning it immediately, while Lin Xiu was even more curious. Professor McGonagall nodded with satisfaction. She has been teaching at Hogwarts for so many years, and she knows very well how to fully mobilize the enthusiasm of students. Taking advantage of the young wizard's yearning for transfiguration, Professor McGonagall struck while the iron was hot and taught them some theoretical knowledge of transfiguration. The most important of these is Gamp's basic laws of transfiguration, said Professor McGonagall. The first of these is that it is impossible to conjure delicious food out of thin air. The young wizards wrote furiously, taking down a lot of complicated and difficult notes. Finally, Professor McGonagall gave everyone a match and asked them to try to turn it into a needle. But it was not easy. Ron swung his wand at the matches on his desk, but there was no reaction. Instead, he turned one of his own hairs into a match. Harry poked the match on the table with his wand, and the wand flashed red, and the match was safe and sound. Malfoy gritted his teeth, and his wand was about to break the match. With a bang, Malfoy's hair caught fire. But it was not Malfoy's spell that failed, but Seamus behind him. After Seamus cast a spell on the match on the table, the match disappeared, and a small pit was blown out on the spot. The sparks fell on Malfoy's hair. My hair, my hair. Malfoy got up in panic, and Crabbe and Goyle beside him hurriedly put out the fire on Malfoy's hair. Professor McGonagall gently waved her wand augmenti, clear water like a spring. A stream of clean water emerged from the end of her wand and put out the fire on Malfoy's hair. Mr. Finnegan, I just asked you to deform the match, not to make an explosion. Professor McGonagall sighed. Gryffindor will be deducted 1 point for this explosion. Professor McGonagall was also ruthless in deducting points from her own college. Crabbe, Goyle, take Mr. Malfoy to Madame Pomfrey for treatment. Malfoy was supported by Crabbe and Goyle and trotted out of the classroom. The explosion caused him a lot of psychological damage. Seamus, who had just completed an explosion, was extremely embarrassed and did not dare to make any big moves. Harry and Ron sighed. It's so difficult to turn a match into a needle. Lin Xiu has elementary transfiguration mastery, and the simple transformation of a match into a needle can be done easily. He lightly tapped the wand in his hand. The match on the table turned into a smooth silver needle. Professor McGonagall soon noticed the unusual movement in the classroom and rushed over. "Perfect, Mr. Lin Xiu." Her eyes were full of admiration. "You are very talented in transfiguration." 2 points for Gryffindor. Harry and Ron widened their eyes, and when Professor McGonagall walked a little further away, they lowered their voices and asked, "Lin Xiu, how did you do it?" "It's not difficult, actually," Lin Xiu said. His own experience: "When you transform, don't have too many distracting thoughts, just think about the shape of the needle and various details, and you can easily succeed in the transformation." Ron and Harry tried immediately after hearing this, but they always failed. Harry sighed, "I always think about the theft of Gringotts in my heart, and I can't calm down." Ron covered his cheek and hesitantly said, "I think the main reason why I failed to transform was because I had a toothache yesterday. Even if Madame Pomfrey helped me cure it, I still felt that I would have a toothache." Next to Lin Xiu, Hermione, who had failed to transform at first, silently thought about Lin Xiu's words for a while, and then lit the match with her wand. The match successfully changed. Professor McGonagall noticed this immediately. She picked up the needles that Lin Xiu and Hermione had successfully transformed and showed the whole class how the transformation was completed. "Miss Granger, you and Mr. Lin Xiu did a great job." Professor McGonagall smiled. "Gryffindor gets 1 more point because Miss Granger successfully transformed this time." Professor McGonagall said, "Of course, because Mr. Lin Xiu was the first to successfully transform, he gets more points." After class, she happily exempted Lin Xiu and Hermione from the transfiguration homework for the week, which made the other little wizards in the classroom extremely envious. Ron lamented, "I should have known not to eat Hagrid's rock cake yesterday." Harry sighed. He didn't want to continue to worry about the theft of Gringotts. The two of them came to the hall in a low mood to prepare for dinner. Harry didn't have much appetite, but Ron turned his grief and anger into appetite and ate a big chicken drumstick in one bite. Hermione sat next to Lin Xiu, and she was still a little excited. "Lin Xiu, you are amazing. I followed your instructions and transformed successfully." Lin Xiu smiled and said, "Hermione, you have a good talent." He remembered that his basic transfiguration mastery was originally opened from the emotional treasure box dropped by Hermione. After the transfiguration on Tuesday, it was the defense against the dark arts class on Wednesday. But when Harry and Ron arrived at the classroom on time, they found that the teacher Quirrell who came to the class was not there at all. In the end, they almost took a whole self-study class. After class, when Lin Xiu and others returned to the Gryffindor common room, the Weasley twins said mysteriously that they knew why Professor Quirrell didn't come to teach everyone. "I heard that Professor Quirrell fell and accidentally poured some kind of magic potion all over his body, and his whole body was covered with blisters like toads. We suspect Snape did it." The news that Professor Quirrell suddenly had blisters all over his body spread throughout Gryffindor overnight. There is no doubt that it must be the work of the Weasley twins. In the Gryffindor common room, everyone was discussing with great interest how much Professor Snape had contributed to Quirrell's injury. At this time, Percy walked in with a notice. It said that later in the afternoon, Gryffindor and Slytherin students would have a flying class together. Many young wizards sighed and didn't even bother to discuss Snape and Quirrell. "What bad luck," Harry said dejectedly. "I'm afraid I'll make a fool of myself riding my broom in front of Malfoy." "It's not certain whether you will make a fool of yourself," Ron said rationally. "I know Malfoy always brags that he is very good at Quidditch, but I bet he is just bragging." During lunch in the auditorium, neither Snape nor Professor Quirrell were present, but most of the young wizards were not paying attention to them. They discussed the upcoming flying class in Quidditch wholeheartedly. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy talked about his flying experience. He said that he had narrowly avoided a Muggle helicopter. The explosive genius Seamus and Ron were also talking about their broomstick skills. Almost all the young wizards from wizard families were chattering about Quidditch. Of course, except Neville, he had never flown in his life because his grandmother never let him touch the broomstick. Hermione, who was sitting next to Lin Xiu, was nervously looking at a book called The Origin of Quidditch, trying to get some flying instructions from it. The afternoon flying class was more practical, and Hermione was not confident. Lin Xiu was seriously considering whether he should find a way to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team next to harvest the emotional treasure chest. He had already discovered it. Relying on ordinary means to harvest the emotional value treasure chests of wizards has gradually become a little difficult. The day he entered Hogwarts was when he harvested the most treasure chests. Through interactions with Harry, Ron, Hermione and others, he got a lot of silver treasure chests. Then after the sorting ceremony, because Harry's female form resembled his mother Lily, Snape dropped a gold treasure chest. Apart from that, there were almost no treasure chests dropped. One of the main reasons is that Lin Xiu did not want to attract too much attention, so he was relatively low-key and did not make any big moves. Another important reason is that as wizards in the magic world, most people in Hogwarts have seen many magical phenomena, so it is not easy to make them have relatively large emotional fluctuations and drop treasure chests. For example, Lin Xiu performed well in the Transfiguration class yesterday, and Professor McGonagall's appreciation for him was visible in her eyes, so she must have had emotional fluctuations. But according to the system standards, Professor McGonagall's emotional fluctuations were not enough, so she did not drop a treasure chest. Moreover, in the past few days, except for Snape, the people in Hogwarts almost quickly adapted to Harry's female form and were not surprised. This won't work. I want to grow and become stronger as soon as possible while Voldemort is still relatively weak. For the next period of time, the magic world is relatively safe. Lin Xiu decided to adjust his action ideas. While ensuring his own safety, he can properly make others drop emotional treasure chests. Now Lin Xiu and other little wizards are in the first year of school, corresponding to the first part of the Harry Potter story, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. In the following time, the more important events are flying class, Quidditch, the Forbidden Forest detention incident, Hagrid raising a dragon incident, and finally passing through many levels to protect the Philosopher's Stone and facing Voldemort's possession of Quirrell. Except for facing Voldemort, Lin Xiu can participate in the other events relatively safely. Let's start with the flying class this afternoon, and find a way to get a few emotional treasure chests from the flying class. Soon, owls flew into the hall, and their cries interrupted Lin Xiu's thinking. An owl brought Neville a small package from his grandmother. Neville opened it excitedly and showed everyone a glass ball as big as a marble, which seemed to be filled with white smoke. "This is the memory ball," Neville explained. "Granny knows I always have a bad memory. It will tell me if there is something you forgot to do. Look, I hold it tightly, like this. If it turns red, oh." He immediately pulled a long face, because the memory ball suddenly turned bright red. "I may have forgotten something." Neville tried hard to remember what he forgot. Just then, Draco Malfoy passed by the Gryffindor dining table and snatched the memory ball from him. Harry and Ron jumped up. For some reason, they more or less hoped to fight with Malfoy. However, Professor McGonagall always sensed that something was wrong more keenly than other teachers, and she appeared in the blink of an eye. "What's going on?" "Malfoy stole my Remembrano, Professor." Malfoy's face was gloomy, and he quickly threw the Remembrano back on the table. "Wait and see," he said and hurried away, followed by Crabbe and Goyle. At about 3:30 in the afternoon, the little wizards of Gryffindor hurried down the steps and came to the lawn in front of the door to prepare for the first flying lesson. It was a sunny and breezy day, and the grass rippled slightly under their feet as they walked quickly down the sloping lawn and walked towards a flat lawn across the field. Beyond the lawn was the Forbidden Forest, and the dark trees in the distance swayed in the wind. The Slytherin students were already there, and there were 20 flying brooms neatly arranged on the ground. "Fred and George complained to me," Ron whispered to Lin Xiu and Harry. "The brooms of the college are too old, some will shake when flying too high, and others will always turn the handle to the left." Lin Xiu couldn't help laughing. "The trajectory of the broom is to the left, right?" Soon, the flying teacher, Ms. Hooch, came. She had short gray hair and yellow eyes like eagle eyes. "Okay, what are you waiting for?" she said sternly. "Everyone stand next to a flying broom. Quick, quick, hurry up." Lin Xiu looked down at the broom next to him. The broom was old and broken, with many branches sticking out. To be honest, he was a little skeptical. Can such a broken thing really fly? Apart from anything else, it's just a wooden handle of the broom. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to sit on it like this? But Ms. Hooch shouted in front, "Reach out your hand, put it above the broom, and say, 'Get up.'" Everyone followed and shouted, "Get up." Lin Xiu and Harry's brooms immediately jumped into their hands, and the others looked over with some envy, and the brooms next to them didn't react. Hermione's broom just rolled on the ground, Ron was hit on the nose by the suddenly jumping broom handle, and Neville's broom didn't move at all. Then, Madame Hooch showed everyone how to ride a broom safely. Lin Xiu did as he was told and found that there was an invisible cushion on the broom handle that could hold people up well. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wouldn't hurt himself when riding a flying broom. "Okay, when I blow the whistle, you kick your legs and leave the ground. Push hard," Madame Hooch said. "Hold the broom steady, rise a few feet, then lean forward slightly and fall vertically back to the ground. Listen to my whistle, 3, 2 dash." However, Neville was too nervous to be left on the ground, so he kicked hard and flew up before the whistle touched Madame Hooch's lips. Neville went straight up, like a cork spraying out of a bottle, straight into the sky. Lin Xiu saw Neville's terrified, pale face looking at the ground below, gasping with his mouth wide open. Everyone stared at the flying Neville, shouting "Be careful," in vain. Madame Hooch took out her wand and tried to put Neville down safely, but she couldn't aim at all. Lin Xiu knew that his chance had come. Saving Neville in front of everyone was a good opportunity to harvest the emotional treasure chest. He stepped on the flying broom directly. Hermione said nervously, "Lin Xiu, don't go. You don't know how to fly yet." But Lin Xiu had already jumped out. His flying broom skills were not very good, but his speed was surprisingly fast. Lin Xiu couldn't turn and control the direction well in the air, but he now had the bonus of non-human constitution and good eyesight, so he easily predicted Neville's trajectory in the air. So he suddenly jumped out, grabbed Neville in the air, and brought him safely to the ground. Girls screamed and gasped on the grass, and Harry and Ron shouted in admiration. Perfect rescue dive. Madame Hooch rushed over, her face as pale as Neville's, but somewhat relieved. Mr. Lin Xiu, your rescue dive gives Gryffindor 3 points. She bent down and looked down at Neville, who fell to the ground without standing firmly. But, Mr. Longbottom, because of your recklessness, Gryffindor will deduct 1 point. Seeing that Neville's face was still not good, Madame Hooch turned to the other students in the class and said, I will take this child to the school infirmary, and no one of you is allowed to move. Put the flying broom back to its original place, otherwise you will be kicked out of the Hogwarts gate before you can even say Quidditch. Let's go, dear. When Neville passed by Lin Xiu, he said gratefully, Lin Xiu, thank you. Lin Xiu nodded. After Neville and Ms. Hooch disappeared from everyone's sight, the young wizards all talked about Lin Xiu's act of flying to save people just now. Lin Xiu, your flying just now was amazing. Ron came over excitedly. If you ask me, you will definitely become a good Quidditch player in the future. When we are promoted to the 2nd grade. Harry's eyes lit up. So this is flying. Hermione ran over and glanced at Lin Xiu nervously. After making sure that Lin Xiu was fine, she complained, Lin Xiu, you were too reckless just now. Lin Xiu became the star of Gryffindor for a while, and his face was full of smiles. Not only because of the amazement of the young wizards around him, but also because he heard the prompt of the system. Ding! Rolanda Hooch's grateful mood is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have won a bronze treasure chest. Ding! Neville Longbottom's grateful mood is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a silver treasure chest. Ding! Hemer Granger's worry is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a bronze treasure chest. Ding! Harry Potter's admiration is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a silver treasure chest. Ding! Magma Nerva's surprise is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a silver treasure chest. Lin Xiu was a little surprised when he saw the system prompt. Did Professor Mag see the operation just now? He subconsciously looked around and found that in the window of a spire tower, there was a figure motionlessly annotating the grassland. It was Professor Mag. In the original book, Professor McGonagall is a Quidditch enthusiast. She was a member of the team when she was in Gryffindor. Even after graduation, when she became the Dean of Gryffindor, she has always been concerned about the development of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I have attracted the attention of Professor McGonagall this time. I wonder if I can join the Gryffindor Quidditch team through this. Lin Xiu is somewhat looking forward to it, but not much. The most lacking thing for the Gryffindor Quidditch team now is a seeker who can quickly catch the golden snitch, and Lin Xiu knows that compared with Harry, he is not competitive in this position. I should be able to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team next year. There's no need to rush. However, after this operation, he got a lot of emotion value treasure chests. Lin Xiu was generally satisfied. At this time, Malfoy, who saw Lin Xiu stealing the show, rushed out of the Slytherin crowd. Look! He quickly grabbed a glittering object from the grass. It's the memory ball that Longbottom's grandmother sent him. Malfoy held up the memory ball, and it sparkled in the sun. Give it here, Malfoy, Harry whispered. Everyone stopped talking and watched. Malfoy ignored it. I want to put it somewhere for Longbottom to pick up. Put it on a tree, how about it? Give it here, Harry shouted, but Malfoy had already jumped on his broom and took off. His previous words were not bragging, he really flew well. He was suspended at a height parallel to the top of an oak tree and shouted loudly, "Come and get it, Potter." Inspired by Lin Xiu's flying behavior just now, Harry grabbed his broom without hesitation. Under the nervous gaze of everyone, Harry and Malfoy both flew into the air on their brooms and started a flying fight. But soon, Malfoy was defeated and threw Neville's memory ball out. Harry grabbed the memory ball steadily amid the screams of many young wizards. The young wizards cheered and jumped for joy. Harry Potter! Everyone was immediately stunned by the voice, and Professor McGonagall ran out. I've been at Hogwarts for so many years, never dash. Professor McGonagall was so surprised that she couldn't speak, her glasses flashed with anger. How dare you, you'll break your neck dash. It's not his fault, Professor Dash, shut up, Mr. Weasley. But Malfoy Dash, stop it, Mr. Weasley. Okay, Potter, follow me. Professor McGonagall paused when she passed Lin Xiu and added, Mr. Lin Xiu, you come too. She strode towards the castle, and Harry followed mechanically. After Professor McGonagall appeared, Harry's figure became thinner, his hair turned burgundy, and he became a girl again. After the three of them left, Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle showed a smug look on their faces. Look, that Potter is so lame. He was scared and turned into a girl. But soon, Malfoy found something wrong, and everyone was silent. The Slytherin students who should have been arrogant were as obedient as quails at this time. He looked back and was shocked. Professor Snape, why are you here? This is not potions class. Draco Malfoy, What were you talking about, Harry, just now? Snape's eyes were gloomy. Slytherin will be deducted 10 points. Potter, Professor Snape told me that he gave you some potions. Professor McGonagall stopped in the corridor. As long as you keep your emotions stable, your body will be fine. Professor, I can't stay calm. Harry sighed and whispered, are you going to expel me? Professor McGonagall smiled and shook her head. Not now, Harry. Lin Xiu didn't have any psychological pressure. He knew from the beginning that there would be no problems this time. He was just a little curious whether he could join the Gryffindor Quidditch team like Harry. Professor McGonagall led Lin Xiu and Harry to the depths of the castle. They walked through doors and corridors. During this process, Professor McGonagall walked very fast, looking back at Lin Xiu and Harry from time to time. Lin Xiu had a non-human constitution and could easily keep up with Professor McGonagall's pace, so he also had the energy to pay attention to Professor McGonagall's expression. He noticed that the wrinkles on Professor McGonagall's face were stretched out. Professor McGonagall was not smiling now, but it was obvious that she was in a good mood now. But Harry didn't notice this. Professor McGonagall didn't explain why she called them away. Harry was still worried about being expelled from the flying class for riding a flying broom. Moreover, Lin Xiu noticed the changes that took place in Harry after he became a girl, and he would unconsciously whisper what he was worried about. Just like just now, before walking through a corridor and entering the castle, Lin Xiu clearly heard Harry sigh softly. Oh, I'm definitely finished. I've only been here for a few days. In 10 minutes, I'll have to pack up and leave. When the Dudleys see me at their doorstep, what will they say to ridicule me? Is Professor McGonagall going to take Lin Xiu and me to see Dumbledore? Maybe I can ask him to let us stay in school as gamekeepers like Hagrid after being expelled. Maybe I can even be Hagrid's assistant. I guess Ron and the others will have become official wizards by then. Harry frowned. He quickly ran to Lin Xiu's side, whispered, Lin Xiu, what do you think about being Hagrid's gamekeeper after we are expelled? But I guess we will have to build 2 more rooms next to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid's house probably won't be able to accommodate us. Lin Xiu couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect Harry's psychological activities to be so rich. I won't take you to see Professor Dumbledore, nor will I expel you. Professor McGonagall stopped outside a classroom and looked back at Lin Xiu and Harry. I think Hagrid is doing a good job. Hogwarts needs him as the gamekeeper. Professor McGonagall pushed open the classroom door and half leaned in. Excuse me, Professor Flitwick, can you let Wood out for a while? Harry was shocked. Professor McGonagall is going to hit us with wood? In English, wood is wood, which means wood. Professor McGonagall smiled and said, you have a rich imagination, Harry. A tall and strong boy walked out of the classroom with a blank face. Professor McGonagall, what do you want to talk to me about? You come with me first. Professor McGonagall strode forward with a few people in the corridor. Along the way, Wood looked at Lin Xiu and Harry curiously. Finally, several people followed Professor McGonagall into an empty classroom. Professor McGonagall closed the door, then turned around and faced the few people. This is Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Wood, I found a seeker and chaser for you. The expression on Wood's face changed from confusion to joy. Are you serious, Professor? Absolutely serious. Professor McGonagall said simply, they are both geniuses. This is your first time riding a broom, right? Lin Xiu and Harry nodded. During the flying class, when Longbottom's flying broom went out of control, even Madame Hooch couldn't save him in time. But Lin Xiu rode on the flying broom and succeeded in one shot. He was like a sharp arrow, saving Mr. Longbottom who was flying in the air. Wood's face was full of light. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what happened, but it was obvious that Lin Xiu and he would not be expelled. And Harry, he dived 50 feet and reached out to grab that thing, Mr. Longbottom's memory ball. There was no flesh injury at all. Even Charlie Weasley, who led Gryffindor to win the Quidditch game before, couldn't do this. Wood's smile never stopped, as if all his dreams had suddenly become reality. Lin Xiu, Harry, have you two ever watched a Quidditch game? Professor McGonagall asked. Lin Xiu and Harry shook their heads. It's okay. You two have the talent and will get the hang of it soon. Wood looked at Lin Xiu and suddenly said, hit me. Seeing the puzzled expressions of Lin Xiu and Harry, Wood explained, Lin Xiu, according to Professor McGonagall, you are most suitable for the position of chaser. Chasers need to pass the quaffle to each other and try to get it through a ring so that they can score points. In this process, you will inevitably have some collisions with chasers from other teams. The stronger you are, the greater your advantage. After that, Wood looked at Professor McGonagall. Professor, please help me cast an armor charm. This spell is quite difficult and I haven't mastered it yet. Professor McGonagall took out her wand and waved it gently. Protogo, armor protection. Suddenly, the white light disappeared. Wood took a breath. Lin Xiu, hit me with all your strength. Let me feel your strength. Lin Xiu nodded and punched Wood with a punch. Bang! A white light appeared in front of Wood, transforming into a shield, which directly deflected Lin Xiu's charged punch. but Wood still took a few steps back involuntarily. Mr. Lin Xiu, a beautiful punch. As the caster of the armor curse, Professor McGonagall felt it most deeply. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought you were a troll. Wood's eyes sparkled, and he said to Lin Xiu earnestly, you must come to our Quidditch team. With you joining, we will definitely beat Slytherin and flee. Lin Xiu nodded. This was originally his goal. Find a way to join Gryffindor's Quidditch team, use the performance on the court to pull the emotions of the people in Hogwarts, and take the opportunity to harvest the emotional treasure chest. Professor McGonagall smiled at Lin Xiu. At this time, a prompt came from the system. Ding! Magma Nerva's happy emotions detected. Drawing treasure chests for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a silver treasure chest. Lin Xiu was a little surprised. Professor McGonagall really likes Quidditch. So far, she has dropped emotional treasure chests twice, both of which are related to Quidditch. Lin Xiu gradually felt some patterns. Different characters have their own preferences for different things. If their emotions are affected by these things, they are more likely to drop emotional treasure chests. For example, what Harry the girl is to Professor Snape, what Quidditch is to Professor McGonagall. While Lin Xiu was thinking, Wood looked at Harry, your current body shape is just right for being a seeker. Light, agile, we have to find a way to get you to a decent broom. Professor, I think Nimbus 2000 or Sweep 7 would be good. I'm going to talk to Professor Dumbledore to see if we can make an exception and use first-year students. Indeed, we need a better Quidditch team than last year. We were defeated badly by the Slytherin team in the last game, and I didn't dare to meet Snape for several weeks. Professor McGonagall looked at Lin Xiu and Harry sternly from above her glasses. I hope to hear that you are training hard, otherwise I will change my mind and punish you. Then Professor McGonagall smiled and said, of course, don't be so nervous, enjoy your Quidditch game. She looked at Harry, your father would be proud of you, he used to be an excellent Quidditch player. Before parting, Wood seemed to have suddenly thought of something and called everyone. Wood said to Professor McGonagall, Professor, as far as I know, Harry will transform from time to time. He is very light and agile in his current female form, and will definitely be a great seeker. But if he changes back to a boy during the Quidditch game, Wood, when Harry caught Mr. Longbottom's memory ball, he was in the form of a boy. I don't think it has much impact whether Harry is a boy or a girl. Wood shook his head, no, as long as it can improve our Quidditch performance, I always think we should try it. Professor McGonagall, why don't you talk to Professor Snape and see if he can sponsor us to keep Harry in the female form during the game? Professor McGonagall was almost laughed at by Wood. Asking Snape for a potion to turn Harry into a girl, he thought of it. Even if Professor McGonagall can put up this face for Gryffindor's Quidditch performance, she still has to consider Harry's own ideas. Wood, because of your dangerous idea, you will be detained for 1 hour after your spells class. In addition, Gryffindor will be deducted 1 point. During dinner, Ron learned from Harry what happened after Professor McGonagall took Lin Xiu and Harry away. At that time, Ron was about to put a piece of steak and kidney pie into his mouth, but he forgot it halfway through. Chaser and Seeker, he said in surprise, but first-year students never Lin Xiu and you must be the youngest players on the house team in many years. In fact, the youngest players in a century. Wood said. Harry said while eating pie in big mouthfuls. Now he has returned to his male form. What happened in the afternoon made him feel a little thrilling, and now he is very hungry. Ron sat at the dining table, staring at Lin Xiu and Harry blankly. He is still shocked. We start training next week, Lin Xiu said, don't tell anyone, Wood wants to keep it a secret. At this time, Fred and George Weasley walked into the dining room. They saw Lin Xiu and Harry at a glance and walked over quickly. Good job, George whispered, Wood told us. We are the beaters of the house team. Let me tell you, we will definitely win the Quidditch Cup this year. Fred said, we haven't won since Charlie left, but this year, our team will definitely shine. When Wood told us about this, he was so excited that he was almost incoherent. Fred smiled and said, you don't know how excited Wood is. He even plans to ask Professor Snape of Slytherin for some potions for Harry, saying that he wants to increase Harry's chances of winning on the court. Ron said in surprise, we Gryffindor didn't do and Slytherin always have a bad relationship? Professor Snape's face was gloomy most of the time. Did Wood really dare to go to Snape? George laughed, I think Wood is crazy with excitement. Fred shook his head, if he is not punished, Wood will even go to kill the Slytherin team. He might really go to Snape. But I don't think Snape will give him the potion. He will probably yell at him to get out and deduct points from our Gryffindor. Lin Xiu shook his head, it's hard to say. The Weasley twins didn't know what happened in the afternoon, so they thought Wood's success rate was very low. The potion that Wood wanted to ask Snape for was for Harry, and the effect of the potion was to turn Harry into a girl during the Quidditch game. Snape might really take out the potion. At this moment, the Weasley twins suddenly said, we have to go. Lee Jordan thinks he has found a new secret passage that can lead to the outside of the school. Goodbye. They ran away quickly. Lin Xiu also noticed that the discussion around the auditorium was much quieter. A bat-like figure in a black robe stopped beside Harry. It was Snape. Ron didn't dare to breathe, and Harry whispered, "Professor Snape, what can I do for you?" He keenly noticed that when he was in male form, Professor Snape's attitude towards him was obviously much worse. "I heard that you joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Take it." Snape seemed to want to say something, but when he looked at Harry's face, he left with a dark face after dropping a bottle of clear light red potion. "Snape is so weird," Ron muttered. "Harry, what did he leave for you?" "Aha, Professor Snape was persuaded by me," what appeared beside Harry covered in dust. "Harry, keep it well, save it for when you play in the official game, and then become a girl to catch Slytherin off guard." "Okay." Harry put away the potion and made up his mind not to drink it. Why are you covered in dust?" "Nothing. After Professor McGonagall punished me to clean the trophy in the trophy room, I went to Professor Snape to persuade him to prepare potions for you, and then I was punished to move potion materials for him." Wood nodded with satisfaction. "Anyway, we still got something from Professor Snape." "Can potions be used before Quidditch games?" Ron asked curiously. "Don't worry, the current Quidditch games only stipulate that you can't use Felix Felicis to increase luck, and there are not many restrictions on other potions." Wood left soon, and his punishment was not over yet. Harry and Ron were still having dinner, while Lin Xiu went back to the dormitory alone. During this time, there was basically no one in their dormitory, and Lin Xiu was going to open the treasure chest that exploded during the day. "System, open the treasure chest." Ding! Bronze treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Hawkeye. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Introduction to Runes. Ding! Silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Primary Malice Resistance. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Intermediate Flying Talent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Intermediate Transfiguration Mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Intermediate Silent Spell Mastery. Opening 6 treasure chests at once, Lin Xiu is somewhat looking forward to it. Hawkeye Ms. Hooch is an expert in flying, Quidditch, and broom flying. In addition to being a flying teacher at Hogwarts, she also serves as a referee during Quidditch matches. Many people say that Ms. Hooch's talent in Quidditch is largely due to her eagle-like eyes, which can see the movements in every corner of the Quidditch field. After using it, your eyes will not change significantly, but your farsightedness will be much better than that of ordinary people, your dynamic vision will be much better than that of ordinary people, your visual accuracy will be much better than that of ordinary people, your eyes will be able to adapt to the interference of various lights on vision, and you will have night vision. Lin Xiu did not hesitate and chose to use it directly. Suddenly, he felt that the muscles around his eyes seemed to be strengthened, and the picture he saw in front of him became clearer. It was almost night, and the light around was very weak. Most people could hardly see clearly, but when Lin Xiu looked out of the dormitory window, he still felt very clear. It was not as bright as day, but he could clearly see most of the details around Hogwarts Castle in the gradually dimming light. The things opened in Ms. Hooch's treasure chest are not bad. Lin Xiu plans to get more emotional treasure chests through Quidditch games next. Now that he has obtained Hawkeye, his Quidditch journey will be smoother. Next, it is the Introduction to Runes. Introduction to Runes. In Germanic mythology, Odin, the father of the gods, hung himself on a tree for 9 days and 9 nights to ponder the mysteries of the universe in order to seek higher wisdom. When he came down from the world tree, he understood the secret of runes. Many wizards believe that runes contain the secrets of the universe. In the early Middle Ages, many famous wizards, including Merlin and the 4 founders of Hogwarts, used runes to carry their own magical powers. Many ancient magical items, such as the pensieve in the headmaster's room at Hogwarts and the Elder Wand in Dumbledore's hand, contain runes. Hermione once achieved excellent results in the OWL exam in ancient runes, and translated the runes of the Tales of Beedle the Bard into English for publication. Her rune skills also helped the trio understand the Deathly Hallows when they were looking for Voldemort's Horcruxes. After using it, you will be able to simply distinguish the general meaning of most runes, and you will be able to understand the exact meaning of some rune words. Runes. After using it, Lin Xiu did not feel any obvious changes in his body. But since there are still many places in the magic world today that use runes as a basic text carrier, he thinks it will be good for him to learn simple runes. If he encounters ancient magic items in the future, he can at least distinguish what the functions of those magic items are. After that, Lin Xiu turned his attention to the few things he opened in the silver treasure chest. Intermediate Malice Resistance. Horcruxes are items used by dark wizards to store soul fragments in order to make themselves immortal. They are generally considered the most evil and terrifying of all dark magic items. Horcruxes have certain abilities that can affect people nearby mentally. Tom Riddle's diary even controlled Ginny to open the Chamber of Secrets in Hogwarts and release the basilisk to harm people. In 1997, when Harry, Ron and Hermione wore Slytherin's locket and searched for other Horcruxes, their dark side was inevitably magnified, and they began to become irritable and negative. When they wore Horcruxes, they could no longer summon their patroness, because Horcruxes would make people lose happiness in their hearts. But during the Battle of Hogwarts, when Voldemort announced that Harry Potter was dead and everyone was depressed, Neville Longbottom completely ignored Voldemort's influence and rose up to resist. He pulled out the Gryffindor sword from the Sorting Hat, ignored the spiritual influence of the Horcrux, and destroyed Voldemort's last Horcrux, the Great Snake Nagini. After using it, you will gain resistance to mental malice, the influence of negative emotions on you will be greatly reduced, the dark side of your heart will not appear, and your will hardly be affected by magic. You can ignore the influence of the Horcrux and use the Patronus charm freely without affinity for dark magic. Good stuff. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up and he immediately chose to use it. In the magical world of Hogwarts, the power of magic is very idealistic. For example, the Patronus charm on Harry can rebound Voldemort's Avada Kedavra because of the love of Harry's mother Lily. Among the unforgivable curses, the effect of the Cruciatus curse also depends on the malice of the caster. The stronger the malice, the more pleasure the pain of others, and the greater the damage caused by the Cruciatus curse. The same is true for the Avada Kedavra. Apart from the wizard's own magical qualities, the important factor that affects the Avada Kedavra is the murderous intent in the heart when casting the spell. When there is not much murderous intent in the heart, forcibly using the Avada Kedavra will at most make people bleed from the nose after hitting them. When the murderous intent is strong enough, it will instantly kill the target. On the one hand, the malicious resistance opened from Neville's emotional treasure chest can help Lin Xiu resist the mental erosion of black magic props such as Horcruxes. On the other hand, it ensures that Lin Xiu is always in a normal and stable mental state, ensuring that when he casts the spell, the effect of the spell will not be reduced by too much mental influence. It is equivalent to a guarantee. After using it, Lin Xiu felt it carefully and could probably feel that his emotions became more stable and his mentality became more positive. Then it is intermediate flying talent. Intermediate flying talent. Harry showed his flying talent when he first touched the flying broom, and he became the youngest seeker in Gryffindor in a century. Harry's extraordinary flying skills played a big role later. After passing through the trapdoor, Harry used his flying skills to get the winged key and successfully passed the challenge set by Professor Flitwick. In addition, during the Triwizard Tournament, Harry used this to steal the golden egg from the dragon of the Hungarian Horntail. During the Battle of Hogwarts, he also used the flying broom to escape from the burning fiendish fire in the Room of Requirement. After using it, you will have a good flying talent. Your flight stability will increase, and your movements will be more natural when flying. You can use it to greatly reduce wind resistance, and your flight speed will be faster. Your flying movements will be more agile and quick, and you can avoid various balls flying in the air. Combined with the Hawkeye he opened earlier, Lin Xiu believes that his current flying skills and Quidditch skills will not be bad. This will help him to use the Quidditch game to harvest the emotional treasure chests of many wizards in the wizarding world. Almost everyone likes Quidditch. With the help of Quidditch, Lin Xiu can harvest the emotional treasure chests of other wizards as much as possible. Lin Xiu chose to use it without hesitation. Suddenly, he had an impulse in his heart, and he wanted to rush to the broom shed right now and ride on a flying broom to the sky. Lin Xiu took some effort to suppress the impulse to fly in his heart. In addition to flying classes and Quidditch training, the use of flying brooms in Hogwarts is limited. It is so dark now, and you must not fly outside casually. Lin Xiu put his expectations for flying in the next flying class and the upcoming Quidditch training, and then looked at the two items left in the system space. They were opened from Professor McGonagall's 2 silver treasure chests. Intermediate Transfiguration Mastery. After entering Hogwarts to study magic, Minerva McGonagall learned Transfiguration from Albus Dumbledore and showed her talent in this field at a very young age. After Dumbledore became the headmaster, McGonagall took over his original teaching position and became the school's Transfiguration teacher. The subject she taught is considered to be the most complex and dangerous spell in the Hogwarts curriculum. During the Battle of Hogwarts, she transformed a torch into a ring of fire when dueling with Severus Snape, and turned the black snake that Snape conjured into black smoke, and reformed it into a dense dagger to attack Snape. Later, when the Death Eaters attacked the castle, she brought all the statues and armor in the castle to life to help defend the castle. After using it, you will master Transfiguration proficiently, and your understanding of the nature of magic will be further deepened. Intermediate Silent Spell Mastery. Silent spells refer to spells that are not recited loudly when using talismans. Hogwarts requires students to start trying silent spells after the 6th grade. Mastering silent spells is very difficult and requires a lot of practice because it requires strong concentration and willpower. In addition, most spells are weaker when used as silent spells than when they are recited. When the silent spell is fully mastered, the casting effect will not be weakened. Minerva McGonagall can use silent magic quite skillfully. When Barty Crouch Jr. disguised as Alastor Moody turned Draco Malfoy into a ferret, she turned him back without a spell. In 1998, she conjured a silver rope to trap the Carrows and summoned 3 Patronuses, all without saying a single word. After using it, you will master the silent spell technique, and you can use it to cast most relatively simple spells after training. When you cast a silent spell, the spell attenuation effect is reduced to a certain extent. Lin Xiu looked at the intermediate transfiguration and the silent spell, and his heart was full of smiles. Thanks for the flying broom and Quidditch. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. For him, the things that came out of Professor McGonagall's emotional treasure chest were the most valuable of all his gains today. Especially, intermediate transfiguration mastery. Transfiguration is the most dangerous and complex spell among all the spells taught by Hogwarts professors. It is difficult and powerful. During the battle of the Department of Mysteries, Dumbledore transformed and activated the fountain sculpture in the main hall of the Ministry of Magic to fight Voldemort. In the Battle of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall used transfiguration to transform the stone statue into a guard to help protect Hogwarts when facing the attacking Death Eaters. Transfiguration is definitely promising in the future. Apart from anything else, Dumbledore, one of the strongest wizards in the world, was a transfiguration teacher at Hogwarts when he was young. This is enough to show the value of transfiguration. And that intermediate silent spell mastery from Professor McGonagall's emotional treasure chest is also a good thing. After all, the only way to break the magic spell in the world is to be fast. After mastering it, it can help Lin Xiu reduce the casting time when fighting other wizards and gain a great advantage. After using both props, Lin Xiu had a lot of transfiguration experience in his mind. He can now easily complete all the challenges raised by Professor McGonagall in the transfiguration class. In addition, Lin Xiu also had various silent spell casting techniques in his mind. He tested several spells he had mastered on the spot. After dozens of minutes of repeated training, Lin Xiu was able to easily cast the repair spell without chanting the wand. He roughly estimated that the repair spell he cast in a silent state was only 70% of the effect of the repair spell he cast by shouting, and the repair speed was slightly slower. But it's not bad. Lin Xiu nodded with satisfaction. It seems that he chose Quidditch as the entry point to harvest the emotional treasure chest, and this road was not wrong. He fell asleep soon. The next morning, when Lin Xiu was having breakfast in Gryffindor, he heard Harry and Ron whispering excitedly, "We met a big dog with 3 heads last night, it was very fierce." Lin Xiu asked curiously, "Did you go for a night tour last night?" "We didn't go out for a night tour." Ron shook his head. "During dinner yesterday, Malfoy challenged Harry to a wizard duel. We fought bravely, but it was obvious that Malfoy was a coward. Malfoy lied to us," Harry said. "We arrived at the agreed duel location, but only saw Filch and his cat. We were almost caught. Finally, we hid in a room and found the 3-headed dog." At this time, Lin Xiu was a little surprised. The 3-headed dog is very ferocious. The school just put it in a room without even locking it? Lin Xiu remembered that in the original book, the room where the 3-headed dog was locked. When Harry and his friends arrived here, they were helpless in the face of the locked door. In the end, it was Hermione who opened the door with the unlocking spell, and they hid in and found the 3-headed dog. It's just that Hermione and Lin Xiu are now relatively closer. Influenced by Lin Xiu, Hermione is not so domineering and nosy in her dealings with others. Therefore, Hermione didn't worry about Harry and his friends last night, but slept soundly in her dormitory. Hermione didn't go out at night with them last night. If Harry and his friends encountered a locked door, there would be nothing they could do. I didn't expect that the 3-headed dog's room would be unlocked directly. It's locked. Neville, who had been silent, said, "I forgot the password to the fat lady's portrait last night, so I fell asleep outside the door of the Gryffindor common room. I was awakened when Harry and the others went out, so I followed them. We went to that room twice to avoid Filch. The first time we went there, the door was locked. When we hid in the room the second time, the door was opened. I saw Professor Snape walking out of the room." "Professor Snape?" Lin Xiu nodded. "That's not surprising. Neville, you remember what happened last night so clearly?" Ron was surprised. "I think you may not need the forgetting ball sent by your grandmother in the future." Neville sighed. "I just remember Professor Snape's things more clearly. I'm a little afraid of him." "It's okay, Neville, your memory will get better and better," Harry said. "When I found the 3-headed dog last night, I remember that a trap door next to the 3-headed dog moved and made a loud noise. I guess that monster is guarding the things in the trap door. It is probably the thing that the you-know-who wants to find first when he attacks Gringotts. I have to find a way to figure out what that is." For a long time, Harry wanted to find out what the 3-headed dog was guarding, but he never found a way. As time went by, Harry's curiosity about the secret guarded by the 3-headed dog became less and less. One morning in particular, the things delivered by the owl postman completely occupied Harry's heart. When the owls swarmed into the big restaurant as usual, everyone's attention was attracted by the slender package carried by 6 long-eared owls. Harry and Ron were eager to know what was in the package, and the owls circled in the hall for several times, and finally dropped the package in front of Lin Xiu's table. Harry and Ron were very surprised. Ron, who was born in a wizard family, had seen some things. He widened his eyes. "This package, could it be a flying broom in it?" Lin Xiu, "Open it quickly and take a look." Harry also looked at the package in front of Lin Xiu's table expectantly. But before Lin Xiu could open the package, another owl threw a letter. Lin Xiu opened the letter and saw that it said, "Don't open the package on the table. It contains your and Harry's new flying brooms, Nimbus 2000 and Crosswind 7. I don't want everyone to know that you have a new broom, lest they all want it. Oliver Wood will wait for you at the Quidditch field at 7 o'clock tonight to give you the first training class. Minerva McGonagall." He subconsciously looked at the professor's seat, and Professor McGonagall was raising her glass and smiling at him. Lin Xiu was a little surprised. In the original book, only Harry got the Nimbus 2000, but he didn't expect that he would also get a share this time. He handed the letter to Harry and Ron to see. Sweeping 7 and Nimbus 2000. Ron exclaimed enviously, "I haven't even touched them. Do I have a new broom too?" Harry was a little unbelievable. He sat on the table and stretched his neck to look at the ceiling of the auditorium. 6 more owls flew in and dropped another slender package in front of Harry. Ron suggested, "We can find a deserted place to unpack before the first class. We should be in time." Lin Xiu shook his head, "Class is about to start. Time is tight." But Harry and Ron were so excited that they left the hall in a hurry without even finishing breakfast. Lin Xiu ate his breakfast quietly, and after finishing it, he prepared to go to the first class. As soon as he walked out of the hall and passed through some corridors, he saw Hermione passing by with her mouth pouting and her head down. Lin Xiu called Hermione, "Hermione, you don't look very happy, what happened?" "It's Potter and Weasley." Seeing that it was Lin Xiu, Hermione opened up, "When I passed the stairs just now, I heard them smugly mocking Malfoy with the flying broom in their hands. They said that if Malfoy hadn't taken Longbottom's memory ball, allowing Potter to show his flying advantage, Potter wouldn't have gotten the Nimbus 2000 given by Professor McGonagall. I really don't understand." Hermione said a little aggrieved, "Why don't Potter and Weasley realize that what they did is against the school rules? Don't they know that breaking the school rules is wrong?" The smug tone of Potter and Weasley is like saying that breaking the school rules is glorious, and the Nimbus 2000 is a reward for those who break the school rules. Hermione became more and more angry. Lin Xiu looked at the angry face of the little witch, but found that under Hermione's angry expression, there seemed to be some other emotions. "Hermione, you seem confused." Hermione whispered, I don't understand. Why do people take the rules so lightly? In the potions class, I tried so hard to raise my hand, but Professor Snape didn't give me a chance to answer questions. He was always looking for opportunities to give Potter extra points, give Slytherin extra points, and deduct points from other colleges except Slytherin. Potter and Malfoy broke Madame Hooch's rules in the flying class, but they didn't receive any punishment. Even Professor McGonagall bought Potter an expensive flying broom. Students break the rules, and professors do whatever they want. Looking at the little witch's increasingly depressed mood, Lin Xiu sighed. Hermione was born in a Muggle family. When she first entered the magical world, she was more nervous and uneasy besides surprise and curiosity. She is not like Ron Weasley, who comes from a wizard family and is very familiar with the magic world. She is not like Harry Potter, who grew up in the Muggle world, but is a famous boy, and many people in the magic world are kind to him. For Hermione now, the magic world is strange and unknown, apart from the magic and magnificence of all kinds of magic. Unknown things can make people feel scared. So, Hermione can only hold on to the only thing she is familiar with, learning and following the rules. These are the two things she learned in the Muggle world since she was a child, which makes her feel familiar and safe, and makes her feel that there are still some things in her control in the Hogwarts magic world. But what she has seen and felt during this period of time has made Hermione a little confused. The sense of security she firmly believes in has been torn open. It turns out that rules do not have to be followed, studying hard will not necessarily be rewarded by the teacher, and breaking the rules will not be punished by the professor. Lin Xiu could understand Hermione's feelings. If he didn't have the emotional treasure chest system and the original plot, he would be confused like Hermione. Hermione's current emotional state is obviously unstable. Lin Xiu wanted to comfort Hermione, but he didn't know which angle to start from. Should he tell Hermione that Hogwarts actually encourages students to break the rules? For example, the school prohibits night tours. If Filch catches them, the school will deduct points, but if they are not caught by Filch, it is not a violation at all. Perhaps, the school rules of Hogwarts are arranged in this way to improve students' practical ability and let students improve their magic application level in the process of fighting wits with Filch and school rules? But looking at the little witch's depressed mood, Lin Xiu felt that it was too much to say all this. Hermione is very uneasy and confused now. All the things she has experienced in this period of time, all the accumulated bad emotions, broke out today. Now we shouldn't talk about big principles or right and wrong. The most important thing to do is to comfort Hermione. Lin Xiu patted Hermione on the shoulder and said softly, It's okay, Hermione. You have been doing well. You are the best little witch in Gryffindor. Those things are not your fault. Don't punish yourself with other people's mistakes. Harry and Ron are two fools. Let them grab the flying broom and have fun. Hermione hesitated and said, but Professor McGonagall also gave you a flying broom. Lin Xiu said seriously, then I am also a fool. Ha ha ha. Hermione laughed. The confusion in her heart dissipated a little. More importantly, her originally low mood was interrupted by Lin Xiu. Hermione quickly adjusted her mood, looked at Lin Xiu's eyes, gently moved away, stretched out her hand and shook hands with Lin Xiu. Thank you for comforting me. It was just like the first day of school, on the Hogwarts Express, when they first met. That time, it was Lin Xiu who took the initiative to shake hands, and this time it was Hermione who took the initiative to shake hands. Lin Xiu felt that Hermione's palms were full of sweat. Was she too nervous? Hermione, Lin Xiu said, we should go to class. Oh, right. Hermione coughed and pulled her hand away. I'm not used to shaking hands with you. Let's go to class. She walked forward a few steps, didn't see Lin Xiu catch up, turned around and asked, what's wrong? Lin Xiu shook his head, nothing. He just saw the system prompt. Ding! Hermione Granger's emotional confusion detected. Drawing treasure chests for the host. Congratulations to the host, you won a silver treasure chest. Several spell classes ago, Professor Flitwick showed the young wizards the various spells they would learn in the first grade. Fire spell, unlocking spell, cutting spell. When Professor Flitwick used the levitation spell to make Neville's pet toad fly everywhere, almost all the young wizards were eager to learn and try the levitation spell. Today is the day when the young wizards officially learn the levitation spell. Professor Flitwick divided the whole class into groups of 2 and started training. Hermione and Lin Xiu worked together, Harry and Ron, and Neville worked with the explosive genius Seamus as always. Standing on a stool piled high by books, Professor Flitwick said in a sharp voice, one of the basic skills of wizards is to float into the air, or make objects fly. Dash, did everyone get the feather? Most of the young wizards looked at it blankly, and Hermione, who was sitting next to Lin Xiu, responded very actively. She picked up the feather on her desk and signaled to Professor Flitwick. Very good. Professor Flitwick nodded at Hermione, don't forget the subtle hand movements we have been training. 1 wave, then 1 shake. Remember, 1 wave and 1 shake, everyone try it. The little wizards waved their wands following Professor Flitwick's movements. Their movements were gentle and graceful. Lin Xiu nodded silently. Although Professor Flitwick was not tall, he really had something. Waving the wand in his way, the movement amplitude was very small, so the casting speed would be much faster. Very good. Professor Flitwick smiled and said, by the way, the spell must be read clearly, otherwise there may be unexpected results. Don't forget the wizard Baruffio, he said F as S, and was crushed by a bison that suddenly appeared and lost half his life. The spell is Wingardium Leviosa, everyone try it. The feathers beside Professor Flitwick floated in the air and turned a few circles, which made many little wizards eager to try it. Everyone saw Professor Flitwick casting spells with ease, but when they tried it themselves, they found that it was not easy at all. Neville and Seamus waved and shook the feather, waved and shook it again and again, but the feather still had no reaction. Seamus was so angry that he directly threw his wand at the feather, shouting spells, with a momentum of dying together. Suddenly, with a boom, an explosion occurred on Seamus's table. The sound was so loud that it sounded like a thunderbolt out of thin air. Professor Flitwick almost fell off the book, while Neville had already dropped his wand and hid under the table in fear. All the little wizards looked over. Hermione was stunned. It's just a levitation spell, this level of explosion. How did you do it? Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh. This Seamus is really a genius of explosion. Any spell cast by him will eventually present an unparalleled explosion effect. Mr. Longbottom, Professor Flitwick said, please send Mr. Finnegan to see Madame Pomfrey. Neville prepared himself for a while before coming out from under the table, and walked towards Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, with Seamus, whose face was blackened by the explosion. Looking at Neville and Seamus walking out of the classroom, Professor Flitwick questioned his teaching level for the first time. He taught spells at Hogwarts for so many years. When teaching spells, it is normal for most people to fail to cast spells smoothly, and occasionally 1 or 2 geniuses will pop up who can cast spells successfully in one go. But he had never seen Seamus in such a situation. It was clearly a levitation spell, so how come the power of the little wizard Seamus Finnegan was greater than that of an ordinary explosion spell? But no matter what, the spell class had to continue. Okay, everyone, Mr. Finnegan will be fine. Let's continue to try the levitation spell. The little wizards in the classroom listened to Professor Flitwick and continued to try. But it was obvious that after seeing the huge explosion caused by Seamus, everyone's enthusiasm for trying was inevitably dampened a lot, which could be seen from the voices of everyone saying the spell. Everyone's voice was several degrees lower, for fear that they would also cause a big explosion like Seamus. Of course, there was one exception, that was Ron. Ron and Harry were in a group, and both of them failed in their attempts at the levitation spell. Harry just kept repeating the spell and casting the spell, hoping to hit the good luck and cast the spell successfully, and Ron became more and more irritable. Wingardium Leviosa, Ron shouted, holding the wand tightly and waving his arms like a windmill. But the feather still did not respond. Hermione, who was sitting next to Lin Xiu, saw this scene and couldn't help but want to correct him. But Lin Xiu stopped him. Hermione whispered to Lin Xiu, why did you stop me? Weasley was just waving his wand around like a stick. Hermione, Lin Xiu said, if someone suddenly accused you of doing something wrong, how would you react? I would be very angry. Hermione came to her senses, but I wouldn't blame Weasley. Lin Xiu said, in the charms class, with so many people watching, if you rashly correct Weasley, the consequences will be no different from if you blame him in public. People don't like to be denied. Okay. Hermione nodded. Lin Xiu, I believe what you said. But watching Weasley waving spells randomly, it's really uncomfortable to watch. Then look at me. Lin Xiu smiled and waved his wand lightly. Wingardium Leviosa. The feathers on Lin Xiu's desk seemed to have suddenly gained the ability to fly, floating up lightly, and finally stopped 4 feet above his and Hermione's heads. Great! Professor Flitwick dispelled the psychological shadow caused by Seamus's explosion, and said happily, look everyone, Mr. Lin Xiu succeeded. Lin Xiu immediately became the focus of the whole audience, and the eyes of other young wizards were full of surprise and envy. Originally, everyone was a salted fish who couldn't make the feather float, but you secretly surprised everyone. Lin Xiu's wand waving technique is also very beautiful, Professor Flitwick said without hesitation. Gryffindor adds 5 points for this floating spell. Lin Xiu heard the system prompt. Ding! Phileas Flitwick's joyful mood is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you won a silver treasure chest. He was in a good mood. Professor Flitwick was a wizard duel champion when he was young, and the treasure chest he dropped must have something good. I can do it too. Seeing Lin Xiu successfully cast the levitation spell, Hermione cast a spell on the feather on her desk without hesitation, and then another feather floated up and entangled with Lin Xiu's floating feather. The 2 feathers did not fly around, and they touched just right, just like 2 robins flying together. Professor Flitwick said, because of Miss Granger's levitation spell, Gryffindor will get another 3 points. Professor Flitwick breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. Judging from the performance of Mr. Lin Xiu and Miss Granger, there was no problem with Professor Flitwick's spell, but the problem was that little wizard Seamus Finnegan. Hearing Professor Flitwick's words, Hermione blushed a little. She was used to being praised by the professor. She blushed because of the robin. The robin is a common bird in England. It is the national bird of England and a symbol of kindness in culture. In addition, the robin also symbolizes love. Flitwick was inspired by the success of Lin Xiu and Hermione. He took advantage of the opportunity and said, to show my encouragement to Mr. Lin Xiu and Miss Granger for their success, I have decided to exempt them from 2 weeks of charms homework. In addition, if anyone can make the feathers continue to float in this class, I can exempt you from the charms homework for the next week. The little wizards were excited and devoted themselves to the effort to make the feathers float with unprecedented enthusiasm. Among them, Ron was the most hardworking. Wingardium Leviosa, he shouted very vigorously. Ron's movements when casting spells became more and more exaggerated. He was no longer satisfied with one hand, but used 2 hands alternately to use the wand, as if 2 big windmills were spinning rapidly. Ron, why don't you go slower? Harry was a little worried that Ron would create an explosion like Seamus did. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. I don't want to do my homework. Ron was holding back his anger. After adjusting his spell several times, he somehow sensed that his next spell would be successful. I will definitely be able to float successfully this time. So he suddenly jumped up from his seat, shouted loudly, and called out the spell, Wingardium Leviosa. In the horrified eyes of all the little wizards, Professor Flitwick, who was not very tall, floated up and floated to the ceiling, hitting his head with dust. Without seeing Professor Flitwick make any move, Ron's wand suddenly fell on the table, and Professor Flitwick landed easily with an elegant posture. Mr. Weasley, you succeeded in casting the spell to some extent. Professor Flitwick sighed, therefore, I have decided to exempt you from the charms homework this week. But before Ron could be happy, Professor Flitwick continued, but your random spell hurt me by mistake, so I think you should leave some profound lessons. Please copy I am a wizard, not a baboon waving a stick 1,000 times and give it to me in the next class. Ron was in tears. He was punished to copy, which was more words than the simple spell's homework. I should have known not to work so hard. Tomorrow is Halloween. The school notified that there will be a sumptuous dinner today. Many activities, including Quidditch training, are suspended today. Harry and Ron went to play somewhere, while Lin Xiu stayed in the dormitory and opened the treasure chest that dropped today. Ding! The silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Curse Sense. Curse Sense, Wizard Duel is a formal contest between 2 or more people in wizard culture. In this process, wizards can use various magic to compete with opponents, which is a great test of the wizard's mastery of spells. It is rumored that Professor Phileas Flitwick once won the Wizard Duel Championship when he was young. People speculated that his short stature gave him some advantages, and perhaps his blood contained some kind of induction to spells, which allowed Flitwick to quickly sense the opponent's spells and make subconscious actions. After using it, your reaction will be more agile. When you are attacked by the enemy maliciously, you will subconsciously avoid the evil spell and make an effective counterattack. With the induction of evil spells, when attacked suddenly, Lin Xiu can also have a certain reaction, which greatly enhances his combat effectiveness and safety. So he chose to use it without hesitation. After adapting to the changes in his body, it was almost night. Lin Xiu arrived at the hall and found that the whole hall was decorated with colorful colors. 1,000 bats fluttered on the walls and ceiling, and another 1,000 like low dark clouds hovered above the dining table, causing the candle flame in the pumpkin belly to flicker. Delicious food suddenly appeared on a golden plate, just like at the banquet at the beginning of the school year. After he went to the table, he found no trace of Hermione. Lin Xiu asked Ron, who was busy chewing chicken drumsticks beside him, but didn't get any useful information. Finally, it was Harry who suggested asking Hermione's roommates, Podle and Lavender. Podle was a black-haired Indian girl. After hearing what Lin Xiu said, she thought for a while and said, "Hermione? She seems to be preparing something like trick or treat, probably some kind of activity for muggles on Halloween. She seems to have stayed in the women's bathroom for an afternoon, and I didn't see her in the dormitory." Women's bathroom. Lin Xiu couldn't stay calm. On Halloween Eve, in the women's bathroom, Quirrell will release a giant monster. It's dangerous outside now. Lin Xiu stood up suddenly and rushed out of the auditorium. When passing by Ron and Harry, Harry looked over and Ron raised a chicken drumstick. "What's wrong, Lin Xiu?" Ron asked. "The chicken drumsticks are delicious tonight. Don't you want to?" But Lin Xiu had disappeared in the corridor. Lin Xiu walked through the empty side corridor and hurried to the women's bathroom. It was quiet all around, nothing unusual happened. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. He ran out early, and it was estimated that the trolls released by Quirrell had not yet arrived here. He knocked on the door of the women's bathroom. "Hermione, are you in there?" There was a ping-pong sound from the door, and Hermione stuttered, "Linear. Lin Xiu, why are you here? I didn't see you in the hall, so I came out to find you." There was silence inside the door for a while, and soon, the bathroom door was opened and Hermione came out. At this time, she was wearing a small pointed witch hat on her head. Half of her face was painted with cat whiskers, and the other half of her face was not made up. Hermione looked like she wanted to dress up as a cat girl, but it was obvious that she had not yet finished dressing up. "I wanted to come find you after I finished dressing up," Hermione sighed, "but now you've seen me in advance. Anyway, Lin Xiu, I wish you a happy Halloween." "Thank you. I wish you a happy Halloween too. Let's go to the hall." Hermione shook her head. "Many people in the hall are from wizard families. The way they celebrate Halloween is different from us muggle children. I will be laughed at by them if I go there like this." I asked Nick, who was almost headless, and those ghosts said that it is not necessary to attend the pre-Halloween dinner. "I want to go back to the dormitory." "Then I'll go back to the dormitory with you." "Okay." Hermione and Lin Xiu walked side by side, and no one spoke for a while. When they turned a corner, Hermione suddenly said, "Lin Xiu, do you know the origin of Halloween?" Lin Xiu shook his head. "I read it in a book," Hermione said briskly. "There is a saying that Halloween comes from the ancient Celtic tradition of Samhain. On that day, they would dress up as ghosts to lead away the wandering ghosts. In addition, they would collect food from door to worship the gods. They believe that this will make people more closely connected. Finally, the Celtic customs developed into our modern times and became today's Halloween and trick or treat. I'm already dressed as a witch, Lin Xiu, trick or treat." Hermione stretched out a hand to Lin Xiu. There were quite a few candies on the table in the hall, but when Lin Xiu rushed out of the hall to find Hermione, how could he take care of grabbing 2 handfuls of candies and putting them on his body? Looking at Hermione's outstretched hand, Lin Xiu also stretched out his hand and shook it gently. "Well, this is not bad. The weather is a bit hot, isn't it?" Hermione's face was flushed. "I feel a little hot on my face." She turned slightly to the side and fanned her face with her hand. "I changed my mind. I want to go back first. Lin Xiu, good night." Hermione ran forward a few steps. At this time, a foul smell came from the front. It was the smell of fermented socks that had not been washed for 3 months and the smell of a toilet that no one cleaned. Just smelling it made people squint their eyes involuntarily. "This smell is irritating." Immediately afterwards, a huge shadow appeared on the wall at the corner in front, accompanied by a low grumble and the sound of huge feet dragging on the ground. The shadow was getting closer and closer, and finally, a huge monster appeared at the end of the left passage in front. It looked nearly 3 meters tall, with dull skin, as gray as granite, and a huge and stupid body like a pile of huge gravel, with a small head like a cocoa bean on it. The monster held a huge wooden stick in his hand, but because its arm was very long, the stick was dragged on the ground, which made a harsh sound when walking. "It's a troll." Hermione's face turned pale. She had read about this monster in a book. They are brutal, powerful, and very dangerous. Hermione, run to me, Lin Xiu shouted at Hermione, but Hermione was so frightened that she couldn't move. At this time, the troll noticed Hermione, and it roared, raised its stick and smashed it at Hermione. Lin Xiu's inhuman constitution came into play at this time. He rushed over, picked up Hermione by the waist, and turned around to run. Before the troll's stick came down, Lin Xiu had already carried Hermione to a safe place. Then, he drew out his wand and recited the only offensive spell he had mastered so far, Bat Bogey Hexes, Bats in a Flock. This is the bat spell from Ginny's emotional treasure chest. Its only function is to turn the enemy's boogers into bats, which hinders the enemy. Suddenly, a huge amount of black gas gushed out from the two nostrils of the troll's little head, turning into black bats that stuck to its face. The troll roared in pain, twisted its body wildly, and bumped around everywhere, shaking off a lot of bricks around it. But gradually, its struggle became weaker and weaker, as if it was drunk and dizzy, and finally, it fell down with a bang. Is it dead? Hermione asked. It shouldn't be, Lin Xiu said. He guessed that the troll was blocked by the bats transformed from boogers, suffocating and comatose. If the suffocation time was longer, it would probably suffocate the troll to death. But at this time, Ron and Harry appeared at the end of the corridor. Lin Xiu, Hermione, run, there is a troll. When they saw the troll behind Lin Xiu and Hermione, they hesitated for a moment and rushed over directly. I'll help you. Ron swung his hands around, swung his wand, and shouted the spell he had just memorized in the spell class today, Wingardium Leviosa. When using the levitation charm, the wand should not have any obvious reaction. But after Ron shouted the levitation charm, his broken wand sprayed white light from the middle, and Ron's whole body bounced up and down the corridor like a pinball, bouncing around and couldn't stop at all. Harry turned into a red-haired girl. When he was about to take the wand, he couldn't help but put it back. A bat-like figure floated past him. Harry, put away your wand. Snape's voice floated past. He didn't even pull out his wand, but just glanced at Ron, who was bouncing around. Ron's flying tendency stopped and he landed safely. Go back to the dormitory and don't come out tonight. Snape's voice was filled with suppressed anger. He waved his sleeves, and Lin Xiu, Hermione, and the others floated up involuntarily. When they came to their senses, they were already standing on the 8th floor where the Gryffindor common room was located. The few people looked at each other in silence. Was Professor Snape angry just now? Ron said cautiously, he looked so scary just now. He's not angry with us, Harry said. After all, he didn't deduct points from our Gryffindor today. Harry, when you turned into a girl in the past, Professor Snape always tried to give you extra points. Although he didn't deduct points from Gryffindor today, he didn't give you extra points either. This is enough to show the seriousness. I think someone will be unlucky tonight, Ron said gloatingly, but it has nothing to do with us. Hermione followed behind Lin Xiu in silence. Lin Xiu looked at Harry and Ron. Harry, how come you and Ron are here? Harry said, Lin Xiu, not long after you left the hall, Professor Quirrell suddenly rushed in and said that a troll appeared in the underground classroom. The whole hall was in chaos. Finally, Dumbledore decided to change tonight's Halloween dinner to be held in the lounges of various colleges. But Harry and I thought that you left early and might not know the news, so we came out to find you. Ron said. Professor Snape followed Harry after seeing him become a girl. They came to the portrait of the fat lady. Pig nose. After giving the command, everyone went in. The Gryffindor lounge was crowded with people, and it was very lively everywhere. Everyone was eating the food on the plate. Hermione stopped Lin Xiu and the others in the corridor. Thank you. Harry and Ron waved their hands, rushed to their plates, and ate the fragrant chicken legs. When no one was paying attention, Hermione mustered up her courage and gently hugged Lin Xiu. Thank you. Without waiting for Lin Xiu to say anything, Hermione turned around and returned to her dormitory, and did not come out again that night. But since then, they have become real friends. Of course, Hermione and Lin Xiu are closer. After two people have experienced something together and overcome difficulties, it is hard for them not to have a good impression of each other. For Hermione, Lin Xiu saved her from a giant monster over 4 meters high, which is such an event. It was still warm on Halloween, but the temperature dropped sharply as soon as November arrived. The whole Hogwarts was covered with a layer of white snow, and the lake was frozen. Little wizards often went to the ice to skate. Every morning, Lin Xiu could see Hagrid from the upstairs window. He wore a long moleskin coat and rabbit fur gloves, defrosting the flying broom on the Quidditch field. The Quidditch season has begun. After a long training, Lin Xiu and Harry are going to officially participate in their first Quidditch game. They will represent Gryffindor against Slytherin. Captain Wood said that if Gryffindor wins this Quidditch game, they will surpass Slytherin in the College Cup and rise to first place. Of course, Slytherin is still first in the current College Cup points. Because Snape will give crazy points to the girl Harry while crazy points to other Gryffindors, which forms a delicate dynamic balance. When Snape deducted points from her at first, Hermione was a little depressed, but she gradually got used to it. Since the troll incident, Hermione no longer cares about violating school rules and being deducted points by Snape, but as long as there is a chance, she will still try her best to help Gryffindor score. Therefore, she found the origin of Quidditch to help Lin Xiu avoid risks as much as possible in the upcoming game. Lin Xiu, you have to pay attention to safety. There are many ways to commit fouls in Quidditch games, and the Slytherin group will definitely target you. Hermione was a little nervous. Promise me, give priority to your own safety, okay? Lin Xiu nodded. Sometime before the Quidditch game officially started, several things happened, the most notable of which was that Quirrell, the professor of defense against the dark arts, asked for leave again. The Weasley twins said mysteriously, Snape must have done it again this time. The night before Halloween, when we were touring Hogwarts at night, we saw Snape running to Quirrell's office. The next day, Quirrell was injured and asked for leave to recuperate. Lin Xiu and Harry looked at each other and immediately remembered the angry Snape that night. Ron waited until the Weasley twins left before speaking. I guess that night, Professor Snape was angry because he saw the girl Harry wandering around Hogwarts at night, just because he didn't want to punish the girl Harry, so he was very angry. Professor Snape must have wanted to vent his anger that night, but Professor Quirrell was unlucky. Ron said gloatingly, poor Quirrell. The day before the Quidditch game, when the Gryffindor Quidditch team was training, the captain would suddenly announce a big news: Snape will be the referee for the first game between Gryffindor and Slytherin. George Weasley fell off his broom after hearing this. Snape is the referee. He spat out the dirt in his mouth. When has he ever been the referee of a Quidditch match? We are playing against Slytherin. Snape will definitely not make a fair judgment. Except for Lin Xiu and Harry, the other players complained. Don't worry, Wood said confidently, Harry is our secret weapon. I have figured it out. As long as Harry becomes a girl on the day of the game, Snape will not find fault with us. Since Harry's state of becoming a girl is not stable, just in case, I got a bottle of potion early, which can make Harry become a girl on the day of the Quidditch match. We will win against Slytherin this time. The Quidditch match officially began. The weather on this day was very good. Although it was a bit cold, it was generally sunny. A lot of snow on the Quidditch field melted, which was very suitable for the game. In the auditorium, the tables of each college were filled with delicious food. Everyone was looking forward to a wonderful Quidditch game and chatting happily. In another hour, the game will officially begin. Harry didn't feel good. He was a little nervous and couldn't even eat breakfast. He looked at Lin Xiu with envy. Lin Xiu, our first Quidditch game is about to start. How do you keep yourself from being nervous? Keep calm, Harry. Lin Xiu said as he ate a few bites of toast and grilled sausages prepared by Hermione. Just show your strength. There's nothing to be nervous about. Lin Xiu didn't feel nervous. He didn't feel any anxiety while eating the breakfast prepared by Hermione. Harry, you have to eat a few bites of breakfast, Ron said, adding a few shiny chicken legs to Harry's plate. Harry sighed, I don't want to eat anything. Harry, you need to keep your strength up, Neville said, have some toast. Thank you, Neville, Harry said, but I'm not very hungry now. Harry, you don't have to worry or be nervous at all. Ron finished the chicken leg on the plate and sighed with satisfaction. The referee this time is Coach Snape. As long as you turn into a girl, he will definitely favor you. Ron's words made Harry relax a lot to some extent, and Harry was finally able to eat something. At 11 o'clock in the morning, it seemed that everyone in Hogwarts came to the stands around the Quidditch field. To cheer up Lin Xiu and Harry, Ron joined Neville and Seamus's fans. They used a bedsheet that was stained by mice to draw a huge banner with the words Lin Xiu must win and Potter must win. There was also a big Gryffindor lion painted on it, and then Hermione cast a clever magic to make Lin Xiu's name on the banner flash in different colors. In the locker room, Lin Xiu and Harry changed into bright red Quidditch uniforms. Wood looked at Harry with satisfaction as he had turned into a girl. Everyone, it's time. Our team is the best Gryffindor has had in so many years. We will win. Time's up. Good luck to everyone. The group walked out of the locker room and headed for the cheering stadium. Professor Snape was the referee. He stood in the middle of the stadium, holding a flying broom in his hand, waiting for the players from both sides. I hope to see fairness and honesty in this game. When Snape said this, he kept staring at the captain of the Slytherin team, Marcus Flint, a sixth-year student. Yes, Professor. Marcus lowered his head. Marcus was tall, and Harry couldn't help but think of the troll he saw the night before Halloween. Harry saw the banner flying high in the direction of Gryffindor from the corner of his eye, and his heart was suddenly filled with courage. Lin Xiu, look at that. Whispered to Lin Xiu in front of him, Lin Xiu will win. Your name is still shining, it must be the spell cast by Hermione. Lin Xiu looked over and saw Hermione waving at him, and he also waved at Hermione with a smile. Please ride on your brooms. Everyone sat on the brooms and waited for the kickoff. But Professor Snape looked at Harry first. This is your first Quidditch game, Harry. Snape said, I promise that this game will be absolutely fair and just. Thank you, Professor Snape, Harry said. The wind blew on the court, and Harry's sight was blocked by his red hair, so he tied his hair up. "You're welcome," Snape said with a smile, "enjoy the game." The Gryffindor players were at most a little surprised, while the Slytherin players were a little scared. Professor Snape hasn't laughed so happily for many years, and his face was flushed. Everyone in Slytherin was secretly alert. In this game, absolutely do not mess with Gryffindor's seeker Harry Potter. When the opening silver whistle blew, 15 flying brooms rose from the ground and the game began. The commentator for this game is Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins. Hello everyone, welcome to the first Quidditch game of the season at Hogwarts. Today's two teams are Gryffindor and Slytherin. Both players take their positions, and Professor Snape enters the field to kick off. He kicks the ball with his wand. The bludger takes off, followed by the golden snitch. I have to emphasize to you that the quaffle is only worth 10 points, but the snitch is worth 150 points. The game ends when the seeker finds the snitch. The quaffle was flicked away by Professor Snape's wand, but how did it fly directly to the Slytherin team? This is a clear bias. Anyway, the game officially begins. Lin Xiu relied on the intermediate flying talent, intermediate Quidditch expertise, and primary and human constitution that he opened from the emotional treasure box. At this moment, he was like a fish in water on the 897 Quidditch field. At the moment of the kickoff, he rushed out and grabbed the quaffle before the Slytherin people could react. Even if the referee is biased towards Slytherin, the quaffle was grabbed by Gryffindor's chaser Lin Xiu. I have to say, our Gryffindor chasers are amazing. I think it's no problem to defeat Slytherin today. Jordan. Sorry, Professor. Under the close supervision of Professor McGonagall, Lee Jordan was quiet for a while. Gryffindor's chaser Lin Xiu went straight to Slytherin's goal. Many Slytherin players tried to stop him, but it was useless. Lin Xiu was like a flash of lightning, passing people and passing people. All the Slytherin players who came to defend were rushed over by him. Slytherin's goalkeeper swooped over and tried to stop Lin Xiu failed. Lin Xiu's throw the ball went in. Beautiful. Gryffindor scored. Let's remember the first goal scorer of this game. He is Gryffindor's chaser Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Gryffindor students cheered Lin Xiu's name, mixed with the roars and sighs of Slytherin's. Restart. Gryffindor gets the ball. Merlin's beard. Lin Xiu got the ball again. He's awesome. Lin Xiu easily dodged the bludger from Slytherin. The ball went in again. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiu broke through Slytherin's encirclement and scored another goal. Gryffindor continues to score. Lin Xiu scored 5 goals. He's unstoppable. The game continues. Slytherin's players seem to realize who the real threat is on the court. They're consciously trying to block Lin Xiu. Wait, I saw Slytherin's captain Flint bump into Lin Xiu. Although the Slytherin was knocked away by Lin Xiu and Flint rolled in the air, it is obvious that this is a violation. The referee should announce a penalty. Referee, where is the referee? Lee Jordan looked in the direction of Snape, and after seeing that the other party did not say a word, he wisely decided not to continue to dwell on this topic. It seems that our referee Professor Snape does not think that it was a violation just now. Okay, the game continues. Simply, even if Slytherin's violation is obvious and despicable, Lin Xiu is not affected at all. He is still scoring goals. Bonus points, Gryffindor bonus points. Lin Xiu is still scoring goals. Amid the thunderous cheers of many young wizards in Gryffindor, Lee Jordan announced excitedly, I can't count how many times Lin Xiu has dodged Slytherin's attacks. Slytherin obviously has no way to deal with Lin Xiu. They tried to use all kinds of illegal tactics, but they didn't work for Lin Xiu. The entire stadium, except for the Slytherin square, was cheering for Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Lee Jordan was also infected by this enthusiasm and said excitedly, Lin Xiu has scored 16 goals for Gryffindor, which means that Gryffindor has scored a full 160 points. On the other hand, Slytherin didn't score a goal. As long as we find the golden snitch, this game will be over and Gryffindor's victory will be a foregone conclusion. Wait, was that the golden snitch just now? Almost everyone's attention was attracted, and Harry, who had been waiting in the air, took action immediately. Harry's red hair was flying in the female form, and he seemed to have turned into a red lightning, crossing most of the Quidditch field in an instant. Lee Jordan shouted, Great, it looks like Gryffindor's seeker Harry has found the golden snitch. As long as he catches the golden snitch, Gryffindor will win this game. I have to say, Harry is an extremely good seeker. He looks very charming when he is a girl, with that red hair. Lee Jordan was halfway through his words when he saw Snape's murderous cold eyes, and he was so scared that he quickly changed his words. Let's look at the golden snitch in the distance, classmates. Harry was inspired by Lin Xiu's crazy goal, and the whole person was mobilized. He only had the golden snitch in his eyes, and he was running fast. Just when he was concentrating on chasing the golden snitch, his flying broom suddenly shook frighteningly. In that instant, Harry almost felt that he was about to fall. He could only hold the broom tightly with both hands and clamp it tightly with his knees. Harry tried to fly to the goal post of the Gryffindor team, He wanted Captain Wood to stop the game, but there was no way. He had completely lost control of his flying broom, and the broom was not very expensive. The flying broom turned left and right in the air, shaking violently from time to time, and almost threw Harry off it. Lin Xiu's extraordinary performance almost made the whole audience focus on him, but Lin Xiu suddenly felt uncomfortable, as if someone was maliciously trying to cast a curse on him. He subconsciously lay on the broom, broke through left and right with a difficult move, and flew very far, until the malicious induction disappeared and he recovered. Lin Xiu realized belatedly that it was his evil curse induction that worked. Following the prompt of evil curse sense, he looked in one direction. In the stands, Quirrell, wearing a purple turban and leaning on a cane, was staring at Harry flying in the air, his eyes full of malice. Harry in the air was struggling to maintain his balance, trying not to fall. Lin Xiu immediately realized that it was Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, who was trying to murder Harry. But most people were paying attention to Lin Xiu's crazy goal, and almost no one was paying attention to Harry in the air. Of course, as the commentator of this game, Zidane always focused part of his energy on Harry. Before Lin Xiu was about to leave to save Harry, Lee Jordan had already noticed what was happening to Harry. Dear audience, something seems to have happened to Harry Potter, the 3.4 Gryffindor Seeker. Lee Jordan said loudly, "This is Gryffindor. Is it the hidden tactics of the Landfonder team? Or is there something wrong with his flying broom?" Harry's flying broom suddenly began to turn and spin, and Harry was almost thrown off. He could only hold the broom handle with one hand and hang in the air. Just as Harry was about to be thrown off, Lin Xiu was about to rush over to catch Harry, but someone rushed into the air faster than him. Merlin's beard. The commentator Lee Jordan shouted, "Dear audience, Professor Snape actually came out in person. Is he the hidden trump card of the Slytherin team?" Professor Snape is warming up in the air, and his warm-up action is actually the difficult eagle-shaped circle flight. Snape rode on a flying broom and rushed to Harry in mid-air. As a Death Eater who was proficient in dark magic, Snape judged at a glance that Harry's current dangerous situation was entirely because someone was casting a curse in the dark. Snape used a silent counter-curse, and Harry's tendency to fly around in mid-air stopped. But after Harry became a girl, not only his appearance changed, but his physical fitness also changed. The girl Harry was more petite and weaker. Therefore, when Snape stopped the curse attack of the unknown enemy, the girl Harry also lost his strength, and his hands loosened, and he fell straight to the ground. The moment Snape saw the girl Harry's long red hair flying in the air, his brain was absent, and he almost forgot that he was a wizard. Lily. He tried to reach out to grab Harry, but missed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Snape still pulled out his wand in time, allowing Harry to float steadily to the ground, resolving the crisis Harry encountered. Thank goodness. Commentator Lee Jordan breathed a sigh of relief. Although Professor Snape always looks for opportunities to deduct points from our Gryffindor, he finally did a good thing this time. 24 Harry Potter was saved by Professor Snape, so the game continues. Wait, there is an emergency. Lee Jordan said in shock, the rostrum has just received news from Slytherin. The Slytherin team voluntarily decided to end this Quidditch game under the friendly advice of Professor Snape. According to the rules of the game, when the two teams negotiate, the team with more points at the end of the game wins the game. In this game, Gryffindor's new chaser Lin Xiu scored a lot of goals, bringing Gryffindor a full 160 points. Lee Jordan happily shouted out the result of the game. With Lin Xiu's wonderful performance, Slytherin was shut out, and Gryffindor won with 160 points to 0. Let's thank Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Except for the Slytherin spectators who looked grim, almost everyone was shouting the name of Gryffindor's chaser Lin Xiu. The game should have ended here, but when the Gryffindor and Slytherin players had landed, the spectators as the crowd was preparing to leave the stadium one after another, Lee Jordan noticed something unusual. The game is over, why is Professor Snape's broom still flying in the air? Lee Jordan joked, is it possible that the broom Professor Snape rode is reluctant to leave the stadium? Wait a minute, why is Professor Snape's broom diving towards the audience? The broom seems to be aimed at Professor Quirrell, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Lee Jordan widened his eyes. Professor Snape is trying his best to control the broom with his wand, but it seems to be struggling. Wait a minute, something is wrong. Why is there a green light coming out of Professor Snape? Is this Avada? Boom! There was a violent explosion in the audience, and the green smoke lingered for a long time, and finally slowly gathered into a human figure that was Professor Quirrell wearing a purple turban. Other than that, no one was injured in the explosion, but the green smoke produced by the explosion finally dissipated into Quirrell's body. I'm very sorry, Professor Quirrell. Snape said slowly and methodically, it seems that there is something wrong with my broomstick, which has caused you mental damage. I'm sorry. Although he said so, there was no apology on Snape's face. He said in a kind tone, Professor Quirrell, when my flying broom swooped down just now, it seemed to have detonated a bottle of my potion. The smoke produced by the potion will cause tumors in people's noses. I'll help you. No, it's okay. Quirrell jumped up directly, covering his nose with one hand and the back of his head with the other. I also know a little about potions. I will find a way to solve it. After saying that, he jumped up in panic and ran away quickly. Professor Quirrell must have been scared silly. Lee Jordan said otherwise, he would definitely not mistakenly think that there is a nose on the back of his head. The audience saw the traces of liquid soaking on Quirrell's trousers. People realized that Quirrell seemed to be frightened by Snape's flying broom attack from the sky, and he didn't even notice that he had wet his pants. Lee Jordan looked at Professor Quirrell's embarrassed escape with pity and shook his head. Poor Professor Quirrell. After the Quidditch match, Snape just returned to his office and saw the message Dumbledore left for him, asking him to meet in the principal's office. After saying the password, Snape saw Severus eating in the principal's office. Professor Dumbledore, you are looking for me. Toffee fingers, taste very sweet. Dumbledore handed over a piece. Do you want to try it? No, I don't like sweets very much. Snape said, don't tell me why you are looking for me directly. After eating the biscuit in his hand, Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction, and then said, Severus, you should be able to guess why I asked you to come today. I think it's related to Quirrell and Voldemort. Snape said, do you think my actions on the court today are too impulsive? But we talked about this issue last time. You said that as long as the residual soul of Voldemort in Quirrell doesn't notice my actions, it's fine. Of course you can take some measures against Quirrell, but I hope you can control the intensity a little. It's been a while since this semester, but Quirrell has been recuperating and hasn't attended many defense against the dark arts classes at school, said Dumbledore. Excuse me, Professor Dumbledore, the content of Quirrell's normal courses is not even as valuable as Flobberworm's feces. Snape looked directly at Dumbledore. I think, taking this opportunity, I can be the teacher of defense against the dark arts. I believe that I can teach Harry the best defense against the dark arts. This can help him grow into an excellent wizard. We can talk about this later. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Snape sighed. I understand. Professor, do you have anything else to say? The matter of Quirrell and Voldemort is actually not that important. Dumbledore said, I called you here mainly for another thing. What? Dumbledore clapped his hands gently, and 4 small hourglasses of different colors rose in the headmaster's office. The 4 hourglasses were filled with rubies representing Gryffindor, sapphires representing Ravenclaw, emeralds representing Slytherin, and diamonds representing Hufflepuff. Severus, many students and parents have written to me recently, saying that a professor at Hogwarts has been adding and deducting points at random, which has caused great emotional harm to them. Do you have any idea about this? Last month, Gryffindor's scoring funnel increased by more than 5,000 points. As far as I know, most of them were added by you to Harry. Dumbledore said, is that true? Severus. I don't deny it. Snape said. Okay, at least we have reached a partial consensus. Dumbledore nodded. The changes in the scoring funnel in the past 2 months have attracted widespread attention. Many students and parents hope that I can solve this matter. Some Hogwarts directors have protested to me against your behavior. Is it Lucius Malfoy who is protesting, Professor? Snape said, I always thought you were not the kind of person who would yield to the directors. Dumbledore smiled and said, Lucius may not have the ability to make me yield. I'm just curious why you did this. The main reason why Lucius Malfoy protested to me was because he believed that his son Draco Malfoy was treated unfairly. As far as I know, when you enrolled in Hogwarts, Lucius was a Slytherin prefect for a while, and you had a pretty good personal relationship with him when you were on campus. Yes. Snape said, Lucius Malfoy treated me well when he was a prefect. I think Lucius must have thought that you would treat his son Draco Malfoy well in Slytherin. Dumbledore said, but in fact, you have deducted nearly 1,000 points from Draco in the past 2 months. This incident, like Harry's 5,000 points in the past 2 months, has never happened in the history of Hogwarts. Severus, why did you give Harry so many points? Dumbledore said, you should understand that for a child of Harry's age, excessive fame is a double-edged sword. Giving him too many points may make him too proud. Snape said, I just think that Harry's performance in the past 2 months deserves so many points. Dumbledore coughed. As soon as he waved his hand, a red gem flew out of the Gryffindor scoring hourglass, and Snape's voice came out from it. I like students who walk into the potions teacher with their left foot. Harry gets 10 points. Dumbledore said, this is one of the extra points records at the beginning of last month. Snape was silent for a while and said, I think that Harry can take the teacher's preferences into consideration during class, which shows that he attaches enough importance to potions and is worthy of encouragement. In that case, Severus. Dumbledore waved his hand again, and a new red gem flew out of the Gryffindor scoring hourglass. Then how do you explain the next bonus? Last weekend, Harry and Seamus Finnegan were in a group, and they caused a small explosion during the potion-making process. In the end, you still gave Harry 10 points. Inside the ruby, Snape's voice sounded, don't worry about the failure of brewing the potion, failure after failure will eventually lead you to success. At least, we can see that your explosion this time was very even, which is worthy of encouragement. Harry, 10 points. Under Dumbledore's gaze, Snape nodded slowly. Yes, that explosion was indeed very even. Severus, as far as I know, Mr. Seamus Finnegan has made far more explosions than Harry, but you have never given him any points. In the potion class in the first week of school, you even deducted points from Seamus Finnegan because of the explosions caused by the potion brewing process. Mr. Finnegan's explosions are pure destruction, bringing only chaos, while Harry's explosions are a kind of art. Snape said calmly. Professor Dumbledore, I not only gave Harry points, I also deducted points from him. Yes, Dumbledore nodded. When you deducted points from Harry, he was in the boy's position. State. So. Severus, Dumbledore said, you gave Harry extra points because he looked like Lily when he turned into a girl. It's mainly because Harry performed well and deserves encouragement. Snape said, of course, I don't deny the part you said. Mr. Malfoy was deducted more than 1,000 points by you. Is it also because of the girl Harry? Yes. Well, at least you were willing to answer the question honestly, Dumbledore said after a silence for a while. In this case, let's talk about Harry and the girl Harry first. You don't seem to have completely solved the problem of Harry turning into a girl from time to time. This matter can't be completely solved. Snape shook his head. The unstable polyjuice potion in Harry's body is not a pure potion. I can sense that there are many complex spells mixed in it. It is those spells that make the effect of the polyjuice potion in Harry's body permanent and change from time to time. It may take me several years to learn some permanent spells in the ancient Egyptian pyramids if I want to completely crack it, Dumbledore said, but I remember that the effect of the polyjuice potion in Harry's body is to make Harry transform randomly, not stably into a girl Harry who looks like Lily. Snape admitted, although it is impossible to completely remove the unstable polyjuice potion in Harry's body, I can use potions to adjust some of the medicinal properties. This will allow Harry to stably transform into a girl Harry every time he transforms. Severus, I hope you know one thing, Harry is just Harry, he is not the Lily who grew up with you. I understand, Professor, Lily is dead and will never appear again. Snape said calmly, it's just that after I saw Harry become a girl, that face that looks like Lily, I felt better. Dumbledore sighed. In short, Severus, I hope you can be more restrained when adding points and deducting points when facing the girl Harry. Otherwise, Gryffindor's scoring funnel may be damaged even if it is protected by magic. Snape nodded, He seemed eager to end the topic and changed the subject. According to your plan, after a while, Quirrell, who is controlled by Voldemort's remnant soul, will start to grab the Philosopher's Stone. I have made basic preparations. I am always very confident in your work. Dumbledore said with a smile, Voldemort's remnant soul can't cause any trouble, let's watch Quidditch. Today's Quidditch game is particularly exciting, right? I was busy searching for Horcruxes before. After I came back, I heard from Professor McGonagall that Gryffindor's chaser Lin Xiu scored 16 quaffles by himself and won with an overwhelming advantage. What a great guy. I think you may not have noticed that I am the head of Slytherin. I am not too happy about Gryffindor's Lin Xiu. Snape said, if you have nothing else to do, I will go back first. In the Gryffindor common room, the Gryffindor wizards surrounded Lin Xiu, calling out his name, Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. It was as lively as a Quidditch match, and everyone was ecstatic. From time to time, they patted Lin Xiu on the shoulder and smiled kindly. Wood was almost going crazy with joy. We won. When I was the captain, we beat Slytherin once. Lin Xiu, it's all your credit. The Weasley twins set off colorful fireworks in the room. Those fireworks turned into Lin Xiu riding a flying whip and scoring a goal, flying in the air. I'm a little envious of Lin Xiu. Ron whispered to Harry, when I'm in the 2nd grade, I'm going to find a way to join the Quidditch team. Harry was a little absent-minded, thinking about Professor Quirrell's pitiful look after the Quidditch match today. Professor Snape seemed to be targeting poor Quirrell? Why? Hermione ran to Lin Xiu, her face flushed. Lin Xiu, you did it. You led Gryffindor to win. Hermione pulled Lin Xiu to sit on the sofa in the common room, and told her feelings when watching Lin Xiu's goal from her perspective. Lin Xiu, your goal is great. Those people in Slytherin can't do anything to you at all. You are so awesome. Listening to Hermione's chattering and watching other people singing and dancing in the Gryffindor common room, Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel happy. Of course, the main reason is that after the extraordinary performance in this Quidditch match, the reminder sound in the background of his system kept ringing. Ding! Seamus Finnegan's excitement detected. Ding! The Weasley twins' excitement detected. Ding! Minerva McGonagall's excitement detected. Ding! Hermione Granger's excitement detected. Lin Xiu saw the dense prompts in the background of the system and couldn't help but sigh, it's really Quidditch. According to statistics, his extraordinary performance in this Quidditch match alone directly produced 58 treasure chests of various levels. Many system prompts come from those who usually have little presence in Hogwarts, and they also drop the lowest level bronze treasure chests. After Lin Xiu opened it, he found that there was basically nothing special. Except for some gold galleons, there are things such as love potions, hair growth potions, and Bibiduo. Miscellaneous items such as flavored beans. Only those who are familiar with Lin Xiu have higher quality treasure chests, all of which are silver. Open all the remaining treasure chests. Ding! Silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate blasting genius. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate swordsmanship mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate magical animal affinity. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate magic trick mastery. Ding! Gold treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced transfiguration mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced flying talent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the imitation mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced silent spell mastery. Just looking at these 933 pop-up reward prompts, Lin Xiu felt physically and mentally happy. Intermediate explosive genius Seamus Finnegan is born with a talent for blasting. He can even cause a violent explosion when casting an almost harmless levitation spell. Professor McGonagall was deeply impressed by this. So, on the eve of the final battle of Hogwarts, she assigned Seamus to blow up the bridge of Hogwarts. After using it, your blasting spell will cause several times the damage, and the power of all your attacks will be enhanced to a certain extent. All your attacks on the enemy have a certain chance to cause a magic explosion, causing additional damage to the enemy. Good guy. Seamus's blasting genius talent was just a joke in most of the original book, but I didn't expect it to be so valuable. Lin Xiu was really surprised. If Lin Xiu fights a dark wizard in the future, both sides will fire spells at each other and fall into a state of anxiety. When in the state, the explosive genius talent will work, causing an explosion, which can directly catch the enemy off guard or even directly destroy the opponent. Lin Xiu looked at Intermediate Sword Mastery expectantly. Intermediate Sword Mastery, the Sword Master, who learned magic in Hogwarts, drew his sword to kill snakes and destroy demons. During the Battle of Hogwarts, Neville Longbottom pulled out the Gryffindor's sword from the sorting hat, killed the snake Nagini, and destroyed Voldemort's last Horcrux, laying the foundation for Voldemort's demise. After using it, you will master swordsmanship and become a skilled swordsman. Your close combat ability will be greatly enhanced. Rebuilding the glory of the Sword Master is our duty. I'm afraid I won't become a close combat mage in the future, Lin Xiu muttered as he checked the other gains that followed. Among them, Intermediate Magical Creature Affinity, Advanced Transfiguration Mastery, Advanced Flying Talent and Advanced Silent Spell Mastery were obtained from the emotional treasure chests dropped by Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, Harry and Hermione. They are basically upgrades to the corresponding primary and intermediate talent proficiency, and the improvement is huge. Lin Xiu can feel that his strength has been greatly enhanced, and his sense of security is more sufficient. What makes Lin Xiu more curious are the two gains of Intermediate Magic Trick Mastery and Imitation Mastery. Imitation Mastery, Ron Weasley can imitate other people's voices very well. He once successfully imitated the Parseltongue that Harry said, which is almost impossible for most people. But Ron successfully opened the Chamber of Secrets in Hogwarts by imitating the Parseltongue, and successfully destroyed the Hufflepuff forest with the help of the Basilisk's fangs. After using it, you will have a strong ability to imitate. When the enemy wizard chants a spell, you can say the corresponding spell at the same time. When you have enough spell knowledge and rich experience in wizard duels, you can predict the spell that the opponent may release in advance to a certain extent and counterattack the opponent first. Spell copy. Lin Xiu didn't expect that Ron could bring such a surprise. Even if we put imitation aside, the talent of imitation mastery is powerful enough. After all, the only way to break the magic spell is to be fast. Before the enemy wizard launches an attack, he can predict the possible actions of the opponent to a certain extent. With Advanced Silent Spell Mastery, Lin Xiu can take action and subdue the opponent before the enemy wizard launches an attack. After using all the gains from the previous opening, Lin Xiu set his sights on Intermediate Magic Trick Mastery. Intermediate Magic Trick Mastery. When Fred and George were still students at Hogwarts, they began to study magic tricks. During their time at school, the things they researched and invented were widely welcomed by students. Later, even the Ministry of Magic began to order magic props from them. After using it, your understanding of magic props will be more in-depth. When you come into contact with magic props, Sebjay, you can reduce the damage of the evil curses in the magic props to a certain extent. You can use the spells to make various magic props, and the magic power on the magic props will last for a very long time. The Weasley twin arms dealers, even the Ministry of Magic recognizes the gold content. Lin Xiu's mind immediately had many wonderful ideas for making magic props. In a small way, if he is short of money in the future, he can make various magic props and sell them to make money. In a big way, in the future he can even find a way to combine wizard's magic with various modern scientific and technological concepts to make various high-tech magic props. For example, Gatling gun wand, magic atomic bomb, magic armor. The future is promising. After combining all the things opened from the treasure chest, Lin Xiu felt satisfied with his growth and strength, which made him feel very good for several days. One afternoon a week after the Quidditch game, Lin Xiu lay on the lawn softened by magic and basked in the sun. Hermione sat beside him, holding a book and reading quietly, turning her head to look at Lin Xiu from time to time, and occasionally glancing at the book. Harry and Ron ran over. Lin Xiu, I know what the three-headed dog in the mysterious room in the school corridor is guarding. Harry whispered, just now Ron and I went to visit Hagrid's cabin, and he accidentally revealed that the thing guarded by the three-headed dog is related to Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel? If he is a wizard, I can definitely find him in a book, but I don't have any impression of this name. Hermione said, I think we need to read more books to find out who Nicholas Flamel is. Without further delay, I'll go now. Harry excitedly took Ron and ran towards the library. I don't understand. Hermione looked at the disappearing backs of Harry and Ron, puzzled. Why are Harry and Ron so concerned about what is under the trapdoor of the mysterious room? I remember Ron said that he thought the three-headed dog might be guarding some treasure, and it would be an interesting adventure to find out this matter. Lin Xiu stretched. As for Harry, he thinks that what the three-headed dog is guarding is of great importance and may endanger the safety of Hogwarts. Out of a simple emotion, Harry wants to protect Hogwarts and his magical world. As he spoke, Lin Xiu told Hermione about Harry's past life in the Dursleys' home. Oh my god, the Dursleys are too much, Hermione said angrily. I'm going to call the police to arrest them. Hermione suddenly looked at Lin Xiu cautiously. You don't think I'm too barbaric, do you? I think you have a strong sense of justice. Hermione snorted, you're making fun of me. Lin Xiu got up from the lawn. Let them solve the problem of Harry and the Dursleys. Harry is not young anymore. What's more, Harry said that it was Hagrid who received Dumbledore's order and rescued him from the Dursleys' home. Lin Xiu said, I think Dumbledore may have his own considerations. It's getting late, Hermione, let's go back. Hermione put away the book and followed Lin Xiu towards the castle. As soon as we entered the castle and walked to the location of the scoring funnels of the 4 major colleges, we found a group of people gathered around. The Weasley twins walked out of the crowd with smiles on their faces that could not be concealed. What happened? Hermione looked over curiously. Fred laughed. When Harry was reading in the library, he ran into Snape and turned into a girl Harry on the spot. So Snape gave Harry a lot of points. The explosion of the Gryffindor scoring funnel became a hot topic in a short time. Even though Dumbledore sent someone to repair the scoring funnel and balance the extra points that Snape gave to Gryffindor, the impact of this incident still lasted for a short time. The reason why this topic lasted for a short time was because Snape took action himself. Snape did this not because others talked about him behind his back. Snape never cared about this. He just couldn't stand the latest magic prop developed by the Weasley twins. The Weasley twins drew inspiration from the fact that Harry turned into a red-haired girl, and together with several senior students, they developed a magic prop called Snape Happy Bonus. This magic prop is essentially a low-quality, short-lasting polyjuice potion, in which the red hair of the girl Harry is added. The Weasley twins hope to use this magic prop to turn people into the appearance of the girl Harry, so as to add points to their own college in Snape's potion class. But it failed. The magic effect of Snape's Happy Bonus is unstable. All those who have used this magic prop have successfully turned into Harry with long red hair, but with a red face. Different versions of the red-haired boy Harry made Snape have a bad temper for a long time. The Weasley twins were punished and locked up for a period of time. It was mid-December when Lin Xiu saw the brothers again. That morning, Lin Xiu woke up from a dream and saw through the window of the dormitory that there was a deep layer of snow on the ground and the ice on the lake was hard. The Weasley brothers excitedly knocked on the door of Lin Xiu's dormitory. Hi, Lin Xiu, good morning. Fred said, it's a beautiful snow, isn't it? George followed up, we are going to have a snowball fight, and we are still short of a few people. Do you want to go with us later? Lin Xiu thought about it and had no classes this morning, so it would be nice to have a snowball fight. After the last Quidditch match, Lin Xiu hadn't received any drops from the emotional treasure box for a while, so he thought that participating in this snowball fight might be a good opportunity. By the way, he could also test some of the gains he had from the emotional treasure box. Okay, I'll go with you. The Weasley twins were overjoyed. That's great, you must join us. Judging from your performance in the Quidditch match, you must be very accurate in throwing snowballs. They took the opportunity to pull up Ron, who was lying in bed. Harry took the initiative to join, as he hadn't had much of a snowball fight in the past few years. When he was at the Dursleys' house, he was always the one that Dudley threw snowballs at. The Weasley twins found Lee Jordan and others to make up the numbers, and finally, the group came to a patch of grass in front of the castle. There were 8 people in total, divided into 2 groups, and used the piles of snow on the grass as a battlefield. Let's start the fight. Ron was a little reluctant when he came out of the bed, but now he was more excited than anyone else. George, watch out. But Ron's snowball hit Fred next to him. Good boy. Take my ball. On the grass, the snowball fight began in full swing. At the beginning, the 2 teams fought back and forth. But not long after, Harry called for a stop. This is unfair, Ron said angrily. You don't have Lin Xiu, his accuracy is too good. The snowballs he threw alone overwhelmed the 4 of us. The Weasley twins shrugged. Okay, then you can have one more person. In the end, the snowball melee became Lin Xiu and the Weasley twins, 3 people against Harry, Ron, and the other 5. But the situation did not improve much. Lin Xiu's current comprehensive strength is not exaggerated. Under the same condition of not using a wand, his combat power of throwing snowballs is enough to crush the others on the scene. In the end, even the Weasley twins went to the opposite side, and Lin Xiu fought against the other 7 people alone. Even so, it was a bit difficult for the 7 of them to deal with the snowballs thrown by Lin Xiu. "We can't go on like this," George said. "You can't beat Lin Xiu by playing snowballs in the ordinary way." "That's right, Lin Xiu is too strong." "We are wizards after all," said Fred. "I think we should fight each other and play snowballs in the wizard way. How about that?" Lin Xiu drew out his wand. "I have no objection." "Okay. It's time to show our true strength," Ron shouted excitedly. "Harry, let's go against George and Fred." Seeing Harry also draw out his wand, the Weasley twins smiled maliciously. "Ron, you asked for this." For a while, the snow on the whole lawn danced wildly. The wizards present all used the less aggressive transfiguration spell to transform the snow on the ground into different forms for snowball fights. Harry and Ron didn't learn much in the transfiguration class. They could only turn the snow into small animals to attack. "Go!" Ron conjured up little mice and rushed towards the Weasley twins. "Go bite Fred and George's clothes." Harry, based on his experience when he lived in the stairwell compartment of the Dursleys' house, conjured up an animal he often saw, a spider. Ron was frightened when the spider transformed from snow crawled over. Fred and George laughed and conjured up snow cats and snow dogs. After defeating Harry and Ron's attack, the snow cats and snow dogs threw them down in the snow. Finally, when the Weasley twins aimed at Lin Xiu, they were surprised to find that Lin Xiu had already controlled 14 snow wolves to rush over and easily knocked everyone down. George was convinced of his defeat. "Lin Xiu, I didn't expect your transfiguration to be so powerful." Fred agreed. "I guess Professor McGonagall must like you very much." Ron exclaimed, "You are really powerful." Harry also looked at Lin Xiu with admiration. They took the same transfiguration course, but Lin Xiu's transfiguration attainments were obviously several levels higher. Lin Xiu smiled but said nothing. As expected, advanced transfiguration mastery was indeed effective. When he transformed the snow into snow wolves, the process was very smooth and effortless. Moreover, he could feel that transforming the snow into 14 controllable snow wolves was not his limit. "Whether we just throw snowballs with our hands or use transfiguration to control the snow, we are all crushed by Lin Xiu. It's meaningless." The Weasley twins suggested, "How about we change the way of playing, or use the magic wand to control the snowballs, but this time we can only use the levitation charm. How about it? Use the levitation charm to launch snowballs to have a snowball fight." This plan was unanimously passed. After all, the level of levitation charm of everyone is estimated to be not much different, and using the levitation charm to fight snowballs can be a back-and-forth fight. Soon, the melee turned into guerrilla warfare. Everyone looked for various shelters to avoid other people's snowballs, and then took the opportunity to launch their own snowballs. When it was almost noon, the snowball war had developed a bit white-hot, and everyone became more and more excited. "Aha, Ron, take it." Weasley hid behind a wall, controlled the snowball to rush in one direction, and applied a back of the head. "Ouch!" Looking at the iconic purple scarf on the back of the head, the Weasley brothers shouted at the same time, "Oh no! It's Professor Quirrell." When Quirrell carefully covered the back of his head, the Weasley twins saw countless snowballs flying from all directions. They hurriedly shouted, "Stop, it's Professor Quirrell." But it was useless. Because when the snowball war developed to a white-hot stage, the Weasley twins used a variety of tactics to hit other people. This included pretending to be professors such as Dumbledore and Snape. Lin Xiu and others had long lost trust in the Weasley twins because of their repeated wolf cry, *******. After hearing the Weasley twins shouting, more snowballs flew around and faster. Countless snowballs flew like raindrops towards Quirrell's back of the head wrapped in a purple scarf. There was no way, in the vast white snow, Professor Quirrell's purple scarf on the back of his head was too conspicuous. Like a brightly colored target, everyone couldn't help but hit it with snowballs. Even the Weasley twins were the same. Although Professor Quirrell usually behaved timidly and harmless, the Weasley twins did not like Professor Quirrell out of some instinct. In comparison, Snape's hateful face might make them feel more at ease than Professor Quirrell. So, the Weasley twins continued to control the snowballs to secretly hit Quirrell's back of the head. Ouch! 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 Quirrell was almost covered by the snowball. Everyone hit more and more vigorously. Finally, when another round of snowballs hit Quirrell, sparks suddenly appeared on the back of Quirrell's head. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded. I saw Quirrell's black robe was blown to pieces, and his whole body was charred, but the purple scarf on his head remained dark. 0R. Quirrell rolled his eyes and seemed to be about to faint, but at that moment, he froze, like a controlled zombie, without saying a word, and quickly fled into the Hogwarts castle. What a beautiful explosion spell! George exclaimed. Look, how evenly it exploded just now. What a hard purple scarf. Fred looked at George. What do you think? We should find a way to get Professor Quirrell's purple scarf. The others present were extremely surprised and talked about it. Who was that master just now? Who was so bold? How dare he use the explosion spell to throw snowballs at Professor Quirrell? Lin Xiu quietly put away his wand in a corner where no one noticed, and he adjusted his clothes a little unnaturally. To be honest, he didn't expect that this thing, intermediate explosion genius, would be so useful. When he played snowballs with Harry and the others before, it seemed that it was not an attack, so it was not triggered at all. When Lin Xiu finally made up his mind and planned to hit Voldemort on the back of Quirrell's head with a snowball, he accurately identified that this was an attack against the enemy and triggered it directly. It almost blew Quirrell to the point of fainting. Lin Xiu felt that the triggering of explosive genius was quite good this time, because he heard the system prompt. Ding! Voldemort Tom Riddle's anger was detected, drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have won a silver treasure chest. Voldemort, who had almost no emotional fluctuations, finally exploded his emotional treasure chest. Lin Xiu thought about it carefully and felt that it was reasonable. They threw snowballs at the back of Quirrell's head, which was equivalent to hitting Voldemort in the face with snowballs. Voldemort, who was so proud, would definitely not be able to bear it. Professor Quirrell was hit like this by our snowballs. Ron said worriedly, will we be expelled? Harry was also a little worried. The Weasley twins were very confident. Don't worry, we have observed that Quirrell is not well liked. It's okay for Professor Snape to trouble Quirrell and drug him again and again. We are just throwing snowballs and having a snowball fight. It's okay. Besides, Harry also threw a snowball at the back of Quirrell's head just now. Hogwarts, Quirrell's office. Quirrell stood in front of a huge full-length mirror, trembling and untying the purple scarf soaked by snow on his head. He stood there, slightly turned sideways, revealing his head wrapped in a purple scarf. His exposed head was bald and looked surprisingly small. And where Quirrell's back of the head should have been, there was a distorted face. The face was as pale as chalk, with scarlet eyes and two snake-like long nostrils below. The face said to Quirrell viciously, waste. You were played by a group of little wizards who didn't graduate, vile muggles, damn half-bloods. The face became extremely hideous and terrifying. How dare you hit my face, even dare to use a spell to blow my face. Master, please forgive me. Quirrell whispered, I dare not resist, dare not expose. Please forgive me, this is a great shame. The face said viciously, I have never suffered such a shame. Kill those lowly guys, I dare not. Quirrell trembled all over. Master, Dumbledore is still in school, he will find me. Waste. Quirrell wailed and fell to the ground and curled up. Master, thank you for punishing me. After a long time, he said in a weak voice, please give me a chance to atone for my sins, I still need to help you find the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort on the back of Quirrell's head snorted coldly, find the Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible. 7 or 8, also, find a chance to kill the guy who used the explosive spell on my face. I can feel that he is a first-year student. Voldemort said, don't forget, there is also Harry Potter. The face on the back of the head slowly closed its eyes and there was no movement. Quirrell knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, yes. Then Quirrell shuddered, and quickly found the purple scarf he had just taken off, cleaned it with a spell, and then wrapped the back of his head again. A new problem appeared in front of Quirrell, how to accurately find the one who was against him from the group of little wizards who threw snowballs at that time. What about the one who used the explosion spell on the back of his head? How to kill the little wizard who used the explosion spell and Harry Potter together? Quirrell's head began to hurt again. Since being possessed by the master, his body has become weaker and weaker, and his ability to think has also become weaker and weaker. Even though Quirrell was born in Ravenclaw College, which is famous for its intelligence, he felt that he could no longer think of any effective action plan. Master, I don't know how to find the wizard who used the explosion spell. Dumbledore is in Hogwarts School. I don't know what to do. He subconsciously asked for help. Help me, idiot. Waste. Voldemort seemed to be in a special state, unwilling to spend more effort, and simply said, lead all the first-year wizards who participated in the snowball throwing to Dumbledore. Places that cannot be noticed. Forbidden Forest. Kill them all in the Forbidden Forest. On the night of the Snowball War, when Lin Xiu was alone in the dormitory, he opened the emotional treasure chest that Voldemort exploded. Ding! The silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Intermediate Black Magic Mastery. Intermediate Black Magic Mastery. Voldemort is considered the most powerful black wizard in history. He knows a lot of advanced black magic knowledge and can perform many powerful and complex black magic. After using it, your black magic talent will be greatly improved. You have great resistance to the damage of black magic, and you can learn and release most of the black magic very easily. Lin Xiu feels that being proficient in black magic is not a bad thing. After all, knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Understanding and mastering black magic can make you more treat those dark masters well. After using intermediate dark magic mastery, Lin Xiu fell asleep with satisfaction. Early the next morning, he and Harry were called to Professor McGonagall's office. There were already several people standing in the office. Among them were two first-year wizards, Neville and Malfoy. But the round-faced Neville had a panic expression on his face, while the blonde Malfoy was smug. In addition, there was a person with a purple scarf wrapped around his head standing next to the two of them, Quirrell. Quirrell, who was wearing a purple scarf, sobbed. Professor McGonagall had an unbelievable look on his face. Professor Quirrell, are you saying that as a professor of defense against the dark arts, you were defeated by a group of first-year wizards with snowballs? Quirrell stammered, yes, they went too far. I was almost knocked unconscious by the snowball on the spot. I hope they can understand that it is not good to treat a defense against the dark arts professor like this. I will punish them, Professor Quirrell. Professor McGonagall said calmly, but the next defense against the dark arts class is about to start, you should go to class first. Quirrell left sobbing, and Professor McGonagall turned her eyes to Lin Xiu and the others. I feel very angry, Professor McGonagall said so, but there was not much anger in her tone. You should have respected a defense against the dark arts professor. Students attack professors with snowballs, this kind of thing I have never heard of before. You will all be put in detention. Professor McGonagall's face was expressionless. No matter what, you have no right to attack a defense against the dark arts professor. Gryffindor will be deducted 50 points. 50 points. Harry thought he would feel sad after hearing the news of the deduction, but he didn't. Let's not talk about the fact that Professor Snape gave Harry extra points in the potions class, which burst the Gryffindor scoring funnel. In the last Quidditch match, Lin Xiu scored 16 goals as a chaser, and Harry caught the golden snitch as a seeker. The two of them added a lot of points to Gryffindor. Therefore, after hearing the news of Professor McGonagall's deduction of points, they were not as upset as expected. Professor McGonagall carefully looked at the expressions of Lin Xiu and Harry, and then said, 5,000 points each. Ron felt a little breathless this time. Professor, please, and George and Fred. 50 points each. Lin Xiu and Ron, the four of them, 200 points. Even if Professor Snape's favoritism towards the girl Harry gave him extra points, the impact of this deduction was not that great, but Ron was still not very comfortable. The points he deducted this time were equal to the points George and Fred had deducted in 2 months. More importantly, George and Fred also threw snowballs at Quirrell. Why only punish these first-year wizards? Ron felt a little uncomfortable. You don't have to tell me what I can do, Mr. Weasley. Malfoy agreed. Yes, Professor McGonagall, when I saw Potter and the others throwing snowballs at poor Professor Quirrell yesterday, I tried to stop them, but unfortunately I was alone. Potter and the others must be punished. He smiled happily. Punishment is just a means to ensure that you will not commit similar things in the future. Professor McGonagall said, I will inform you of the specific confinement at that time. All 5 of you will be in confinement. After hearing what Professor McGonagall said, the smile on Malfoy's face disappeared. I'm sorry, Professor, did I hear it wrong? You just said, the 5 of us. Professor McGonagall nodded. You heard it right, Mr. Malfoy. Professor Quirrell told me that when he returned to Hogwarts Castle to avoid the snowball attack from Lin Xiu and Harry, he suffered 2 additional attacks. One was the snowball you threw, and the other was the snowball thrown down from upstairs by Mr. Longbottom. Although your intention to urge Lin Xiu and Harry was good, you also threw snowballs at Professor Quirrell. You have to be in confinement with them. Malfoy said quickly, I was playing in the snow with Crabbe Goyle and others on the side of the road, and Professor Quirrell's purple scarf was too conspicuous. I thought it was a magic target, and I couldn't help throwing snowballs. We didn't know the situation at that time, and those who don't know are ignorant, Professor. Professor McGonagall shook her head. Okay, the matter has been decided, you can go to class. Malfoy left angrily, and Harry and Ron finally smiled. Seeing Malfoy unlucky together, it really makes people feel happy. Lin Xiu looked at Neville. Neville, why did you hit Quirrell's head with a snowball? I'm so unlucky. Neville was about to cry. That morning, after the Weasley brothers called you to play snowballs, I was also a little tempted, but I didn't want to leave the dormitory door. I opened the window to play with snow, but I accidentally dropped it on Professor Joe Lou's head. Harry said strangely, but the snowball you dropped from the Gryffindor Tower is unlikely to hit Quirrell, who entered Hogwarts Castle through the main gate. I forgot that I wrapped the memory ball in the snowball. The solid snowball rolled around the outer wall of the castle, and more snow gathered, just gathering into a super large snowball that fell from the sky and hit Professor Quirrell hard. Someone saw Professor Quirrell lying on the ground for 5 or 6 minutes without moving after being hit by my snowball, Neville said with a sad face. Damn it. My grandma will definitely send me a howler letter to scold me. What is a howler letter? Ron explained to Harry. It is a magical letter that will yell at the recipient in the voice of the writer. It sounds scary, and if the howler letter is not opened in time, it will explode and yell even louder. Harry said, that is indeed scary. It seems that I finally have something to be thankful for. The Dursleys will not send me a howler letter. Actually, you don't have to worry so much. Lin Xiu said, I don't think Professor McGonagall is too angry. Harry sighed, I hope so, but we have been deducted points from Gryffindor and have to go to detention. Fortunately, at least several of us are in detention together, so it shouldn't be too scary. Ron said, Fred and George told me that sometimes it's fun to do detention with a group of people. The incident of Quirrell being hit came to an end. Harry thought that his group would be targeted because of the deduction and punishment, but in fact, almost no one in Gryffindor paid attention to the deduction, because Professor Snape always gave extra points to the girl Harry. Even if Gryffindor was deducted a full 200 points, Gryffindor's score was still higher than Slytherin. Compared to 4.9, the little wizards in Gryffindor were more concerned about the snowball fight between Lin Xiu and Harry. Many little wizards complained that why they were not invited to such a fun thing as hitting Quirrell with snowballs. Seamus was particularly regretful, because he heard that on the day of the snowball fight, someone used a beautiful explosion spell on Quirrell's head, and he regretted that he didn't see it. The days passed one by one, and soon it was the Christmas holiday. At first, Harry and Ron were a little uneasy about the upcoming detention. For several days, Professor McGonagall's detention punishment had not come yet, and they were suddenly relaxed a lot, and they could enjoy the upcoming Christmas holiday easily. Before the Christmas holiday officially began, Harry turned into a girl and read a book in the library one day. When he and Ron were looking for information about Nicholas Flamel, they finally made a breakthrough. It was not because Hermione saw Nicholas Flamel's information in a book. She was with Lin Xiu most of the time. Harry, a girl, accidentally heard Professor Snape, who accidentally passed by the library, say that Nicholas Flamel was the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, and the Philosopher's Stone can turn stone into gold and make people immortal. Harry and Ron were excited for several days after discovering that the three-headed dog was guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Lin Xiu was a little uninterested. After the Christmas holiday began, Hermione had to go home to celebrate with her parents. Lin Xiu felt a little bored because he couldn't stay with the little witch. He could only stay at Hogwarts with Harry and Ron for Christmas. Ron began to teach the two to play wizard chess. However, he soon discovered that Lin Xiu didn't need to teach at all. Harry and Ron together couldn't beat Lin Xiu alone. Lin Xiu, I really don't know how you did it, Ron said enviously. You are good at Quidditch, and you are also so good at wizard chess. Harry was also a little envious. Although he was comparable to Lin Xiu in Quidditch and flying brooms, he didn't play wizard chess very well. Lin Xiu said, maybe it's because I watched others play some chess before. The rules of wizard chess are similar to chess, but this is just an excuse made by Lin Xiu. The real reason was that he had opened wizard chess mastery from the emotional treasure chest before, and his chess skills should not be underestimated. In the end, Lin Xiu, Harry and Ron, the three of them, changed from a one-on-one game at the beginning to a one-on-two game. Lin Xiu challenged Ron and Harry alone, and basically never lost. He won more times and occasionally had a few draws. Of course, neither Harry nor Ron was the kind of person who would get stuck in a rut. Even if they lost more than they won, they still had a lot of fun. When Lin Xiu woke up early the next morning, he saw a pile of packages at the foot of his bed. Lin Xiu 24, Merry Christmas. As soon as Lin Xiu got up, he heard Ron's sleepy voice. Merry Christmas to you too. He looked at the foot of his bed and found that the number of Christmas gift packages was unexpectedly large. Lin Xiu picked up a package at the foot of his bed and found that it was sent by Ms. Okiba, the director of the Wu Orphanage. It was an exquisite men's suit. I heard that students at Hogwarts may attend a dance, and you can wear this dress to invite girls to dance with you. Martha Oakby. Lin Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hogwarts does hold a dance, but first-year students can't attend. When this dress can be used, it will be too big for others. But anyway, it's Ms. Oakby's intention. Lin Xiu carefully put away the dress. Then the second package was sent by Hermione. The package was opened, and it was a box of black chocolate. Merry Christmas, Lin Xiu. I made this chocolate myself, try it. After Ron flipped through his Christmas package for a while, he strolled over to Lin Xiu. Wow, chocolate, it looks delicious, can I try it? Lin Xiu shook his head. This is what Hermione gave me, I want to eat it by myself. Well, Ron said regretfully, there's nothing we can do about it. Wait. He saw the words Hermione left on the chocolate box, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Lin Xiu, did Hermione confess to you? As soon as this was said, Harry, who was busy unpacking the package, also leaned over. What happened? Hermione likes Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu smiled and said, it's just chocolate, don't think too much. Harry looked at Ron, with gossip burning in his eyes. Ron, why did you suddenly say that? Lin Xiu said so, Harry asked so. Ron suddenly felt a little unconfident. He hesitated and said, I saw this in a book of Percy. You know, Percy is a prefect, and he always has a big style. He has been reading a book recently that teaches people how to confess, and this statement seems to appear in it. Making heart-shaped chocolates by hand means confession, and if the chocolates are not made into a heart shape, it means that you have a good impression. Maybe I read it wrong. Is there such a thing? Harry was shocked. There is a heart-shaped chocolate in my Christmas present. It is signed by a little girl who was attracted by me on the Quidditch field. Ron said enviously, this is why many people like Quidditch. Finally, when Lin Xiu and the others had sorted out their Christmas presents, it was almost 9 o'clock in the morning. Lin Xiu had the most Christmas presents. In addition to the toffees, a deformable teacup, and a bag of magical plant seeds sent by several professors, there were many anonymous letters from female fans, who were all deeply attracted by Lin Xiu's crazy goal-scoring in Quidditch games. Ron's Christmas presents were the second largest. He also took out 2 sweaters from the package and handed them to Lin Xiu and Harry respectively. This is the sweater my mother gave you. I thought you wouldn't receive many Christmas presents before, so I wrote to my mother to tell her about it. Ron said a little embarrassedly, it seems that she knitted you a sweater that is unique to the Weasley family. Ron, thank your mother for me, I like this sweater very much. Lin Xiu put it on the spot. It was very thick and warm. Harry also accepted the sweater, thank you, Ron, as long as you like it. Ron breathed a sigh of relief, my mother will be very happy to know that you are wearing the sweater she knitted. In the end, Harry had the least number of packages, but he opened them the slowest. Except for the letters from anonymous Quidditch female fans, there were 2 more obvious packages left. Harry opened one of them and saw a bottle of golden liquid. The surface of the liquid in the bottle splashed from time to time. There was a note attached to it. Merry Christmas. The bottle contains the Felixir, which I think you might need someday. Severus Snape. It's the Felixir. Ron's eyes widened, I've heard of it, it seems to bring good luck to people, it's a very precious potion. I didn't expect Professor Snape to give it to you like this. Harry subconsciously opened the lid of the Felixir and wanted to drink a few sips, but was stopped by Lin Xiu. Harry, you should use it when you need luck in the future. It's a bit of a waste to drink it like this. Lin Xiu guessed that with Snape's current concern for the girl Harry, this Felixir was probably for Harry to use at a critical moment. For example, in the room where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden, when he confronted Quirrell. Okay. Harry decided to follow Lin Xiu's advice. After he put away the Felicis, he opened the last package. The package was very light. After opening it, something like a liquid silver gray slid to the ground, gathered into a pile, and sparkled. Ron gasped, I've heard of this thing. This is an invisibility cloak. It's very rare and very valuable. Harry, try it on. As soon as Harry put on the invisibility cloak, Lin Xiu saw Harry disappear, and only his head without the invisibility cloak was hanging in the air. Then, a note fell out of the invisibility cloak. It was written in a thin, circle-in-circle font that he had never seen before. Your father left this thing to me before he died. It should be returned to you now. Use it well. I sincerely wish you a Merry Christmas. Harry waited for the note in a daze. Is this really my father's invisibility cloak? Who sent it? Lin Xiu didn't say anything. Who else could it be? Principal Dumbledore. The turmoil caused by the invisibility cloak soon subsided. They spent a happy Christmas. The Hogwarts Great Hall was decorated very warmly, with magical stars shining everywhere. The Christmas dinner was also very sumptuous, with hundreds of plump roast turkeys, piles of roast meat and boiled potatoes, plates of delicious sausages, and bowls of buttermixed peas, plates of thick gravy and cranberry sauce. You can't finish it at all. The little wizards who stayed in Hogwarts for Christmas all had smiles on their faces. They had a happy Christmas. At night, Lin Xiu and Ron fell asleep quickly. But the next morning, Lin Xiu found that Harry got up very early and sat on his bed in pajamas in a daze. Harry, did you get up very early, or didn't sleep last night? Lin Xiu looked at Harry's dark circles and said, did you go out for a night tour last night? Almost. Harry came back to his senses and said, I was wearing an invisible cloak last night, and I almost ran into Filch on patrol while I was out for a night tour. I accidentally saw a very magical mirror while hiding. I saw my parents in that mirror, so I stayed outside until 3:30 and came back very late. After hearing this, Ron said angrily, Harry, you should have woken Lin Xiu and me up. I want to see your parents. You can come tonight. I will go again. I will let you see the mirror. It was night soon. Harry was sleepy during the day, but he was full of energy at night. Harry covered Lin Xiu and Ron with the invisibility cloak and took them to the room where the magic mirror was. This room seemed to be an abandoned classroom, with many tables and chairs piled up, forming a large dark shadow in the corner. But next to one wall of the room was something that didn't seem to belong here, as if someone had temporarily placed it here because there was no place to put it. It was a very imposing mirror. It reached the ceiling, with a gorgeous golden frame, and was supported by 2 claw-shaped feet. Above the mirror was a line of words engraved, which read Aristra uluat ubi kafluat on vahis, which was not smooth, but Lin Xiu read the English on the mirror backwards and understood it. I am not showing your face, but it is your desire. The mirror of Arist can show the most urgent and strongest desire in a person's heart. Harry and Ron were still arguing about what they saw in the mirror. Ron saw himself becoming a prefect, reaching the peak of his life, and looking proud. Harry saw his family reunited and happy. While they were arguing, Lin Xiu quietly walked a few steps towards the mirror. He really wanted to know how this mirror would reflect the deep desire of him as a time traveler. So, Lin Xiu saw it. Two beautiful witches hugged him and kissed him, acting very close. Lin Xiu knew at a glance that these two witches were Hermione and Ginny when they grew up, two beautiful women. Behind Ginny and Hermione, there are more beauties. Lin Xiu looked at the image in the mirror of Eris carefully, and he became more and more envious. The self in the mirror was surrounded by two beauties, Hermione and Ginny, who had grown up, and there were more beauties behind him. This was simply a dream life. What a pity. He was still a long way from such a life. Lin Xiu was just a freshman who had just enrolled in Hogwarts. It would take several more years for little beauties like Hermione and Ginny to grow into big beauties. Moreover, the magic world now seemed very peaceful. But many dark wizards, including the remaining Death Eaters, were operating in the dark, and the remnant of Voldemort was waiting for an opportunity to make a comeback. The magic world was not as safe as it appeared. It was not easy for Lin Xiu to realize his dream life. I am too weak now, and I still have to open more emotional value treasure boxes to make myself stronger. He knew that he was just a mortal. After coming to the magic world of Hogwarts, Lin Xiu had only a simple wish in his heart, just wanting to live a peaceful life with the beauties including Hermione. But to realize such a simple wish, one needs to have enough strength to ignore all threats. The key to Lin Xiu's strength is his own emotional treasure box system. Since the awakening of the system, he has obtained several emotional treasure chests of different levels, and he has gradually summarized some rules of emotional treasure chest drops that the system did not mention. The items that can be opened in the treasure chest are basically related to the treasure chest dropper. Therefore, the higher the status of the treasure chest dropper, the better the items that can be opened in the treasure chest. For example, the items that can be opened in Dumbledore's bronze treasure chest must be much better than the silver or even gold treasure chest of an unknown muggle. In addition, the emotional value treasure chests dropped by each person are relatively easy to drop those low-level treasure chests at the beginning. The higher the value of the emotional value treasure chests, the harder it is to drop. To date, many of the emotional value treasure chests that Lin Xiu has obtained are bronze and silver, and there are not even a few gold ones. The higher-level diamond treasure chests and ultimate treasure chests are something he has never seen. Lin Xiu scored 16 quaffles in the last Quidditch game, and the battle after defeating Slytherin. A total of 58 emotional treasure chests of different levels were obtained. 50 of them were the lowest-level bronze treasure chests. All that was opened were some messy sundries with low value. Lin Xiu felt that it was time for him to change his mindset. Now that he had gained a certain degree of self-protection through many emotional treasure chests, it was no longer meaningful to continue harvesting low-level emotional treasure chests. He should focus on the high-level emotional treasure chests that dropped positively. He should mainly focus on those powerful or famous wizards and obtain their emotional treasure chests. After all, Lin Xiu's energy was limited, and only in this way could the benefits be maximized. For example, the emotional treasure chests dropped by the protagonists such as Harry, Ron and Hermione, and the emotional treasure chests dropped by the Hogwarts teachers including Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore. The treasure chests they dropped could stably open good things. Of course, the more treasure chests, the better. Lin Xiu would not refuse ordinary treasure chests that can be obtained easily, but he would not spend a lot of money. Through this period of contact, Lin Xiu has become more or less familiar with Harry and others, and has also had some ideas about obtaining advanced emotional treasure chests. For Harry and other young wizards, Lin Xiu only needs to participate in some of their events from time to time and play a role in them to get good feedback. As for the professors, Lin Xiu is relatively familiar with Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore, and his main energy is temporarily focused on them. Professor McGonagall is very interested in Quidditch, and the most emotional thing that can mobilize her emotions is the Gryffindor Quidditch team versus Slytherin team. And the next school year, the two colleges will have another Quidditch battle, so Lin Xiu is not in a hurry for the time being. As for Professor Snape, his heart knot is Lily. Harry, a girl who looks very similar to Lily, can affect Professor Snape's emotions the most. However, through observations during this period, Lin Xiu discovered that Snape seemed to have gradually adapted to the presence of the girl Harry, and would not have too much emotional fluctuations for the time being. If you want to get a gold or even higher level emotional treasure chest from Snape, you can only wait for something to happen to the girl Harry next time. Lin Xiu felt that this sudden incident would not be too late. It would not be long before Harry would definitely confront Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, because of the Philosopher's Stone. By then, Snape's emotional fluctuations would be very obvious, and the golden treasure chest would be dropped in the near future. And the emotional treasure chest that Lin Xiu harvested from Dumbledore should be the least. As a powerful wizard who has been famous for a long time, Dumbledore is knowledgeable and many things will not cause him too strong emotional fluctuations. But Lin Xiu understands the plot and knows that Dumbledore also has things in his heart that are difficult to let go. When he was young, his sister Ariana died in an accident. Dumbledore's brother broke up with him because of this, and he completely lost his family affection. In addition, Dumbledore's life trajectory also runs through and affects 2 generations of Dark Lords, Grindelwald and Voldemort. This is also a past that Dumbledore cannot ignore. These are points that Lin Xiu can use. After careful consideration, Lin Xiu plans to start with Dumbledore's family affection, which is more feasible. In the near term, Lin Xiu can find a way to repair the relationship between Dumbledore's brother Aberforth and him. In the long term, Lin Xiu can find a way to solve Dumbledore's knot about his sister Ariana. The most important thing is that Dumbledore is most guilty about family affection. Starting from Dumbledore's family affection, it is easier to obtain Dumbledore's emotional treasure chest, and it is not so dangerous. If it is involved in the affairs of 2 generations of Dark Lords, it will involve many people and may also cause Dumbledore's vigilance and hostility. After all, Dumbledore is not only kind-hearted. When he was young, he almost got together with the first Dark Lord Grindelwald for the great benefit. Dumbledore might be a bit unscrupulous in his style of action in order to eliminate Voldemort, who might be resurrected. There is no need to be unlucky in front of Dumbledore. In the next period of time, apart from occasionally participating in some actions of Harry and others, the main energy will be focused on studying how to use family affection to drop Dumbledore's emotional treasure chest. After Lin Xiu cleared his mind, his thoughts became much smoother and he seemed to be refreshed. Harry and Ron seemed to see the smile on Lin Xiu's face. They stopped arguing and looked at Lin Xiu together. Lin Xiu, Harry, and I see different things. What do you see in the mirror? Lin Xiu saw his desire in the mirror of Erised. Hermione and Ginny were very close to him, and there were more beauties behind him, but he didn't intend to tell the truth. I saw myself. It seemed to be an ordinary mirror. After all, Lin Xiu is just a first-year doctor now. The desire to be surrounded by beautiful women is still a bit too shocking for a first-year wizard. Who knows if Dumbledore is paying attention to this place at this moment? It's strange, Harry whispered. I thought people whose parents have both passed away could see their parents in the mirror. Lin Xiu, you can't see your parents in the mirror. Is it because they are still alive in this world? Lin Xiu shook his head. Even if they are still alive, I grew up alone in an orphanage, and I have no impression or feelings for them. In comparison, the director of the orphanage, Mrs. Oakbeth, is more like my relative. Ron said, what a strange mirror. Because this mirror reflects the most urgent and strongest desire in people's hearts. Ron and Harry were all shocked. They didn't realize that there was another person in the room. Lin Xiu looked in the direction of the sound without any surprise, and sure enough, it was Dumbledore. Good evening, everyone. Dumbledore said in a relaxed tone, it seems that you, like thousands of people before you, have discovered the wonders of the Mirror of Erised. I guess you should have experienced its magic, right? Harry said, I saw my family. And I found myself in the mirror as the head boy of the student union. Ron was a little embarrassed. Lin Xiu said calmly, it's just like an ordinary mirror. I only saw myself in the mirror. For the happiest person in the world, the Mirror of Erised is indeed an ordinary mirror. Dumbledore smiled and said, there is no doubt that Mr. Lin Xiu is very satisfied with his current life, which is a good thing. This is much better than everyone else, including me. Ron said in surprise, Professor Dumbledore, a respected professor like you, do you also feel that you are not happy enough? Dumbledore shook his head. Life always leaves some regrets. Harry stood up. Professor Dumbledore? Can I ask you a question? Of course, you just did it. Dumbledore smiled, but you can ask me another question. What did you see when you looked into the magic mirror? Harry and Ron looked at Dumbledore expectantly. Me? I saw myself holding a pair of thick wool socks. There are never enough socks, Dumbledore said. Christmas came and went, and I didn't receive a pair of socks. People insisted on giving me books. Harry and Ron were a little puzzled when they heard Dumbledore's words. How could Dumbledore's deepest desire be a pair of wool socks? Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In Britain, wool socks represent family affection. Although he had long known that Dumbledore was trapped by family affection, but when he heard Dumbledore say this in person with a somewhat humorous tone, Lin Xiu still felt a little emotional. What is presented in the Mirror of Erised is just an illusion. We can't learn knowledge from it. The illusion it presents will only make people obsessed and crazy. Dumbledore said softly, it is useless to indulge in illusory scenes and ignore real life. The mirror will be moved to a new place tomorrow. Dumbledore said, why don't you go back to sleep? Lin Xiu took Harry and the others back to the dormitory, and they continued to spend the rare Christmas vacation. But unlike Lin Xiu, who had put down the Mirror of Erised a long time ago, Harry was fascinated by the scene of his relatives in the mirror. For several days, Harry would put on his invisibility cloak at night and try to find the trace of the Mirror of Erised in an abandoned classroom. Most of the time, he found nothing and had to try to forget the various images he saw in the magic mirror. But one morning, when the Christmas vacation was about to end, Harry sat on his bed with a panda-like stare. It was obvious that he had encountered something again and couldn't sleep at night. Lin Xiu asked curiously, Harry, have you found the Mirror of Erised again? Ron said worriedly, Dumbledore is right, Harry, the images in the mirror may drive you crazy. Harry said, I didn't find the Mirror of Erised, I just can't figure out one thing. Last night, when I went out wearing the invisibility cloak, I saw Professor Snape threatening Professor Quirrell in a dark corner, and they mentioned the Philosopher's Stone in their conversation. I don't understand why Professor Snape did this. He is obviously a good person. Ron corrected, Harry, Professor Snape is only a good person in front of you when you become a girl. Lin Xiu asked, Harry, so do you think Professor Snape is a bad person? Harry shook his head hesitantly. Lin Xiu smiled and said, is there a possibility? Is the person that Professor Snape is targeting the bad guy? This time it was Harry and Ron who were surprised. Professor Quirrell is a bad guy. Lin Xiu's words gave Harry and Ron a new idea. After all, they had been in contact with Snape a lot during this period of time. In front of the girl Harry, Snape could barely be considered a good guy. Since Professor Snape is not a bad guy, then the person he threatened is probably not a good guy. Harry and Ron decided to start investigating. We have to find a way to find out the true face of Quirrell. But before the two of them started investigating Quirrell for long, they were robbed of time by 10 other things. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xiu said goodbye to Hermione, who had returned from vacation, and prepared to leave the Gryffindor common room with Harry and the others, and go to the castle lobby downstairs to find Filch to receive the detention punishment. Lin Xiu had found out earlier today that the detention punishment tonight was in the Forbidden Forest. Harry didn't know what the Forbidden Forest meant. Ron was a little eager to move. Many people say that there are all kinds of dangerous magical animals in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, but Fred and George told me that the Forbidden Forest is quite fun. 89. Hermione was a little worried. Lin Xiu, you must pay attention to safety and don't leave Hagrid too far. I read in some books that there are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, which is very dangerous. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lin Xiu gave Hermione a bright smile. According to the original plot, there were many unicorn attacks in the Forbidden Forest, all of which were done by Voldemort-possessed Quirrell. At this time, Voldemort in Quirrell's body was a residual soul, and it needed the blood of unicorns to continue its life. If nothing unexpected happens, the detention punishment of Lin Xiu and his friends this time should be related to the unicorn attack. Moreover, there is a chance that they will encounter Voldemort. At this time, Voldemort is in an extremely weak state. In the Forbidden Forest, with Hagrid's protection, there is basically no danger. Lin Xiu thinks that this is a good time to brush Voldemort's emotional treasure chest. Harry and Ron at the door of the Gryffindor lounge are already urging Lin Xiu, we should go. Seeing that Hermione is still worried, Lin Xiu gently holds Hermione's hand just like when they first met. Lin Xiu said solemnly, I promise you, I will come back safely. Hermione held Lin Xiu's hand tightly for a full minute and then let go. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Xiu and Harry Ron came to the hall together, and Filch was already waiting there in Malfoy. Follow me, Filch said, lighting a lamp and leading them out. I think you should think twice before breaking the school rules again, right? Filch threatened them with a squinting look. It's a pity that we can't use those old-fashioned punishment methods now. When you were in detention, you had to tie your wrists, hang from the ceiling for several days. I really miss those screams. Perhaps because Filch was very happy when he said these words, except for Lin Xiu, these little wizards were almost all scared. Harry and Ron were scared for a moment, but soon they looked forward to the secrets that might exist in the Forbidden Forest. Neville couldn't help sniffing, and Malfoy touched his golden hair uneasily. Said Jay, Lin Xiu was not affected, he just felt that Filch was both pitiful and hateful. Because Filch was a squib, he was full of twisted hatred for those Xiao gangs who had magical talents. They strode through the dark venue. Perhaps because Christmas had just passed, there was still snow along the way, and the lights of Hagrid's hut appeared in the dark snow. Then, they heard a shout from a distance, is that you, Filch? Hurry up, I'm leaving. Lin Xiu didn't know if he heard it wrong. Hagrid's voice sounded a little depressed. Fang the Hound ran out of the darkness, and Hagrid strode towards Lin Xiu and the others. He carried a huge crossbow and a full quiver on his shoulder, but his face was not very happy and he sighed from time to time. Filch stared at Hagrid's face. You are not still sad about the dragon, are you? Hagrid was silent for a while and then said, Filch, you go back to the castle, I will be responsible for the next step. I will come back at dawn and clean up your debris. Good night. After Filch made some harsh words, he turned around and walked towards the castle excitedly. After Filch disappeared, Ron said excitedly, what is the dragon that Hagrid mentioned just now? Ron's brother Charlie raised dragons in Romania, and he was very interested in it. Even Malfoy couldn't help looking at Hagrid. His name Draco also means dragon. I was drinking in the village a few days ago, and I won a dragon egg while playing cards with someone. Hagrid said, I took some time to hatch it, and it turned out to be a Norwegian ridgeback. Later, the little dragon grew too fast, and I couldn't hide it in my hut, so Dumbledore sent it to Romania to live in a group. Harry comforted, this should be considered a good thing, it lives with its own kind. What if it doesn't like Romania? What if other dragons bully it? After all, it's still a baby. Hagrid shook his head. Is Norbert the name of the dragon? It sounds like a male dragon. It's a pity that we didn't see it in person. It should look very handsome, right? Ron said. This is the main reason why I was hit hard, Hagrid said sullenly. I raised Norbert for so many days, but I didn't realize it was a little female dragon. It now has a new name, Norbita, the female dragon Norbita in the Romanian dragon group. It is no longer my Norbert. Hagrid sighed. Alas, it's useless to say anything now, Norbert has left me. Let's go to the Forbidden Forest. He brought Lin Xiu and the others to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Lin Xiu saw a path gradually disappearing into the darkness, and a breeze blew out of the forest. He had previously opened the eagle eyes in the emotional treasure chest of Ms. Hooch, the flying teacher, and gained night vision. Therefore, at this time, even without the help of the fire in Hagrid's hand, Lin Xiu could see the details around him clearly. Lin Xiu carefully observed the surroundings, trying to distinguish the traces that Voldemort might have left. At this stage, Voldemort had to rely on attacking unicorns and relying on the blood of unicorns to survive, so his strength must not be strong. In the Forbidden Forest, with Hagrid as a guard, it was very safe. This time to the Forbidden Forest is a good time to get Voldemort's emotional treasure chest. Look over there, Hagrid pointed in a direction and said, see that shiny thing on the ground? The silver white one? That's the blood of the unicorn. A unicorn in the Forbidden Forest was injured by something and was seriously injured. This is the third one in this period. We must try to find the poor unicorn and rescue it. What if the thing that hurt the unicorn finds us first? Malfoy asked, with uncontrollable fear in his voice. As long as you are with me or Fang, no creature in the Forbidden Forest will hurt you. Hagrid said, don't leave the path. Okay, now we have to split into two groups and search along the blood trail. There are bloodstains everywhere. Obviously, it has been stumbling around since at least last night. I want Fang, Malfoy said hurriedly, looking at Fang's strong muscles. Okay, but I remind you that it's a coward. Hagrid said, then, Lin Xiu, I, Ron and Neville will go one way, and Malfoy, Harry and Fang will go another way. If anyone finds the unicorn, shoot green sparks, understand? Take out your wands and practice. Yes, if anyone gets into trouble, shoot red sparks. We will all come to you. Okay, everyone be careful, let's go. It was dark and silent in the Forbidden Forest. Everyone walked a long way. Hagrid picked up the bow in his hand and was aiming, while Harry, Ron and the others hid behind Hagrid. Come out, Hagrid shouted, I'm carrying a weapon. Lin Xiu, with the night vision of Eagle Eye, saw the thing in front of the clearing earlier than others. Its lower body is a horse, and its upper body is a human, with red hair and beard. Oh, it's you, Ronan. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and said, how are you? He walked forward and shook hands with the centaur. Good evening, Hagrid. Ronan said, you want to shoot me with a bow and arrow. I have to be vigilant, Ronan, Hagrid said, patting his quiver. There's a bad guy moving around in this forest. Oh, by the way, this is Lin Xiu and Harry Potter. They are students in the school above. Let me introduce you, this is Ronan, a centaur. Malfoy muttered, I noticed it a long time ago. Good evening, Ronan said, you are students? Have you learned much in school? Lin Xiu said, learned a little. Harry and Ron didn't dare to speak. They thought, if Hermione was here, maybe they could say they learned a lot, learned a little. Good, that's good. Ronan sighed. He looked up and stared at the sky. Mars is very bright tonight. Yes, Hagrid said, and looked up at the sky. Listen, Ronan, I'm glad we met you, because a unicorn was injured. Did you see anything? But Ronan just repeated several times about the bright Mars. Finally, he said, there are many secrets in the forest, and then walked in front of Lin Xiu, staring at Lin Xiu for a while in the eyes of others. You are very unusual. Then, the centaur Ronan left. Hagrid looked at Lin Xiu in surprise. Centaurs always look up at the stars. They are not interested in anything except the things around the moon. It's rare that Lin Xiu Ronan thinks so much of you. Malfoy was a little sour. He was born in an ancient pureblood family, but the centaur didn't even look at him. But Malfoy was also very happy to see that the centaur didn't look at the damn Potter. He sneered, it seems that the centaurs don't think Scarhead Potter is a qualified savior. But Harry's emotions did not fluctuate at all. If I have a choice, I hope I am not a boy who survived a disaster, Harry said, not to mention that Lin Xiu is indeed stronger than me. Ron said, indeed. Neville nodded as well. Malfoy felt like he had punched cotton and could only sulk by himself. They continued to walk through the dense, dark woods. In the bushes ahead appeared another centaur, with black hair and a black body, stronger than the previous Ronan. Hello, Bane, Hagrid said, how are you doing? Bane said, good evening, Hagrid, I hope everything is well with you. It's okay. You see, I was just asking Ronan, have you seen anything strange here recently? A unicorn was injured, do you know anything about it? But facing Hagrid's questioning, Bane's performance was similar to Ronan's before. Bane looked at the moon in the sky. Mars is very bright tonight. Hagrid was a little annoyed when he heard it. Well, if you see any clues related to unicorns, tell me, okay? Let's go. Before leaving, Bane walked straight to Lin Xiu, stared at Lin Xiu for a while and said, "You are destined to achieve extraordinary success." Then, he just left. Lin Xiu frowned and watched Bane leave. What happened to these two centaurs? Could it be that they really foresaw something? It was mentioned in the original book that most centaurs have a good talent for divination and prophecy, so they can know a lot of things. Lin Xiu wondered if these two centaurs had seen a glimpse of his future. In the next few years, the events that can be regarded as having a major impact are Voldemort's resurrection and the rampage of the Death Eaters, a group of dark wizards. The centaurs predicted that he would soon achieve extraordinary things. Is it referring to the destruction of Voldemort in the future? Look at his history? But it's useless to worry about these things now. Lin Xiu is not likely to face Voldemort head-on yet, so there is no need to care about this prophecy. In contrast, Lin Xiu is more concerned about Voldemort's whereabouts. He also plans to take advantage of Voldemort's current weak state to get the emotional value treasure chest from him. After walking for so long, there has been no trace of Voldemort, but Hagrid was really shocked. Centaurs have a talent for divination, and they always act mysterious. Hagrid said, "Centaurs know a lot of things, but they keep their mouths shut." Lin Xiu, it seems that you may have some remarkable achievements in the future. Harry and Ron looked at Lin Xiu. Ron whispered, "To be honest, Lin Xiu, I envy you a little. You see, the centaurs didn't say that I would achieve extraordinary success in the future." Neville said unconfidently, "The centaurs didn't talk to me either. Maybe I will be an ordinary internet cafe in the future." Malfoy's expression was also a little pessimistic. "I am an ancient pure blood. Will I be like Scarhead and the others in the future and not achieve any success?" Lin Xiu comforted everyone, "What the centaurs said may not come true, don't worry about it." "That's right," Hagrid laughed, "if the centaurs' predictions were completely accurate, I think they would have conquered the entire magical world long ago." "Harry, what's wrong with you?" Harry covered the lightning scar on his head, staggered back, and fell to the ground. His voice became very thin and weak. "I feel like the scar is on fire." Harry's short black hair turned into long red hair, and his figure became a little smaller. Harry became a girl. Lin Xiu was alert to the surroundings. The scar on Harry's head would have a certain connection with Voldemort. When Harry felt the burning pain of the scar, it meant that Voldemort might be active nearby. It was both a danger and an opportunity. Lin Xiu took out his wand and warned Hagrid, "Be careful, I feel something is wrong around me." Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Hagrid couldn't help but feel hesitant. If it were normal, he might not care too much. But on the one hand, the Forbidden Forest has been uneasy recently, and many unicorns have been attacked. On the other hand, the centaurs, who always disliked normal talk, praised Lin Xiu one after another, which was enough to prove that Lin Xiu was extraordinary. Finally, for safety reasons, Hagrid still planned to follow Lin Xiu's advice. "Let me send you out first, and you stay in my hut for one night. I will continue to patrol the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid made a decision. "Fang, come back, let's go home." Malfoy said dissatisfiedly, "You are lazy, I will report you to Dumbledore." "Well, Malfoy, you wait for me here alone, I will send Lin Xiu and Harry back." "Fang, you stay with Malfoy. *********. Hagrid strode back the way he came, and Malfoy hurriedly followed him. "Wait, I'm kidding. In fact, not everyone needs to go back, just let me and Potter go back together. I can send Potter back after he becomes a girl. I come from an ancient pure-blood family, I have my own pride, I will never abandon Potter." Malfoy babbled a lot, but Hagrid had made up his mind and walked back very quickly. No one listened to what Malfoy was saying. Okay. Malfoy finally gave up. It's good to be able to leave this damn Forbidden Forest. He no longer said anything about keeping Ron, Neville and Lin Xiu to continue patrolling in the Forbidden Forest, and instead began to play with the hound Fang. "Be careful, Malfoy." Hagrid warned, "Fang is very timid, you will scare it." But Malfoy enjoyed it, especially when he saw Harry, who had become a girl, with an angry look on his face. Malfoy felt an indescribable joy in his heart. "Potter, you care about this dog, don't you?" Malfoy said, "Seeing me bullying it, what can you do?" "Huh?" Malfoy teased the hound Fang more and more vigorously. Finally, the hound Fang couldn't stand it anymore and ran a distance into the dark area of the forest ahead. "Don't run, big dog." Malfoy chased after him with a laugh. Harry shouted Malfoy angrily and ran after him. Finally, the two people and the dog disappeared in the darkness of the Forbidden Forest. "Don't run, the Forbidden Forest is very dangerous at night." It was too late for Hagrid to shout at them, and the darkness of the forest swallowed them. "Follow them," Hagrid said anxiously, "we have to find them before they go far." He strode forward, but could not find any trace of Harry or Malfoy. "Aha!" Malfoy screamed and suddenly rushed out from the darkness behind Lin Xiu, bumping around like a headless fly, while Fanja appeared from the darkness in front of Hagrid with his tail between his legs. "Malfoy, Where's Harry? Hagrid grabbed the running Malfoy and was furious. You made Harry beautiful. Is this the so-called pure-blood pride? Ron said angrily, is this what you said? I will never abandon Harry Potter. I don't know, Malfoy said in horror, sweating profusely. There are monsters ahead, there are monsters sucking the blood of unicorns. It was dark everywhere, and it was really difficult to see where Harry was. But the eagle eyes that Lin Xiu opened from the emotional treasure box gave him night vision. So, he easily after penetrating the darkness, Harry fell to the ground, holding the scar on his head. 10 figures with black hoods were moving towards Harry like snakes. Now is not the time to worry about Malfoy. Hagrid, Harry is in front. Lin Xiu strode forward and waved his wand at the hooded figure that seemed to be Voldemort. In order to get the emotional value treasure chest from Voldemort and save Harry, Lin Xiu used his only evil curse attack. Bat Bogey Hexes. The bat curse can turn the enemy's booger into bats and harass the enemy. Seeing the hooded man about to rush up, Harry wanted to escape, but he couldn't. The pain caused by the lightning scar on Harry's head made him unable to move. At this moment, he seemed to hear some movement in the forest in the distance. A red light hit the hooded man who was rushing up with great momentum. In an instant, the opponent's forward momentum suddenly stopped, and the front and back of his head suddenly bulged, spewing out bursts of black smoke. The black smoke turned into dozens of bats entangled in the face of the mysterious hooded man, wrapping his head tightly. But the next second, the bats wrapped around the mysterious man's head began to emit a fiery red light. Harry immediately remembered the scene of them throwing snowballs at Quirrell's head not long ago. It was the same at that time. After Quirrell's back of the head was hit by a snowball, a violent explosion occurred. Harry didn't have time to think about it, and subconsciously rolled behind a tree. With a bang, the hooded man's head exploded, like a double-open faucet, with sparks spraying from front to back. Harry was stunned. The mysterious hooded man who came with such a strong momentum had his head blown up like this? Who is so powerful? Ron? No, Ron's cooking spells are generally terrible. Then, it must be Lin Xiu. Only Lin Xiu can cast such a beautiful spell. It must be him who threw a snowball to blow up Quirrell's head before. Harry felt relieved immediately. He subconsciously looked in the direction where the red light of the spell came from, wanting to see Lin Xiu's figure clearly, but found that the mysterious hooded man with fire burning from the front and back of his head had come to him. My nose. The mysterious man was covered in black air, and his figure could not be seen clearly, but he roared and hissed like a snake. Kill you. Holy you. The mysterious man had a green light on his body, and pointed in the direction of Harry. Harry suddenly felt a splitting headache, and many painful fragments of memories appeared in his mind. The red-haired woman, the green light of the spell, screams, death. At this moment, Harry felt that the dark forest seemed to be illuminated by the soft silver light for a moment. A silver-glowing illusory figure directly knocked the mysterious man to the ground and rolled several times, interrupting the mysterious man's spell. Harry saw clearly that it was a silver-white doe. The doe's body was as bright as moonlight, and it ran gracefully in the air, silently. Harry felt an inexplicable familiarity and kind. The doe looked at Harry, rushed towards the hooded mysterious man again, and disappeared. Harry bet that the elf-like doe must have caused great damage to the hooded mysterious man, because the hooded mysterious man's figure became light and fluttery, like a rag that was about to be blown away by the wind. Then the sound of horse hooves trotting came from the forest, and something rushed out of the darkness behind Harry. When Harry came to his senses, he found that the previous hooded man had disappeared, and a centaur with platinum hair stood beside him. The centaur pulled Harry up. Are you okay? It's okay, thank you. What was that just now? The centaur looked at Harry with his sapphire eyes, and finally his eye stopped on the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. You are the boy from the Potter family, he said. You'd better get back to Hagrid as soon as possible. The forest is not safe at this time, especially for you. My name is Firenze said. The thing that just escaped is the culprit who has been hurting unicorns for so many days. I don't understand why that thing wants to hurt unicorns. Unicorn blood can prolong people's lives, Firenze said. If you drink unicorn blood, you must pay a heavy price. Your life will be cursed and you will become half dead for the rest of your life. Harry looked at Firenze, which flashed silver spots in the moonlight. But who is the desperado? He expressed his doubts. If you are cursed for the rest of your life, you might as well die, right? Yes, Firenze agreed, unless you just use it to prolong your life so that you can drink another thing, a thing that fully restores your energy and magic, a thing that makes you immortal. Mr. Potter, do you know what is hidden in the school at the moment? The Philosopher's Stone. Of course, the elixir of life. But I don't understand who can't you imagine someone who has been waiting all these years, longing to make a comeback? Someone who is clinging to life, waiting for the right time. For a moment, it was as if an iron claw suddenly grabbed Harry's heart. Are you saying, Harry said in a low and hoarse voice, that it was Voldemort? Firenze nodded. Harry asked, what's the matter with the silver doe? It's a patroness summoned by a very advanced magic, Firenze said. It's what led me here. Who summoned the patroness? Firenze shook his head. I don't know. I thought you centaurs could predict everything. What we can see is just a rough idea. Firenze said. He looked in the direction of Lin Xiu in the dark. Is that your companion, Potter? I have to say, even from the perspective of a centaur, his explosive spell is very beautiful. He is destined to have extraordinary achievements in the future. Hagrid is coming with people, let's wait for them here. Hagrid quickly led the little wizards to find the rescued Harry. Due to Harry's experience, this night patrol of the Forbidden Forest ended early, and Hagrid sent the little wizards back to Hogwarts Castle. Hermione waited for Lin Xiu to come back in the dark Gryffindor lounge, and fell asleep on the sofa unknowingly. Lin Xiu woke her up. Hermione, I'm back. Hermione woke up almost immediately, and after seeing Lin Xiu, she breathed a sigh of relief. Great, you're safe and sound. But when she realized that Lin Xiu was too close to her and could even feel her breathing, she jumped off the sofa in a hurry. It's too late, I'm going back to the dormitory to rest, see you tomorrow. After taking a look at Lin Xiu from a distance on the stairs, she hurried back to the girls' dormitory. Lin Xiu returned to the boys' dormitory. Harry turned back into a boy again. He walked around his bed excitedly, telling Ron what happened after he separated from the main group. The mysterious man in the Forbidden Forest is Voldemort. He wants to get the Philosopher's Stone, and it must be to prolong his life. Don't say that name anymore, Ron whispered in panic, as if he was worried that Voldemort would hear it. Harry quickly changed the subject. That silver doe, the centaur Firenze said it was a patroness summoned by a very advanced magic. I can feel the kindness in that patroness, Harry said. I think that means someone is protecting me in secret. He was a little excited now. Does this mean that he still has relatives alive? Ron made his own guess. Harry, could it be a relative you haven't met? Since you said your aunt's family treats you badly, could it be a relative on your father's side? It's possible. Although Hagrid told me that all my father's relatives died, I think some of them may still be alive. Harry's eyes lit up and he proposed a somewhat crazy hypothesis. Maybe, the Silver Doe patroness was summoned by my father or mother to protect me. Think about it, since I was able to survive the disaster, maybe my parents could too. After all, I was just a baby who knew nothing at the time, and they were at least powerful wizards, right? 13131313. Lin Xiu was drinking water, and he almost choked when he heard Harry's crazy guess. In the current 0.8 magic world, there is only one person whose patroness is a doe and who will take action for Harry. Severus Snape. How could Harry mistakenly think that it was his father James who took action to protect him? Of course, strictly speaking, it is understandable. Harry now does not understand the entanglement between his parents and Snape, but Lin Xiu just wanted to laugh when he thought of Snape's reaction. If Snape knew that Harry compared him to James Potter, wouldn't he be so angry? Oh, no. If a girl like Harry said this, Snape would probably be secretly happy for several days. At the same time, in the headmaster's office, Snape was reporting to Dumbledore what happened tonight. Severus, are you serious? Dumbledore laughed happily. You said that the spell used by Lin Xiu is effective on the nose, and he blew Quirrell's nose open? Doesn't that mean in the principal's office? Dumbledore smiled happily and shook his head slightly. Voldemort pursues immortality and wants to use Horcruxes to avoid death, but he has turned himself into a half-human and half-ghost. The Dark Lord's views on life and death are not as open-minded as yours. Snape changed the subject. Professor, how long do you want Voldemort's soul to lurk in Hogwarts? I can understand your idea of letting Harry face the Dark Lord and gain experience. So many times, I didn't take too many actions. Snape said, but it is obvious that the Dark Lord's soul and Quirrell will not act as we want. Tonight in the Forbidden Forest, the Dark Lord's soul even controlled Quirrell and wanted to use Avatar on Harry. The curse of fate. If I wasn't there, if Lin Xiu didn't use his wand to blow off Quirrell and the Dark Lord's remnant's nose, Harry would have been in danger. Lin Xiu is indeed a good kid. But Severus, you are wrong about one thing. Dumbledore said Harry will not be hurt by Voldemort. I don't understand what you said. Dumbledore sighed. On the night when Voldemort tried to kill Harry, Lily sacrificed herself to save Harry, which inadvertently left a very strong protection on Harry. I used an ancient magic and strengthened this protection with the help of Harry's blood bond. Before Harry comes of age, Voldemort can never hurt him. It turned out to be Lily. Snape was silent for a long time, but Quirrell is possessed by Voldemort's remnant, which is Voldemort's Horcrux in a sense, and will also be restricted by that ancient protective magic. If Quirrell forcibly wants to attack Harry, he will only die in pain in the end. But I think what you said makes sense. It's time to drive Voldemort's soul out of Hogwarts. Dumbledore tapped the table lightly, and a letter floated on it. The content of the letter had several urgent written on it, and the name was the London Magic Companion. It seemed that the Ministry of Magic had encountered some trouble and wanted Dumbledore to go there urgently. Obviously, Quirrell and the Voldemort in him are more anxious than us, so they came up with this flawed plan to lure me out of Hogwarts. It's hard to refuse a kind offer, right? Dumbledore said easily. I'll leave early tomorrow morning. I think that after I leave Hogwarts, Quirrell and Voldemort's soul will take action immediately. I'll leave the rest to you. Snape nodded. I will protect Harry. Harry will not be in danger because of the protection of ancient magic. Dumbledore said, I hope you pay attention to the remnant of Voldemort in Quirrell. Try to delay the meeting between Harry and Quirrell, and I will arrive in time. I don't understand, Professor. Snape said, according to what you said, Quirrell will be eliminated by the protective magic on Harry anyway. Why not speed up the process? I need to be there in person to witness the moment when Quirrell and Voldemort are eliminated by the protective magic. Only then can I do something with the remnant of Voldemort. Dumbledore was as relaxed as if he was talking about what to eat tonight. I once learned something from an old friend, including magic that can work on residual souls. I want to use this to find more clues about Horcruxes from the memories of Voldemort's residual soul. In fact, I have found some. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, two items suddenly appeared on his desk. One is an exquisite pendant box, and the other is a golden cup with exquisite patterns carved on it. As soon as the two appeared, they exuded a cold breath. Snape's eyes changed slightly. You found the second Horcrux? Yes, Hufflepuff's cup. Dumbledore said, I found it in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. I must say that girl's protection really made me lose my calendar hand. Snape said, the goblins at Gringotts would be honored to hear this. Dumbledore looked at the locket and cup on the table and shook his head. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup. Voldemort is still the same as when he was in school, with a full sense of superiority, carefully selecting those items with powerful magic and historical significance to set off his own uniqueness. I wouldn't be surprised if I found out one day that Voldemort made the treasures of the four founders of Hogwarts into Horcruxes. Dumbledore finished speaking, and a ball of blue flame emerged in the air. The flame seemed to have life, and in an instant it turned into the appearance of a phoenix, and then suddenly swallowed Slytherin's locket and cup. Destroying the Horcruxes is indeed a troublesome matter, said Dumbledore. Fortunately, I learned a little trick to control fiendfire from an old friend. In almost 3 breaths, the blue fiendfire burned the 2 Horcruxes to ashes. Then, the blue fiendfire disappeared. Your method of controlling fiendfire is indeed very sophisticated, Snape said, but didn't you say before that you wanted to use the connection between souls to track the souls? Don't you need to leave them for the time being? No need. I have tried for a long time before, and this way doesn't work. I found the Hufflepuff gold cup by other means. Dumbledore said, what we need to pay attention to next is the residual soul of Voldemort in Quirrell. You go back and have a good rest first. The residual soul of Voldemort will soon control Quirrell to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Snape nodded and walked away. 537 Dumbledore sat alone at his desk, thinking about Voldemort and Horcruxes, and couldn't help but think of what Snape said, that Voldemort's remaining soul was blown in the nostrils by Lin Xiu's wand. Then, he thought of the incident not long ago when Quirrell was hit on the head with a snowball by Lin Xiu's group of Gryffindor wizards and was also blown in the back of the head, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. He smiled and shook his head. Lin Xiu's kid blew Voldemort's face with his wand twice in a row, and his future must be extraordinary. Early the next morning, Lin Xiu just woke up and noticed the system prompt, and his mood suddenly became very good. Ding! Voldemort Tom Riddle's anger detected. Ding! Harry Potter's shock detected. Ding! Centaur Firenze's surprise detected. Ding! Severus Snape's worry detected. Ding! Albus Dumbledore's relief detected. Drawing treasure chests for the host. Congratulations to the host, you got 2 silver treasure chests. Congratulations to the host, you got 3 gold treasure chests. Oh, almost all of them are high-quality treasure chests. Lin Xiu felt that his previous strategy adjustment was correct. It is to try to get emotional treasure chests from those wizards with names. Ding! Silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for getting the 100-step shooting. Congratulations to the host for getting multilingual proficiency. Ding! Gold treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for getting the intermediate magic talent. Congratulations to the host for getting the shadowless flight spell. Congratulations to the host for getting the message about death. 100-step shooting. Centaurs do not use magic wands, but they are very good at archery, and the Centaur's Firenze is the best among them. After using it, all long-range physical attacks you cause within 200 meters of you, including but not limited to archery, shooting, throwing, etc., will definitely hit the target in a reasonable way. Lin Xiu was a little disappointed. He thought that the emotional treasure chest dropped by the Centaur's Firenze could open talents related to divination or prophecy, but it turned out to be a talent related to shooting. Lin Xiu could only comfort himself that it was better to have something than nothing. Maybe one day in the future, his talent for throwing will come in handy. Multilingual proficiency. Dumbledore can speak multiple languages including Mermaid and Fairy. During the Triwizard Tournament of the Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore used Mermaid to talk to the mermaid leader in the Great Lake to communicate about the subsequent project matters. After using it, you will have extraordinary language talent. You will master Mermaid and Fairy. When you encounter a language you don't understand, you can quickly learn the language in a very short time. Unfortunately, Dumbledore's emotional treasure chest didn't open anything related to magic, but Lin Xiu was not too disappointed. Mastering one more language will give you more ways in the world in the future. What's more, Dumbledore represents the pinnacle of the current magic world. The good things on him can only be opened from the gold or even higher level emotional treasure chest. Lin Xiu adjusted his emotions and looked at the remaining things opened from the gold emotional treasure chest. Intermediate magic talent. Harry Potter's parents are both very powerful wizards, and he inherited a good magic talent from them. This is an excellent talent. After using it, you will be able to cast spells faster and more powerful, and you will become an excellent wizard. Lin Xiu chose to use it. The whole world seemed to become more vivid in front of him in an instant, and he could even vaguely feel the flow of magic in his body in Harry Potter's magical world. There is no obvious judgment on the numerical strength of magic, but there is no doubt that the magic talents of different wizards are different. Dumbledore, a wizard who stands at the top of the magical world, has much better magic talents than most wizards. At this moment, Lin Xiu could clearly feel that he was more fishy than before. He reached for the wand on the bedside table next to him, wanting to release a less noisy lighting spell to test the changes in himself. Lumos, fluorescent flashes. But before Lin Xiu's hand touched the wand, the tip of the wand on the bedside table lit up, and the light at the tip of the wand was long-lasting and bright. Harry and Ron, who were sleeping, woke up immediately. They rubbed their sleepy eyes and looked out the window. Is the sun out? And Lin Xiu stopped his lighting spell long before the two opened their eyes, and the dormitory returned to its previous brightness level. The morning light outside the window was dim, and Harry and Ron could only mutter "damn it," and then went back to sleep. And the culprit Lin Xiu was satisfied to feel the magic power surge in his body. Becoming stronger, it feels good. Invisible flight spell. For most wizards, if they want to fly, they either use various magical vehicles including flying brooms, or use magical animals with flying abilities, or have their own flying animagus form. Unlike most wizards, Snape can fly in the air. In 1998, he used this ability to fly away from Hogwarts after a duel with Minerva McGonagall. After using it, you will learn the invisible flight spell, which allows you to turn into wind and fly at high speeds, and you will not make much noise when flying. It is worthy of Professor Snape's golden lover. Emotional treasure chest. Lin Xiu had never understood it before. Why almost all wizards in the magic world cannot rely on their own spells to fly, but must rely on magic props such as flying brooms. However, after he obtained this flying spell, he no longer had to worry about these problems. Finally, it was Message About Death that was opened from Voldemort's golden emotion treasure chest. Message about death. According to legend, the god of death controls life and death. Once there were 3 brothers who defeated the god of death and received a gift from the god of death. The second brother received the resurrection stone from the god of death and returned home. After returning home, he turned the resurrection stone 3 times in his hand and resurrected his early deceased fiancée. But sadly, the resurrected fiancée was sad and indifferent, and there seemed to be a veil between them, the veil of death. In the end, the second brother was tortured by hopeless desire and went crazy, and committed suicide in order to be with her. Voldemort Tom Riddle showed fear of death from a very young age. In order to avoid death, he did a lot of research. He once learned about the story of the god of death and the 3 brothers, and spent some time studying the legendary resurrection stone, but the harvest was very little, and he only got a few illusory messages. After using it, you will get information about death. A golden treasure chest. The things opened are only information about death? This is too abstract. After all, Lin Xiu still used this information. A picture suddenly appeared in his mind. In a pure white, misty steam, countless illusory human figures came and went. Lin Xiu understood it instantly when he saw this picture. This pure white space is limbo. In Harry Potter's worldview, limbo is between the edge of life and death. It is both real and illusory. The illusory human figures coming and going in limbo are all dead people. Lin Xiu has a hunch that if he continues to dig deeper into the information in these pictures in his mind, he may be able to use them to peek into the secrets between life and death and escape death. But he is still very young and has no fear of death. He does not have much motivation to pursue immortality. But Lin Xiu thought of another thing. Since those illusory figures in the misty fantasy are all dead people, is there a way to bring them to the present world? Nothing else. Snape's white moonlight lily, Dumbledore's guilty sister Ariana Dumbledore, they are all dead people. If there is a way to summon them from the misty border and let them appear in front of Snape and Dumbledore, then Snape and Dumbledore will definitely have extremely violent emotional fluctuations. At that time, Lin Xiu estimated that he could directly obtain the highest level of the supreme treasure chest from them. However, he is just thinking about it now. It is very difficult to revive the dead, and it is not much simpler than killing Voldemort directly. It's still a bit far to think about these things now, let's talk about it later. Lin Xiu felt that the matter of resurrecting the dead is promising in the future. There are not many days left before the final exams at Hogwarts. Hermione and Lin Xiu began to prepare for the exams. Ron lamented and hurriedly began to cram for various subjects. Harry was a little absent-minded. He wondered who summoned the doe patroness he saw in the Forbidden Forest that night. Harry occasionally thought of Voldemort, who he saw in the Forbidden Forest. According to the Centaurs, Voldemort wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone to revive and then make a comeback. Finally, when the day passed, Quirrell did not show up in class again, and the defense against the dark arts class turned into self-study as expected. Harry suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. It's Quirrell. Quirrell has a problem. When he walked with Ron, he said in a positive tone, "I suspect Quirrell wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone and help Voldemort resurrect." Lin Xiu and Hermione walked a few steps behind them. The four of them were in a corridor of Hogwarts at this time, and the sun was about to set. "We have to find a way to solve this matter." Harry strung together everything he had experienced in the past. The rooms in the corridor of Hogwarts were not allowed to be approached because the three-headed dog Fluffy was guarding the Philosopher's Stone, and Voldemort wanted to use the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect. And Quirrell's various behaviors made people suspicious. At the Halloween dinner, Quirrell was frightened and fainted because of a troll. In the Quidditch match, Harry's flying broom seemed to be cursed by someone. Thanks to Professor Snape's timely rescue, Harry escaped safely. After that, Professor Snape has been targeting Quirrell everywhere, and Quirrell, as a defense against the dark arts, the teacher of magic, during the Christmas holidays, was hit on the head by a snowball from Lin Xiu and others, but he didn't have any temper. "This is really abnormal. We must go to Dumbledore," Harry said. "We have to report Quirrell's abnormality to him." But Harry's attempt failed, and even his attempt to find Snape and monitor Quirrell was repeatedly blocked. According to Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore received an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic in London and will not return to Hogwarts until tomorrow. And Snape didn't know where he went. Quirrell had no sense of existence, and no one knew where he appeared when he was not in the defense against the dark arts class. Quirrell had not attended class for a long time. This made Harry feel extremely nervous, and he had a terrible guess in his heart. He told Lin Xiu and others his guess in the Gryffindor common room. "Dumbledore is not in Hogwarts tonight. If anyone wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone to help Voldemort resurrect, tonight is his last chance." Harry's eyes lit up. Hearing Harry's words, Ron's eyes widened. "Harry, you're crazy. You can't do this." Hermione said, "When we went to see Professor McGonagall just now, she said that if you rashly interfere in the matter of the Philosopher's Stone, you will be expelled." "So what?" Harry said loudly, "I have thought it through. If Quirrell gets the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort will come back, and then Hogwarts will be razed to the ground. Losing points or expelling is no longer important. Even if we abide by the school rules and win the House Cup for Gryffindor, so what? Will Voldemort let us go? I will never go to Voldemort. He killed my parents." Ron sighed. "You are right, Harry." At this time, there was no one else in the Gryffindor common room. Therefore, Harry did not deliberately cover up. He took out his invisibility cloak from the dormitory and walked into the common room to say goodbye to Lin Xiu and others. Harry said, "Lin Xiu, Hermione, Ron, I'm glad to meet you at Hogwarts. I remember that the invisibility cloak can cover more than one person." Lin Xiu said, "More than one person? Don't be silly," Lin Xiu said. "Do you want to face Quirrell and Voldemort alone?" Lin Xiu decided to participate in the Philosopher's Stone challenge tonight. An important reason is that Lin Xiu wants to see if he can continue to explode the emotional treasure chest from Voldemort's residual soul. As the top 923 Dark Wizard, there will be a lot of good things in the emotional treasure chest dropped by Voldemort. The most important reason is that he wants to protect Hermione's safety. Ron and Harry, the two of them, one is a pure-blood wizard, and the other is protected by ancient magic. Voldemort basically won't take the initiative to hurt them. But for wizards like Hermione who were born in Muggle families, the situation is different. Lin Xiu can clearly feel that because of his participation, because Harry would turn into a girl from time to time, the plot in the original book has changed. Harry no longer misunderstood Snape, but determined that Quirrell was a bad guy. Last night in the Forbidden Forest, Quirrell, who was controlled by Voldemort's remnant soul, showed aggression far beyond the description in the original book. Lin Xiu was worried that Hermione might be hurt by Voldemort's remnant soul during the level-breaking process. As for whether Dumbledore and Snape would monitor Hermione during the level-breaking process of the Philosopher's Stone, Lin Xiu didn't care. It would be better to have their monitoring, which could ensure safety throughout the process. The difficulty of all the Philosopher's Stone levels would not exceed the upper limit of Harry's ability, and naturally would not exceed the upper limit of Lin Xiu's ability, so Lin Xiu would not be exposed. "I will go with you." Hermione was standing behind Lin Xiu at this time, flipping through the spell book. "But if you are not in a hurry, let me read a few more pages of the book. Maybe I can find something useful. But if we are caught, you three will also be expelled." "Harry, we are friends, aren't we?" Ron said, "Sometimes, friends just have to accompany you to do risky things." we won't be caught. Lin Xiu said, if it doesn't work, Harry, you can turn into a girl and beg for mercy in front of Professor Snape. If necessary, I will try. Harry nodded a little embarrassedly, since we are all going to face Voldemort, then turning into a girl to beg for mercy from Professor Snape is nothing, right? But when it comes to Professor Snape, Harry seems to have suddenly thought of something. He ran back to the dormitory and took out a small bottle of golden potion. Lin Xiu, you reminded me. This is Professor Snape's Christmas gift to me, the Felicity Potion, which seems to enhance our luck. Harry divided the Felicity Potion equally and drank some for each person. Professor Snape told me to use it when the time is right. I think now is the best time, right? After drinking the Felicity Potion, Lin Xiu suddenly felt that his whole state was adjusted to the best, as if everything he did would come true. At this time, he suddenly had some inspiration. Looking up, he found that Hermione, Harry, Ron and others were also looking over. Do we have the same feeling? Lin Xiu said, I feel that it is best to set out to find the Philosopher's Stone now. What do you think? In fact, they had originally planned to go out later, when it was late at night and quiet, and might not attract other people's attention. But under the influence of the Felixer, they did not hesitate. Lin Xiu took the lead and left as soon as he said he would. When they walked to the corridor of the Gryffindor common room and were about to walk out of the portrait guarded by the fat lady, footsteps came from the direction of the boys' dormitory. Lin Xiu, Harry, Ron, are you in the common room? Neville's voice sounded, but when he looked from the dormitory to the common room where the lights had been turned off, he could only see darkness. Lin Xiu and his friends had already set out in advance to protect the Philosopher's Stone. The journey was extremely smooth. They met Peeves blocking the road halfway. But the next second, Slytherin's ghost, the Bloody Baron, passed through the wall and scared Peeves away. They also met Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, hiding in the dark halfway. But soon, Peeves screamed and led Norris away as he ran. Lin Xiu led Harry and the others to the corridor outside the 4th floor without much effort. The door opened just a crack. When Lin Xiu led Hermione, Harry and Ron into the room, the 3 heads of the big dog sniffed at the same time, and finally sneezed 3 times loudly, and moved its claws just right, revealing the trapdoor. The trapdoor opened, and it was pitch black below. But the Felicity Potion that Lin Xiu had drunk before was still working, and he jumped down without hesitation, followed by Hermione, and then Harry and Ron. The 4 of them fell on something soft at the same time. We must be very far away from the school, Hermione said. The Felicity Potion is so effective that we fell on the soft plant. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. I know, Hermione suddenly said, this is a devil's snare. If we don't struggle, we can fall down safely. But before she finished speaking, the group of devil's snares fell down softly as if they were tickled. Lin Xiu and his group did nothing and landed safely. Ahead was a stone corridor, the only way to go. Walking on this road, in addition to their own footsteps, there was also the sound of water dripping slowly along the wall. Did you hear anything? Ron whispered. The corridor went down the slope, and Lin Xiu heard a light rustling and tinkling sound coming from the front. Could it be a ghost talking? I don't know. It sounds like the flapping of wings. There is a light in front, I see something moving. Lin Xiu was the first to walk out of the corridor. In front of him was a brightly lit room with a high vaulted ceiling. Countless little birds, as dazzling as gems, fluttered their wings and flew around the room. Opposite the room was a heavy wooden door, which was locked. With the help of Eagle Eye, Lin Xiu easily saw that the things flying around the room were not birds at all, but keys with wings. Harry, we need to catch the key to this door and open it, Ron said, but there are hundreds of keys flying in the sky. He carefully checked the keyhole of the door. We need to find a large antique key, maybe silver, shaped like a door handle. For flying brooms were placed not far away. There is no doubt that we need to ride on the flying brooms, and the Quidditch seeker instinct is ready to move, catch the uranium key like finding the golden snitch at this time. Lin Xiu suddenly had a whim and wanted to stretch his arms. So he moved his limbs, and when he reached up, he suddenly felt something was stuffed in his palm. He took it down and saw that a silver key with sky blue wings fell into his palm just right. Is this the power of the Felicis? Hermione couldn't help but sigh. The 4 of us drank the Felicis, but why do I feel that Lin Xiu's luck is much better than the 3 of us? Harry and Ron also found it a little unbelievable. Especially Harry. He was almost ready to die before. But after drinking the Felicis, whether it was the vicious 3-headed dog, the devil's snare, or the hundreds of flying keys here, they did not cause any obstacles to them. Lin Xiu led the way in front, and they followed behind, and they were relaxed all the way as if they were traveling. Alas! Ron was not very interested. I thought that our adventure along the way would be more exciting. Pushing the door open, the group came to the second room. The room was extremely dark, and there was a huge thing standing faintly in the space in the distance. Where is this? Harry recalled the bad scene. Is this a cemetery? It's not a cemetery. Ron observed the surroundings carefully and shook his head. This is a chessboard. Behind the white chess piece on the opposite side of the chessboard, there is a huge door. The group stepped onto the chessboard and wanted to cross directly to the door on the opposite side. But when they just walked to the white chess piece on the opposite side, the stone knives in the hands of the soldier chess pieces were unsheathed and pointed at Lin Xiu and the others. "What should we do now?" Harry whispered. "Isn't it obvious?" Ron said, "We have to play chess to get to the other end of the room." "How to play?" Hermione asked. "In my opinion," Ron said, "we have to act as chess pieces." His face was full of confidence, and wizard chess was something he was very good at. "Lin Xiu, you go to the chariot position. Hermione, you stand near Lin Xiu, replacing the castle. Harry, you replace the bishop's position. As for me," Ron said, "I will become a knight." The black queen, castle, bishop, knight and other chess pieces turned around and left the chessboard, and Lin Xiu and the others took their positions. "White moves first." Ron said, "Game, start." A white pawn moved forward 2 squares. Ron began to direct the game. "Let me think about it." According to Ron's usual thinking of playing chess, he should have asked Harry to move 4 squares to the right front when the white soldier chess piece moved. But somehow, he had another way of playing in his mind at this moment. Ron realized that the Felixer was working. He almost didn't hesitate too much and immediately gave orders. When the white chess piece eats the black chess piece, it always behaves cruelly, but under the effect of the Felixer, not only Ron, but also Harry and Hermione can play a magical move from time to time. Not to mention Lin Xiu, who once opened Wizard Chess Mastery in the emotional treasure box. The 4 people did not communicate too much. They tried their best to play their own chess pieces and act according to the rules of their own chess pieces. In a few seconds, they killed the white chess pieces without leaving any armor. Without sacrificing any of the 4 people, Lin Xiu's chariot was the first to kill the white chess pieces. The remaining white chess pieces bowed and retreated to make way. It took them only a few minutes to easily pass the wizard chess formation in the second room. Ron looked back at the restored chessboard and said with some disappointment, "This game of wizard chess is easier than I thought." They followed Lin Xiu, walked out of the door, passed through another corridor, and came to a new door. This door was not locked, but a disgusting stench came from the gap between the doors. Almost at the same time, they thought of the troll they encountered last time. Even under the effect of the Felixer, Hermione felt a little nervous. She walked to Lin Xiu's side and grabbed the corner of Lin Xiu's clothes tightly. "Are you ready, everyone? Go in." After getting a positive answer, Lin Xiu pushed the door open. A giant monster even bigger than the one they had seen last time appeared in front of everyone. As soon as the giant monster saw the little wizards, it rushed over with drooling mouth. Lin Xiu and his friends took a few steps without even running, and the giant monster chased in the direction of Lin Xiu, staggered and bumped into the wall, fainted, and blocked the door. "Thanks to the fallen, we don't have to fight this giant monster," Harry whispered. "Let's go, I'm almost suffocated by the stench of the monster." Lin Xiu opened the next door, and everyone thought there would be a more terrifying test. But in fact, there was nothing scary here, only a table with 7 bottles of different shapes placed on it, filled with different potions. Lin Xiu and his friends just stepped over the threshold, and flames rose at the intersections behind and in front. The flames at the intersection behind were purple, and the flames at the intersection in front were black. They seemed to be trapped. Harry said, "It's related to the potion. This must be the magic arranged by Professor Snape." But even Ron, who was usually relatively timid, did not feel afraid. This was the confidence that the fallen gave him. "This level is definitely the same as before, and can be easily passed. Look." Hermione grabbed a roll of parchment next to the bottle and read with Lin Xiu, "Danger is in front of you, safety is behind. 2 of us can help you. Drink them, 1 will lead you forward, and the other will send you back to where you came from. 2 of them are filled with nettle wine. 3 are poisons waiting in line. Choose, unless you want to be delayed here forever. We also provide 4 clues to help you choose." Hermione's face showed a smile. "Great," she said, "this is not magic, this is logical reasoning, a riddle. Many of the greatest wizards have no ability to reason logically, so they are trapped here forever." To be honest, among the 4, Lin Xiu and Hermione have the strongest reasoning ability, but this is not needed at this moment. The Felixer worked hard, and everyone's intuition was surprisingly consistent at this moment. Lin Xiu grabbed the smallest bottle. "After drinking this potion, you can pass through the black flames and get the Philosopher's Stone." Hermione pointed to a round-bellied bottle on the far right. "This potion can make people pass through the purple flames behind them and return the same way." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Harry and Ron also used their intuition to distinguish what the remaining bottles of potion were. The 2 wide-mouthed bottles contained nettle wine, and the 3 narrow-mouthed bottles contained poison. Harry was ready to drink the potion in the small bottle and get the Philosopher's Stone. "But Harry," Ron said with some concern, "what if the mysterious man is in the room in front?" "Well, I got away with it once before, remember?" Harry pointed to the scar on his forehead and said, "I might be able to turn the danger into a blessing." "Harry, I wish you good luck." At this time, Lin Xiu did not continue to participate. Under normal circumstances, Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort's residual soul, was in the last room at this moment, waiting for Harry to come and start a duel. The duel between Harry and Voldemort was a nemesis, and it was not easy to interfere casually. Lin Xiu just felt a little regretful that he did not explode a new emotional treasure chest on Voldemort during this level-breaking process. He watched Harry take a deep breath, grab the smallest bottle, and turn to face the black flames. "I'm coming." Harry finished speaking and drank the liquid in the small bottle in one gulp. Harry put down the bottle and walked forward. He mustered up his courage, and the black flames licked his body, but did not cause any harm. Behind the black flames, Lin Xiu and Hermione watched Harry push open the door of the last room. Just when Ron and the others were worried that Harry might meet Voldemort, Lin Xiu found that Harry walked out with a frown not long after entering the door. Harry took out a red gem-like object from his trouser pocket. "I got the Philosopher's Stone," Harry said with confusion, "but there was only the Mirror of Erised inside except me, and no one else." "No one else?" Ron's eyes widened. "Harry, you mean to say that we broke through the many traps set by Dumbledore and wanted to protect the Philosopher's Stone before you know who and Quirrell, but in fact, we are the thieves of the Philosopher's Stone?" Hermione sighed. "I guess we are really going to be expelled this time." An unspeakable embarrassment spread between Harry and Ron, and even the confidence brought by the Felicia Felix could not dispel this unbearable atmosphere. But soon, Lin Xiu motioned Harry and the others to look in the direction they came from. "Listen, is there any sound?" In the direction of the troll's room, a person shouting and cursing came faintly. "Which be asterisk 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 D blocked the door. If I catch you, I will definitely kill you." Ron listened carefully. It was Quirrell's voice. "Great," Harry said excitedly. "No, I mean, this shows that we didn't mean well but did bad things. Quirrell really came to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He must be Voldemort's lackey." Harry and Ron breathed a sigh of relief after finding Quirrell outside the troll's room. This way they don't have to feel guilty for getting the Philosopher's Stone in advance. But then comes another problem. Quirrell is blocking outside now. What should we do next? Harry and Ron looked at each other and subconsciously looked at Lin Xiu. "The most anxious one now is Quirrell. We don't have to worry at all." Lin Xiu said calmly. "Quirrell is afraid of Dumbledore, so he forged a letter from the Ministry of Magic to lead Dumbledore away, but this matter can only be concealed for a while." "Lin Xiu is right," Hermione said. "When Dumbledore arrives at the Ministry of Magic and sees through Quirrell's conspiracy, Quirrell's death will come. Now we are the one with the advantage." Lin Xiu pointed to the door of the troll's room and said, "Harry, Ron, listen, is there the sound of Quirrell chanting from the door?" Harry bravely moved closer and heard Quirrell outside the door cursing angrily while bombarding with spells. Thunder explosion, shattered into pieces, fire blazing. Many of these are offensive spells that Harry had heard from Professor Flitwick in the Charms class, but had not really learned. Obviously, Quirrell is anxious. Ron agreed with Lin Xiu. He used all kinds of spells, but the door of the troll's room didn't move at all. "When we passed the flying key door before, I secretly tried it with my wand once, and the unlocking spell didn't work," Hermione said. "I guess when Dumbledore left these protective measures, he cast a very strong protective spell on the doors of each room." 2, 6, 7 Harry smiled and said, "Quirrell must be very anxious now." The more anxious Quirrell's tone outside the door became, the more at ease Harry and Ron felt. Just as Lin Xiu said, they are now the dominant party. "We probably have to stay here for a night," Ron said. "Do you want to play a game of wizard chess? Did you bring wizard chess with you when you went out?" Harry was amazed. "No. It's just that when I cleared the wizard chess room before, I picked up a few broken chess pieces as souvenirs. They are all large pieces of stone. We can pretend that they are chess pieces." Ron took out some stone fragments from his arms and placed them on the ground. Sitting on the ground, "Come on, Lin Xiu, Harry. Let's play chess. Who will go first?" "No need to pretend, you can use transmutation to turn these broken stones directly into corresponding chess pieces." Lin Xiu pulled out his wand and tapped the gravel on the ground. There was no need to even recite a spell. The gravel on the ground turned into a set of pocket wizard chess. Harry and Ron's eyes lit up. "Lin Xiu, you are so awesome." They excitedly started the pocket wizard chess game, and Lin Xiu smiled in Hermione's direction. Hermione took a small piece of gravel, pulled out her wand, and kept casting spells on the gravel, trying to replicate Lin Xiu's operation. Time passed by minute by minute. When Harry and Ron had played the fourth round of wizard chess, the door of the troll's room suddenly opened. Quirrell, wearing a purple turban, rushed in with a ferocious face. His roaring voice was like a cold poisonous snake. "Come here, Potter." Harry, who was playing wizard chess on the ground, felt a sudden severe pain in his forehead. He stood up suddenly. Harry almost immediately thought of the mysterious man in a black cloak that he met in the Forbidden Forest at night. That night, the mysterious man sucked unicorn blood in the depths of the Forbidden Forest and even wanted to kill people. "It's you!" Harry shouted. "Quirrell, the black-robed man in the Forbidden Forest, it's you." His voice became softer, and his long red hair grew out again. Harry turned into a girl involuntarily the first time his scar hurt. Yes, it's me. Quirrell's voice was like a poisonous snake hissing and spitting out its tongue, and he walked towards the potion room from the troll room with a grin, and walked towards Harry. The next second, in the potion room where Lin Xiu and the others were, black and purple flames suddenly rose into a wall of fire, blocking the surrounding vision. Ron, who was closer to the girl Harry, bounced directly from the ground into the room where Harry got the Philosopher's Stone as if there was a spring on his buttocks. Lin Xiu felt a gentle breeze holding him up, and followed Ron into the room. Behind Lin Xiu, Hermione also floated in and landed safely beside him. In the room, the mirror of Eris stood quietly in the middle, but Lin Xiu and the other three had no intention of caring about the mirror. Harry was now in the previous room, facing Voldemort's lackey Quirrell alone. The three of them subconsciously wanted to run back to the potion room where Harry was, but there seemed to be an invisible barrier between the mirror room and the door of the mirror room. They couldn't get out of the door no matter what, and could only watch Quirrell approach Harry with a grin. "It's over," Ron said pessimistically. "Harry is going to die at Quirrell's hands." "We still have the effect of the Felix Felicis," Hermione said. "Harry won't be killed so easily. He will definitely be able to hold on until Dumbledore comes back." But Lin Xiu was not worried at all, because the potion room was arranged by Snape, and when they were invited out of the potion room just now, they passed through the fire wall formed by black flames, but they did not suffer any harm. Obviously, Snape deliberately created a situation where Harry had to face Quirrell alone. With Snape's protection in secret, Harry's life would not be in danger. In the potion room, the flames burned into walls around, isolating everything around. There were only Quirrell and Harry in the firewall. Quirrell took off his purple headscarf and slowly turned around. A hideous and terrifying face appeared on the back of his head. The face was pale, the eyes were red, and the nostrils were as thin as a venomous snake. "Harry Potter, we meet again." "Voldemort." "Exactly," Voldemort said. "Look at what I have become. In order to survive, I have become a parasite on others. The unicorn's blood can keep me alive, but it can't give me my own body. Why don't you give me the Philosopher's Stone?" Seeing the two hideous faces on Quirrell's head, Harry thought he should feel fear and terror. But when he saw that the nostrils of Quirrell and Voldemort's faces were like being blown up by bombs, they were hollow, and sparks came out from time to time, like clowns making people laugh, Harry could only feel a sense of humor. This was what Lin Xiu did last night. He blew up Quirrell and Voldemort's noses with his wand. Harry never thought it would be so funny, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. "Shut up," Voldemort on the back of Quirrell's head said viciously. "It's all the fault of that damn wizard last night. If I knew who he was, I would make him live a life worse than death if it weren't for the fact that I'm not strong enough now." Voldemort said in a hoarse voice, "I wanted to spare your life, Potter, but now, I've changed my mind. I only admire the warriors who dare to resist me, but I don't appreciate the rude fools. Catch him." Quirrell rushed towards Harry. Then, Harry felt the scar on his forehead piercing with pain, and he subconsciously covered his head. The Felixer of Life also took effect at this time. Harry bent down while covering his head. Quirrell just missed grabbing Harry, and was tripped by a small tile in the room that had been lifted up at some point, and fell into the black wall of fire in the potion room. He was instantly engulfed by the black flames. Quirrell hunched over in pain, rolling on the ground, while the black flames burned more and more on his body. "Catch him! Catch him!" Voldemort screamed again. Quirrell lunged forward, knocked Harry to the ground, rode on him, and strangled Harry's neck with both hands. Harry's scar was in great pain again, and his eyes went black, but he saw Quirrell howling in pain. The black flames in the potion room burned more vigorously, and Quirrell's hand holding Harry was also burning. But when the black flames touched Harry, they did not cause any harm to him at all. They did not even ignite a single strand of Harry's red hair. "Master, I can't catch him, I'm on fire. The fire is getting bigger and bigger." Quirrell involuntarily let go of Harry's neck, because one of his hands was burnt and had no strength. "Then kill him, idiot, act quickly," Voldemort said in a harsh voice. Quirrell raised his still intact hand and prepared to recite a killing curse, but Harry suddenly grabbed Quirrell's face. "Ah, ah, ah," Quirrell screamed horribly in pain. "Idiot! How could you be fooled by a kid like Potter 3 times in a row?" Voldemort was still roaring viciously. "Kill him! Kill him!" Harry's eyes went dark, but he still held Quirrell tightly. But in just a moment, Harry felt his hand lighten, as if Quirrell had disappeared. Harry's mind was sinking. He fainted. At this time, the fire wall in the potion room disappeared. In the magic mirror room, Ron felt that the invisible barrier blocking him disappeared, and rushed towards Harry. At this time, Harry had turned back into a boy. Ron kept calling Harry's name anxiously, hoping to wake Harry up, but Harry did not respond. Instead, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared beside Harry. "Professor Dumbledore." Harry and Voldemort had a fight. Ron couldn't help shouting, "Please save him." "Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore said with a smile, "Harry is fine. He just went through too much today. He is too tired and needs a good sleep. Dumbledore looked at Lin Xiu. Mr. Lin Xiu, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, can you help me send Harry to Ms. Pomfrey for treatment? I have to deal with some follow-up matters here. By the way, remember to call Mr. Longbottom, he is outside the trapdoor. Mr. Longbottom found that you were missing, so he found me. Please let me find you. 17 Okay, Professor. Lin Xiu and Ron carried Harry and hurried out the door. After the little wizards left, Dumbledore stood in the potion room and shouted to the empty space, Severus? Snape walked out from the corner. I'm here, Professor. At present, Harry's performance has far exceeded my expectations, Dumbledore said. You have been paying attention to Harry throughout the whole process. Did anything special happen? There was a little problem in the middle, Professor. Snape said, very small situation. Did you take the initiative to help Harry deal with Voldemort's remnant soul? Dumbledore sighed. If your identity in Voldemort's camp is exposed, I will have to change the next arrangement for you. I didn't show up on my own initiative, and the Dark Lord would not suspect me. Snape hesitated for a while, but I sent Harry a small bottle of Felicis at Christmas. He used it in this Philosopher's Stone. 11 Thanks to the luck of the Felicia, Harry and his friends were able to break through the levels much faster than expected. Before Quirrell and the Dark Lord's remnant entered the trapdoor, Harry had already obtained the Philosopher's Stone. And you hadn't even returned to Hogwarts at that time. I had to use a spell to seal the doors of the potion room and the troll room, waiting for you to return to Hogwarts. That's not a big deal. Dumbledore said easily. Voldemort is now just a remnant soul, his mind is full of madness and confusion, and Quirrell, who was born in Ravenclaw, has become a lot stupider. They are indeed stupid now. Snape nodded. After I used a powerful spell to protect the gate, Quirrell used various offensive spells to blast outside the gate for more than half an hour, but he never found anything unusual. He changed the subject. Professor, you said before that you wanted to use the protection spell on Harry to eliminate Quirrell, so as to spy on the memory of the Dark Lord's residual soul in Quirrell. Did you find anything? Found something. A ball of black flowing viscous liquid floated in Dumbledore's hand. The memory of a living person is shining bright silver, and the memory extracted from Voldemort's residual soul is these black. I can feel that these memory fragments are full of chaos and madness. I need some time to sort out these disordered memories. I hope you can find clues to the Dark Lord's Horcrux as soon as possible. I hope the Dark Lord can really die and disappear from this world forever. Severus, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Dumbledore said. Before that, maybe you can consider the year-end banquet? You should tell Professor McGonagall this. After Lin Xiu and the others sent Harry to the school hospital, Madame Pomfrey conducted a simple examination on Harry and confirmed that he was fine and just needed to rest for a while. So she left Harry in the school hospital. Then Madame Pomfrey checked Lin Xiu and the others one by one, and after making sure that they had no hidden injuries, she drove them out of the school hospital and asked them to go back to the dormitory to rest and have a good sleep. After this adventure of the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione and the others were a little sleepy. After Ron and Neville returned to the dormitory, they fell asleep as soon as their heads touched the pillow. Even Hermione yawned and hurriedly said good night to Lin Xiu before returning to the girls' dormitory. But Lin Xiu did not fall asleep immediately. On the one hand, he had opened Inhuman Constitution from Hagrid's emotional treasure chest before, so he was still energetic until now. On the other hand, Lin Xiu noticed the prompt that popped up in the system. Ding! Voldemort Tom Riddle's anger detected. Drawing treasure chests for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have won a silver treasure chest. Any surprises? Lin Xiu guessed that Voldemort's emotions this time were probably because when Voldemort showed his true form and confronted Harry, Voldemort wanted to create an atmosphere of fear to intimidate Harry. But Harry laughed at his nose, laughing at his nose that Lin Xiu had blown 2 big holes in the Forbidden Forest last night. Voldemort was narcissistic and arrogant by nature. He had to rely on Quirrell and live like a parasite, which was a bit unbearable for him. Harry's smile was like rubbing salt in Voldemort's wounds, which made Voldemort a bit overwhelmed. Anyway, it's a good thing to have obtained Voldemort's emotional treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Ding! The silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for gaining the perception of death. Death perception. Out of fear of death, Voldemort created Horcruxes and in fury, committed a large number of murders, and brought death to many people. He himself had faced death, so Voldemort had a very keen perception of the breath of death. After 24 days of use, your perception of death will become extremely keen. You can come into contact with many things that only people who have seen death can come into contact with, such as the Thestrals. You can better perceive death. Better perception of death? Lin Xiu was a little confused by this statement in the system prompt, but death perception allowed him to see the figure of the Thestrals, and this effect was not bad. Lin Xiu chose to use it. He suddenly felt that the world in front of him had changed a little. The various things in sight have not changed much, but there is something different. Lin Xiu had an impulse in his heart, wanting to verify the vague feeling he had after using Death Sense. He looked at the bedside table, and followed the simulation of death sense, and pressed several positions on the bedside table. Lin Xiu pressed 9 points on the bedside table in succession, and when he pressed the 10th point, there was only a very light click crisp sound, and the seemingly extremely solid wood bedside table cracked on the spot, and the things on it fell to the ground. Good guy, weak point perception. Lin Xiu understood. Death sense can make him vaguely perceive the enemy's weak points. These weak points may not be accurate, but if the weak points are found correctly and attacked, the effect of killing the enemy with a little effort can be achieved, and it is easier to kill the enemy. It can only be said that it is worthy of being something taken from the Dark Lord Voldemort, and it is very aggressive. Lin Xiu was very satisfied. After using the Repair as original spell to repair his cracked bedside table, he fell asleep contentedly. When he woke up again, he saw a circle of people around Ron's bed in the dormitory. All of them were boys from various grades of Gryffindor. Everyone was listening to Ron's details of the Sorcerer's Stone level with great interest. You can't even imagine what I experienced last night. The terrifyingly large devil vine, one of its vines was as thick as my thigh, and it almost strangled me to death. The flying key link was even more thrilling. Those keys were very sharp. Lin Xiu, Harry, and I almost died when we were riding on flying brooms to find the keys. The wizard chess level has to be mentioned. You don't know, those wizard chess pieces are like little giants. If you make a wrong move in chess, they will be smashed to pieces by the wizard chess pieces with huge stone swords. I was almost crushed to death. And facing Quirrell and Voldemort directly, this is even more thrilling, Ron boasted, and those around him were stunned. But George and Fred, the Weasley brothers, knew very well what kind of character their brother Ron was. I'm afraid you only really put in some effort in the wizard chess stage, Ron? George said with a smile. The other stages of the challenge were all passed by Lin Xiu, Harry, and Hermione, right? Fred said, anyway, I don't believe you can knock the troll to the ground by yourself. If you say that it was Lin Xiu who challenged the troll alone, this matter is still very credible. The surrounding Gryffindor wizards nodded one after another, and some looked at the position of Lin Xiu's bed. Hey, Lin Xiu is awake. The surrounding Gryffindor wizards came to Lin Xiu one after another, and the Weasley twins asked excitedly, Lin Xiu, Ron said that he performed heroically when he and you protected the Philosopher's Stone yesterday. Is this true? Lin Xiu almost couldn't help laughing. Performed heroically? Last night, when they were passing the Philosopher's Stone, Lin Xiu and the others drank the Felicia Felix that Harry distributed, and they didn't encounter any obstacles at all along the way, and they passed it quickly. When Harry got the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell and Voldemort hadn't even entered the trapdoor yet. Lin Xiu was about to tell the truth, but he saw Ron winking at him. It's almost the same as what Ron said, Lin Xiu said with a smile. Last night was indeed a hearty adventure. See, I was right. Ron said to his two brothers with a smug look, this time I passed the Philosopher's Stone test without relying on any external things, all relying on my own efforts, wisdom and sweat. Fred, George, you two are just jealous of me. Ron, we believe you have put in a lot of sweat in this process, but when it comes to wisdom, Lin Xiu and the others fit this description better. The Weasley twins shook their heads. It's boring to listen to you bragging here. We are going to the big lake. Now the weather is good, the giant squid is basking in the sun by the lake, we can go and tickle its tentacles. So the group of people in the dormitory followed the Weasley twins to find the giant squid to play. Don't go, don't go. Ron stretched out his hand in vain, but everyone had left. Alas, he sighed, I finally have something to brag about, but Fred and Chaggy ruined it. Why is it so hard to be a hero? Harry stayed at Madame Pomfrey's for a long time before he was allowed to leave the hospital. During this process, Lin Xiu, Hermione, and Ron would visit Harry from time to time, but Harry was still asleep, and Madame Pomfrey did not allow visits, only letting them look at him from a distance and leave. Fortunately, a few days later, Harry woke up smoothly and returned to the Gryffindor common room safely with a lot of gifts from various admirers. Lin Xiu and others learned from Harry that in order to prevent Voldemort from continuing to spy on the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore directly destroyed the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is gone? Ron asked. Does that mean Flamel is going to die? That's what I said, but when Dumbledore came to see me in the infirmary, he said, for those who are fully sane, death is just another great adventure. Ron said, Harry, you fainted a long time ago, so you didn't see it. Dumbledore appeared almost at the same time you killed Voldemort and fainted. Harry, do you think Dumbledore intended you to do this? Hermione said, give you your father's invisibility cloak to guide you to fight against Quirrell and Voldemort? Harry said thoughtfully, Dumbledore is a very interesting person. I always feel that Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape seem to know what happened to us. They secretly gave us a lot of useful things. Professor Dumbledore seems to think that if possible, I have the right to face Voldemort. Maybe this is Dumbledore's different from other wizards. Lin Xiu said, this adventure related to the Philosopher's Stone has come to an end. In addition, Harry, Ron, are you ready for the final exam? There is still a final exam? Harry and Ron widened their eyes. We have passed so many levels and protected the Philosopher's Stone from Voldemort, but we still have to face the final exam? Hermione looked at Harry and Ron puzzledly. Have you never prepared for the final exam? Kill me. Ron fell on the sofa in the Gryffindor lounge, unwilling to move. Harry sighed. I hope I can be unconscious for a few more days, until the end of the final exam. So for a period of time, Harry and Ron began to prepare for the exam nervously. That memory does not make people feel pleasant. Harry and Ron were nervous for a whole week, but fortunately, the result was good. Lin Xiu and Hermione ranked first and second in the whole grade, and Harry and Ron passed the exam with high scores. Soon, it was the end-of-year banquet at Hogwarts. But at the end-of-year banquet, Gryffindor's initial score was not lower than Slytherin's. Although Professor Snape would uncontrollably give extra points to the girl Harry, he would also cleverly deduct points from other Gryffindor students to balance it out, so Slytherin's overall score was still ahead. The entire auditorium was full of people, and the auditorium was decorated with green and silver, representing Slytherin. On the wall behind the guest of honor, there was a huge banner with a Slytherin snake painted on it. All this was to celebrate Slytherin's winning of the College Cup for 7 consecutive years. When Dumbledore announced the current score and Slytherin ranked first in points, a thunderous cheer and stomping sound broke out at the Slytherin table. Lin Xiu looked at the excited expressions of the little wizards at the Slytherin table and couldn't help but feel some pity for them. The poor Slytherin little snakes didn't know what would happen next. Yes, it's a good performance, Dumbledore said. However, several recent events must also be taken into account. The hall was silent in an instant. The smiles on the faces of the Slytherins disappeared, but they did not disappear, but moved to the faces of the Gryffindors. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I still have a few final points to distribute. Let me see. By the way, Mr. Ron Weasley. He won the most exciting game of chess in Hogwarts in many years. Ron's face flushed red. The cheers of the Gryffindors almost overturned the ceiling. Percy was telling the other prefects loudly, it's my brother, you know. My youngest brother. He successfully passed Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard array. Everyone finally calmed down. Second item, Miss Hermione Granger. Third item, Harry Potter. Fourth item, Mr. Lin Xiu. The stars on the enchanted ceiling were shaken by the cheers of Gryffindor. The noise was deafening. Hermione buried her face in her arms and cried secretly. In the end, Gryffindor's score was equal to Slytherin's. Dumbledore raised a hand, and the hall gradually quieted down again. Finally, I want to mention one person, Mr. Neville Longbottom. He always cares about his friends. I want to reward him 10 points. Except for Slytherin, everyone stood up and cheered loudly. Neville was so surprised that his face turned pale. He had never won a point for Gryffindor. 963, but he was immediately drowned by the crowd who squeezed up to hug him. Dumbledore smiled as he watched the students celebrate and cheer. He clapped his hands gently, and immediately, the green hanging ribbons turned bright red, and the silver turned gold. The huge Slytherin snake disappeared, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Snape smiled and shook hands with Professor McGonagall. He didn't seem to care about Slytherin's disastrous defeat in the House Cup. Of course, many people secretly speculated that Snape's smile might have nothing to do with the House Cup. It was purely because he saw Harry become a girl to participate in Gryffindor's celebration, and was therefore in a good mood. For most of the young wizards except Slytherin, this can be said to be the most enjoyable night spent in Hogwarts this semester. After the end-of-year banquet, it seemed as if time was suddenly accelerated. Soon it was the end of the semester, and the little wizards' things were put into the suitcases. Notices were sent to each student, warning them not to use magic during the holidays. Hagrid was responsible for leading the young wizards to board the fleet across the lake, and finally, sending them to the train. Lin Xiu had already boarded the Hogwarts Express, chatting and laughing with Hermione, Harry, Ron, and others. The scenery along the way outside the window changed, the train passed through Muggle towns, and the countryside along the way became more and more green and neat. Finally, the list stopped at platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. It took them a long time to all walk out of the platform. A shriveled old guard was guarding the ticket gate, allowing only 2 or 3 people to pass at a time, so that there would not be a large number of people coming in and out of the solid wall at the same time, attracting the attention of the Muggles. When passing through the exit to return to the Muggle world, people kept passing by Lin Xiu and his friends. Some people shouted, "Goodbye, Lin Xiu, goodbye, Harry, bye, Lin Xiu." Ron said enviously, "You are still so famous." Harry sighed, "The Dursleys I'm going back to are not like this." Lin Xiu and his friends passed the exit. "He's there, Mom, he's there, look." Ron's sister Ginny pointed at Harry and wanted to say something in a shrill voice. But when Ginny saw Lin Xiu, she blushed, hid behind Mrs. Weasley, and stopped talking. Everyone said goodbye at the train station. Harry sighed and got on the Dursleys' library. Ron and the Weasleys disappeared in the crowd. Ms. Oakley went to the station to pick up Lin Xiu in person, and Hermione went home with her parents. Before parting, Hermione said, "Lin Xiu, I wish you a happy holiday." Lin Xiu said, "Hermione, I wish you a happy holiday too. I will write to you." Okay. Lin Xiu had a very fulfilling summer vacation after his first year at Hogwarts. His daily life consisted of reviewing books on various subjects and trying to explore them to a limited extent without using his wand to cast spells. After all, underage wizards could not cast spells outside of school. In addition to studying and researching magic, Lin Xiu often corresponded with Hermione, Harry, and Ron. Hermione's letters were written in very neat handwriting, while Ron's letters were written in a very sloppy manner. Of course, Lin Xiu would occasionally correspond with Hagrid to exchange some information about magical animals, but Hagrid's letters were written in a very sloppy handwriting. But Lin Xiu never received a letter from Harry. The letter he sent to Harry seemed to have sunk into the sea, with no response at all. Hermione also noticed this keenly. Ron complained to Lin Xiu several times. "Lin Xiu, you don't know, I wrote Harry 12 letters in a row, but Harry didn't reply to me even once." At the end of last semester, they had made an appointment for Lin Xiu and Harry to go to Ron's house for a few days. Harry acted as if he had completely forgotten about it. Lin Xiu was also a little puzzled at first, but soon realized that Harry was probably controlled by the house elf Dobby. In the original book, Harry met Dobby, the house elf of the Malfoy family, during the summer vacation of that year. During the first time Voldemort ravaged the wizarding world, the house elves were in a difficult situation, and Harry defeated Voldemort as a savior. So Dobby, the house elf, was born with some good feelings for Harry. When Dobby heard about the plan that was unfavorable to Harry from his master Lucius Malfoy, he decided to protect Harry Potter in his own way. Dobby intercepted all the letters that Harry could receive and did his best to prevent Harry from enrolling. Therefore, no matter how many letters Ron wrote to Harry, it was unlikely that there would be a reply, and the letters were intercepted. Lin Xiu was considering whether to take the subway to Privet Drive one day and go to see Harry's current situation in person. Ron agreed with this. He said in the letter, "If my father knew that you were going to take the subway to find Harry, he would definitely be very interested. I wonder what it feels like to ride the Muggle subway." Ron further suggested in the letter, "Lin Xiu, how about we go to see Harry together on his birthday? You take me to try riding the Muggle subway, and Fred, George, and I will pick you and Harry up at our house." Lin Xiu immediately replied in agreement. There was no other way. When a person is exposed to the mysterious and fascinating world of magic at Hogwarts, he is suddenly forbidden to use magic outside of school. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Lin Xiu is in this situation. In fact, he has tried to practice using spells in private, but he always receives warning letters from the Ministry of Magic, which is very troublesome. Ron gave a solution in the letter. The regulation prohibiting underage wizards from casting spells outside of school is actually only strict for those little wizards born in Muggle families. Those little wizards born in wizard families can basically cast spells at home at will. The main reason why Lin Xiu wanted to live in Ron's house for a while was that he could use the wand more freely at the Weasleys' house. Therefore, on the night of July 31st, Harry's birthday, Lin Xiu packed his luggage and waited for Ron to come. But until late at night, when the bright moonlight illuminated the entire night sky, Lin Xiu did not see Ron's shadow. Lin Xiu wondered if Ron had remembered the agreed time wrongly or had taken the wrong road. When he was about to find an owl to send a letter to Ron to ask about the situation, he saw a small black dot appear on the moon in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the small black dot in the sky became bigger and bigger, accompanied by the roar of the car engine getting closer and closer. Lin Xiu saw its true face clearly, a green car. The car fell from the sky and staggered to a stop in front of Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu seemed to hear someone in the car calling his name. The window glass on the back seat fell off, and a man with freckles, red hair and a long nose was holding the fallen car glass and looking at Lin Xiu, grinning. "How's it going, Lin Xiu?" Ron leaned out of the back window of the car. "Hurry up and get in the car. Let's go find Harry. We'll talk about the rest in the car." He jumped out of the car first and helped Lin Xiu load his luggage. The front door of the car opened, and the Weasley twins got out of the car and greeted Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiu, good evening. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight," George said while helping to move the luggage. "To be honest, the parking and tail swinging I just did was pretty good, right? Out of 10, I'll give you 11 points. Fred said, "Of course, if you didn't shake the window glass down when you parked, I'd give you 12 points. Okay, the last piece of luggage, let's go find Harry, this time it's my turn to drive." Fred turned the steering wheel, and the car took off and flew directly into the sky. Then George, who was in the co-pilot seat, pressed a green button, and suddenly, their group of people disappeared in the night. And Ron was explaining to Lin Xiu why he didn't take the subway as planned today. "My dad works at the Ministry of Magic," Ron said. "Today he came home and said Harry used magic in front of Muggles and was warned. Given Harry's character, this is very wrong," Ron said, "and Harry hasn't contacted us for so long." George, who was in the co-pilot seat, turned around. "Fred and I both felt that something was wrong, so we drove with Ron. I also think something may have happened to Harry, but. Lin Xiu pointed to the flying car. Will we not violate the regulations prohibiting underage wizards from casting spells outside of school if we ride in the flying car? Oh, that doesn't count. Ron said, this is our father's car, we just borrowed it and didn't cast any spells on it, so the Ministry of Magic can't detect it. Lin Xiu nodded, secretly concerned. It seems that magic props like the flying car can evade the Ministry of Magic's detection to a certain extent. When the time is right, we can do a few magic collection tests. With the help of the flying car, Lin Xiu and his team found number 4 Privet, Manohao, Road where Harry was without much effort. They didn't even look at the house number. On the entire Privet Drive, most of the houses on the second floor have more or less some decorations on the windows, and at least they are standard outer room decoration styles. But there is a house on the second floor, the door was tightly sealed by iron bars. Lin Xiu and Ron looked at each other. They both had an inexplicable feeling in their hearts that Harry must be on the second floor that was sealed by the iron bars. Sure enough, when Fred parked the flying car near the window on the second floor, Lin Xiu and the others easily saw Harry sitting on the bed with his legs hugged in a daze through the gap in the iron bars. Lin Xiu! Ron! Harry exclaimed in surprise, tiptoed to the window, pushed the window up, and talked to Lin Xiu and the others through the iron bars. What are you doing? This is. After some twists and turns, Lin Xiu and Ron finally rescued Harry from the Dursleys. The car flew towards the moon, the evening breeze passed through the car window, and Harry told Lin Xiu about what he had experienced during this period. Harry mentioned the house elf Dobby's warning, and what Dobby did to prevent Harry from going to Hogwarts. So, Harry, you have been out of touch for more than a month because of that house elf named Dobby. Yes, Harry said, Dobby not only intercepted the letter you wrote to me, but also cast a spell to mess up a dinner carefully prepared by the Dursleys, causing me to be locked up on the second floor. There was silence in the car for a long time. Fred said, very suspicious. Obviously very strange, George echoed. Why did the house elf named Dobby do this? This question, except for Lin Xiu who has read the original book, no one can answer it. Is there a possibility that the elf named Dobby, just as he said, just wanted to help Harry? Lin Xiu said, it's just that the values of house elves are very different from those of ordinary people like us. Things that house elves think are okay are unacceptable to us. The people in the car were thoughtful. What Lin Xiu said makes sense, but since this matter is not clear, let's not worry about it for now. Fred said, anyway, George, Ron and I are very happy to come out to pick you up this time. Thank you. Harry was a little moved. You're welcome. George smiled and said, we can drive the flying car out for a ride this time, and we have a lot of fun. Fred, you drove too far to the west. Fred looked at a pointer 763 on the car dial and turned the steering wheel. The flying car turned a corner smoothly and drove east. Lin Xiu saw this scene and his curiosity was aroused. He had just checked it carefully. This flying car was definitely transformed from an ordinary car using magic. Lin Xiu wanted to find out how the modifiers added the right magic to the Muggle products. The driving force of ordinary cars is to burn gasoline and convert the energy of gasoline into kinetic energy, so that the car can brake and run. How does the flying car fly? Is it a suspension spell or some other spell? How does the car control the flying speed? Does this car still need to consume gasoline, or does it consume magic power? Lin Xiu felt like he was being scratched by a kitten, and he couldn't help it. He was not only interested in this car, but also the trend of combining magic and modern products embodied in this flying car. If you understand this concept, you can effectively combine more magic and modern products. For example, a magic gun that can fire spells as fast as a machine gun. For example, a spell-proof vest that can protect against spells like a bulletproof vest. George, Lin Xiu looked at the co-pilot seat. This flying car, you didn't make it, did you? This car was made by our father, said Ron. He works in the most boring department of the Ministry of Magic, the misuse of Muggle artifacts, but he is crazy about everything related to Muggles. Fred said with a smile, our shed is full of Muggle things. He disassembles them, casts magic on them, and reassembles them. If he comes to search my house, he has to arrest himself. Mom is almost crazy about this. We're at the main road. George, Sepp, looked down from the co-pilot seat. We'll be home in 10 minutes. Fortunately, it's dawn. A faint red glow appeared on the horizon, and the sun came out. Fred lowered the car a little, and Lin Xiu could see fields and clusters of trees forming various dark patterns. We are a little outside the village, George said. This village is called Ottery St. Catchpole. The car flew lower and lower, and a red sun had already appeared between the trees. Landing, Fred shouted, and the car shook slightly and touched the ground. They landed next to a dilapidated garage, surrounded by a small yard. Lin Xiu looked at Ron's house. It seemed to be a big pigsty made of stone before, and then some rooms were added nearby, stacked up layer by layer to form a tall building, crooked, as if it was built by magic. There were 4 or 5 chimneys on the red roof, and a sign was inserted diagonally in front of the house, with the word "The Burrow" written on it. There were some high-top leather boots covered with mud and a rusty crucible thrown next to the gate, and a few brown fat chickens were scratching the ground in the yard looking for insects to eat. Ron said, "Not bad, right? It's full of life and warm." Lin Xiu said, "I think it should be quite comfortable to live here." "You're right," the Weasley twins said in unison. "Lin Xiu, you really have a good eye." Harry said happily, "Great. I like it here too." He thought of the Dursleys on Privet Drive, which couldn't even match a brick of the Burrow. Everyone got out of the car. "Now, let's go upstairs quietly," said Fred. "Wait for Mom to call us for breakfast." At that time, Ron ran downstairs and said, "Mom, look who's here." She must be very happy when she sees Lin Xiu and Harry, and no one will know that we used the car. "Okay." Ron said, "Come on, Lin Xiu, Harry, follow me." They entered the house. The kitchen was small and quite crowded, with a clean wooden table and a few chairs in the middle. There were 3 layers of books on the mantel: Enchanting Your Cheese, The Magic of Baking Bread, Conjure a Feast, etc., all magic books. The dishes in the sink were washing themselves, and the tinkling sound was like a background music. The old radio next to it said, "Next is The Magic Time, performed by the famous witch singer Celestine Beck." The wall clock on the wall opposite the pool has no numbers, but instead has the places or states that each family member might be in, such as home, school, and work. The entire wall clock has 9 golden needles, each with the name of a Weasley family member engraved on it. When Lin Xiu followed Ron and the others to the Burrow, the golden needles with the names of the 3 Weasley brothers all jumped to the home position. At this time, a heavy sound of footsteps sounded upstairs. "Where the hell did you 3 guys go?" Mrs. Weasley walked downstairs quickly and appeared in front of everyone. "Ah," Fred whispered. "We're done," George added in a low voice. Mrs. Weasley, wearing a printed apron with a wand in her pocket, walked in front of everyone with the wind. She looked at Lin Xiu and Harry first. "Dear Lin Xiu, dear Harry, I'm so happy to see you." Then, Mrs. Weasley looked at the 3 Weasley brothers with anger. "The bed is empty. There is no note. The car is gone. You may die outside, you may be seen by others." Then, Mrs. Weasley gently comforted Lin Xiu and Harry's emotions. "Of course, I'm not talking about you," Ron said, unconvinced. "Mom, the Dursley family let Harry starve and sealed his windows." "Ron Weasley, you'd better pray that I won't seal your windows too," Mrs. Weasley said gently to Lin Xiu and Harry. "Come on, you should have breakfast." She poured 10 sausages into the plate in front of Lin Xiu, and Harry's plate, who was sitting opposite Lin Xiu, was also filled with sausages. Then, Mrs. Weasley added 5 poached eggs to each person. "Eat more, don't be hungry." At this time, a red-haired girl in long pajamas ran down from upstairs. "Mom, have you seen my slippers?" "Honey, it's on top of the cat." The red-haired girl saw Lin Xiu and Harry. Lin Xiu smiled and said, "Hello." He had recognized that this little girl was Ginny, the daughter of the Weasley family, whom he had met at the train station before. Ginny looked at Lin Xiu, her eyes gradually widened, and finally ran back faster than when she came. The Weasley twins looked at each other and chuckled softly. Harry asked curiously, "What happened to that girl just now?" "Her name is Ginny," Ron whispered. "She's my sister. She has been talking about Lin Xiu this summer. To be honest, it's a bit annoying." "That's right, she might want Lin Xiu's autograph," Fred said with a smile, "but this is also very strange. I remember that when Ginny was a child, she liked the story of Harry defeating Voldemort very much, but now she remembers Lin Xiu's name. I remember this very clearly." George whispered while eating breakfast. "At the end of last school year, when Ginny and her mother came to the train station to pick us up, Ginny became like this." Under Mrs. Weasley's gaze, everyone swept away the breakfast on the 5 plates. "Ah, it's great." Fred put down the tableware and said, "I think I have to go to bed." "No," Mrs. Weasley said ruthlessly, "you asked for it by not sleeping all night, and now you 3 brothers have to clear the garden gnomes for me. They are making trouble again." Ron begged for mercy. "Oh, Mom Mrs. Weasley was unmoved. "There's no use begging for mercy. Anyway, if I find another gnome in the garden when I check, you just wait and see." The 3 Weasley brothers yawned, complained, and walked out lazily. Mrs. Weasley originally wanted Lin Xiu and Harry to rest, but Lin Xiu and Harry wanted to go together to eliminate the goblins and see what the goblins looked like. When they arrived at the garden, the Weasley twins looked at each other and laughed. "It's so boring to just catch goblins. How about we have a competition? How about who catches more goblins? The winner can ask the loser to help do a small thing." Ron was not convinced. "Okay, let's compete. Who's afraid of who?" Harry also rolled up his sleeves silently. The people present were all Gryffindors, and they were all very competitive. And Lin Xiu also decided to accept the challenge. He had understood one thing from his past experience, that whenever there was a competition, people's emotions would easily fluctuate, and it would be easier to drop the emotional treasure chest. The Weasley family's garden is very large, with weeds everywhere, many trees with tangled roots around the corners, and various plants growing in each flowerbed. There is also a green pond not far away, with many frogs in it. After Lin Xiu and his friends each chose an area in the Weasley family's garden, the goblin catching competition was about to begin. Before the competition began, Ron demonstrated to Lin Xiu and his friends how the Weasley family usually dealt with goblins. Ron first bent down, buried his head in the peony, and reached out to search in the haystack. A moment later, a violent struggle sounded from the haystack, and Ron struggled to pull out an ugly yellow thing the size of a human head from the ground. "What a big potato!" Harry exclaimed. "Ron, your mother is so amazing. The potatoes I ate before were only the size of a fist." "This is not a potato, this is a goblin," Ron said. "They are pests that will dig holes in the ground and eat the roots of plants. The area where they exist is full of small mounds and pits on the ground. All the surrounding plants will suffer." The goblin in Ron's hand was very small, with rough and tough skin and a bald head. It looked like a huge potato. No wonder Harry mistook the goblin for a potato. "Let me go! Let me go!" the goblin screamed. Ron grabbed the goblin's ankle and lifted it upside down. "Lin Xiu, Harry, you are in for a treat. This is how you deal with goblins." As he spoke, he lifted the goblin above his head, and then began to swing his arms in a big circle like a lasso. The goblin's scream became even more shrill. "Let me go," Harry said hesitantly. "Isn't this too cruel to them?" "Goblins are pests," Ron said, "and I won't hurt them. I just want to make them dizzy so that they can't find the goblin hole and can't harm the plants in the garden. We have always done this." He let go, and the goblin flew more than 10 meters away and landed in the wild behind the fence. "Look, that's it," Ron said. "Lin Xiu, Harry, you all learned it, right? Then let's officially start the goblin catching competition. I have a question. When we catch goblins, do we have to catch them alive?" Lin Xiu said. "Since goblins are pests, do we need to kill them? For example, use some harmful spells." "We can't hurt them." The three Weasley brothers shook their heads at the same time. "Dad thinks goblins are very interesting. He is very tolerant of them. In addition, we can't use magic wands. There are crops planted in the fields, and spells may hurt the crops." "Okay." As Fred shouted start, Lin Xiu and the others all started working in the Weasley family's garden. The three Weasley brothers were very fast, catching a goblin almost every minute and throwing it far out of the garden. Every time they threw a goblin out of the garden, the Weasley twins would shout out loudly, "I caught a goblin, I caught 2 more," and Ron would count quietly, 1, 2. At first, Harry still sympathized with the goblins who could talk. He felt that whether it was the Weasley brothers who swung the goblins out of the garden, or Lin Xiu who suggested to root out the goblins, it was not humane. But when Harry caught the first goblin in a hole under a dead tree, and was about to gently place the goblin outside the garden and drive it away from Weasley Garden, the goblin bit his finger. The goblin just hung on Harry's hand. Without the wand, it was a bit difficult for Harry to get rid of the goblin. In the end, Lin Xiu, who was near Harry, slapped the goblin in Harry's hand, and the goblin was stunned and opened his mouth. "Thank you, Lin Xiu," Harry said. "I think your suggestion just now makes sense. Goblins are pests, you can't be soft on them." Lin Xiu smiled and threw the goblin he slapped from Harry's hand out of the garden fence. Fred saw it and exclaimed, "Beautiful. Lin Xiu, you must have thrown it 30 meters away just now." Fred said, "You are much better than Ron. When he threw the goblin out, he couldn't even get past the tree stump 15 meters away. I was just sleepy and had no strength." Ron tried to refute. "If I had enough sleep, I would definitely throw the goblin 20 meters away in one breath." The Weasley twins smiled. "In fact, it's not difficult to catch goblins, because goblins are not very smart," George said. He raised the things in his hand. "Look, I caught 5 goblins at once." Then, George swung the goblin in his hand back and forth, and after it fainted, he threw it out of the garden and clapped his hands. "Okay, I have caught 18 goblins." Fred said, "I caught 19 goblins. As far as I know, Ron has only caught 5 goblins in total, and Harry has caught 1 more than Ron." "Lin Xiu, what about you?" "So far, I have caught 2 goblins in total," Lin Xiu said, "but I will catch a lot of goblins later." "What do you mean there will be more goblins later?" The 3 Weasley brothers and Harry all looked at Lin Xiu. Ron felt that he had already lost the goblin catching competition and there was no need to struggle. The Weasley twins felt that they had a high chance of winning, so they were very relaxed, and Harry was having a lot of fun. "Hey, Lin Xiu, why did you block the hole dug by the goblins?" "This way they won't dare to come out," George said. "Why don't you use the wand to create and destroy?" "I plan to make a fire and smoke the goblins out from underground," Lin Xiu said. "I tried to catch goblins in the traditional way before, but the efficiency was too low." "Will this work?" Ron said. "As far as I know, the holes dug by the goblins underground are complicated, and the smoke method is unlikely to work. The smoke can't reach the bottom. So I made 2 preparations." Lin Xiu said. "On the one hand, I added some astringent tobacco and dried peppers from Mrs. Weasley to the smoke-making materials to create a spicy mist that sinks to the bottom. On the other hand, I blocked many holes dug by the goblins in the garden. When the spicy smoke sinks deep into the goblin holes, it's time for me to catch the goblins." Just 2 minutes after the pungent smoke of dried peppers came out, there was a movement underground. The movement was small at first, and then it gradually accumulated. Finally, many goblins emerged from the only 2 goblin holes left beside Lin Xiu. These potato-like goblins no longer had time to shout to Lin Xiu, "Let me go quickly," they were all busy escaping. At this time, Lin Xiu was guarding in front of the goblin hole. If the goblins dared to drill out of the hole, they would be caught. Soon, with Lin Xiu standing at the center, goblins were flying all over the Weasley garden. In less than 10 minutes, the Weasley garden became clean and tidy, with no trace of goblins at all. Lin Xiu roughly counted and found that he had caught 123 goblins at one time by blocking the door and releasing chilly smoke. The number of goblins he caught alone was more than the total number of the others. This impressed Harry and the others. Harry said, "Lin Xiu, your brain is too fast." Ron said, "Although Fred and George often tease me, I have to say that they are experts in catching goblins, but now they have been surpassed by you. All the goblins were driven away, this is a great job." Fred said with a smile, "How did you think of using smoke to smoke goblins? When I was in the orphanage before, I saw others use smoke to repel insects." Lin Xiu said, "A genius idea. It's just a little spicy and pungent." George said, "Look, Harry and Ron are choking and crying. Achoo, achoo, achoo." Ron and Harry were both sneezing. Lin Xiu also heard the system prompt sound at the right time. "Please give me flowers." Ding! The Weasley twins' happy mood is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you won a silver treasure chest. Looking at this description, Lin Xiu nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, I got a silver treasure chest." Just then, the door slammed. "I'm back," George said. "Dad is back." The 3 Weasley brothers hurried back to the house through the garden, and Harry followed behind them. And Lin Xiu was a little behind. He was in a sheltered place, so that the treasure chest was opened. Ding! The silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the complete list of secret passages in Hogwarts. The complete list of secret passages. Since the Weasley twins got the Marauders map from Filch, they have gradually learned more about the secret passages in various parts of Hogwarts. After using it, you will know the road information in various parts of Hogwarts very well, and you will remember the locations of all the secret passages in Hogwarts. Lin Xiu chose to use it without hesitation. The things opened from the treasure chest this time are quite practical. At least, Lin Xiu will not have to worry about getting lost in Hogwarts in the future. It didn't take long to open the treasure chest this time. Lin Xiu and Harry almost entered the house at the same time. A red-haired man with a bald head was slumped on a chair in the Weasley kitchen. He was wearing a green. The long robe made him look a little dusty. From the way the Weasley brothers addressed him, Lin Xiu realized that this was the brothers' father, Arthur Weasley. After Mr. Weasley briefly talked about how he worked overtime last night, he soon found that there were 2 guests at home. After he saw the lightning scar on Harry's head, he immediately realized Harry's identity. After a simple greeting, Mr. Weasley looked at Lin Xiu. "I think you are Lin Xiu, right? Nice to meet you. Ron mentioned you to me. Welcome to the Weasley family. I'm sorry, I've been working overtime at the Ministry of Magic recently, and I'm a little confused. When did you arrive? Your dear sons drove your charming car to bring Lin Xiu and Harry here last night." Mrs. Weasley stared at Mr. Weasley with a bad look. "Really, Weasley?" Mr. Sly said in surprise. "So, you drove that car? Is the car's performance good? How does it feel to fly?" Mrs. Weasley's eyes were full of fire. Frightened, Mr. Weasley quickly changed his words. "I mean, it's really wrong for you to do this, children, it's simply unforgivable." He coaxed and deceived, and finally calmed Mrs. Weasley's anger. After a while Mrs. Weasley's attention was not here, Mr. Weasley whispered to Lin Xiu, "Lin Xiu, you must know a lot about muggles. I have seen muggles buy a rubber duck floating on the water before. What is it used for?" "Oh, it's a toy for children to use when bathing, used to attract children's attention so that they will not move around and choke on water when bathing." "So that's it," Mr. Weasley muttered to himself. At this time, the cry of an owl came from outside the window. Mr. Weasley went to get the letter and soon returned to the dining table. "It's a letter from the school," Mr. Weasley said. Lin Xiu, Harry and Ron both received a parchment envelope with green words on the front. Mr. Weasley said with emotion, "Dumbledore is indeed very powerful. He must know that Lin Xiu and Harry are here." Lin Xiu flipped through the letter. The letter contained all kinds of details that the second-year students of Hogwarts wanted to buy. Mrs. Weasley had finished her housework. She took Ron's letter and frowned for a while. "It's a bit to ask for Lockhart's book, but I will find a way to solve it." Mrs. Weasley originally planned to take the whole family to Diagon Alley the next morning, but not long after dinner, the Weasley family's owl delivered 2 more letters. One was to Mr. Weasley and the other was to Lin Xiu. According to the secret leak of the Weasley twins, the letter to Mr. Weasley was written by Professor Snape. No one knows what was written in the letter that Professor Snape sent to Mr. Weasley. But after receiving the letter, the date for the Weasley family to go to Diagon Alley was postponed a little. Harry always felt that Professor Snape's letter might have something to do with him. In his eyes, Professor Snape seemed to have a problem with most people. Harry was very worried about this, and he was worried that Mr. Weasley and Professor Snape would conflict. But Lin Xiu thought that the time change was good, because the letter that the owl sent to him was written by Hermione. In the letter, she exchanged some daily situations with Lin Xiu, and asked about Lin Xiu and Ron's situation of picking up Harry. Finally, Hermione said in the letter, "I have to buy textbooks for the new semester next Wednesday. How about we meet in Diagon Alley? I will probably stay near Diagon Alley with my parents for a while on April 27th. Please reply to me." Next Wednesday is exactly the time that Mr. Weasley changed after receiving Professor Snape's letter. Lin Xiu and his friends can just run into Hermione. I haven't seen Hermione for so many days. Xiu really misses her a little. In addition, it is said that the best-selling author, the famous Gilderoy Lockhart, is doing a book signing at Flourish and Blotts in Diagon Alley at this time. Lin Xiu wants to go and see this guy, because Lockhart will become Lin Xiu's favorite in the next year, and Harry's defense against the dark arts professor. In the original book, Lockhart is a fame-loving show-off, and the only thing he is proficient in is the Oblivion Charm, but he has forcibly marketed himself as a celebrity in the magic world, confusing a large number of people, and countless people have been manipulated by him to buy his expensive series of books. Lin Xiu really wants to know how Lockhart did it. After all, Lin Xiu's emotional treasure box system is closely related to the emotions of others, and Lockhart's means of manipulating other people's emotions are also of reference value to Lin Xiu. After dinner, Ron whispered to Lin Xiu and Harry, "You can live in my bedroom for the time being, come on, I'll take you to see it." Lin Xiu and Harry followed Ron out of the kitchen, through a very narrow corridor, and came to a staircase with uneven heights. There was a half-open door at the entrance of the third-floor stairs, and Lin Xiu saw a pair of bright brown eyes, but when he just turned his head to look, the door closed with a click. "It's Ginny," Ron said. "Strange, she's never been so shy before, she almost never closes the door." Ron looked at Lin Xiu and shook his head in confusion. Finally, Lin Xiu and his friends climbed 2 more floors and finally came to a door with peeling paint. There was a small sign on the door that read Ron's room. The ceiling of the room was tilted, but it was warm, as if the sun was shining and everything in Ron's room looked a dazzling orange-yellow, the sheets, the walls to the ceiling. Ron's magic textbooks were piled messily in the corner, and next to them were some comic books with the name, The Adventures of Mad Muggle Martin Miggs. His wand was placed on a large fish tank on the windowsill. There were no fish in the fish tank, but there were many frog eggs. On the ground, a deck of automatically shuffled cards made a rustling sound, and outside the small window, you could see the Weasley garden below. After Lin Xiu and his team held a goblin catching competition, the goblins around the garden were lining up, sneaking away from the Weasleys from all directions. Ron looked at Lin Xiu and Harry nervously and coughed lightly. "The room is a little small." Ron said, "Maybe it's not as good as the room you have at the Muggle house. There's a ghoul living above my room, he always knocks on the pipes and hums. Maybe it's because the financial situation of the Weasleys has never been very good." Lin Xiu could feel a little inferiority from Ron's words. "This room is very good," Lin Xiu said. "To be honest, I like it very much." "Lin Xiu is right," Harry said. "This is the best room I've ever seen." Lin Xiu and Harry stayed at the Weasleys for almost a week. This week was very fulfilling, because the Weasleys are always full of surprises. Lin Xiu saw with his own eyes that when Harry was looking at an ordinary-looking mirror, the mirror suddenly said fiercely, "Tuck your shirt into your waistband, sloppy." When the ghouls in the attic felt that the house was too quiet, they would howl loudly and bang on the pipes. The Weasley twins spent a lot of time in their room tinkering with inventions, and from time to time there were large and small explosions. The most important thing that Lin Xiu liked about the Weasley family was that the people in the Weasley family were very friendly. Mrs. Weasley would always add food to Lin Xiu from time to time, and while adding food, she would say, "You can't starve to thinness in the Weasley family." Mr. Weasley often discussed the life of Muggles with Lin Xiu with great interest during meals, especially the post office about electrical sockets and letters. After Lin Xiu told Mr. Weasley how ordinary Muggles use wired telephones for long-distance communication, Mr. Weasley exclaimed, "It's wonderful, what a genius! How many ways have Muggles come up with to live without magic?" When the day they had scheduled to go to Diagon Alley came, Mrs. Weasley woke Lin Xiu and his friends up early in the morning. Breakfast was 5 or 6 bacon sandwiches per person, and Lin Xiu thought it tasted pretty good. Afterwards, Mrs. Weasley picked up a flower pot from the kitchen mantel and looked inside. "There's not much flue powder left, Arthur." She sighed, "I have to buy some today." "Okay, guests first. Lin Xiu, Harry, who will come first?" Mrs. Weasley handed the flower pot to Lin Xiu and Harry. Lin Xiu saw a small layer of shiny silver powder in the flower pot. He was quite surprised. "Is this flue powder?" What are the raw materials? What is the principle of using flue powder for ultra-long distance transmission? After figuring out the principle of flue powder, can we find a way to develop some special magic props? Harry was stunned. What should I do? Lin Xiu and Harry have never used flue powder to travel. Ron suddenly said, sorry, I forgot. Never used it. Mr. Weasley asked, then how did you get to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies last year? Lin Xiu said, I'm Snape. Professor Laughter brought me there. Harry said, and I took the underground. Really? Mr. Weasley asked excitedly, how on earth is the underground? Don't ask now, Arthur. Mrs. Weasley said, traveling with flue powder is slower than apparition, but much faster than the underground. But, my goodness, if you two have never used it before. The Weasley twins stepped forward. They'll be fine, Mum. Lin Xiu, Harry, you watch us do it first. Fred first grabbed a handful of the shiny silver powder, walked to the stove, and threw the powder into the stove. With a whoosh, the flames turned green and rose higher than Fred. He walked straight into the fire, shouted Diagon Alley, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then it was George, who also disappeared in the magic fire. Lin Xiu was the third. Remember, when you say where you're going, you have to enunciate clearly, or you might be sent somewhere else. Mrs. Weasley said, don't go through the wrong furnace door when you come out. Remember, as soon as you enter the fire, say where you're going. Ron said, hold your elbows tight. Close your eyes, Mrs. Weasley said, there's soot. Don't move around. Ron said, or you might fall out of another furnace door. Don't come out too early, wait until you see Fred and George. Lin Xiu took a pinch of flue powder and walked to the edge of the flame. He sprinkled the powder into the fire, walked forward, and the flame soared. 4.4 he said calmly, Diagon Alley. Lin Xiu was not nervous, but was carefully feeling the process, comparing it with the difference between apparition and disapparition. The magic fire was like a hot wind, wrapping him up. Lin Xiu felt like he was sucked into a huge socket hole, and his whole body was spinning rapidly. He clamped his elbow tightly. Finally, he stopped, covered with coal dust, and appeared in a fireplace. Fred and George pulled Lin Xiu out. Then, the three of them waited together. However, what Lin Xiu didn't expect was that Professor Snape in a black robe also appeared here. Professor Snape, why are you here? Just passing by. After that, Snape stopped talking and stared at the fireplace from time to time. Soon, the magic fire kept flashing in the fireplace. The Weasley family basically arrived safely. When Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were counting the children, they suddenly found that someone seemed to be missing. Hermione's mother, Mrs. Granger, seemed to be particularly interested in Lin Xiu. When Harry and Ron went to the underground vault of Gringotts to withdraw money, Lin Xiu stayed in the lobby of Gringotts Bank, and Mrs. Granger asked about Lin Xiu from time to time, including how he and Hermione met, and whether there were any interesting things happening between them at school. Lin Xiu answered fluently, and Mrs. Granger's smile became more and more obvious. Very good, very suitable. Hermione said angrily, Mom, don't ask anymore. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Mrs. Granger said with a smile, there will always be a chance to ask clearly in the future. Harry and Ron just took out the money from the underground vault. The group reunited, walked out of Gringotts, and then separated on the marble steps. Percy Weasley muttered that he wanted to buy a new quill pen. Fred and George went to find their friend Lee Jordan, and Mrs. Weasley and Ginny went to a shop selling old robes. And Mr. Weasley insisted on taking Mr. Granger and Mrs. Granger to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. Before parting, Mrs. Weasley carefully instructed, meet at Flourish and Blots in an hour, and buy textbooks for you. Lin Xiu and Hermione were strolling on the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley. Harry had the money he had just taken out of the Gringotts vault in his pocket. When he saw the ice cream shop on the side of the road, he bought 4 ice creams on the spot and shared one with everyone. The shop windows along Diagon Alley were filled with a wide variety of goods. Ron and Harry were unable to move in front of the window of the Quidditch boutique. Harry was attracted by the various exquisite Quidditch team costumes, while Ron was in love with the uniforms of the Chudley Cannons. Lin Xiu was dragged by Hermione to a nearby store to buy ink and parchment for the new semester. Finally, when they arrived at the Hopping and Playing Magic Joke Shop, met Fred, George and Lee Jordan, who were buying a large number of Dr. Philly's automatic ignition, water-blooming magic fireworks. An hour later, they walked towards Flourish and Blots, and there were more and more people along the way. When they arrived at the door of Flourish and Blots, a large number of people were already crowded outside the store. There are so many people. Harry said, will we be squeezed? Ron was a little worried whether he could find other members of the Weasley family among so many people. Lin Xiu noticed that there was a banner on the second floor of the bookstore, Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiography, The Magic Me, is signed and sold from 12:30 to 4:30 this afternoon. Hermione said in surprise, Harold, I remember that more than half of the books on our book list this year were written by him. Most of the crowded people were witches of Mrs. Weasley's age. A tired-looking wizard said at the door, ladies, be quiet, don't crowd. be careful of the books. Lin Xiu and his friends squeezed into the bookstore. Harry and Ron mainly wanted to find Mrs. Weasley and her friends. Lin Xiu really wanted to meet this marketing genius in the wizarding world. The queue for book signings stretched from the door to the back of the bookstore. The Weasley family and the Grangers were also in the queue. "Oh, you're here. That's great," Mrs. Weasley said. She was breathing fast and patting her hair constantly. "We'll be able to see him in a while." Ron whispered, "Mom is a fan of Lockhart." Mrs. Weasley patted Ron, and then her attention was all attracted by the voice of the shopping guide in the bookstore. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart." Mrs. Weasley couldn't help but applaud. "Look, he's here." There was a table at the deepest part of the bookstore, surrounded by large photos of Gilderoy Lockhart. The people in the photos all winked at the crowd, their teeth dazzlingly white. The real Lockhart came out of the small door behind the desk. He had a pair of blue eyes, wore a blue robe, and wore a playful wizard hat on his golden curly hair. A short, grumpy man held a black camera and took pictures of Lockhart from front to back and left to right. Every time the flash went off, a puff of purple smoke came out of the camera. "Get out of the way," the short man shouted, backing away. "This is for the Daily Prophet." "It's amazing," Ron said, rubbing his instep. Lockhart heard Ron's complaint, looked over, and then saw Harry. He jumped up from the stool. "Isn't this Harry Potter?" The crowd made way and whispered excitedly. Lockhart rushed forward, grabbed Harry's arm, and pulled him to the front, and the whole audience burst into applause. Harry's face was burning, and Lockhart held his hand to let the photographer take a picture. The short man pressed the shutter button frantically, and puffs of smoke drifted onto Lin Xiu. "What a beautiful smile, Harry." Lockhart also showed off his bright teeth. "We can both be on the front page." Then, Lockhart announced two things in a high-profile manner. First, the famous Harry Potter came to Flourish and Blotts today just to buy his autobiography, The Magic Me. I am willing to give him the book for free, a complete set of my books, for free. Lockhart said, "By the way, The Magic Me just happened to top the Prophecy Business Daily bestseller list for the 27th week." The crowd cheered. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart said loudly, waving his hand to keep everyone quiet, "I'm going to announce the second thing. This September, I will become the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." That's right. This will be the most valuable gift young Harry has ever received. He and his classmates will receive a real, magical me. The applause and cheers of the crowd filled the room. Harry walked out of the crowd in a daze with the book Lockhart gave him. Lin Xiu, who had watched Lockhart's entire operation, was amazed. Lockhart in the original book was a clown. As a teacher of defense against the dark arts, he was only proficient in the Oblivion spell, but Lin Xiu felt that Lockhart's real strength was not the Oblivion spell, but his ability to seize opportunities to market himself at every moment. When Harry just entered the bookstore, Lockhart keenly discovered and took advantage of this opportunity. He grabbed Harry and took 10 photos in an instant. What he said afterwards was also marketing himself. He said that the famous Harry Potter came to the bookstore just to buy his book. Lockhart used Harry's fame to promote himself. Then, he also promoted his new book. When the cheers of the crowd became weaker, he threw out the breaking news that he was going to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts, further manipulating the audience's emotions and raising his status in the hearts of others. All kinds of operations were smooth and natural, as if it was his instinct. Looking at Lockhart's almost perfect smile, Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh, marketing genius. Harry and Ron had already escaped from the crowd and were waving at Lin Xiu outside the crowd, wanting him to come out quickly. But Lin Xiu shook his head and approached Lockhart's signing table with a book in his hand. Today's opportunity is good. Lockhart was in a more excited stage when he saw Harry. Lin Xiu wanted to take the opportunity to get the emotional treasure box from Lockhart. He waited in line for almost 10 minutes before finally getting to Lockhart. "Mr. Lockhart, I'm a fan of your books," Lin Xiu said. "Can you sign for me?" Lockhart's face showed a toothy smile, with 8 standard teeth. "Of course. I remember, you got together with Harry Potter, right?" "Yes," Lin Xiu said. Lockhart's smile became even bigger, and he signed his name in a flash. "I have to say, as a friend of the famous Harry Potter, you have good taste," he said, "because you feel my charm." "Okay, next one." Lin Xiu felt that Lockhart was a little too realistic, and he chased people away after signing. But the next second, he saw the system prompt sound. Ding! Gilderoy Lockhart's excitement is detected. Drawing a treasure chest for the host. "Congratulations to the host, you got a gold treasure chest." Lin Xiu was a little surprised. He seemed to have done nothing, just took a book to Lockhart to ask for his autograph and cultivate some favorability. How did the golden treasure chest appear directly? It was just like when he was playing a game. He just released a normal attack, and the enemy on the opposite side directly used all his ultimate skills. Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Lockhart is a good person. He is really amazing when he has a treasure chest. He found a relatively small place in the other book areas of Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Most people were around Lockhart's autograph table, so it was not difficult to find a place with few people in the bookstore. Then, Kun Shiu opened the golden treasure chest he had just received. Ding! The golden treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Master Level Oblivion spell. Master Level Oblivion spell. Lockhart has been committed to learning and perfecting the Oblivion spell for most of his time, which has allowed him to never make mistakes when using this spell. He used the Oblivion spell to erase the memories of many male and female wizards who had made great achievements, and placed these achievements on himself. After using it, you will fully master the Oblivion spell. You can control the degree of Oblivion spell release. It will inaccurately erase the memory you want to erase. When you use silent casting and wandless casting techniques to cast Oblivion spell, the strength of Oblivion spell will hardly be attenuated. You will not be affected by Oblivion spells cast by others. Master Oblivion spell, not bad, at least it is the first master level item I opened from the emotional treasure chest. Lin Xiu felt a little regretful that he could not open the marketing genius trait of Lockhart. The main reason is that he obtained the Oblivion spell, and there is no room for him to cast it normally, but there will definitely be a chance when he arrives at Hogwarts. Lin Xiu felt that Lockhart liked to be flattered by others, so it should not be difficult to get a treasure chest from him. Malfoy, do you want to fight? Harry said to Malfoy, I'm always here. No fight. Malfoy said, I came here today mainly to apologize to you. That night in the Forbidden Forest, I told that big guy Hagrid that I would never abandon you, but when I saw the monster sucking blood from the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, I did run away alone. I'm sorry. I thought the word apology didn't exist in your dictionary, Ron said. It's been more than half a year since we encountered the Forbidden Forest, and you just remembered to apologize. Don't pretend, Malfoy, what are you trying to do? Malfoy felt a little wronged. He had always acted arrogantly in the past. It was hard for him to be humble, but he was interpreted as having bad intentions. He said in a tough tone, whether you believe it or not, I just came to apologize for what happened in the Forbidden Forest before. Then, Malfoy turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by someone. Come on, Draco, be friendly. The man had the same blonde hair as Malfoy, and he smiled politely at Harry. Mr. Potter, I'm Lucius Malfoy. We finally meet. Lucius shook hands with Harry while carefully observing the scar on Harry's head. It's amazing, the scar on your forehead is legendary. Of course, we all know that it was left to you by that wizard. Harry broke away from Lucius and said coldly, Voldemort, he's just a murderer, nothing special. So unfriendly. Lucius Malfoy sneered. You dare to call him by his name, either because you are brave enough or too stupid. In my opinion, you are more like the latter, ignorant, so fearless. I don't know why Draco always mentions your name at home. Malfoy blushed and turned his eyes away unnaturally. Mr. Malfoy noticed this and said coldly, Draco, I hope you can be more capable. Don't mess up because of a girl, not to mention, Denbolt only turns into a girl occasionally. Harry and Ron widened their eyes. 603 They really didn't expect that Malfoy would be affected by Harry's appearance after he turned into a girl. Draco, you know whether you have this idea in your mind. Lucius saw the shocked expressions of Harry and Ron and said unhappily, are you looking proud? Lucius. Mr. Weasley rushed over from a distance and said coldly, showing off in front of the children, is this the pure blood glory you often talk about? Bullying children, huh? What's the use of being eloquent? Mr. Weasley, I heard that you were busy with official duties recently and have been searching for prohibited magic items everywhere. Mr. Malfoy said, so much copying work. I think the Ministry of Magic has paid you enough overtime pay. As he spoke, he took out the second-hand Beginner's Transfiguration Guide that Mrs. Weasley had bought for Ginny from Ginny's Cauldron. Weasley, you work so hard, but you can't even get enough pay. What are you trying to do? Mr. Malfoy held the book and shook his head regretfully. Your daughter is going to Hogwarts this year, right? She can only buy tattered second-hand textbooks, because you don't make enough money. It is said that you are still very keen on things related to muggles? Do you know that this is something that only the scum in Loose City would do? When it comes to money, Mr. Weasley has an unspeakable embarrassment. He blushed. Obviously, Malfoy, we have completely different views on the scum among wizards. Of course, said Mr. Malfoy, while stuffing Ginny's worn-out Transfiguration textbook back. Draco, let's go back. Don't let the Weasleys lead you astray. But Mr. Malfoy had just walked a short distance with Draco Malfoy when Mr. Weasley suddenly yelled, Malfoy, how dare you? What happened to Mr. Weasley? Lin Xiu was surprised to see Mr. Weasley kick the cauldron in Ginny's hand away, and then suddenly rushed towards Lucius Malfoy, who was not far away. As Ginny's books flew, Mr. Weasley knocked Mr. Malfoy into a bookshelf, and dozens of thick spell books fell on them. Advertisement. No one knew why Mr. Weasley suddenly jumped up. But after seeing Mr. Weasley gain the upper hand in the fight with Lucius Malfoy, Fred and George shouted excitedly, Dad, beat him. Even Harry and Ron were cheering on the side. Mrs. Weasley screamed, don't do this, Arthur, don't do this. The crowd retreated in panic, knocking down more bookshelves. "Gentlemen, please be kind, please be kind." The bookstore clerk begged, "If you want to fight, go outside." Several piles of bookshelves in the bookstore fell over. Lin Xiu took advantage of the chaos and ran to the place where Ginny's cauldron was kicked away. According to the original plot, Lucius Malfoy stuffed Voldemort's Horcrux diary into the pile of books while looking through Ginny's second-hand books. Lin Xiu felt vaguely that perhaps Mr. Weasley had noticed this to a certain extent, so he suddenly became so angry. He rushed over to confirm the location of Voldemort's Horcrux diary. Lin Xiu could give this diary to Dumbledore and at least get an emotional treasure chest from Dumbledore. But when Lin Xiu rushed to the side of the broken cauldron, he could only see Ginny's second-hand books bought from the flea market scattered all over the floor. He collected the second-hand books scattered on the floor and handed them to Ginny, in exchange for a quiet thank you. But there was no trace of Voldemort's Horcrux diary. Lin Xiu had to turn his attention to Mr. Weasley and Lucius Malfoy who were fighting, but he saw Hagrid striding over with books all over the floor. Hagrid's loud voice overwhelmed all the other voices. "Scatter, gentlemen, spread out." He pulled Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy apart in the blink of an eye. Mr. Weasley's lip was broken, and Mr. Malfoy's eye was hit by the Toadstool Encyclopedia, and the area around his eye socket was swollen. Mr. Malfoy threatened in embarrassment, "Weasley, if you dare to hit me, I will report it to the Ministry of Magic." Mr. Weasley sneered, "Okay, report it to the Ministry of Magic, let the Aurors come to investigate clearly. What did you just throw into my daughter's cauldron?" Mr. Malfoy stopped talking, waved his hand at Draco, and quickly rushed out of the store. "You shouldn't pay attention to him, Arthur." Hagrid stretched out his hand to smooth Mr. Weasley's robe, almost lifting him up. "This guy is bad, his whole family is bad, and everyone knows it. The Malfoy family's words are not worth listening to. The blood in their bodies is bad, that's it. Come on, let's go out." Mr. Weasley wanted to say something to Hagrid, but in the end he shook his head and followed Hagrid silently to the street. Mrs. Weasley was furious after seeing this scene. "Arthur, you set a good example for the children. Fighting in public. What would Gilderoy Lockhart think if he knew?" "Mr. Lockhart seems to be in a good mood." Lin Xiu said, "I just observed that he asked the reporter of the Daily Prophet whether the fight can be included in the report. He said that this news can cause a sensation." Mr. Weasley remained silent throughout the whole process. It was not until they returned to the fireplace near the leaky cauldron and used the flue powder to transport all the things they bought back to the burrow that everyone's emotions calmed down a little. Hermione's family returned home, and Lin Xiu and Harry followed Weasley to the burrow by flue powder. But the atmosphere in the burrow was not right. Finally, after dinner, Mrs. Weasley asked the question that everyone present was most concerned about. "Arthur, why did you suddenly punch Lucius Malfoy in Diagon Alley today? If Lucius really reports it to the Ministry of Magic, you will lose your job. You should be calmer." "Molly." Mr. Weasley sighed. "The thing that Professor Snape personally sent had a reaction after Lucius Malfoy flipped through Ginny's book. Things related to the dark arts." Mrs. Weasley said, "How dare he put dark magic items in Ginny's book? How could he carry dark magic items with him just to give them to others?" "I think I can explain this," Harry said. "After I was teleported to Borgin and Burke's shop by flue powder today, I met Malfoy and his father. They seem to have sold some things in that store. It must be because Lucius was afraid of a surprise inspection of my dark magic items." Mr. Weasley said, "I think that maybe because I recently conducted surprise inspections of many wizard families' dark magic-related items, Lucius hated me and was worried that the dark magic items collected in his home would implicate him, so he came up with this vicious method. It's a troublesome thing for me that a dark magic item appears in Ginny's possession, whether it harms anyone or not." After hearing what Mr. Weasley said, Ginny was scared. "If we had known this, we would have joined in when Dad beat up Malfoy today." Ron and the Weasley twins were indignant. "When school starts, we will beat Malfoy into a pig's head. That damn golden retriever." Mrs. Weasley said angrily, "I'm going to settle accounts with Malfoy." She not only said this, but also planned to do so. It was already late, but Mrs. Weasley picked up the Weasley family's old broom and rushed out the door, intending to fly to the Malfoys' manor. "Molly, calm down." Mr. Weasley hugged Mrs. Weasley. "We have no evidence to prove that Lucius has a problem now. I checked several times with the detection props sent by Professor Snape today, and there is no dark magic reaction in Ginny's pile of books. I guess, when I went to beat Lucius before, the dark magic items mixed in Ginny's pile of books fell out." Lin Xiu shook his head slightly. Mr. Weasley noticed. "Lin Xiu, do you have anything to say?" Lin Xiu said, "I was standing next to Ginny at the time and saw it clearly. After Lucius Malfoy took Ginny's book in his hand, he flipped through it casually and put the book back without putting any additional dark magic items in the book. Could it be because the dark magic item that Lucius wanted to use to frame Ginny is invisible?" Harry said, "Or, the dark magic item is a small thing like a ring or a necklace, so Lin Xiu didn't notice it." Mr. Weasley said, "In the next period of time, I will increase the dark magic of the Malfoy family. I will increase the intensity of the search for black magic items. Once I get the evidence, everything will be fine." Children, it's getting late, you should go to rest. Dad, Fred asked before leaving the table. Professor Snape showed up in Diagon Alley today just to give you the black magic detection item, right? Can I and George see the black magic detection item? No, Mr. Weasley said with a straight face. I'm going to search for something that is far more dangerous than ordinary black magic items. Don't worry about it, go back to sleep. In this way, Lin Xiu and Harry spent a happy summer vacation. Every night, Mrs. Weasley would prepare a large table of sumptuous dinners, all of which were Lin Xiu and Harry's favorite foods. On the last night, Fred and George's magic fireworks show made the night even more perfect. The kitchen was full of red and blue stars, and the magic stars between the ceiling jumped for more than half an hour. Everyone was satisfied to see the last magic star go out, and everyone was very happy. Finally, everyone drank a cup of hot chocolate and went to bed. It took a long time to get going the next morning. As soon as the C***K crowed, Lin Xiu and the others got up, but there still seemed to be a lot of things to do. Mrs. Weasley rushed around looking for spare socks and quilts, feeling irritable. Everyone kept bumping into each other on the stairs, half-dressed, holding a little bread left over from eating. When Mr. Weasley carried Ginny's box to the car, he was tripped by a chicken in the yard and almost fell on his neck. Lin Xiu was a little puzzled. He and Harry had been living in the burrow for more than a month, and they often encountered some accidents. But this morning, the accident rate of the Weasley family seemed to be a little abnormal. Anyway, everyone still hurriedly got on Mr. Weasley's flying car and prepared to drive to platform 9 3/4. Of course, it was running normally. Mrs. Weasley didn't let Mr. Weasley turn on the flight mode. Lin Xiu noticed it the night he arrived at the burrow. Mr. Weasley's car is a Ford. Theoretically, the space in the car can only accommodate 4 people in the front and back seats, which is still a bit crowded. But the space inside the car is extended by magic, which is much larger than it looks from the outside. Don't tell Molly. Mr. Weasley opened the trunk of the flying car for luggage and showed Lin Xiu how the magic of extending space works on this car. Mr. Weasley, can you teach me how to do this? Mr. Weasley subconsciously glanced in the direction of the burrow, and Mrs. Weasley hadn't come over yet. He whispered to Lin Xiu, this is the traceless extension charm, a very advanced magic, you will learn it later. I can't teach you now. On the one hand, the traceless extension charm itself is dangerous. If the spell is not performed properly, the unstable space may cause fatal damage to your body. Think about it, if you extend the space in a suitcase to the size of a house, you just get into the suitcase, the spell fails, and you will be crushed directly. On the other hand, I'm worried that you will abuse it. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy stipulates that spells such as the Traceless Extension Charm, which can easily attract the attention of Muggles, need to be strictly controlled. It cannot be used for private purposes, but can only be used in the production of individual items approved by the Ministry of Magic, such as school suitcases and household accounts. Mr. Weasley, Lin Xiu pointed to the car and said, is there such a thing as a car in the list of items approved by the Ministry of Magic? Ahem. Mr. Weasley said, of course it's not allowed by the General Wizarding Secrecy Act, but you know, many legal provisions have supplementary clauses. My magic car is within the scope of the supplementary clauses. Arthur Weasley, you wrote the relevant legal supplementary clauses yourself. Mrs. Weasley shouted, you deliberately left a loophole for yourself when you wrote the law in the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Weasley laughed and fooled Mrs. Weasley, then said to Lin Xiu in a serious tone, anyway, I can't teach you. If you want to understand, maybe you can go to Hogwarts to ask those professors. Finally, everyone got in the car. Including Lin Xiu, the car was packed with a total of 9 people, 7 large boxes, 2 owls and a mouse, and there was still plenty of space inside. Mr. Weasley sat in the driving seat, Mrs. Weasley and Ginny sat in the front seat, and Lin Xiu, Harry, Ron and their brothers sat in the back seat. The seats were as spacious as park benches, and they all sat side by side without feeling crowded. Muggles are really smarter than we thought, Mrs. Weasley said. You can't tell from the outside that the car is so spacious, right? Weasley started the engine and the car drove out of the yard. Lin Xiu and Harry both looked back at the burrow, wondering when they would see it again. But it was only 10 seconds. Oh no, George suddenly jumped up from his seat. I forgot my Philippa fireworks at home. It's okay, dear, we still have time. Mrs. Weasley said, Arthur, drive back a little. Mr. Weasley hummed and drove back to the burrow. For Mr. Weasley, who likes to study the life of Muggles, driving the children to 9 3/4 station is a rare opportunity for him to experience the life of Muggles. After George hurried back to the room to get the fireworks, he jumped into the car. Okay, Dad, I have brought everything else. Is everyone ready? Then let's go again. Mr. Weasley opened the car window and stepped on the accelerator. The oncoming wind poured into the car, and the air was very fresh. But 5 minutes later, the car drove back to the yard of the burrow again. Who forgot to use his flying broom. When Fred found his broomstick in the room, he was still muttering, it's so strange, I clearly packed my broomstick, how could this happen? Mr. Weasley sighed and looked back at everyone. Didn't you forget to bring anything this time, kids? Everyone shook their heads. Okay, then, let's go full speed towards platform 9 3/4. But when the car was about to drive to the highway, Ginny panicked and said that her diary was still at home. So everyone turned back. When Ginny climbed into the car, she defended herself by saying that the diary was clearly already put away, but she didn't know why it appeared at home. This scared Harry and Ron, and they also checked their luggage. Harry found that his owl Hedwig was missing, and Ron's pet mouse Scabbers was also missing. The two of them nervously searched for most of the day before they found that the owl and the mouse were in the corner of the car. Lin Xiu felt something was wrong. It is normal to be in a hurry and have a lot of problems on the first day of school, but the frequency of mistakes made by everyone today is really exaggerated. Is it the house elf Dobby who is preventing Harry from enrolling? Lin Xiu used the eagle eye to carefully observe the surroundings, but did not find anything special. He secretly raised his vigilance. Finally, it is not long before the departure time of the Hogwarts Express at platform 9 3/4. Mr. Weasley glanced at his watch. Finally, the departure time of the Hogwarts Express is getting closer and closer. Mr. Weasley glanced at his watch and then looked at Mrs. Weasley. Molly, dear, if I can get the car to fly to platform 9 3/4, we'll definitely make it in time. No, Arthur. No one will see. There's a little button here, it's an invisible booster I installed. It will send us up into the sky, then we'll fly above the clouds, and we'll be there in 10 minutes, and no one will know. You want to violate the statute of wizarding secrecy in broad daylight. Finally, Lin Xiu and Harry arrived at the station at 10:45. Mr. Weasley rushed across the road to find the luggage cart, and everyone rushed into the station and crossed the 9 3/4 platform one after another. Percy Weasley was the first, followed by Mr. Weasley, Fred, and George. Then, Mrs. Weasley disappeared into the platform with Ginny, leaving only Lin Xiu, Harry, and Ron. Ron whispered, "Let's rush over together, there's not much time left." Out of caution, Lin Xiu just slowly pushed the cart and followed behind, without charging. No need to rush. Lin Xiu said, Hogwarts has been in operation for so many years, and there must have been various situations on the first day of school. Being late is not a big deal. According to the original plot, the house elf Dobby has now closed platform 9 3/4, and rushing to the platform now is just a matter of hitting the wall. But Harry and Ron still crouched confidently, pushed the car firmly towards the brick wall of the platform, and then gradually quickened their pace, and finally ran. Bang! They hit the wall and bounced back. Ron's box hit the ground heavily, Harry was knocked down, and Hedwig's cage bounced onto the shiny floor and rolled to the side. Hedwig screamed angrily. Lin Xiu now has intermediate magical animal affinity and multilingual proficiency. With the combination of the two, he can probably understand that Hedwig is cursing. Many people gathered around them to watch, and a guard shouted, "What the hell are you doing? The car is gone." Harry gasped, holding his ribs and climbing up. Lin Xiu picked up Hedwig's cage next to his feet. Hedwig was still yelling, and a group of people pointed at Harry and Ron for abusing animals. "We're going to miss the train." They subconsciously looked at Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiu, why can't we get through?" Lin Xiu shook his head. "I don't know. But I can be sure of one thing, we're in trouble now." The clock at the train station began to chime on the hour, a little drunk. Harry was still trying to push the wall, he seemed to be trying to squeeze into platform 9 3/4 directly by brute force, but failed. Dash 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 asterisk 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 dash 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 dash. "It's over," Ron said blankly, "the train has left, we're going to be late." "Big trouble, do you have muggle money on you?" Harry laughed dryly, "The Dursleys haven't given me pocket money for 6 years. I don't have any money. Being late and having no money are not a big deal." Lin Xiu said, "Harry, Ron, don't you find it strange?" "What's so strange?" "Since this morning, everyone at the Burrow has been in trouble, delaying many events." Lin Xiu said, "Afterwards, we came to platform 9 3/4 and arrived on time, but the platform was closed. This is unreasonable. Wizards don't have the same sense of time as muggles do. The closure of the platform is very abnormal. The most abnormal thing is that there are no Ministry of Magic staff near platform 9 3/4 to deal with emergencies on the scene. I remember when we just entered school last year, I saw a lot of Ministry of Magic wizards in plain clothes at platform 9 3/4. Lin Xiu, do you mean, we are being framed? This possibility cannot be ruled out." Lin Xiu said, "There are many people here, let's go and wait by the car. Even if Mr. Weasley forgets us, he will not forget the flying car he dreamed of." "Good idea, Lin Xiu." Ron's eyes lit up. "Car." Harry looked at Ron. "What's wrong? We can fly to Hogwarts in a flying car." "Zero." Harry hesitated. "Will this work?" Ron looked at Lin Xiu, who was frowning, and said quickly, "We are trapped, right? We have to rush back to school, right? In a real emergency, young wizards can also use magic. Article 19 or Article 10 of the Wizard Restriction Regulations stipulates that. Harry suddenly turned from panic to excitement. Can you drive? No problem. Ron said, I often watch George and Fred drive, and I have learned a lot. Let's hurry up. Maybe if we hurry up, we can catch up with the Hogwarts Express. Harry and Ron discussed one after another, and decided the whole thing in a few words. Driving a flying car to Hogwarts in broad daylight is to throw the wizard confidentiality regulations directly behind your head. Ron is worthy of being Mr. Weasley's son. Without laws and regulations, he can create laws and regulations to support his behavior. No. Lin Xiu stopped the two people who were eager to drive the car. You can't drive to Hogwarts. But, we have to get to Hogwarts. This is a real emergency. Lin Xiu shook his head. It's just late. This is not an emergency, we just need to write a letter to Professor McGonagall to explain it. Harry and Ron were speechless. After Lin Xiu's suggestion, it seemed that sending an owl to Professor McGonagall to explain what happened to them was a better way. But Harry and Ron both had some regrets on their faces when they failed to drive. To be honest, big guys, who doesn't want to drive? Lin Xiu wrote a simple letter to Professor McGonagall to explain the current situation. Harry, borrow Hedwig to help deliver a letter. Harry nodded. Lin Xiu patted Hedwig's head gently. Thank you for your trouble. Hedwig cooed a few times happily and flew into the sky with Lin Xiu's letter. Compared to a flying car, an owl delivering a letter is not so conspicuous. However, after just a moment, Hedwig, the owl that flew into the sky with the letter, flew back dizzy and fell on Harry. Hedwig, what's wrong with you? Lin Xiu used the intermediate magical animal affinity to roughly understand the meaning from Hedwig's cry. Hedwig can't find Professor McGonagall's location. As a magical creature in the wizarding world, owls are very important to the wizarding world. Messengers have a natural affinity for magic, so they can easily find the location of the recipient and deliver the letter to any wizard or witch in time. There is only one situation in which the owl cannot deliver the letter, that is, the recipient is blocked. Professor McGonagall is a teacher at Hogwarts, and today is the beginning of the new semester at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall will not block herself. Therefore, Hedwig could not sense Professor McGonagall's location. There can only be one situation. The herbology class was almost over, and Lin Xiu and Hermione left the castle together, walked through the vegetable garden and headed towards the greenhouse. Before reaching the greenhouse door, Lin Xiu saw that everyone was waiting for Professor Sprout. But after a while of class time, Professor Sprout strode across the lawn. Beside her, Gilderoy Lockhart also followed. Professor Sprout had a patched hat on her flowing hair, and her clothes were covered with a lot of dirt. There were many bandages on her hands. Gilderoy Lockhart, on the other hand, was spotless from head to toe, wearing a flowing turquoise robe, and a turquoise hat with a gold rim on his shining golden hair. Oh, hello, Lockhart shouted with a smile on his face. Just now when I passed by the Whomping Willow seemed to have some problems, and I cured it. By the way, I also showed Professor Sprout how to heal the Whomping Willow. But I don't want you to think that I am better than Professor Sprout in herbology. I just happened to see a few strange plants during my travels. Sprout frowned at Lockhart and said with a sullen look, today we are in the third greenhouse. The third greenhouse. Hermione whispered to Lin Xiu, we only went to the first greenhouse in herbology last semester, and the book said that the plants in the third greenhouse of Hogwarts are more dangerous. Fred and George said so too. Ron talked to Harry, but they also said that the plants in the third greenhouse are more interesting. Harry was a little surprised. Where are the dangers of plants? As long as we don't eat strange plants randomly, isn't it okay? Some plants can move, Harry. Lin Xiu said, some can even bite people. Bite people. But before Lin Xiu could answer Harry, Sprout had already taken the key from his belt and opened the door of the third greenhouse. Lin Xiu smelled the smell of damp soil and fertilizer, mixed with a strong floral scent. Looking around, there were umbrella-sized flowers hanging from the ceiling. Harry was about to follow Lin Xiu and Hermione into the greenhouse when Lockhart stood up. Harry, I've been wanting to talk to you, Professor Sprout. He's 2 minutes late. You don't mind, do you? Lin Xiu saw that Professor Sprout's face was not very good, and he obviously minded. But Lockhart said, that's great. He dragged Harry out of the greenhouse and closed the door. Perhaps to wait for Harry to come in, Professor Sprout did not start the lecture immediately, but reminded the little wizards, there is a huge willow tree at the end of the lawn. That is the Whomping Willow. The Whomping Willow is very manic. No matter who or what approaches, it will be whipped by its branches. For your safety, please do not take the initiative to pass by the Whomping Willow's attack range like a certain professor did this morning. The Whomping Willow is naturally very aggressive. It attacks people not because it has problems. Professor Sprout didn't specify which professor it was, but the young wizards present immediately guessed that it was Lockhart who did it. In short, for your own sake, don't take the initiative to provoke the Whomping Willow like a certain professor did. Harry pushed open the door of the greenhouse, and Professor Sprout stopped talking about the Whomping Willow. Since Harry is back, let's officially start today's herbology class. I'll go get the things I need for today's class and be back soon. Professor Sprout walked into the third warehouse. Harry, what did Professor Lockhart call you out for? Ron came to Harry. I'm a little confused. Harry said, Lockhart said outside that the three of us, Lin Xiu and you, delayed the departure of the Hogwarts Express for a full half an hour at the beginning of the school year, and we stole the limelight. Did he really say that? What was Lockhart's tone when he said that? Appreciation or admiration? Ron said, Lin Xiu, do you think Lockhart will write about this in his future new book? Then we will be famous. Harry shook his head. I think when he mentioned this, he sounded a bit jealous. Jealous of us being famous in front of the whole school. Lockhart said that the fact that Lin Xiu and we delayed the Hogwarts Express by half an hour was a sensation, but not glorious enough. It was not as good as the fact that he won the Witch Weekly's Most Fascinating Smile Award for 5 consecutive times. That's strange, Hermione said. Isn't Professor Lockhart famous for writing books? Why is he so jealous of you? Lin Xiu said, I guess Lockhart wants to gain more fame. Maybe that's why he only found Harry, not me and Ron. Harry's fame is actually much greater than Lockhart's. Harry made Voldemort disappear. Harry sighed, I would rather not have such a reputation. Sprout took out a bunch of things from the warehouse, a pile of deep-bottomed flower pots, and 20 or so pairs of earmuffs of different colors. When Harry sat next to Ron, Professor Sprout said, we are going to change the pot of the mandrake today. Now who can tell me what the characteristics of the mandrake are? Hermione raised her hand first as expected, but Lin Xiu had already given the answer first. Mandra, also known as mandrake root, is a powerful restorative agent. Lin Xiu said it can be used to restore people who have been petrified or cursed to their original state. Very good, 10 points for Gryffindor. Professor Sprout said Mandra is an important component of most antidotes, but it is also very dangerous. Can anyone tell me why? Hermione raised her hand again, but Lin Xiu answered before her, hearing the cry of mandrake can kill people. The annoyance that Lockhart brought to Professor Sprout had been completely dispelled. At this time, she looked at Lin Xiu with approval. Absolutely correct. 10 points for Gryffindor. The little wizards in Gryffindor looked at Lin Xiu in surprise. Except for Harry, a girl in the potions class, few people could add more than 20 points to Gryffindor in other courses, just for one class. Harry and Ron also smiled at Lin Xiu. Gryffindor added points, they were proud of it. Hermione tugged at the corner of Lin Xiu's clothes under the table. Twice, I raised my hand first. Lin Xiu smiled at Hermione. Sometimes I also want to answer some questions. Okay, but next time we answer questions, we have to compete fairly. Hermione quickly shifted her attention to Professor Sprout. Lin Xiu began to pay attention to his system prompts. He was so active in answering questions just to get the emotional treasure chest from Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout waved his wand, and the row of deep-bottomed flower pots floated onto the table. Look, the mandrakes in the pots are still very young. Everyone came forward, and there were a large number of young mandrakes with green and purple in the pots. It looks like an ordinary potted plant, Harry said. There's nothing special about these mandrakes. Lin Xiu, what do you mean by crying just now? Can grass cry? And Professor Sprout has officially started today's herbology class. Each of you take a pair of earmuffs, and when I tell you to put them on, make sure to cover your ears tightly. When it's safe to take off the earmuffs, I'll give you 2 thumbs up. Okay, put on the earmuffs. Everyone did as they were told. Professor Sprout himself put on a pair of pink fluffy earmuffs, rolled up his sleeves, firmly grasped a clump of grass leaves, and pulled it up with all his strength. Lin Xiu saw Harry staring at the thing in Professor Sprout's hand with wide eyes. What was pulled out of the soil was not a grass root like a beard, but a very ugly light green baby. The leaves of the mandrake grew on the head of the green baby, and from the movement of the green baby's mouth, it was obviously shouting at the top of its voice. Professor Sprout took out a large flower pot from under the table, stuffed the mandrake doll into it, and buried it with dark compost, leaving only the clump of leaves exposed. She patted the mud on her hands, gave Lin Xiu and the others 2 thumbs up, and then took off her earmuffs. Our mandrakes are still seedlings, and hearing their cries will not be fatal, she said calmly, but they will make you unconscious for a few hours, and I don't think any of you want to miss the first day of school. So everyone must wear earmuffs when working. Alright, kids, 4 people per plate. There are a lot of flower pots here. The compost is in the bag over there. Watch out for the poisonous tentacles, it's teething, Professor Sprout said as she slapped a thorny crimson plant, causing it to retract its tentacles that were quietly reaching for her shoulder. The little wizards began to concentrate on dealing with the mandrake. Just now, Professor Sprout seemed very relaxed when he changed the pot for the mandrake, but Harry and the others found that it was not the case at all after they really looked at it. The mandrakes didn't want to be pulled out of the soil, but they didn't seem to want to go back either. They twisted their bodies, kicked their feet, waved their fists, and gritted their teeth. Except for Lin Xiu, who could easily control except for the mandrake, the other students were sweating profusely. It took Harry and Ron a full 10 minutes to stuff a particularly fat mandrake into the flower pot. After Professor Sprout signaled the end of get out of class, the students put down the flower pots and took off their earmuffs. Then, they heard Professor Sprout say to Lin Xiu with satisfaction, "You were very neat when you repotted the mandrake. You seem to be very talented in herbology." Gryffindor gets another 10 points. Okay, classmates, let's end the class. Lin Xiu earned another 10 points for Gryffindor, and everyone looked at him sideways, but they no longer had the energy to say anything. Repotting the mandrake had exhausted their energy. Now almost everyone had backaches and was covered with Ni Wang. On the way back to the castle after class, Harry and Ron walked beside Lin Xiu and asked Lin Xiu, "How did you do it? Why is it so easy for you to repot the mandrake? Is there any trick?" "There is a trick," Lin Xiu said. "Just like pulling weeds, you have to apply force close to the root of the mandrake, otherwise you can't hold the leaves firmly. So that's how it is." Harry and Ron went back to the dormitory to take a shower together, and Lin Xiu also received a system prompt. Ding! Detected Pomona Sprout's emotional fluctuations. Drawing treasure chests for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a silver treasure chest. Ding! The silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining primary herbology mastery. Ding! Detected that the host already has primary herbology mastery. Primary herbology mastery is superimposed and advanced. Congratulations to the host for obtaining intermediate herbology mastery. Intermediate herbology mastery. After using it, you will have more knowledge of herbology, and you will not be actively attacked by offensive plants such as the whomping willow. You will be able to attack various plants. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. These properties improved by intermediate herbalism are very useful. He chose to use them. Feeling the extra knowledge in his mind, Lin Xiu thought silently, "The herbs I picked by myself can increase the effect of the potion. It's time to find some time to try to collect materials and make potions by myself, right?" The first class after lunch was Lockhart's defense against the dark arts course. Lockhart cleared his throat loudly. "Now, let me introduce you to your new professor of defense against the dark arts. That's me, Gilderoy Lockhart, winner of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, the highest honorary member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts League, and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Wizard Weekly." Lockhart smiled, "But I rarely mention such things. I don't drive away those witches with a smile." He was waiting for everyone to laugh. Harry and Ron looked at each other and looked at each other. Only a few people smiled faintly. "I see that you have all bought my complete set of books. Very good. I think we should do a little test today. Don't be afraid, just to see how well you read tell." After handing out the papers, he returned to the podium. "I'll give you 30 minutes, now start." Lin Xiu glanced at the papers and was a little stunned. "What are these questions?" Question 1, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Question 2, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret? The last question on the last page is, when is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? What is his ideal birthday gift? These various questions involving Lockhart himself occupied 3 full pages. Lin Xiu didn't understand and was shocked. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers and looked through them in front of the whole class. "Tisk tisk, almost no one remembers that my favorite color is lilac. I mentioned it in A Year with the Tibetan Snowman. Some students need to read Weekends with Det carefully again. I clearly stated in chapter 12 of the book that my ideal birthday gift is for all magical and non-magical people to live in harmony." Lockhart winked at Lin Xiu and the others. "But I won't refuse a big bottle of Ogden's aged hot whiskey." Almost no one responded positively, but several little wizards were trying to hold back their laughter. Lin Xiu was watching Lockhart's performance and was suddenly called. "Fortunately, there are Mr. Lin Xiu and Miss Hermione Granger. They know that my secret ambition is to eliminate evil in the world and sell my own series of spelling water. Good job. You both got 10 points. Lockhart turned over Lin Xiu and Hermione's papers. "Where are Mr. Lin Xiu and Miss Hermione Granger?" Lin Xiu and Hermione raised their hands. "Excellent," Lockhart said with a smile. "Very good. Because of your good performance, give Gryffindor 10 points. Lin Xiu sighed. Lockhart really has a weird temperament. Lin Xiu obviously gave Gryffindor extra points, but after Lockhart's performance-style propaganda, he felt that this extra point was more uncomfortable than the deduction. "I kind of regret that I got all the answers right." Hermione whispered to Lin Xiu, "This is the first time I feel that reading books shouldn't have such a good memory." Lin Xiu patted Hermione's shoulder to comfort her. On the podium, Lockhart bent down and took out a large cage covered with a cloth and put it on the table. "Now, be careful. My mission is to teach you to resist the most evil things known to the magical world. You will face the most terrifying things in this classroom, but remember, as long as I am here, you will not be hurt." It must be said that Lockhart has a talent for acting. As he spoke, he knocked on the large cage with his wand, and suddenly there was a sound of something struggling inside. Several little wizards were scared. Harry and Ron couldn't help but cover themselves with a pile of books. When Lockhart put a hand on the drape, Seamus behind Lin Xiu stopped laughing, and Neville in the first row said something. I must ask you not to scream. Lockhart lowered his voice, it will anger the thing in the cage. Almost the whole class held their breath, and Lockhart suddenly lifted the drape as if he was unveiling the stage. Cornish pixies. Ron and Seamus couldn't help laughing. The scariest thing. What's wrong? Lockhart said with a smile. Well, they're not very dangerous. Duet. Seamus laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. Don't be so sure. Lockhart shook his head in annoyance. They're cunning little destroyers like the devil. Lin Xiu looked at the cage and found some small iron-blue creatures inside. They were estimated to be 15 centimeters long and had small pointed faces. The voices of these Cornish pixies were very sharp and piercing, just like a lot of budgies quarreling. As soon as Lockhart took off the cover, these pixies began to chirp, jump up and down, and make all kinds of weird faces at the people around them. Okay, Lockhart said loudly, since you think they're not dangerous, let me see how you deal with them. Lockhart opened the cage door. The scene was in chaos. The pixies flew around like rockets, and the little wizard screamed and ran away. Two elves grabbed Neville's ears and lifted him up, and several others rushed out of the window, scattering broken glass all over the back of the classroom. The rest wreaked havoc in the classroom. They grabbed ink bottles and splashed them all over the class, tore books and papers into pieces, tore down the words hanging on the wall, and turned the trash can upside down. A few minutes later, almost the whole class hid under the table. The elves threw the school bags and textbooks on the table out of the broken window, and Neville swung back and forth on the chandelier, begging someone to save him. At this time, Lockhart was still urging and shouting, come on, everyone, hurry up and drive them together, they are just some elves' tea. But no one paid any attention to Lockhart, they were all hiding. Neville, who was hanging on the chandelier, shouted at Professor Lockhart, don't just stand there and talk. Save me first. Okay, I have to get serious. Lockhart rolled up his sleeves, waved his wand and shouted, pesky pixie pest me. The classroom was quiet for a second, but nothing happened. Neville was still hanging on the chandelier. A little elf grabbed Roth's wand and took down the huge dragon-shaped skeleton hanging on the ceiling of the classroom, almost hitting Lockhart. Lockhart took a breath and ran to the door in embarrassment. I'll give you a chance, catch the remaining elves in the cage. After saying that, he walked out of the classroom without looking back, and closed the door as soon as he went out. Help, who will save me? Neville was still hanging on the chandelier for help. What should we do now? Harry and Ron subconsciously looked at Lin Xiu. There is a spell that can solve this problem, Lin Xiu said as he pulled out his wand and waved it gently at the flying elves in the sky. Immobilis, immobilize all. The white light of the spell flashed, and the flying elves in the classroom all seemed to be frozen in midair. Cool, Harry and Ron said in surprise, beautiful spell. Other students who were hiding under the desks also crawled out, and even Neville hanging on the chandelier couldn't help but applaud. Lin Xiu, thanks to you. In my opinion, you are more powerful than Lockhart. Since Lockhart created the elf disaster, many people are not so enthusiastic about his defense against the dark arts class. In contrast, Lin Xiu's reputation has become better and better, and has become a hot topic recently. The details of Lin Xiu's subduing the elves in the defense against the dark arts class have gradually spread. Harry and Ron can hear many people talking about Lin Xiu from time to time when they walk on the road. That's great. After returning to the Gryffindor common room, Ron said with some envy, Lin Xiu, this time you are really famous. Lin Xiu said, this kind of fame is not good. Lin Xiu is right. Harry agreed and said, being famous is not a good thing. You are all famous people, so you can say that. Ron sighed, I also want to try the taste of being famous. Looking at Ron's envious expression, Lin Xiu shook his head slightly. The background prompt of his emotional treasure box system was quiet. No one had emotional fluctuations enough to drop the emotional treasure box because of this incident. For Lin Xiu, this time of fame did not bring any benefits, so it was not worth caring about. In contrast, Lin Xiu was more concerned about what would happen next. According to the original plot, Voldemort had been wandering in this world as a ghost after being shattered by the blood protection charm on Harry last year. The next time Voldemort appeared in the magic world with a complete body would be during the Triwizard Tournament 2 years later. In a sense, in the past 2 years, except for the Basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets of Lord Slater, Hogwarts can be said to be the safest place in the wizarding world. Not long ago, when Lin Xiu and his friends were in Diagon Alley, Mr. Weasley and Lucius Malfoy had a fierce fight, and the diary of Voldemort's soul that should have been stuffed into Ginny Weasley's book by Lucius Malfoy did not appear. Then the Basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets would most likely not appear. Lin Xiu planned to make good use of this safe time and become stronger as soon as possible. That is, to obtain more emotional treasure chests and open more things. Therefore, starting from this year's course, Lin Xiu's speech and performance in the course have become more active. In addition, Lin Xiu is not very concerned about Peter Pettigrew. According to the original plot, Voldemort was able to revive 2 years later, mainly relying on the help of Peter Pettigrew. If I find a way to kill Peter Pettigrew without anyone noticing, will Voldemort be so easy to revive? Lin Xiu subconsciously glanced at Ron. Lin Xiu, what's wrong? Ron, where is your rat scabbers? At this moment, Peter Pettigrew still turned into a rat scabbers and stayed by Ron's side. Lin Xiu wanted to deal with Peter Pettigrew last school year, but he didn't find any opportunity. After he used the bat spirit curse on Peter Pettigrew on the train to school, the guy became more alert to Lin Xiu and often avoided Lin Xiu. Moreover, Lin Xiu didn't open many emotional treasure boxes last school year, and his own strength was not strong enough, so he temporarily shelved the plan to deal with Peter Pettigrew. Now the time is ripe, it's time to take action against Peter Pettigrew. I don't know, see, Scabbers may be hiding somewhere to sleep. Ron said, I often don't see it after school started. I brought it back from a corridor last time, and I don't know where it is now. Okay. Ron, if you see the mouse Scabbers, tell me. Ron nodded. It was Monday that Lin Xiu subdued the flying Cornwall elves in the defense against the dark arts class, and until Saturday, the rumors about him became more and more outrageous. At first, it was the Hans twins who ran over to ask, Lin Xiu, I heard that you beat Professor Lockhart away in the defense against the dark arts class. Fred said approvingly, cool. George said, you did what we always wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Then, Neville found Lin Xiu in the Gryffindor common room. Lin Xiu, I heard from others that you beat up Professor Lockhart in the defense against the dark arts class. Neville said in surprise, will the professor cry? I'm not sure whether Professor Lockhart will cry. But I am sure of one thing, Lin Xiu said helplessly, Neville, we took the defense against the dark arts class together, and I saved you from the chandelier. Sorry, I forgot. Neville said apologetically, I only remember that I was hung on the chandelier, and I didn't notice that you beat Professor Lockhart so badly. In the end, even Harry and Ron returned to the dormitory to find Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, is that true? Ron said hurriedly, you beat Professor Lockhart to death. Hermione, who was sitting next to Lin Xiu, glared at Ron. I spend most of my time with Lin Xiu. How come I don't know that he beat Professor Lockhart to death? As soon as he said this, Ron felt a little absurd. He explained, now those people outside are. It's like this, Harry said. Ron and I heard some people talking about Lin Xiu while we were having dinner. Many people said that after Lin Xiu's heroic performance in the defense against the dark arts class last time, Professor Lockhart held a grudge against him, so he asked Lin Xiu to have a life-and-death wizard duel in private. The battle was so dark and chaotic that sand and rocks flew everywhere. Harry described it vividly. In the end, Lin Xiu used a all-fixed body to freeze Professor Lockhart, and he died just like that. Except for the fact that Professor Lockhart died, I suddenly feel that this matter is still somewhat credible. Hermione said, think about it, Lin Xiu used a universal immobilization to freeze so many Cornwall elves. Lin Xiu found it a little funny. How did this rumor that was false at first glance spread? Although Lockhart's actual combat power is indeed very poor. But no matter what, Lockhart is still the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. How could anyone think that a second-year wizard like Lin Xiu could kill the professor of defense against the dark arts alone? This is a rumor. Lin Xiu said, let's not talk about whether I, a second-year wizard, can kill Professor Lockhart of the defense against the dark arts class. Professor Lockhart and I have no grudges, why should I kill him? Ahem. Actually, we also know it's a rumor. Ron said, it's just that this rumor sounds really interesting. Lin Xiu shook his head, let's not talk about this. Ron, have you seen your pet mouse Scabbers recently? Ron shook his head, it's strange to say, Scabbers has never disappeared for so long. Lin Xiu frowned. Did Peter Pettigrew discover my ill intentions? Lin Xiu didn't plan to wait any longer, he decided to take the initiative. But the Hogwarts castle is very large, and it is still difficult to find Peter Pettigrew who has turned into a mouse here. Unless, the confinement force shows the traces of everyone. Lin Xiu quickly thought of something, the Marauder's Map. The Marauder's Map is a magic map that shows every classroom, corridor and corner within the scope of the Hogwarts castle, and can also use the origin on the map mark everyone's location on it. According to the original book, the Marauder's Map should be in the hands of the Weasley twins now. They stole the map from Filch not long after they entered the first grade. Lin Xiu decided to ask the Weasley twins about the situation, and Hermione went with him. Harry and Ron happened to be free, so they also planned to go and play with the Weasley twins. But not long after they left the Gryffindor common room and walked into a corridor, Harry suddenly looked terrified. Harry, what's wrong? Hermione said, you don't look right. It's not me. Harry said hurriedly, it's the voice, that voice. I'm sorry. Ron said confusedly, what voice? That voice said, didn't you hear it? Harry looked at Lin Xiu for help, and Lin Xiu nodded. Because just as Harry's face turned horrified, Lin Xiu actually heard a strange sound. It was a creepy, breath-stopping, cold and vicious hissing sound. Lin Xiu couldn't fully understand the meaning of that voice. But the multilingual proficiency, opened from Dumbledore's emotional treasure chest, is playing a huge role. Lin Xiu can therefore roughly understand the meaning of this voice, full of malice and murderous. Why didn't I hear anything? Ron said confusedly. Lin Xiu, Harry, what sound did you hear? Lin Xiu could only roughly understand the meaning of the voice, but he couldn't say it out. And Harry said in a strange tone, come here, let me tear you apart, let me kill you. That's the voice I just heard. Harry, I have to say that it's a bit scary for you to speak in this way. Ron said, since Lin Xiu also heard that strange voice, it means that there must be something wrong with this matter. Professor Dumbledore is not in school. In the Transfiguration classroom, Professor McGonagall shook her head slightly. Professor Dumbledore is not in school again. Ron said in surprise, he was not there when we went to find him last year because of the Philosopher's Stone. Mr. Weasley, Professor Dumbledore has important things to do. Professor McGonagall said, if your business of looking for Dumbledore is not urgent, maybe you can talk to your dean. Professor, it's like this. Hermione said. Harry and Lin Xiu heard strange noises in the corridor. Hermione told Professor McGonagall what Harry and Lin Xiu had experienced. Strange noises? Killings? Not just Potter. Professor McGonagall looked at Lin Xiu. Mr. Lin Xiu, even you heard this strange noise? Lin Xiu nodded. In that case, Professor McGonagall attached great importance to this. Then I will go and take a look with you. She followed Lin Xiu and the others back to that corridor, and after a careful inspection, she shook her head slightly. Nothing was found. Professor McGonagall said, but even in the wizarding world, hearing strange noises is not a good thing. After thinking for a moment, she took out her wand and cast a spell. A burst of fluorescence flew into somewhere in the castle. Soon, Professor Snape came over from the direction of the potions classroom. Professor McGonagall, what happened? Severus, this is the case. Professor McGonagall briefly described the situation, and then said, Professor Snape, Professor Dumbledore told me to discuss it with you before leaving school. What do you think about the strange noises heard by Mr. Potter and Mr. Lin Xiu? Snape stared at Harry for a long time, until Harry involuntarily turned into a girl with red hair and green eyes, and then nodded. This matter has nothing to do with them. Snape said, as far as I know, some magic or dangerous magical animals may cause such a phenomenon. Speaking of magic, Snape stayed on Harry's lightning-shaped scar for a while. In this matter, Harry and Lin Xiu can be regarded as victims. Snape said, I suggest that this corridor be temporarily closed before we investigate the source of the strange sound they heard. In addition, let the students return to the lounge early at night. This is the only way for the time being. Professor McGonagall said, Mr. Lin Xiu, Mr. Potter, you go back to the dormitory first. Not long after Lin Xiu and others returned to the dormitory, the Weasley twins also returned to the Gryffindor lounge, followed by many people behind them. Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, said unhappily, this year's Quidditch game will start soon. We haven't trained for long. In fact, there is at least 1.5 months before the Quidditch game officially starts. Fred said. What's more, we are not the only ones who were driven back to the lounge. George said, I saw that the Slytherin Quidditch team was also driven back by Snape. Wood's mood was slightly better, and the Weasley twins looked at Lin Xiu. Hi, how are you? The Weasley twins looked at Lin Xiu with a smile. You beat Professor Lockhart into the hospital. How do you feel? These are just rumors. Lin Xiu took the Weasley twins to a corner and asked, do you have any way to let me know all kinds of information about Hogwarts? For example, who appeared in which classroom? He didn't say Marauder's map directly, and it was difficult to explain how he knew this name. But the Weasley twins obviously didn't think much about this. They immediately thought of something else. So, it's true that you want a duel with Professor Lockhart? Fred said excitedly, you want to know who appeared in which classroom? Is it to chase Professor Lockhart to fight? Come with us, we do have something to give you. George said with a smile, but when you officially duel with him, you must notify us to go and see. Lin Xiu wisely decided not to clarify the rumors of dueling with Lockhart for the time being. Fred took Lin Xiu to their dormitory, rummaged through the boxes and took out something, and put it on an empty table. It was a large, square, very old parchment with nothing written on it. This is. Lin Xiu tried to react as if he didn't know the Marauder's map. Well, Lin Xiu, it's the secret of our secret passages throughout Hogwarts. George patted the parchment affectionately. We can't bear to give it to you, said Fred, but in order to see you duel with Professor Lockhart, it's okay to lend it to you for a while. What's the use of this worn-out parchment? Worn-out parchment. Fred closed his eyes and made a face, as if Lin Xiu looked down on him. Explain, George. Well, when we were in the first year, Lin Xiu, we were young, carefree, and naive. Asking for flowers 0, I have to add that we are still quite young now. Fred said. Well, younger than we are now, said George. We had a little trouble with Filch at that time. We put a dung bomb in the corridor, and for some reason, this bomb frustrated Filch, said Fred. So he took us to his office, detention. In Filch's office, we noticed a strange thing, which was this parchment. George took out his wand, touched the parchment lightly and said, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Where the parchment was touched by the wand, thin ink lines like spider webs immediately appeared. These lines merged and crossed each other, and finally extended to every corner of the parchment. Point zero. Then words began to appear on the parchment, which were large curved green characters. Suppliers of auxiliary supplies for magical mischief makers, Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs. We proudly present the Marauder's Map. The map depicts every detail of Hogwarts Castle and its grounds. But the real eye-catcher is the tiny dots of ink moving along the map, each with a name in tiny letters. Lin Xiu leaned over to check. The map showed Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, wandering around the third floor, and Peeves, the mischievous ghost, hopping around in the trophy room. Lin Xiu, take it home and read it slowly. George said briskly, don't forget to erase the map after use. Otherwise, others will see it. Fred warned. Just tap it again with your wand and say, prank is over. It will turn back into a blank piece of parchment. George smiled strangely and said, young Lin Xiu, enjoy your duel with Professor Lockhart. Lin Xiu returned to the dormitory and looked everywhere on the map, trying to find Peter Pettigrew's name, but the names were so dense that he could not find anything for the time being. It has been like this for a long time. Lin Xiu was a little puzzled. Isn't Peter Pettigrew in Hogwarts? But when the school started, Ron clearly brought the mouse to school. This matter did not change until Halloween. When Filch saw Mrs. Norris hanging stiffly upside down on the wall, he looked directly at Harry. You, he screamed, you killed my cat. You killed it. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to dash Filch. Dumbledore stepped over a group of basketballs and roosters and rushed to the scene, followed by many other teachers. In the blink of an eye, he walked to Lin Xiu and Harry and took Mrs. Norris off the torch stand. Everyone return to your dormitory immediately and are not allowed to come out. Dumbledore said, Filch, Mr. Potter, Mr. Lin Xiu, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, you follow me. Lockhart hurried forward, Headmaster, my office is the closest here, you can go to my office. Thank you, Gilderoy. Dumbledore said. The crowd and the flock of chickens parted to let them pass. Lockhart followed Dumbledore in a proud manner, and Professor McGonagall and Snape followed. They walked into Lockhart's dim office. The self in Lockhart's photo hid in panic, while the real Lockhart lit the candle on the table and stepped back. Dumbledore placed Mrs. Norris on the polished table and began to examine her carefully. Harry and Ron exchanged nervous glances, then sat in chairs out of the candlelight and watched closely. Hermione stood next to Lin Xiu. Her breathing was a little rapid because of nervousness. Dumbledore leaned over to check Filch's cat, and his slender fingers gently poked here and there. Professor McGonagall also bent over and checked together. Snape squinted and stared at the stiff cat, occasionally glancing at the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. Lockhart wandered around them, constantly giving advice. It must have been killed by a spell, probably a torture spell. It's a pity I wasn't there, I just knew the antidote, I could have saved the poor cat. Filch cried sadly, which made Lockhart unable to continue boasting. At this time, Dumbledore whispered something strange and tapped Mrs. Norris with his magic material. But Mrs. Norris still lay there stiffly, like a freshly made specimen. Lockhart said, I remember encountering similar things before, a series of attacks, which are recorded in my autobiography. At that time, I provided various amulets to the people, and the problem was solved at once. As Lockhart spoke, the selfies he hung on the wall nodded in agreement. But Dumbledore stood up and said softly, it's not dead. Lockhart was counting the number of murders he had prevented, and he stopped involuntarily. Not dead? Filch choked, looking at Mrs. Norris through his fingers. Then why is it all stiff, as if it was frozen? It's petrified, said Dumbledore. Lockhart quickly followed up, I think so too. It must be Potter. Filch screamed, turning his tear-stained face to Harry. A second-year student couldn't have done this, Dumbledore said firmly, it requires the most profound dark magic dash. It was Potter. Filch spitted, you saw what he wrote on the wall. He found out in my office, that I was a squib. It wasn't me. I didn't touch Mrs. Norris at all, Harry shouted. Filch roared, nonsense. It must be you. Please allow me to say, Headmaster, said Snape, I don't think it was Harry's fault. Harry and his friends were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Filch said angrily, my cat is petrified. I want to see someone punished. Snape said slowly, I think I can vouch for Harry. He should not be punished. Filch was silent all of a sudden, sobbing softly. Dumbledore glanced at Harry, and then said firmly, Harry is innocent, Filch. In fact, I found some evidence. He tapped the stiff Mrs. Norris with his wand again. Suddenly, the office was filled with the sound of cats meowing. It's Mrs. Norris's voice. Filch said in surprise, Professor Dumbledore, have you cured her petrification? The treatment of petrification requires a potion prepared with mandrake. Dumbledore shook his head, this is just a little magic I created after something happened, which allows us to hear what Mrs. Norris heard during the period before she was petrified. Filch's mood became depressed again. Dumbledore had to comfort her, we will cure her. The mandrakes cultivated by Professor Sprout are growing very well. When they mature, we can make an antidote and Mrs. Norris will be able to come back to life. Now, let's listen to the last sounds Mrs. Norris heard. So everyone fell silent. After Mrs. Norris's meow, there was a series of scraping sounds of scales rubbing against the ground. In addition, there was the unique hissing sound of snakes. Immediately following was Mrs. Norris's scream of fear. Then came the chaotic footsteps of several people and Harry's obvious voice. I heard that voice. It wants to kill people. We have to rush over to save people. Then, there was the sound of balls hitting the ground and the clucking of roosters. These two sounds came from far away along with the footsteps of several people. The sound of scales rubbing against the ground and the hissing of snakes sounded again, but this time they were far away. Finally, Harry and Ron exclaimed, "It's Mrs. Norris, how could it become like this?" "Obviously, Mr. Potter is not as bad as you think, Filch," Dumbledore said. From these voices, Mr. Potter even saved Mrs. Norris to a certain extent. "I'm sorry, Mr. Potter." Filch was so awkward that his voice was almost inaudible and, Lin Xiu, thank you for saving Mrs. Norris. Then, Filch looked at Dumbledore. "Principal, please forgive me. Can you tell me who attacked poor Mrs. Norris?" Dumbledore looked at Snape. "Severus, do you have anything to say?" Snape nodded. "Professor Dumbledore, when you were not in school not long ago, Harry and his friends also encountered a special situation. They heard strange whispers." "Yes, you told me about it. That strange whisper, combined with the things I see now, I have some ideas." Snape said. The words on the wall mentioned the secret room. "It makes it hard for me not to think of the legendary Slytherin secret room." The last sound the cat heard was the crawling and hissing of snakes, as if it had encountered some kind of snake. And with the crowing of a rooster, the mysterious snake fled in a hurry. "I can't think of any explanation other than the basilisk. Coupled with our Slytherin's preference for snakes, I have every reason to suspect that there was a basilisk sleeping in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Now, it is very likely that a Slytherin heir opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the basilisk." Filch's expression became extremely horrified, and he stammered, "Basilisk. Will it kill a squib like me?" Dumbledore said in a reassuring voice, "You will be fine, Filch, because I will solve the basilisk issue as soon as possible." Filch breathed a sigh of relief. Snape stared at Harry fiercely. "Harry, why are you so reckless? You want to meddle in other people's business when you hear strange noises. Do you know that if you really encounter a basilisk and accidentally see its eyes, you may die directly?" Snape's voice was harsh, and Harry was scared to turn into a girl on the spot. He wanted to say something else, but looking at the red hair and green eyes, he finally just sighed. "Forget it, you are just kind. But I hope you can think more before doing anything, and don't rush up directly." Snape said, subconsciously avoiding Harry's green eyes. "I don't want to see you die meaninglessly." "I know." The girl Harry whispered, "Thank you, Professor Snape." Snape sighed and took out a bottle of blue potion and stuffed it into Harry's hand. "Take it, drink a little every morning. If you accidentally encounter a basilisk, it may save your life." Lockhart and Filch looked over. "Professor Snape, do you still have the potion you gave to Mr. Potter?" "No," Snape said coldly, "only one bottle." "By the way," Professor Dumbledore suddenly thought of a key question. "Harry, you were able to drive away the basilisk and save Mrs. Norris to a certain extent. A very important reason is that when you rushed over, you brought a burst of rooster crowing. What's going on?" "Lin Xiu gave it to me." Harry took out the basketball given by Lin Xiu, patted it on the ground a few times, and the crowing of roosters suddenly sounded. "Great little invention," Dumbledore said with a smile. "This ensures Harry's safety." Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape looked at Lin Xiu with kindness. Gryffindor plus 10 points. Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape spoke at the same time. Finally, Professor Dumbledore smiled and said, "Then, because of Lin Xiu's little invention, give Gryffindor 20 points. "Great!" Hermione grabbed Lin Xiu's arm in surprise, and Harry and Ron cheered. Lin Xiu also had a smile on his face. Ding! Slytherin's basilisk panic detected. Ding! Young Voldemort's anger detected. Ding! Peter Pettigrew's anxiety detected. Ding! Gilderoy Lockhart's jealousy detected. Drawing treasure chests for the host. Congratulations to the host for getting a silver treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for getting 3 gold treasure chests. After returning to the Gryffindor common room, Lin Xiu immediately chose to open the treasure chest. Ding! The silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for getting a charming smile. Ding! The gold treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for getting eye immunity. Congratulations to the host for getting advanced deformation resistance. Congratulations to the host for getting soul fortitude. Charming smile. As a teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Gilderoy Lockhart is undoubtedly incompetent. But in terms of handsomeness, Gilderoy Lockhart has enough say. He has won the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly for 5 consecutive times, After using it, your smile will become very charming. When you smile, your attraction to the opposite S*X will increase exponentially. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. Increasing the attraction to the opposite S*X is pretty good. He quickly chose to use it, and then focused his attention on the things in the 3 golden treasure chests. Gaze immunity. Basilisk is a giant venomous snake, also known as the Snake King. It is a creature bred by dark wizards and is extremely dangerous. When the victim comes into direct contact with the basilisk's eyes, he will die on the spot. Even if he comes into indirect contact with the basilisk's eyes, he will be petrified. After using it, you will be immune to the basilisk's deadly gaze, and you will not be affected by any effect when you look directly at the basilisk's eyes. You will be immune to the petrification effect, and you will not be petrified by any potion or spell. Good stuff. Lin Xiu used it immediately. Now in Hogwarts, the basilisk is active. Lin Xiu had been worried about the basilisk's deadly gaze before, but now he doesn't have to worry at all. He can focus more on killing Peter Pettigrew. Lin Xiu carefully felt the changes that took place after using gaze immunity. The images that the eyes could see became clearer. After a moment, Lin Xiu focused on the other 2 things that he had opened from the golden treasure chest. Advanced transfiguration resistance. In order to maintain their humanity and physical integrity, most animagus wizards will not keep themselves in the state of animal transformation. That is very dangerous. For more than 10 years after November 1981, Peter Pettigrew had been transformed into a mouse and hiding in the Weasley family. When his true identity was revealed by Sirius in June 1994, he was still able to successfully transform back to his human identity. After using it, your understanding of magical transformation will increase. When you use animagus transformation, you will not be affected by the animal nature of the transformation. You will be completely immune to the enemy's transformation spell attack, you will not be affected by the blood curse, and you can alleviate the blood curse of the blood curse orcs to a certain extent. Advanced transfiguration resistance. Blood cursed orc. Lin Xiu almost instantly thought of the only blood cursed orc that appeared in the original book, Nagini. That is, the snake that will meet Voldemort in a few years and become Voldemort's Horcrux. Nagini in human form is a shy, gentle, quiet and kind beauty, but she was cursed by the blood. According to the original book, the degree of Nagini's blood curse is irreversible, and she has completely turned into a beast-shaped snake and can't turn into a human. In the next few years, Nagini will meet Voldemort's residual soul in the forest of Albania. When Voldemort's residual soul is resurrected, the snake Nagini will follow Voldemort and become his pet, and finally, it will even become Voldemort's Horcrux. I don't know if my advanced transformation resistance can be used on the completely. Lin Xiu was looking forward to it. If he had a chance to meet Nagini, he wanted to try and see if he could turn Nagini back to human form. After all, Nagini was really a beauty in human form. It would be a pity to turn into a poisonous snake and live in a daze. After imagining, Lin Xiu turned his attention to the things that burst out of the young Voldemort's golden emotional treasure chest. Soul tenacity. Voldemort pursued power and immortality almost crazily. In terms of power, he pushed the boundaries of black magic to an unprecedented height. In terms of immortality, Voldemort's research on life and death and soul is far beyond most wizards. Voldemort's Horcrux diary contains a fragment of the young Voldemort's soul. The diary can make the young Voldemort's soul fragments absorb the life of the user, becoming stronger and stronger. Eventually, the soul becomes almost substantial and can even walk out of the diary and appear in human form. After using it, your soul will continue to grow stronger and tougher. When your soul is tough enough, you can use meditation to safely touch the veil of death at the boundary between life and death. Soul toughness? After using it, Lin Xiu did not feel any immediate changes in his body. But after a moment, he could sense that he had become different. Lin Xiu found that his body was undergoing positive changes in an extremely slow way. Thinking more quickly, the head is clearer. Is this the benefit of a stronger soul? Not only that, Lin Xiu also had a feeling in the dark. As his soul continued to grow stronger, his mastery of magic and spells was also gradually increasing. His strength was gradually increasing at a slow rate. Lin Xiu could not help but sigh. Although Voldemort is not a good person, the things he exploded are all pretty good. He directly ignored the veil of death related content in the description of soul toughness. Before he becomes strong enough, Lin Xiu doesn't want to touch things that involve life and death. Meanwhile, in Slytherin's secret room, a mouse ran out from a dark corner and turned into a short bald man with gray hair, Peter Pettigrew. A black diary fell out of his arms, and on the page that was opened, Tom Riddle's name was written. This was Voldemort's Horcrux diary. The diary fell directly to the ground, and a cold young man's voice came from it. Peter, you disappoint me. Peter Pettigrew's expression immediately became extremely terrified. Dear Master, please forgive me. I did use the parseltongue you gave me to find a way to release the basilisk, but I don't know what the crowing of the big rooster in Hogwarts is about. You have transformed into a mouse for so many years, not only your courage has become as small as a mouse, but also your head has become as small as a mouse? Voldemort said, the crowing of the rooster restrains the basilisk, so why don't you find a way to kill all the roosters in Hogwarts? Yes, Master. I'll do it right away. By the way, have you investigated the things I asked you to investigate? Peter Pettigrew hesitated and said, are you talking about Harry Potter and your things or? I don't have the habit of listening to others repeating their failures. Voldemort said coldly, you have told me before how the future noble Voldemort was defeated by a little boy. What I want you to investigate is how you got this diary. Yes, Master. Peter Pettigrew said, last month, in order to avoid a wizard named Lin Xiu, I have been running around in Hogwarts in the form of a mouse. Later, I accidentally entered the room of requirement in Hogwarts and found a disappearing cabinet, from which I took this diary. I spent a long time investigating and found that the disappearing cabinet in the room of requirement seems to be connected to the disappearing cabinet in Borgin and Bulger's shop. This means that someone sold your diary to Borgin and Bulger's shop. Who dares to sell my things as ordinary goods? Voldemort suppressing his anger, he said, who is this idiot? Lucius Malfoy. Peter Pettigrew said, as far as I know, he was once a member of our Death Eaters, and he also followed you during the time when you were called the Dark Lord. There is no doubt that Malfoy betrayed me. When I am resurrected, I will make him pay the price. Voldemort's cold voice came from the diary. Also, have you figured out what happened in Hogwarts last year? Yes. Peter Pettigrew said hesitantly, Master, it is said in Hogwarts that you controlled a guy named Quirrell and wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect yourself, but failed. The Quirrell you controlled was defeated by the little wizards including Lin Xiu and Harry Potter. I am not surprised by the name Harry Potter, but who is the little wizard named Lin Xiu? Master, I only know that he is from the Wu orphanage. Wu's orphanage. I didn't expect that damn Muggle orphanage is still running. Voldemort was silent for a long time, until Peter Pettigrew called out many times before continuing, okay, I understand. Peter, go and get rid of all the roosters in Hogwarts, and then control the basilisk to kill Harry Potter and Lin Xiu and other wizards. Yes, Master. Peter Pettigrew responded quickly, but Dumbledore is also in school. Why don't you control the basilisk and kill Dumbledore first? Me, Dumbledore? Peter Pettigrew's eyes widened. For a moment, he regretted finding Voldemort's diary. Who would write a diary? Master? Peter Pettigrew wanted Voldemort to change his mind, but Voldemort's diary was silent. After a long time, Peter Pettigrew turned back into a mouse and ran to the upper floors of Hogwarts Castle helplessly. Killing Dumbledore is almost impossible, but killing all the roosters in Hogwarts should not be a difficult task. For several days, the students talked about the attack on Mrs. Norris all day long without talking about anything else. Regardless of whether they were born in a pure-blood family, the students began to try to figure out what the sentence written on the spot where Mrs. Norris was attacked meant. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Those who are enemies of the heir, beware. What exactly does the so-called Chamber of Secrets refer to? In the library, all the books in stock of Hogwarts, a history of the school, were borrowed, and everyone wanted to find out the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. But there was no information related to the Chamber of Secrets in the book. In the end, everyone learned the legend of the Chamber of Secrets from Professor Binns of the History of Magic. According to the legend, the Chamber of Secrets of Hogwarts was secretly built by Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders. There are terrifying creatures hidden in the Chamber of Secrets. After learning about this legend, the students became even more terrified. Many young wizards who were not from pure-blood families were worried that they would be attacked by the terrifying creatures left by Slytherin. This panic lasted for about 2 days and then ended, because Dumbledore announced 2 things. First, the Chamber of Secrets did exist, but he had a clue and was dealing with it, and it would be properly resolved soon. Second, the crowing of roosters had a strong inhibitory effect on the creatures that appeared in the Chamber of Secrets, and could protect their own safety. After Dumbledore's announcement, the panic of the young wizards in Hogwarts was relieved a lot, and the Weasley twins' rooster basketball project began to become popular. After all, the number of live roosters is limited. But the Weasley twins can provide as many magic basketballs that can make rooster sounds after flapping. For a while, the crowing of Hogwarts roosters continued. People's attention on many things shifted to roosters. Many activities related to roosters and magic basketball began to appear. But Lin Xiu's attention was not on these things. After getting gaze immunity from the treasure chest, Lin Xiu could ignore the threat of the basilisk, and he began to think of ways to eliminate Peter Pettigrew. As expected, Lin Xiu still failed to find Peter Pettigrew's location with the help of the Marauders map. He guessed that the other party might be hiding in a room that the Marauders map could not show. With the help of the Hogwarts secret passages from the treasure chest, Lin Xiu quickly found the location of the room of requirement. Here, he did not find Peter Pettigrew, but found many traces left by Peter Pettigrew. However, these traces were obviously some time old. This shows that Pettigrew had stayed in the room of requirement for a long time, but now no one knows where he went. The clues were temporarily interrupted, but Lin Xiu thought of another key. Since Peter Pettigrew is now related to the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk, then think in reverse. As long as the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk can be found, Peter Pettigrew will most likely be found. According to the original book, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is located in the girls' bathroom where Moaning Myrtle is, and the entrance needs to be opened with Parseltongue. Lin Xiu did not intend to rush into the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets to find Peter Pettigrew. In the Chamber of Secrets, it is equivalent to the opponent's home court, and Lin Xiu is at a disadvantage. What's more, there is a huge basilisk hiding in the dark in the Chamber of Secrets ready to attack. Although Lin Xiu has obtained gaze immunity through the emotional treasure box and will not be affected by the basilisk's instant death gaze, but for Lin Xiu, the basilisk is still very threatening. Its snake venom is too strong. Try to find a way to avoid the influence of the basilisk's venom. By the way, in the original book, the tears of the phoenix can cure the basilisk's venom. I have to find a way to get some tears of the phoenix fox. Putting Peter Pettigrew's matter aside for the time being, Lin Xiu decided to solve the threat of the basilisk's venom from the aspects of potions and phoenix tears, just in case. Soon, the opportunity came. Not long after Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, was attacked, Dumbledore acknowledged the existence of the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. At the same time, Dumbledore also emphasized that the crowing of the rooster can restrain the monsters in the Chamber of Secrets and ensure their personal safety. Therefore, a rooster fever swept the Hogwarts campus. Everyone must bring a rooster with them when they go out, and take a pet rooster for a walk. At worst, they had to bring the C***K-Crow basketball developed by Lin Xiu and the Weasley twins, and shoot while walking. Because of the attack by the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, the young wizards didn't even have much time to pay attention to the Quidditch game that was about to start. They were worried about the attack by the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. After all, no one could guarantee that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets would not come out during the Quidditch game. This made many Quidditch enthusiasts, including Professor McGonagall, anxious. Needless to say, the members of each student's Quidditch team maintained their love for Quidditch even during the attack by the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. But with a large number of spectators leaving the Quidditch game, there was no point in holding the game. Finally, the Weasley twins, who were always active, drew inspiration from Lin Xiu's previous basketball C***K idea. Since everyone is afraid of the attack of the Chamber of Secrets monster, so they dare not come to watch the Quidditch game, then why don't we solve the problem that everyone is worried about? The Weasley twins offered advice to Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. According to what Principal Dumbledore said, the crowing of roosters can restrain the Chamber of Secrets monster, so we just need to find a way to add more roosters to the Quidditch game, and the problem will be solved. The Weasley twins' suggestion, when first heard, would make people feel outrageous, but more and more people gradually agreed with this suggestion and continued to optimize it. For example, since roosters are going to be added, why not just make everything rooster-like? All the brooms ridden by the Quidditch teams were replaced with flying roosters. The quaffles in the Quidditch game were replaced with chicken balls, bloodjars were replaced with bloodjars, and the golden snitch was replaced with golden roosters. All the roosters participating in the game were magically enhanced and fully adapted to the high-intensity confrontation of Quidditch. All the members of the Slytherin Quidditch team, including Draco Malfoy, expressed a solemn protest. The whole team had just changed to the latest flying broom sponsored by Malfoy, the Nimbus 2001, and were preparing to show their style and performance in the Quidditch arena. Now they changed to a unified flying rooster. Wouldn't it be a waste? But their insignificant opposition was ineffective, and almost everyone agreed to the plan to temporarily change the Quidditch to the Quidditch rooster this time. Headmaster Dumbledore was even more supportive, but he smiled and said that it was a good thing to change the golden snitch to the golden rooster, but he decided to make a slight modification. Dumbledore decided to let his pet Phoenix Fox act as the golden snitch in the Quidditch game. The team that caught the flying Phoenix Fox on the Quidditch field would win. Finally, Dumbledore emphasized a new rule. During this Quidditch game, all students must come to watch the game and cannot stay in Hogwarts Castle. The approval of the Quidditch game plan by Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin, finally made the little wizards in Slytherin lose their temper. On Saturday morning, the much-anticipated Quidditch game between Gryffindor and Slytherin was about to begin. Harry was more excited than nervous about this Quidditch game. Lin Xiu was slightly different. He was more concerned about the Phoenix Fox. Lin Xiu was planning to find an opportunity to take advantage of this Quidditch game to let a few tears fall from the Phoenix Fox. As 11 o'clock approached, all the teachers and students in the school took their pet roosters to the Quidditch Stadium to watch this unique Quidditch game. It was a hot and humid day, with thunder rumbling faintly in the sky. When Lin Xiu approached the locker room, Hermione hurried over to wish him good luck. After he and Harry put on the bright red Gryffindor uniforms, Wood began his pre-match pep talk as usual. "This is a good opportunity for us. Wood said, at the beginning of the semester, the Slytherin team's brooms were better than ours, which is undeniable. But this time Quidditch has been changed to Quidditch Chicken, and we have a better chance of winning. We train harder than them and have flown in all kinds of weather conditions. Our players are stronger than Slytherin. That's right, said George Weasley. Since August, my clothes have never been dry because of Quidditch training. We have to let those guys in Slytherin know that Quidditch games, in the final analysis, it's a competition of people. We can beat Slytherin when we are riding on flying brooms, and we can beat them when we are riding flying cocks. Wood's chest was heaving with excitement, and he looked at Lin Xiu. Harry, it's up to you. You have to show those guys in Slytherin that as a Quidditch player, it is definitely not enough to just have a rich father like Malfoy. Lin Xiu, this time you have to shoot the chicken ball, not the quaffle. There is a slight difference between the two, and you need to pay attention. But I believe you can definitely score hard, Harry. The golden snitch has turned into a phoenix, but I don't think it should be particularly difficult for you to catch it. Harry, either catch the Phoenix Fox before Malfoy, or die on the field. We must win today. Lin Xiu said, so don't be stressed, Harry. When they walked out of the locker room and toward the field, they were greeted by a noisy sound. Mainly cheering. Because the crowds of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff all wanted to see Slytherin defeated. On the one hand, it was because these colleges had been at odds with Slytherin before, and on the other hand, it was because of the attack of the Chamber of Secrets not long ago. Although there was no obvious evidence that this incident was related to the students of Slytherin, the students of the other three colleges agreed that a student of Slytherin must have led the attack of the Chamber of Secrets. The game was about to start. The referee Madam Hooch asked Slytherin Captain Flint and Gryffindor Captain Wood to shake hands. They stared at each other with threatening eyes and held each other's hands unnecessarily tightly. Listen to my whistle, said Madam Hooch. 3, 2, 1, start the game. The crowd was noisy, sending them off. 14 players rode 14 flying cocks into the sky together. Everyone had their own duties. Harry concentrated on finding Fawkes, the phoenix that replaced the golden snitch. Lin Xiu took the lead, caught a flying C***** K and threw it directly into the Slytherin goal. Commentator Lee Jordan jumped onto the stage and shouted excitedly, Lin Xiu pitched. Beautiful. Gryffindor gets 10 points. Others gradually reacted and cheered. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, see ya. Lin Xiu. Just like last year's Quidditch game, this year's Quidditch Chicken game, Lin Xiu still won the first place for Gryffindor. Next, it was almost a one-man show by Lin Xiu. Quidditch became Quidditch Chicken, and all the balls and flying brooms became big roosters protected by magic. Most people couldn't adapt well, but Lin Xiu had intermediate magical animal affinity, and it didn't take him long to adapt when he controlled the magic rooster to fly. In fact, his flying speed was several points faster than when he rode a flying broom. Therefore, his goal scoring in this Quidditch game was even more courageous than in last year's Quidditch game. Lin Xiu easily dodged the wandering chicken shot by Slytherin. The ball went in again. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Xiu scored another goal. Gryffindor continues to score. Lin Xiu scored 5 goals. He is unstoppable. Bonus points, Gryffindor bonus points. Lin Xiu is still scoring. The cheers in the Gryffindor crowd were deafening, and Lee Jordan excitedly announced Lin Xiu has scored a full 200 points for Gryffindor. The only time Lin Xiu didn't score was because he made a mistake in his pitching. Slytherin the people there simply couldn't cause any effective interference to Lin Xiu. To be honest, it was as if S.I. Jianlin's goalkeeper didn't exist. My 80-year-old grandmother could guard the goal better than him. Anyway, they can't keep the goal, so anyone can do it. The whole stadium was cheering for Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Almost everyone was infected by the atmosphere on the scene. But as the protagonist of everyone's attention, Lin Xiu himself was not too excited. Because his main attention was on the Phoenix Fox flying around the stadium. Lin Xiu was thinking about how he could not deliberately get tears from Fox. Just then, Lin Xiu noticed that Harry, who was chasing the Phoenix Fox in mid-air, was targeted by 2 black wandering cocks. The wandering C***K played the role of the wandering ball in the Quidditch game in this Quidditch game. In theory, it should fly around the field and try to attack the players of both teammates equally. But at this moment, the 2 wandering cocks all targeted Harry. What's going on? Harry Potter and the other party are both very angry. Is there something wrong with these 2 roosters? Commentator Lee Jordan shouted, is there something wrong with these 2 roosters? Harry dodged left and right in mid-air, using a very complicated Z-shaped movement to avoid the crazy attack of the 2 roosters. In the end, he took the risk of being hit by the 2 roosters and caught the Phoenix Fox who replaced the golden snitch. One of Harry's hands was broken by the rooster, so he could only hug Phoenix Fox with the other hand, clamp the flying rooster with his legs, and try his best not to let himself be injured. However, the flying rooster was a living creature after all. It did not fall straight down, but spread its wings and glided to the ground. Harry was generally safe. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Lin Xiu was faster than everyone else. He rode his flying rooster directly to Harry's side and stared at the Phoenix Fox in Harry's hand. For Harry, Phoenix Fox was equivalent to 150 points in this Quidditch chicken game, and for Lin Xiu, Phoenix Tears were a healing medicine that could effectively target the basilisk's poison. Phoenix Fox was a big treasure. At this time, Phoenix Fox was quietly being held by Harry. It had a long, sharp golden beak and 2 sparkling eyes. The big bird stared at Harry's hand that was broken by the wandering rooster, and put its beautiful head on the place where Harry's hand was broken, and tears like October pearls flowed out. Lin Xiu naturally took out a small bottle he carried with him, moved it close to Fox's eyes, and intercepted some tears. At first, Fox didn't care too much, because Lin Xiu took out a small bottle. But later, when Lin Xiu took out a bottle that was bigger than Fox's head, Fox's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, buddy, do you want to see what you are doing? 1 or 2 tears are fine. Such a big bottle, are you trying to kill me?" The next second, Fox flapped his wings, and Lin Xiu couldn't help but take a few steps back. The phoenix quickly smeared its tears on Harry's arm a few times, and flew away in a hurry. Everyone rushed over to celebrate Lin Xiu's 200 points for Gryffindor, and Harry caught the Phoenix Fox. Lin Xiu felt a little regretful. After collecting enough phoenix tears in a small bottle, he changed to a large bottle, mainly to try whether he could get an emotional treasure chest from the Phoenix Fox. Previous experience has proved that those magical animals with intelligence have the opportunity to get an emotional treasure chest. But unfortunately, the Phoenix's emotions are not generally stable. It doesn't matter. There will be another chance in the future. Lin Xiu touched the phoenix tears in the small bottle and nodded with satisfaction. With these tears, the basilisk's poison is no longer a threat. After that, what Lin Xiu needs to consider is how to use a reasonable way to let Harry use Parseltongue to open the door of the Chamber of Secrets. In addition, after the door of the Chamber of Secrets is opened and Peter Pettigrew is found, how to kill him in a safe and reasonable way. After the Quidditch game is over, everyone arrives at Hogwarts Castle. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore is listening to Snape's report. While the whole school went to watch the Quidditch game, I searched the Slytherin lounge and the surrounding area. Snape said, "I didn't find any obvious abnormalities." Dumbledore said, "This is normal. Salazar Slytherin is a powerful wizard. It's not surprising that we can't find the means he left behind. The main threat in the Chamber of Secrets is the deadly basilisk. For a long time, the basilisk has not left any traces on the ground of Hogwarts Castle." According to Lin Xiu and Harry, the strange whispers they heard seemed to come from the wall. I went to see that the wall behind it is not a completely solid stone wall, but a lot of pipes. We can start investigating from these pipes later. Snape nodded. At this time, accompanied by a crisp cry, the Phoenix Fox returned to the principal's office. In the Slytherin secret room, a dark green fire rose, illuminating Peter Pettigrew's terrified eyes. The original Peter Pettigrew was just a middle-aged man with bald spots after he turned into a human form. But now, Peter Pettigrew's skin was as dry as old tree bark, and he looked sick, as if he had a serious illness. "Master, I beg for your mercy," Peter Pettigrew said weakly. "I really can't kill those chickens in Hogwarts. They carry roosters as pets. Those little wizards don't even play Quidditch, but instead play Quidditch chicken games." In front of him, the Japanese diary floated in the air. With the diary as the core, an illusory gloomy boy gradually appeared, which was the young Voldemort. "Waste." Voldemort's words scared Peter Pettigrew so much that he trembled all over. This made Peter Pettigrew involuntarily defend himself. "Master, I really want to share your worries, but your diary has absorbed too much of my vitality. I really have no strength left." Voldemort's shadow looked at Peter Pettigrew coldly, without saying anything, which was considered as tacit agreement. The soul fragments he left in the Horcrux diary can absorb the vitality of the holder and continue to grow stronger. When the soul fragments in the Horcrux diary grow to a certain extent, Voldemort can even appear in this world directly in the form of a teenager. After a moment, Voldemort said coldly, "Forget it, you are still a little loyal to me. Since you can't kill those roosters and can't make the basilisk start killing, forget it." The young Voldemort said, "Put aside the matter of the roosters, the most important thing now is 2 things. First, it is my resurrection." The shadow of the young Voldemort stared at Peter Pettigrew. "I need you to provide more vitality so that I can gradually return to the strong posture of a young man." "Master." Peter Pettigrew was so scared that he knelt down directly. "I am too weak. If you absorb my vitality again, I will die directly." "I never thought you were a fool who was willing to sacrifice yourself." The young Voldemort was speechless even in the form of a soul shadow. "There are hundreds of people in the whole Hogwarts. Is it difficult for you to catch a few little wizards?" "I'm sorry, Master." Peter Pettigrew stammered, "Since I got the diary and noticed your existence, I have been very weak and couldn't sleep well. Maybe I have become a little stupid." "Then you'd better become smarter." I don't have too much patience for stupid people, Voldemort said, and the second most important thing is Lin Xiu and Harry Potter. According to what you said, Lin Xiu and that Potter once destroyed my plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone and revive last year, Voldemort said. Catch them, or but. Master, I am too weak now and can't deal with them. Especially those professors including Principal Dumbledore are increasingly protecting Hogwarts. Use my diary, Voldemort said. My diary is also a powerful magic prop. Since you can't do it, I will do it myself. Dumbledore pays great attention to Harry Potter, Master, Peter Pettigrew said cautiously. Sending your diary to Lin Xiu or Potter is no different from sending it to Dumbledore. The shadow of the young Voldemort did not speak, but glanced at Peter Pettigrew. Suddenly, Peter Pettigrew seemed to be stabbed by thousands of needles, and the whole person became more and more decadent and weak. Stop, Master. Stop. Stop sucking my life force. Peter Pettigrew wailed for mercy, even turning into a rat and rolling around. Don't change into that dirty animagus transformation in front of me. Voldemort finally stopped. I don't like to hear any doubts about me from you. Peter Pettigrew turned back into human form, lying on the ground and begging for mercy in a low voice. Yes. Many years ago, I opened the Chamber of Secrets, released the basilisk to kill a Hogwarts student, and made this diary. Voldemort said confidently. At that time, Dumbledore was a teacher at the school, and he didn't find out the truth. Now that he is old, it is even more impossible for him to notice the strangeness of my diary. I am confident that I can kill a few more Hogwarts students under Dumbledore's nose without attracting any attention. Do it according to my plan. The shadow of young Voldemort returned to the diary. Peter Pettigrew put the diary away in panic and crawled towards the pipe outside the secret room with his body hunched. Peter Pettigrew really regretted it now. At first, when he first found Voldemort's diary and discovered Voldemort in the diary, he was still a little happy. Peter Pettigrew thought that he could get some credit for helping Voldemort and continue to follow Voldemort in the future. But who could have thought that his vitality was gradually absorbed by the diary and he was almost half dead? However, it was useless to regret now. Peter Pettigrew sighed and prepared to find Lin Xiu and Harry to complete the task assigned to him by Voldemort. Throughout October, Lin Xiu was preparing a reasonable and safe way to kill Peter Pettigrew, and he was basically ready. With the intermediate potions mastery from the emotional treasure box, Lin Xiu prepared potions such as life and death water mixed with explosive liquid, throat-locking poison gas, etc., and combined with some strong and highly toxic potions to catch Peter Pettigrew off guard. In addition, Lin Xiu collected and cultivated offensive plants such as poisonous tentacles and biting cabbages in the Forbidden Forest with intermediate herbology mastery. Finally, Lin Xiu also practiced many offensive spells for emergency use. The preparations for dealing with Peter Pettigrew have been completed, and now there is only one problem. Lin Xiu has not yet figured out how to obtain Parseltongue in a reasonable way or use Harry's Parseltongue to open the door to the Chamber of Secrets. However, this problem will be solved soon, because after entering November, a brand new parchment was nailed to the Gryffindor common room. It said that the duel club was about to start. Everyone, including Lin Xiu, was very interested in this. The so-called duel club is to allow students to have safe wizard duels under the guidance of the teacher in charge to improve the magic fighting level of the young wizards. Some young wizards are dreaming of being able to make a big splash in the duel club. Lin Xiu is looking forward to Harry's performance in the duel club. According to the original book, Harry accidentally revealed his Parseltongue during the wizard duel. When Harry's Parseltongue was revealed, Lin Xiu could naturally guide Harry to understand Parseltongue, and finally use Harry's Parseltongue to open the door to the Chamber of Secrets. The first meeting of the duel club was that night, but before the afternoon, Harry suddenly found Lin Xiu and Ron mysteriously. I picked up a mysterious notebook. Lin Xiu couldn't help frowning. In the magic world, mystery is not a particularly good word. A mysterious thing often represents danger. Lin Xiu said, Harry, strange things are likely to bring danger. Danger? Harry laughed. Stop talking nonsense. How could there be danger? As he spoke, Harry took out a small, thin notebook-like thing from his pocket. The black cover of the notebook was tattered. Harry, Lin Xiu is right. My father told me that some books confiscated by the Ministry of Magic can even blind people. Ron said in fear, anyone who has read Wizard's Sonnet can only speak in limericks for the rest of his life. An old wizard in Bath has a book. Once you read it, you must bury your face in the book forever, and, okay, I understand now, Harry said. This time, Lin Xiu and Ron both noticed that something was wrong with Harry. Harry was too reckless at this time. It's just a diary, what's the problem? Harry picked up the black-covered notebook and showed it to Lin Xiu and Ron. There was a faded date on it, which belonged to 50 years ago. In addition, there was a name written in unclear ink, Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle? Voldemort. Lin Xiu finally understood why Harry suddenly became so reckless. Because there was a remnant of Voldemort's soul in Harry's body. To some extent, Harry is now Voldemort's third Horcrux. This diary is Voldemort's diary, and it is also Voldemort's Horcrux, and Voldemort's soul fragments live in it. It must be the remnant of Voldemort's soul in the Horcrux diary that affected Harry, which made Harry so impulsive in front of the diary. Harry, I always feel that this diary is a bit weird. Ron said, let's give it to Professor Dumbledore to take a look. Lin Xiu has the intermediate malice resistance from the emotional treasure box, which can ignore the negative effects of the Horcrux diary, but Harry and Ron can't do it now. One of them is attracted by the Horcrux diary, and the other can sense that something is wrong. It's okay. Harry flipped through a few pages of the diary and turned directly to the back cover, which was printed with the name of a newspaper seller in Vauxhall Road, London. Tom Riddle must be a muggle, Harry said thoughtfully, that's why he bought the diary in Vauxhall Road. Lin Xiu suddenly felt a little bit amused. Harry, you are really bold. Say Voldemort is a muggle. If he could hear this, he would probably be so angry that he would rush over and cast a few more Avada Kedavra curses on Harry. Well, this diary is not of much use to you anyway. Ron said, throw it away, or put it back where it was. But Harry shook his head and put the diary in his pocket. I always think it will be of some use. Ron did not persuade him anymore. Lin Xiu did not continue to insist. On the one hand, he was not sure if he could convince Harry, who was affected by the Horcrux diary, to give up the diary. On the other hand, Lin Xiu also knew that Voldemort at this stage could not cause physical damage to Harry. The diary would at most make Harry a little depressed. But at the same time, the residual soul of Voldemort in the diary could further affect Harry and increase the probability of Harry showing Parseltongue. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. After dinner, the long dining table in the Hogwarts Great Hall disappeared. A gilded stage appeared along one wall, with hundreds of candles floating on the stage, shining brightly. The ceiling became as dark as velvet. Almost all the students in the school came and crowded together, each holding his own wand, with an excited face. Who will teach us to duel? Hermione stood next to Lin Xiu and said happily, someone told me that Professor Flitwick was a duel champion when he was young. Maybe he will teach us. As long as it's not Lockhart. Harry's words turned into a sigh before he finished speaking. Gilderoy Lockhart, wearing a purple robe, walked onto the gilded stage, and across from him was Professor Snape, wearing a black robe. Professor Snape was looking at Harry at this time, frowning slightly. It's not a good habit to ignore your opponent in a duel, Professor Snape. 17 Lockhart clapped his hands and shouted, come around, everyone come around. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Great. Lockhart tidied his golden curly hair in a showy manner. It's like this. In view of the recent attacks, Professor Dumbledore has allowed me to set up a duel club and let me train everyone. When the need arises, you will be able to protect yourself, just like I have protected myself countless times from attacks by dark magic. If you want to know about this, please read my published works. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. Lockhart said, grinning. Professor Snape also knows a thing or two about dueling, and he generously agreed to risk helping me to demonstrate a little wizard duel before class. I won't let you little guys worry. After I demonstrate with him, I will also replace your potion teacher intact for you. Don't be afraid. Lin Xiu wanted to laugh when he heard it. Where did Lockhart get the confidence that he could easily defeat Snape in a wizard duel? Soon, the duel between the two began. Lockhart and Snape turned to face each other and bowed slightly. As you can see, we usually hold our wands in a dueling posture. Lockhart smiled perfectly and said to the crowd, on the count of 3, Professor Snape and I will cast the first spell. Of course, neither of us will kill the other. 3. The two raised their wands over their shoulders at the same time. Snape shouted Expelliarmus, before Lockhart could react. A dazzling red light flashed, and Lockhart flew back off the stage, hit the wall and slid to the ground, curling up like a cooked shrimp. Malfoy and several Slytherin students applauded, and many little girls screamed and ran to the place where Lockhart fell. Lockhart staggered to his feet, his hat fell off and his wavy hair stood up. Professor Snape, a very good disarming charm. Lockhart staggered back onto the stage and said, yes, it's a really good idea to show you this one. Snape took Harry to a huge, hideous stone monster. He said to the statue, iced lemonade. The stone monster suddenly came to life and jumped aside, and the wall behind it broke in two. Inside the wall was a spiral staircase, slowly moving upwards. Snape took Harry up together, and they spiraled up the stairs, finally stopping in front of a shiny oak door with a brass door knocker in the shape of a griffin. Opening the door, it was a spacious and beautiful prototype room, full of all kinds of funny little noises. There were many strange silverware on the table with long legs, spinning, and spewing out puffs of smoke. The walls were covered with portraits of former male and female headmasters, and the people in the portraits were snoring softly in their frames. Harry followed Snape into the headmaster's office warily. Perhaps because Harry had changed back to a boy on the way here, Snape ignored Harry and walked to the headmaster's desk and sat down on a stool nearby. Harry was attracted by a strange thing. On a tall gilded branch at the door, stood an old and frail bird, like a turkey with half of its feathers plucked out. Harry stared at it and vaguely recognized that it was the phoenix fox who played the role of the golden snitch in the Quidditch game not long ago. But for some reason, Fox was no longer as energetic and beautiful as before in the Quidditch game, but looked old and frail. Harry stared at Fox, and Fox also looked at him with a sad look, making a series of suffocating sounds. Harry began to wonder if Fox was sick, because Fox was shedding feathers from time to time, and his eyes were extremely dry, as if he had cried for 3 days and 3 nights and couldn't sleep. He began to worry that Dumbledore's phoenix suddenly died here. Although Professor Snape was also in the office, Harry was not sure whether Snape would testify for him. Just as Harry was thinking this, the bird's whole body suddenly caught fire. Harry was horrified to see that the phoenix fox had turned into a ball of fire. It screamed and turned into a pile of ashes on the floor that were not completely extinguished. The door of the office opened at this time, and Dumbledore walked in with a solemn face. "Professor," Harry panted, "your bird suddenly caught fire. It has nothing to do with me. I don't know how to save it." Dumbledore smiled and said, "Harry, I know Fox is self-immolating, and it has nothing to do with you. As a phoenix, Fox will self-immolate when he is about to die, and then be reborn from the ashes." Harry looked down and saw a little chick poking its head out of the ashes, looking sad. And, strictly speaking, Fox self-immolation has more to do with another person. Dumbledore walked to the back of the table and sat down. "In the Quidditch game not long ago, Fox had intended to use the healing tears to heal your broken arm, but Fox told me that Lin Xiu made him cry too much in that game." Dumbledore sat down on the high-backed chair behind the table, looked at Snape who was sitting on the sofa next to him, and nodded slightly. "Fox's matter is not important, Harry. We should talk about your matter now." Dumbledore looked at Harry with his light blue eyes. "Professor Snape told me that you have shown the ability to talk to snakes, right?" "Yes, Professor." Harry said cautiously, "This is the second time I have talked to a snake. Once at the zoo, I accidentally talked to a python and asked it to help scare my cousin Dudley. I guess talking to snakes is not a special ability. There should be many wizards who can do this, right, Professor? Few people can talk to snakes in their language." Dumbledore shook his head. "That's Parseltongue. In fact, Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin College, is a Parseltongue himself." Harry opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He had an inexplicable panic in his heart. Could it be that he would be the descendant of Salazar Slytherin? "But I belong to Gryffindor," Harry argued nervously. "If I had Slytherin blood, the Sorting Hat would not put me in Gryffindor." "Don't worry, Harry." Dumbledore smiled. "Slytherin people value the talent of Parseltongue, but it doesn't mean you are destined to be a Slytherin." Snape snorted coldly and said nothing. "But," Harry was silent, "Professor, when the Sorting Hat sorted me, it once told me that I would be very good in Slytherin." Dumbledore said, "Harry, but the Sorting Hat finally put you in Gryffindor. Think about why it happened." "The Sorting Hat put me in Gryffindor," Harry said dejectedly, "because I said I wouldn't go to Slytherin." "That's it, Harry," Dumbledore smiled. "It's not our ability that determines who we are, but our choice." Harry sat motionless in the chair in front of Dumbledore, completely stunned. Snape closed his eyes and said nothing. "But I still have something I want to talk to you about," Dumbledore said. "Harry, I have to ask you, is there anything you want to tell me?" Dumbledore said gently, "Anything is fine." Snape opened his eyes and looked at Harry. Harry didn't know what to say. He immediately thought of the strange diary with Tom Riddle's name written on it. Harry could clearly recall that when he was next to the diary, he felt like he was possessed by a demon. If it weren't for Lin Xiu's occasional reminders and Ron's frequent conversations with him, Harry felt that he might have become inexplicably obsessed with that strange diary. Thinking of Lin Xiu's warning, in the magical world, mysterious things often mean danger, Harry said to Dumbledore, "Yes, sir. I encountered some strange things. I found a diary signed by Tom Riddle." Snape suddenly jumped up from his seat and stared at Harry. "That name. Say that name again." Harry whispered, "Tom Riddle." Snape, who was always calm, was a little out of control at this time. He walked around Dumbledore's office quickly. After a while, Snape let out a sigh and regained his composure. He looked at Dumbledore. "Professor, I think it's time for us to solve the threat of the Chamber of Secrets." Dumbledore nodded. "So," Harry was a little bit unbelievable, "the diary I picked up is Voldemort's." Dumbledore nodded in affirmation, and then said, "Harry, can you tell us where you got this diary?" "Probably a bathroom." Harry said, "It seems to be the bathroom where Moaning Myrtle is." "Myrtle, I remember that child." Dumbledore said, "Many years ago, when Voldemort was studying at Hogwarts, the Chamber of Secrets was opened once. Hogwarts died. A student, Myrtle. At that time, Voldemort deceived many people. He made many people believe that it was Hagrid who opened the Chamber of Secrets and killed Myrtle. Hagrid was expelled for this, and Voldemort escaped punishment. Myrtle died in that bathroom, and Harry also found the Dark Lord's diary in that bathroom. Snape looked at Dumbledore. Professor, I have reason to suspect that the entrance to Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets is in Myrtle's bathroom. Yes, Severus, without a doubt. Dumbledore said. Professor, I don't understand. Professor Binns of the History of Magic said that over the years, many professors at Hogwarts have searched the Chamber of Secrets, but none of them have found the entrance to it. Harry said, didn't they think of the bathroom? The year Myrtle was murdered, I searched the bathroom, and I didn't find anything. But it's different now. Harry said in confusion. Professor, what's different? Parseltongue, Harry. Dumbledore said, I think the key to the Chamber of Secrets may be the serpentine tongue that has appeared in both you and Voldemort. I understand, Professor. Harry said, then let's go solve the problem of the Chamber of Secrets now. Before that, we have one more thing to do. Dumbledore said, the diary left by Voldemort still has his power, and we have to solve its troubles first. I left it in the dormitory. I'll go get it now. Dumbledore and Snape looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Harry, it seems that the diary has had some effects on you that you haven't noticed. You've become childish. Dumbledore stood up and Snape followed him. Let's go together to be safe. After the dueling club ended, Harry was taken away, and Lin Xiu and the others waited for Harry to come back in the Gryffindor common room. But what Lin Xiu didn't expect was that when Harry came back, Professor Dumbledore and Snape went to the Gryffindor common room together. There were other Gryffindor students in the common room, but they were a little nervous when they saw Snape, and most of them ran back to their dormitories. Lin Xiu and the others looked at Harry with a serious face, asking with their eyes what happened. About the diary. I told the professors. Harry took a breath. Professor Dumbledore told me that the owner of the diary, Tom Riddle, is actually Voldemort. Hermione was very surprised. Lin Xiu understood immediately. No wonder Snape, who always disliked Gryffindor, would appear here. Ron was a little unbelievable. So, we have been with Voldemort's diary for so many days? Have we been cursed by Voldemort's dark magic? Don't worry about this, Mr. Weasley. Dumbledore took a closer look at Ron and said with a smile, there is no trace of dark magic on you, I am sure. And Professor Snape and I are here to solve the problem of the diary. Snape walked in front and pushed open the door of Lin Xiu and Harry's room. Harry followed closely. How could this happen? Lin Xiu walked behind Harry and saw that the dormitory, which was originally tidy, had become a mess, especially near Harry's bed. The things in the box were thrown everywhere. Harry's clothes were crumpled on the floor, the sheets were torn off, the drawers of the bedside table were pulled open, and the things inside were scattered on the mattress. Snape did not take out his wand and whispered, Reparo, repair as before. Harry's scattered clothes flew back to their original positions one by one, the bedside table was closed again, and the various things that were originally scattered returned to their original positions one by one, and everything was restored to its original state. Harry, check your things. Harry had rushed into the dormitory long before Snape spoke. The repair spell put many things in the right place, so Harry soon realized that something was missing from his things. He looked at Dumbledore a little at a loss. Voldemort's diary is missing. What? Snape frowned. Lin Xiu, who was standing not far from Snape, noticed that when Snape used the repair spell just now, many things in the entire male dormitory were more or less moved or repaired, but there was a yellowed paper that was not affected by the repair spell at all. Harry, look at the paper on your bedside table. After Professor Snape released the spell just now, it was not affected at all. Harry ran to the bedside table and said in surprise, the material of this paper is exactly the same as the paper material of Voldemort's diary. Mr. Lin Xiu, your observation is very sharp, Gryffindor plus 5 points. Dumbledore said with a smile, few things can ignore Professor Snape's spell. Harry subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch it, but Snape knocked him with his wand, don't touch it everywhere. Professor Snape is right to be cautious, there is some magic power left on it. Dumbledore said as he gently touched the paper with his wand. The next moment, a strong wind seemed to blow out of nowhere in Lin Xiu's dormitory. The page of the diary floated in the air, emitting a dazzling white light. As soon as the white light appeared, it rushed towards H.A. This is not right. Dumbledore waved his wand lightly, and the page of the diary was burned directly, while the white light spread in all directions, turning into a flying and rotating color and light and shadow, sweeping everyone in the dormitory. Lin Xiu suddenly felt a strong sense of weightlessness, and the whole person seemed to be falling rapidly in mid-air, and the speed was getting faster and faster. But the next second, Lin Xiu felt that his feet were on the solid ground. The light and shadows around him also turned into a blurry scene, and then those blurry scenes gradually became clear. Lin Xiu felt quite familiar with the surrounding scene. He could recognize that this was a corridor in Hogwarts, but it was a little different from the corridor in his impression. There were fewer traces on this corridor, and it looked newer. Behind Lin Xiu, Ron's panicked voice sounded, how did we get to the corridor of Hogwarts Castle? We are in Voldemort's memory. Dumbledore said gently, this is Hogwarts 50 years ago. At that time, Voldemort was studying at Hogwarts, and I was teaching at the school. Professor, I don't understand. But as soon as Harry opened his mouth, he was interrupted by the movement not far from the corridor. Everyone walked out of the corridor at the same time and saw a boy about 16 years old. The boy had shiny black hair, and the silver badge of the Slytherin prefect was shining on his chest. When everyone saw the boy, they knew that the boy was the owner of this memory, Tom Riddle, or the young Voldemort. The young Voldemort was looking in a direction from a distance at this time. Lin Xiu and the others followed Voldemort's gaze and saw 4 wizards carrying a body out of the girls' bathroom. Many adult wizards around were looking at the body with heavy faces. This is the scene where Myrtle was killed. Dumbledore said, after the murder of Myrtle, Voldemort tried to make many people believe that Hagrid was the murderer who opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the monster to kill Myrtle. What happened next was just as Dumbledore said. The young Voldemort pretended to be an innocent person in front of everyone, and finally rushed into Hagrid's room and put all the charges on Hagrid without any explanation. At that time, Hagrid kept some creatures in the dormitory that were not very presentable, including but not limited to the 8-eyed giant spider, werewolf cubs, etc. Therefore, Hagrid had no way to defend himself against the accusations of the young Voldemort. And the memory ended here, and the surrounding scenes began to become blurred again, and finally turned into a chaotic light and shadow. Those lights and shadows turned into a line of sentences in front of everyone. Go to the place where the girl was killed, and you will find the truth about the Chamber of Secrets. Then, everything disappeared. Lin Xiu and the others returned to the Gryffindor dormitory. Everyone was silent for a moment. It is obvious that Voldemort left this memory to mislead Harry and lure Harry to the Chamber of Secrets. It is clear that the Dark Lord is targeting Harry. Snape said. He looked at Harry. We can't take too many risks. Harry, after you use Parseltongue to open the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, I will send you back to the dormitory, where you are safer. Professor Dumbledore and I will go to solve the threat of the Chamber of Secrets. At this time, a white light floated from the door of the boys' dormitory. The white light floated in front of Professor Dumbledore and exploded, and Professor McGonagall's voice sounded, Professor Dumbledore, something happened again. Ginny Weasley disappeared, and she was taken into the Chamber of Secrets. The heir of Slytherin also left a message, her body will remain in the Chamber of Secrets forever. Ron fell to the ground silently, and Harry quickly supported him. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, I want to go to the Chamber of Secrets together. Harry said, my Parseltongue can help you open the Chamber of Secrets. But who can guarantee that there is only one place in the Chamber of Secrets where Parseltongue will be used? I want to go too. Ron tried to stand up from the ground. I have to go. Ginny is my sister. Harry and I are friends. Lin Xiu said, so, I think I should go too. Of course, this is the public statement. Lin Xiu's real purpose has always been the same, that is to kill Peter Pettigrew. Even if he has to act with Dumbledore and Snape this time, he may not be able to do it himself, but he has to witness Peter Pettigrew's death with his own eyes to feel at ease. Lin Xiu thought his argument would be rejected. When he was thinking about how to convince Snape and Dumbledore, he saw them look at each other and agreed directly. Then you can go together. Dumbledore said with a smile, it's always good to see more things. Since you want to die, I won't stop you. Snape said, I just hope you won't be scared and cry when the time comes. In the secret room, Voldemort's diary floated in the air. The shadow of the young Voldemort projected from the diary became more and more solid. At first glance, it was impossible to tell the difference between the shadow of the young Voldemort and the real person. Not far from the young Voldemort, there was a small figure lying on the ground in a black robe, with hair as red as flames. Next to the red-haired figure, the bald Peter Pettigrew had completely white hair at this moment. He was lying on the ground and his whole body was not trembling. Master! Peter Pettigrew sobbed, I'm dying, save me. Waste, said the young Voldemort coldly, just caught a first-year witch, and you made yourself so embarrassed. I'm too weak. Master! I provided too much vitality to your diary. The young Voldemort looked at Peter Pettigrew with disgust, but he didn't attack. He waved at Peter Pettigrew. Suddenly, a faint light came out of the diary, and Peter Pettigrew breathed a sigh of relief and stopped trembling. Thank you, Master. Don't say these nonsense. The young Voldemort said, go, and get ready, Harry Potter is coming soon. Master, you succeeded. Peter Pettigrew said in surprise, under Dumbledore's nose, you succeeded in attacking Harry Potter. Is this difficult? The young Voldemort said proudly, with just a little trick, I can fool that idiot called Harry Potter. 11 As for Dumbledore, hee, nothing special. I don't know how you did it. Please forgive me, I didn't question your meaning, I just want to know if you can make Dumbledore pay attention to Harry Potter ****. I showed Harry Potter part of my memory, misled him, and gave him a wrong truth about the Chamber of Secrets. The young Voldemort said, I deliberately instilled in him the concept of acting alone. Lin Xiu and his group walked out of the Gryffindor common room, walked down the nearest staircase, and arrived at the dark corridor where Mrs. Norris was first attacked on the wall, and came to the door of the Moaning Myrtle bathroom. Snape walked in front and opened the door. In the bathroom, Moaning Myrtle was sitting on the water tank of a flush toilet at the back. Professor Dumbledore. Myrtle stood up immediately and said, "What do you want to do here?" Harry said, "We want to find out the circumstances when you died in this bathroom." Myrtle's demeanor changed immediately, and she looked very honored. "Oh, it was terrible at the time," she said with relish. "At that time, I was laughed at and said that I looked like a four-eyed dog wearing glasses, so I hid here, locked the door, and cried inside. Then I heard someone come in, and the words that person said were very funny. I think it must be another language. But I noticed that the voice belonged to a boy, so I opened the door and wanted to tell him to go back to his own boy's bathroom, and then Myrtle puffed out her chest, radiant. I died." "How did you die?" Harry asked. "I saw a pair of frighteningly large yellow eyes, and then I lost weight and floated up." Myrtle looked dazed. "Thank you, child," Dumbledore said, "but I want to ask, where did you see the yellow eyes?" "Right here." Myrtle floated to the sink in the bathroom and said to Dumbledore eagerly, "Professor, I died here." Lin Xiu and the others walked to the sink. The sink looked very ordinary. Lin Xiu and the others checked the entire sink from top to bottom, and finally found a small snake shape on the side of a copper faucet. "Professor, this faucet never goes out of K," Myrtle said. Harry, Dumbledore said, "Say something in Parseltongue." "Open it," Harry shouted. But Lin Xiu shook his head. "Harry, you are speaking normal human language." So Harry turned his head back to the little snake and stared at it for a long time. Finally, he opened his mouth and made a strange hissing sound. Suddenly, the faucet emitted a dazzling white light and began to rotate rapidly. Then, the pool also moved. Lin Xiu and the others watched the pool gradually disintegrate and slowly disappear from sight, and a huge circular hole appeared. Snape silently took out his wand and waved it gently, and a white light floated into the hole. A moment later, the white light flew back into Snape's wand. "Many pipes, many forked roads, but there is a widest straight road. So far, it is safe to go down from this hole. Since we have found the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, does that prove that Ginny is still alive?" Ron looked at Snape and Dumbledore, hoping to get a definite answer. "Mr. Weasley, I assure you that she will be fine," Dumbledore said. "Thank you, Professor." Ron exhaled softly. "Since I am Ginny's brother, I should go down first, right? This is not the time for you to be a hero, Mr. Weasley." Snape pulled Ron behind him. "I will go down first." Snape cast a few spells on himself, then jumped into the hole and floated down slowly. Ron followed closely, followed by Harry and Lin Xiu. Before they jumped into the hole, Professor Dumbledore cast several spells on them. Therefore, when they jumped into the hole, they also floated down slowly, without worrying about falling. After Lin Xiu jumped into the cave, he soon discovered that the cave extended into a huge smooth pipe. There were many pipes along the way that branched off in all directions, and the main pipe where Lin Xiu was located was winding and winding, with a steep slope all the way down. He could hear the slight collision sound made by Harry and Ron as they fell down in front of him and touched the bend. But when Lin Xiu found that the slope of the pipe in front of him gradually became horizontal, a huge hole suddenly appeared on the smooth inner wall of the pipe in front of him. Lin Xiu's whole body directly deviated from the pipe that Harry and Ron passed through and flew into the hole that suddenly appeared at the inner wall of the pipe. With his own non-human constitution, Lin Xiu quickly adjusted his position in the dark, and the wand in his hand was always on standby. Then, with the night vision provided by Eagle Eyes, Lin Xiu saw the surrounding environment clearly. This is a dark stone tunnel, the ground is wet, and there is a lot of sticky mud. There are many skulls of small animals soaked in the mud, probably mice. Lin Xiu was alert all around and walked slowly along the road ahead. He, Harry, and Ron jumped into the pipe at about the same time, but they ended up in different places. Maybe someone was playing tricks. Either it was the soul fragment of the young Voldemort in the Horcrux diary, or it was Peter Pettigrew. He needed to be cautious. Lin Xiu quietly walked through the tunnel and came to a small room. The floor of this room was paved with smooth stone slabs, and a red-haired girl in a robe was lying on the floor. "Ginny Weasley." "Ginny." Lin Xiu hurried to her side, grabbed her shoulders, and turned her over. Ginny's face was like marble, cold and bloodless. Her eyes were open. Ginny stared at Lin Xiu, as if she had something to say, but she couldn't open her mouth. Finally, she blinked in the city. Her eyes seemed full of pleading. Lin Xiu could vaguely guess what Ginny meant. He said, "Ginny, don't worry, I will rescue you." At this moment, a loud click-click sound came from not far away, as if someone was walking on the wet ground. With the help of night vision, Lin Xiu quickly found a hunched figure limping towards him. Lumos. The man raised the wand in his hand and illuminated the surrounding environment. Lin Xiu saw a face full of old age. The man had bald spots on his head, his hair had turned white, his skin was dry like old tree bark, and he coughed from time to time after walking a few steps. Although it was the first time he saw this person, Lin Xiu inexplicably felt that the other party gave him a sense of familiarity. It was like Ron's pet mouse Ban. Lin Xiu suddenly understood this is Peter Pettigrew. But he was a little surprised that, logically speaking, Peter Pettigrew was at most a middle-aged man, but he looked like an old man who was about to be buried. Ahem, Lin Xiu, it's all you who killed me. Peter Pettigrew said with hatred, if you hadn't been full of murderous intent towards me, I wouldn't have gone to look for the Master's diary, and I wouldn't have been absorbed so much vitality by the Master's soul fragments in the diary, and finally turned into this ghostly appearance now. Ahem, if I wasn't too weak now, I would have wanted to kill you directly with the Avada Kedavra curse, Peter Pettigrew said hoarsely, but now, only the Master's pet can take over the room. He crushed a ball in his hand, and a strange hissing sound rang out around him. It was just like the sound when Harry spoke Parseltongue. Suddenly, there was a sound of scales scraping in the surrounding pipes, as if some huge monster was swimming in the pipes. A pair of yellow eyes appeared in the darkness behind Peter Pettigrew. The huge body of the basilisk was looming in the dark pipe, and its scales showed a dangerous green color. Yes, that's it. Look directly into the eyes of the basilisk, and then die miserably. Peter Pettigrew laughed crazily. He looked forward to watching Lin Xiu being killed by the deadly gaze of the basilisk. But in Pettigrew's shocked eyes, Lin Xiu was safe and sound. How is this possible? Peter Pettigrew's eyes widened. You looked directly into the eyes of the basilisk, but you were unharmed. Lin Xiu smiled without saying a word. He had opened gaze immunity from the emotional treasure box before, and the deadly gaze of the basilisk was ineffective against him. Kill him. Peter Pettigrew ordered the basilisk loudly, kill the boy named Lin Xiu. The basilisk opened its mouth and rushed towards Lin Xiu. But the next second, a strange hissing sound came from the intricate pipes around it. It was Parseltongue. Lin Xiu could roughly guess that this was to summon the basilisk for self-defense with his multilingual proficiency. After hearing this voice, the basilisk rushing towards Lin Xiu turned around without hesitation, abandoned Peter Pettigrew, and disappeared into the darkness. Come back! Peter Pettigrew screamed, Master, why did you let the basilisk leave? Don't abandon me. Taking advantage of Peter Pettigrew's distraction, Lin Xiu threw all the life and death water, throat-locking poison, biting cabbage, and poisonous tentacles he had prepared at Peter Pettigrew in one breath. Peter Pettigrew dodged in a panic, but could only avoid the potion bottle thrown by Lin Xiu. The next second, two biting cabbages thrown by Lin Xiu jumped directly onto Peter Pettigrew. One bit off the remaining hair of Peter Pettigrew, and the other bit his right leg into a bloody mess. Pettigrew tried to transform into a mouse to escape, but the poisonous tentacle seeds thrown by Lin Xiu took root and directly wrapped him tightly. Peter Pettigrew struggled hard, but the poisonous tentacles tied him tighter and tighter, and the teeth pierced deeply into Peter Pettigrew's flesh and blood. Lin Xiu, let me go, let me go. Peter Pettigrew's pleading voice became weaker and weaker, and the venom secreted by the poisonous tentacles made him weaker and weaker. Lin Xiu looked at the struggling Peter Pettigrew coldly. In the original book, after Voldemort was defeated, it was Peter Pettigrew who first found Voldemort's residual soul and helped Voldemort to resurrect. Voldemort will not really die until all the Horcruxes are destroyed, but in order to delay the pace of Voldemort's resurrection, Peter Pettigrew must die. Master, why did you abandon me? Peter Pettigrew stared at the direction where the basilisk left, and the light in his eyes gradually faded. In the end, he died in the pipes under Hogwarts like a rat in a gutter. When Lin Xiu walked to Ginny's side to check on her condition, the voices of Harry and Ron came from afar in the damp tunnel. Lin Xiu, where are you? When Lin Xiu was on the alert to see if this was Voldemort's trick, Harry and Ron came out of the darkness holding glowing wands. Great, Lin Xiu, you're okay. Harry breathed a sigh of relief after we came out of the pipe. We didn't see Professor Snape who jumped into the pipe first, nor did we see you or Professor Dumbledore appear behind. We thought something had happened. You saved Ginny. Ron was very happy, thank you, Lin Xiu, but when he noticed Ginny's condition, he hesitated and said, Ginny, is she okay? Ginny is fine for now. Lin Xiu said, her eyes can still move now, but it's hard to say for a long time. Our original purpose of entering the Chamber of Secrets was to rescue Ginny, and now the original goal has been achieved. For the sake of safety, the most important thing for us next is to find Professor Dumbledore or Professor Snape first and leave here as soon as possible. Lin Xiu noticed the system prompt in his mind. Ding! Ginny Weasley's joy detected. Ding! Peter Pettigrew's despair detected. Ding! Harry Potter's happiness detected. Ding! Ron Weasley's excitement detected. Ding! Young Voldemort's mockery detected. Extracting the shrimp treasure box for the host, Lin Xiu's heart trembled. Why would the young Voldemort's emotions appear in the system prompt? Could it be that the young Voldemort's soul fragments in Voldemort's Horcrux diary are monitoring this place? Lin Xiu didn't care about which specific emotional treasure boxes were extracted. He immediately picked up Ginny who was lying on the ground and shouted to Harry and Ron, it's not safe here, I-11. It's too late. A voice said softly. Harry and Ron were shocked. They turned around and found a diary with a black cover floating in the air. A nearly substantial human figure was projected from the diary. The figure was a tall boy with black hair, but both Harry and Ron were familiar with the identity of the man because they had entered the man's memory not long ago. Tom Riddle. The young Voldemort nodded, glanced at Lin Xiu and Harry, and finally focused his eyes on Lin Xiu's face. "It's strange," he said, "I thought that the memory I left for Harry Potter would make him come to the Chamber of Secrets alone. Unexpectedly, the number of people exceeded my expectations. But it's still within my control." The young Voldemort said, "There are only a few of you little wizards, it's too easy to kill." He opened his mouth and made a strange hissing sound. Obviously, it was Parseltongue. Harry shouted, "We have to find a way to stop him, he is summoning the basilisk. You will all die here today." The young Voldemort said with a smile, "Even if Dumbledore appears in front of me now, it will be useless." Music came from nowhere. This sound was ethereal and mysterious, which made Harry and the others completely disappear their fear of the young Voldemort. When the music disappeared, Lin Xiu found that Li Ran had grown flames around him. 101-441-2224 Falcon 174262380, a crimson bird suddenly appeared from the flames. Harry and Ron were surprised to see the Phoenix Fox fly to Lin Xiu's side. In the shocked eyes of the young Voldemort, Dumbledore and Snape walked out of the flames from the Phoenix. "Tom, I seem to hear you mention my name." "Dumbledore." The young Voldemort in the Horcrux diary shouted, "It's useless even if you appear here. The basilisk in the chamber obeys my orders. You can't do anything to me." Death. In the darkness, the huge basilisk suddenly rushed out of the pipe and rushed towards Dumbledore. But Dumbledore just smiled and shook his head. A cluster of fire suddenly appeared in front of him. The scales of the basilisk have magic power and can bounce off spells. The young Voldemort said sarcastically, "Dumbledore, you are probably confused and want to burn the basilisk to death with fire." But the next second, the cluster of fire summoned by Dumbledore suddenly burst and turned into a ball of fire. The fireball exploded again and turned into a fire cloud covering most of the tunnel. The fire cloud suddenly spread out and turned into layers of flames, like an iron net, trapping the basilisk that rushed in. The large net formed by the flames looked extremely fragile, but at this moment it was unbreakable. The huge basilisk was tied up by the fire net, wailing and struggling in the air, unable to move. Normal flames naturally cannot cause any harm to the basilisk. Dumbledore said, "I made a slight modification." "How is this possible?" The young Voldemort was a little absent-minded. His essence is a soul fragment left by Voldemort in his youth, and his magic ability and knowledge are far inferior to the later Dark Lord Voldemort. The young Voldemort thought that with the help of the basilisk, he could walk sideways in the current Hogwarts. Unexpectedly, the basilisk was easily taken down by Dumbledore in just one encounter. Without the basilisk as a support, the young Voldemort had to think hard about what he should do next. He naturally came up with the best solution, which was to escape. But the young Voldemort also knew that in his current state, he would definitely not be able to slip away from Dumbledore's eyes. He must have something to cover him. Young Voldemort shouted in Parseltongue at the basilisk that was burned by the fire summoned by Dumbledore. After Harry heard the young Voldemort's Parseltongue clearly, he hurriedly said to Dumbledore, "Be careful. Voldemort used Parseltongue to order the basilisk to die with us." Snape shook his head slightly. "Harry, it seems that you don't know Professor Dumbledore." In midair, the basilisk controlled by Dumbledore's fire net began to struggle violently. Young Voldemort controlled the Horcrux diary to float into the darkness. Dumbledore didn't even look at the direction where the Horcrux diary escaped, but just clapped his hands lightly. The huge basilisk struggling in midair was just like this. He was completely burned to death, wailing, and turned into a skeleton scattered all over the ground. The Horcrux diary flew back from the darkness and fell to the ground. The young Voldemort in the diary was still trying to struggle, but Snape had already taken out his wand and pointed it at him. "Bat monster with oil all over his head, I can feel that your heart is full of murderous intent," said the young Voldemort. "You want to use the Avada Kedavra curse on me? Then try it. One day, I will do it myself." Snape squeezed out an ugly smile on his face, but he did not use the Avada Kedavra. He had discussed the details of Voldemort's Horcruxes with Professor Dumbledore many times. Therefore, Snape knew that Avada Kedavra would not have much effect on Horcruxes without a physical body. He planned to use the Fiendfire curse, summoning the Fiendfire to burn the Horcrux directly. A small piece of fire slowly floated towards Voldemort's Horcrux diary. In the process, the small piece of fire grew rapidly and instantly covered Voldemort's soul diary. Everyone seemed to hear a very faint scream, as if the sound came from the horizon. At the same time, a black and viscous liquid like blood was seeping out from the cracks of the Horcrux diary. The shadow of the young Voldemort twisted and struggled, and screamed. Then, he just shattered and disappeared. Dumbledore patiently waited for Snape to control the Fiendfire to burn the remaining soul of Voldemort in the Horcrux diary. Then he waved his hand and grabbed the diary, and the remaining Fiendfire on it disappeared naturally. Dumbledore planned to use this diary to find a way to investigate two things. One is to find out how many Horcruxes Voldemort made in total. The second is to find and destroy the remaining Horcruxes of Voldemort. Lin Xiu held Ginny in a princess hug at first, but after Dumbledore and Snape emerged from the flames, he carried Ginny on his back. When Voldemort was burned to death by Snape's fiendfire, Lin Xiu felt a movement behind him. Ginny subconsciously moved her hands and feet, and finally, she staggered to the ground and helped Lin Xiu stand steadily. "Ginny, are you okay?" Ron hurried to Ginny's side. Ginny shook her head, and occasionally turned her head to look at Lin Xiu next to her. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." At this time, Snape noticed the body soaked in the mud. "Who is this guy?" He frowned and cast a spell with his wand, turning the body over, and it was impossible to tell. The main reason is that the body has been bitten to the point of blood and flesh by the biting cabbage and poisonous tentacles. Snape could feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity from the corpse, but he stared at it for a long time and still couldn't match the Death Eaters he knew with the corpse on the ground. "Severus, what's wrong?" Dumbledore said. "Did you find anything strange?" Snape hesitated for a while, but still told Dumbledore his guess. "I suspect that the corpse on the ground belongs to someone who once studied at Hogwarts. I also feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity." Dumbledore said, "I think it is necessary to figure out the true identity of this group. This can help us understand Voldemort 5. He waved his wand, and the corpse disappeared. "I'm not good at detecting corpses," Dumbledore said. "I will find some people who specialize in corpses later and try to find out the true identity of this nameless corpse." Then, he looked around and said, "Since the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets has been eliminated and Ms. Weasley has returned to normal, I think the attack of the monster in the Chamber of Secrets has been resolved." Dumbledore said, "Children, I will let Fawkes take you out." Phoenix Fawkes flew in front of Lin Xiu and his group, lying and flashing its wings. Its sparkling eyes were particularly bright in the dark. "It seems to want Lin Xiu and I to catch it," Harry said, a little confused, "but our weight is too heavy for a bird of Fawkes' size. Fawkes is a phoenix, it is not an ordinary bird." Dumbledore said with a smile, "It can carry a weight beyond imagination." Finally, Fawkes grabbed Ron with his claws. Harry hugged Ron's waist. Lin Xiu grabbed Harry's legs with one hand, and held the blushing Ginny in his arms with the other hand. Lin Xiu and his group flew out of Slytherin's secret room and returned to Myrtle's bathroom. "Harry, you are still alive," Myrtle said, a little disappointed. "There is no need to speak in such a disappointed tone," Harry said with a straight face. "Oh, that's right, I have been thinking that if you die, you are welcome to share this flush toilet with me." When Myrtle said this, her face turned silver white with shyness. After leaving the bathroom, Lin Xiu couldn't help laughing. "Harry, I think Myrtle likes you. Even if I die and become a ghost, I should not be able to appear in the girls' bathroom. I am a boy after all," Harry said. Fawkes led the way in front of everyone, flashing golden light all the way along the corridor. Lin Xiu and the others followed it in big strides, and finally, they appeared in front of Dumbledore's headmaster's office, which was open. Dumbledore and Snape had already left the Chamber of Secrets and appeared in the office. In addition, there were two people in the room, Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley was crying in front of the fire in the office. When she saw Ginny, she screamed, "Ginny!" Then, she jumped up suddenly, and Mr. Weasley followed her and stretched out his arms to hug their baby daughter. Phoenix Fawkes flew past Lin Xiu's ear and landed on Dumbledore's shoulder. At this moment, Lin Xiu found that he, Harry and Ron were all hugged tightly in Mrs. Weasley's arms. "I heard from Ginny. You saved her. Especially Lin Xiu, you were the first to save Ginny. How did you do it?" "Lin Xiu, how did you do it?" Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley looked at Lin Xiu with gratitude in their eyes. Ding! Ginny Weasley's joy detected. Ding! Peter Pettigrew's despair detected. Ding! Harry Potter's happiness detected. Ding! Ron Weasley's excitement detected. Ding! Young Voldemort's mockery detected. Ding! Molly Weasley's gratitude detected. Ding! Arthur Weasley's gratitude detected. Ding! Severus Snape's joy detected. Drawing the emotion treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 3 silver treasure chests. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 5 gold treasure chests. 3 silver and 5 gold. Lin Xiu's participation in the Chamber of Secrets incident this time has yielded a lot. Although it is a pity that Dumbledore did not drop the emotion treasure chest, but overall it is still good. Open all the treasure chests. Ding! The silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate dueling talent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the tough skin and thick flesh. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the parcel tongue. Ding! The gold treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the psychological invisibility. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the apparition mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic item manufacturing mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rage burst. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced potion mastery. Intermediate dueling talent. Ginny Weasley is a talented duelist. She has a strong reaction ability in duels with other wizards, and can even easily dodge many opponents' spell attacks. During the Battle of the Astronomy Tower, she once dueled with the Death Eater Amicus and was unscathed. During the Battle of Hogwarts, she also fought with Bellatrix Lancetrange and did not lose in a short time. After using it, you will always be able to react in advance when you duel with others. Even if your opponent moves 24 times faster than you can still make your spells come first. Parseltongue. Harry Potter has a piece of Voldemort's soul in him, so he has the ability of Parseltongue. After using it, you will gain the ability of Parseltongue. You can understand what all snakes say, and you can command all snakes, including basilisks. The dueling talent dropped from Ginny's emotional treasure chest is pretty good, but this Parseltongue. Lin Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The basilisks in the Chamber of Secrets were all killed, and Harry's emotional treasure chest finally opened the Parseltongue. But it's not bad. When he encounters the big snake Nagini in the future, the Parseltongue will work. The future is promising. Lin Xiu focused on the things that came out of Ron's silver treasure chest. Thick-skinned Ron Weasley looks ordinary, but he has unimaginable resistance to fatal injuries caused by magic. In 1997, when Ron used apparition to avoid the pursuit of the Death Eaters, he split several times and suffered serious injuries, but he survived easily. After using it, your vitality will become stronger, and you can alleviate the pain caused by various injuries to a certain extent. When you encounter fatal injuries, you will not die on the spot, and you can stay awake for a long time until you are rescued. When you receive treatment, the treatment effect is greatly improved. Lin Xiu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Ron, who always kept a low profile, could also get good things from the emotional treasure chest. Strike while the iron is hot. Lin Xiu looked at the things that came out of the golden treasure chest. Psychological invisibility. Peter Pettigrew always naturally finds it difficult to attract other people's attention. When studying at Hogwarts, Peter Pettigrew followed James Potter and Sirius Black, and almost no one cared about him. After he betrayed the Potters, he lived in the Weasley family as a rat for more than 10 years, and did not arouse other people's suspicion. After using it, your presence in the eyes of the enemy will become weak, and you will have psychological invisibility against the enemy. The enemy will unconsciously ignore your existence, and the enemy's aggressive behavior will easily forget to target you, and the enemy's attack on you will be greatly reduced. It's not easy to be hit by the enemy's attack. This effect is not bad. Lin Xiu then looked at the things that came out of the emotional treasure chest of the young Voldemort. Apparition Mastery. Voldemort is proficient in apparition. When he and Albus Dumbledore dueled, he apparat many times to try to gain an advantage. In addition, Voldemort is the only wizard besides Dumbledore who can apparate without making any sound. After using it, you will be proficient in apparition. You will never fail when you use apparition to move. Your apparition speed is extremely fast, and you will not be split. When you apparate, you will not make any sound. Lin Xiu nodded with satisfaction. This thing is really good. Silent apparition is very useful whether it is home travel or murder and arson. The last 3 rewards are from Snape's and the Weasley's emotional treasure chests. Advanced Potions Mastery. Severus Snape has an amazing talent in potion making. Simple potion making has risen to the height of art in Snape's hands. After using it, you will gain most of the knowledge of potion science. You will not fail when brewing potions. The potions you brew have a certain chance of being of higher quality. You can weaken the negative effects of potions on you to a certain extent, and you can strengthen the positive effects of potions on you. Mastery of Magic Item Making. Arthur Weasley is very good at combining the power of magic with various items to make various powerful magic items, especially mechanical ones. He once added the functions of flying and invisibility to a car. He also modified Sirius' flying motorcycle so that the exhaust pipe of the motorcycle could spray white-hot blue dragon fire. After using it, you will be proficient in magic item making. You can greatly reduce the damage of evil curses in magic items, and you can make various magic items. The magic of the magic items you make will last extremely long and the power will be greatly enhanced. Rage Explosion. Molly Weasley is a kind and gentle person, but when her family is threatened, she can burst out with extremely powerful power. During the Battle of Hogwarts, she had already lost her son Fred Weasley, and the Death Eater Bellatrix Lestrange was going to attack her only daughter Ginny Weasley. Molly was completely enraged. She attacked the Death Eaters with such deadly ferocity that the floor cracked. In the end, Molly Weasley completely destroyed Bellatrix. After using it, the power of your spells will be enhanced to a certain extent. All your emotional fluctuations can greatly enhance the power of your magic. After the Chamber of Secrets incident, Lin Xiu not only eliminated the hidden danger of Peter Pettigrew, but also gained a lot of benefits from the emotional treasure chest. He was in a good mood. He lay on the bed and began to think about his next plan. The next very important thing is still the emotional treasure chest. Lin Xiu will still try to obtain emotional treasure chests from those valuable wizards to make himself stronger. Lin Xiu has obtained several emotional treasure chests from Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, but he has hardly obtained advanced emotional treasure chests from Dumbledore. Lin Xiu feels that he will work hard in this direction next. What can make Dumbledore have stronger emotional fluctuations is family affection. Either it is to make Dumbledore and his brother reconcile, or it is to find a way to make up for Dumbledore's regret about the death of his sister Ariana. For these two directions of effort, Lin Xiu also has some vague ideas. In addition to making efforts on the emotional treasure chest, Lin Xiu will also have to guard against Voldemort, who may come back at any time. Peter Pettigrew was killed, which eliminated a hidden danger and delayed the pace of Voldemort's resurrection. But there are many Death Eaters loyal to Voldemort, and Voldemort's resurrection is almost unstoppable. Lin Xiu had to prepare for this. After the Chamber of Secrets incident, Hogwarts would be safer in the next school year. Therefore, Lin Xiu was also preparing to obtain Dumbledore's advanced emotional treasure chest and the location of Voldemort. And Dumbledore also informed the whole school teachers and students one day that the Chamber of Secrets incident was successfully resolved by Lin Xiu and Harry. This incident obviously inspired many people, especially the little wizards of Gryffindor. They were extremely excited when they learned that Lin Xiu, Harry, and Ron each got extra points for solving the Chamber of Secrets incident. Lin Xiu and the other three added a full 600 points to Gryffindor, and Gryffindor has already locked in this year's College Cup championship in advance. For a while, everyone was talking about the names of Lin Xiu and the other three, and Lin Xiu's name was mentioned most frequently by the little witches. The little witches didn't know most of the details of the Chamber of Secrets incident, but they felt that Lin Xiu's act of rescuing Ginny from the Dark Chamber of Secrets was very much like the story of a prince and a princess. Many little witches fantasize about replacing Ginny and becoming the weak princess who was saved. This made Professor Lockhart very anxious. He agreed to Dumbledore to come to Hogwarts as a teacher because he wanted to improve his reputation. Just think about it, teaching the savior Harry Potter, what a face-saving thing it is. As a result, after a semester, his reputation took a sharp turn for the worse, and many people gradually became less fascinated with him. Lin Xiu's popularity even overshadowed Lockhart's. So Lockhart decided to think of a way to increase his reputation. On the morning of February 14th, Lin Xiu just rushed to the hall and prepared to have breakfast, and found that the layout of the hall had changed dramatically. The four walls were covered with large dazzling pink flowers, and many heart-shaped confetti kept falling from the light blue ceiling. Harry and Ron sat at the Gryffindor table with disgusted expressions on their faces, while Hermione looked at Lin Xiu with a smile on her face. What happened? Lin Xiu sat next to Hermione and reached out to brush away the confetti that fell on his bacon. It's Professor Lockhart, Hermione whispered, pointing to the teacher's table. At the teacher's table, Lockhart was wearing a flashy pink robe and waving his hand for everyone to be quiet. The other teachers all had stern faces. Professor McGonagall covered her face with her hands, not wanting to look at him, and Snape looked as if he had just eaten half a fly. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone, Lockhart said loudly. So far, many people have given me 150 cards, and I would like to thank them. Yes, I took the initiative to arrange this little surprise for everyone, and there is more. Lockhart clapped his hands, and 12 gloomy dwarves walked in from the entrance hall. They were also different from ordinary dwarves. Lockhart gave them golden wings, let them carry harps, and dressed them up as the god of love in mythology and legends. My friendly little Cupid with greeting cards, Lockhart said happily. They will be wandering around the school today, delivering Valentine's Day cards to you. There is more fun. I believe my colleagues are willing to participate enthusiastically. Professor Snape, why don't you teach them how to prepare the love potion? If everyone is interested, Professor Flitwick is more proficient in the magic of enchanting people than any wizard I have ever seen, the charming old guy. Professor Flitwick buried his face in his hands and said nothing. And looking at Snape's expression, if anyone really dared to ask him for the formula of the love potion, he would definitely be in trouble. Hearing Lockhart's words, Lin Xiu couldn't help but take a breath. Professor Flitwick is the head of Ravenclaw and has taught Lockhart before. Calling Professor Flitwick an old guy, Lockhart is really bold. It means that Professor Flitwick doesn't have the temper of Snape, otherwise Lockhart probably won't get any good results. Then, for the whole day, Lockhart's dwarf cupids kept breaking into the classroom and delivering Valentine's Day cards, which annoyed many teachers. But the students felt a little differently, especially those who received Valentine's Day cards. This showed that they were liked. Harry received several anonymous Valentine's Day cards, and even Ron received one, but there was no one on Lin Xiu's desk. It shouldn't be. Ron was happy but also a little strange. Even I received a Valentine's Day card, and a little witch who didn't want to reveal her name said she liked me. How come Lin Xiu didn't receive a Valentine's Day card? Harry nodded in agreement. In general, Lin Xiu was the most popular among the three of them among the little witches. Even Ron got a card, so Lin Xiu shouldn't have none. Lin Xiu didn't care much about it. It was just a Valentine's Day card, not an important thing. But that afternoon, when the Gryffindor students went upstairs to the magic class, a dwarf suddenly rushed to Lin Xiu with a dozen cards in his arms, dropping them as he walked. Hey, you! Lin Xiu. Here are 88 Valentine's Day cards for you. 88 Valentine's Day cards. For a moment, all the boys present looked at Lin Xiu with envy. 88 Valentine's Day cards. This means that Lin Xiu is the most popular among the little witches in Hogwarts during this period. Lin Xiu took the dozen cards from the dwarf elf, feeling a little complicated. Knowing that he is very popular among the little witches in Hogwarts is of course a good thing, but being sent so many cards in front of a group of people would be somewhat embarrassing, especially when many people did not receive Valentine's Day cards. Wingardium Leviosa. Lin Xiu cast a levitation spell and collected all the cards that fell on the ground when the dwarf elf ran over. It must be said that 88 cards are still quite heavy in the hand. Alas! Ron looked at the pile of cards in Lin Xiu's hand, and then looked at the card in his hand, and suddenly felt that it was not fragrant. Before, he saw that Lin Xiu did not receive a Valentine's Day card, and he felt a little unfair for Lin Xiu. But now seeing that Lin Xiu received so many Valentine's Day cards and was so popular with witches, Ron was a little uncomfortable. He was really afraid that his brother would suffer, and he was also afraid that his brother would be the male protagonist. Relax, Harry said. Ron, you can think about things in a positive way. After all, you still have a Valentine's Day card in your hand. However, at this moment, Lin Xiu suddenly noticed the strange situation of the Valentine's Day card in his hand. Something is wrong, Lin Xiu said. There is something wrong with my Valentine's Day card. What's the problem? Ron and Harry came over with great interest. See what's going on? They read out the words in one of Lin Xiu's cards. Your eyes are as deep as a pickled toad, and your smile is as bright as the spring sunshine. I hope you are mine, an anonymous person who loves you. There's nothing wrong, Ron said. It looks normal to me. Harry said in surprise, I have a Valentine's Day card with the same content as this one. He flipped through the 5 Valentine's Day cards he received and found one that was exactly the same as the one they just read. I understand, Ron said. There must be a girl who likes both of you and sent Valentine's Day cards to both of you. It's not that simple. Lin Xiu shook his head. My 88 Valentine's Day cards are basically repeated. There are a total of 8 different cards in it, and they appear in turn as if these Valentine's Day cards are wholesale. As soon as this was said, Harry and Ron hurriedly looked through the remaining cards of Lin Xiu and found that the situation was indeed the same as what Lin Xiu said. Harry could find the same 5 chapters of Valentine's Day cards in Lin Xiu's 88 cards. Could it be that someone is playing a prank on you? Ron said indignantly. Too much. When he said this, he was sincerely speaking up for Lin Xiu and Harry, because when Ron was looking through Lin Xiu's Valentine's Day card just now, he also secretly compared it with the one he received and found that there was no identical version in Lin Xiu's place. Ron was very sure that what he received must be a Valentine's Day card carefully prepared by a little witch. It's a limited edition. Ron was very happy. He solemnly put away the cards he received and said to Lin Xiu and Harry, I've decided. I'm going to catch the nasty guy who played a prank with you. Ron said this sincerely, because he was kind and couldn't bear to see his brothers being teased. At this time, the Weasley twins walked over from the other end of the aisle with their arms around each other's shoulders and laughing. Hey, Lin Xiu. Fred raised his eyebrows at Lin Xiu, and George smiled and said, How about it? Did you receive 88 Valentine's Day cards? How did you? Lin Xiu reacted immediately. Those cards, did you prepare them for me? Yes, it took Fred and I a lot of effort to prepare those things. George said, Not only Lin Xiu, we also prepared Valentine's Day cards for Harry, and they should have been delivered to Harry, right? Harry nodded. That's good, that's good. The Weasley twins waved at them. Let's go prepare Valentine's Day cards. See you later. Wait a minute. Ron stopped them and said righteously, Fred, George, you are too much. How can you tease Lin Xiu and Harry? Fred said strangely, We tease Lin Xiu and Harry? Dear brother, George asked, Where do you get this from? Still quibbling. Ron snorted, You did send a lot of Valentine's Day cards, but the content of the cards, I'm afraid you made them yourself? There are a total of 8 kinds, all repeated in batches. There are not that many at all. The little witches are attracted to Lin Xiu and Harry. You just want to tease them and make fun of them. Ron, you are right. Fred said, Those cards were indeed made by George and me, but you are wrong in some places. George said, We are not teasing them. There are really so many little witches who like Lin Xiu, but they may be too shy, or they simply don't want to make Valentine's Day cards by themselves. Fred said, So that's why please ask us, make Valentine's Day cards and send them to Lin Xiu and Harry. We made a lot of money from this. George said, We plan to open a magic trick shop after graduation. The Weasley twins smiled at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, this Valentine's Day card plus the basketball chicken last Halloween, you made us a lot of money. When the Weasley magic trick shop opens, you will be considered an original shareholder and you will be given dividends. Debt. Ron then realized that he had made a mistake. Lin Xiu and his friends were really so popular in the hearts of all the little witches in the school. Humph. Ron said nonchalantly, Valentine's Day cards that are not made by hand are not sincere. In my opinion, those little witches who are obsessed with Lin Xiu and Harry are just like that. You are jealous. Fred said with a smile. Are you jealous because you see Lin Xiu and Harry receive so many Valentine's Day cards? Who is jealous? Ron proudly raised the Valentine's Day card he received. The anonymous little witch sent me a Valentine's Day card. Lin Xiu and Harry didn't have one. Fred and George looked at each other, and George said tentatively, Ron, the content of the Valentine's Day card you received, did it say you are really handsome, you are my warrior Z? That's right. Wait. Ron reacted a little. How do you know what is written in the Valentine's Day card I received? Fred said, because the Valentine's Day card you received was also sent by George and me. You guys. Ron froze in his place. Did you send me the Valentine's Day card? When we were counting the orders of the little witches in the background, we found that no one sent Valentine's Day cards to you and Percy. George and I couldn't stand it anymore. How could the handsome boy from the Weasley family not receive a Valentine's Day card? George said with a smile, so Fred and I prepared one for you and Percy. After all, they are brothers, so we have to take care of them a little. Fred said, don't worry, the content of the Valentine's Day cards you and Percy received is different, both are limited editions exclusively for you. George winked at Ron. Limited edition, very precious. Ron turned around and left angrily, but he stopped after a few steps, because another dwarf elf dressed as the god of love rushed to Lin Xiu, waving the Valentine's Day card in his hand. Lin Xiu, you have a new Valentine's Day card. Lin Xiu subconsciously looked at the Weasley twins. Did you make an extra Valentine's Day card for me? The Weasley twins shook their heads. No, we only received orders for 88 cards from you, and they have all been made. If it's not the lover's card you gave me, then who could it be? Lin Xiu took the card from the dwarf elf with some doubts. To the world, you are one person, but to someone, you are the whole world. The card was still anonymous, but the handwriting on it made Lin Xiu feel very familiar. Max. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Hermione, but the little witch turned her head away at this time, not daring to look at Lin Xiu. When Lin Xiu was about to walk towards Hermione, another dwarf elf dressed as the god of love appeared. Lin Xiu, you have a new Valentine's Day card. Hermione looked at Lin Xiu eagerly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. Lin Xiu took the new Valentine's Day card, on which was only hastily written the words Happy Valentine's Day. He could only tell that this Valentine's Day card was not a mass-produced product made by the Weasley twins, and no other information could be obtained. But the dwarf elf who handed Lin Xiu the new Valentine's Day card did not leave, but sat on the ground and started singing at the top of his voice. This is Lin Xiu's Valentine's Day singing gift. He is as handsome and cool as the sky, he is as reassuring as the earth, and he rescued people from the Chamber of Secrets. I hope he is mine. If Hermione's Valentine's Day card just now made Lin Xiu happy, then the dwarf elf's card and singing now made him feel a little overwhelmed. Many people were amused and cheered happily. Sing again, sing again. The dwarf elf was deeply encouraged. He bowed to everyone and sang again. Lin Xiu achieved fame in the physical sense. While everyone was cheering, Lin Xiu noticed Ginny in the crowd. Ginny's face became redder and redder as she listened to the dwarf elf singing Lin Xiu's praises. Lin Xiu couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this second Valentine's Day card and the dwarf elf's praises were prepared by Ginny? At this time, Percy Weasley appeared and tried his best to disperse the crowd, but the effect was minimal. While everyone in the corridor was enjoying the dwarf elf's unpleasant singing, a beautiful blonde girl appeared from the other end of the corridor. Lin Xiu noticed her at a glance. It was Luna. Luna was holding a bunch of greeting cards in her hand, and she walked straight to Lin Xiu. She handed Lin Xiu one. Lin Xiu, Happy Valentine's Day. The greeting card was painted with a shooting star and a moon in a simple hand-painted style, and her name was Luna Lovegood. Lin Xiu was a little surprised. This school year, he and Luna only met once at the beginning of the school year, and there was basically no much intersection at other times. Why would Luna take the initiative to send him a Valentine's Day card? I saw that everyone was sending greeting cards to each other, and I wanted to participate. But the Ravenclaw classmates didn't want to send me greeting cards, so I thought of you. Luna said in a singing voice. Lin Xiu, I sent you a greeting card, can you send me one? Lin Xiu nodded. Luna took out a card from the pile of greeting cards in front of Lin Xiu, took out a pen, and handed them to Lin Xiu. Sign it. Lin Xiu signed his name. Thank you. Luna happily put the card away. This is the first time I have received a card in Hogwarts. Hermione and Ginny appeared beside Lin Xiu without knowing when. At this time, Luna noticed the look Hermione and Ginny gave Lin Xiu. Oh, it seems that I came at the wrong time. No, you came at the right time. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xiu received Valentine's Day cards from Hermione and Ginny at the same time on Valentine's Day, which was considered a critical moment. Most people can only choose to appease the emotions of one of them, but Lin Xiu believed that he was definitely not a man who liked multiple beauties. He didn't want to make a choice, he wanted them all. Fortunately, Luna appeared, and she and Lin Xiu exchanged greeting cards. Through Luna's explanation, the ambiguous nature of Valentine's Day cards was resolved to a certain extent. This allowed Lin Xiu to mediate. He simply followed Luna's words and removed the ambiguity of Valentine's Day cards, turning them into gifts between friends. Lin Xiu grabbed the batch of Valentine's Day cards from the Weasley twins and gave them to everyone he met as ordinary cards. Of course, only the cards sent to Lu Baiyu and Ginny had Lin Xiu's own signature. It took a whole afternoon, and finally fooled him. This incident made Lin Xiu more famous than Lockhart. This made Lockhart very angry. He made trouble on Valentine's Day just to find a way to increase his presence in Hogwarts, but he didn't expect that it would make Lin Xiu more famous. Lockhart himself got almost nothing. So, good Zhao, when Dumbledore announced that a banquet would be held to end the Chamber of Secrets incident and everyone was very happy, Lockhart stood up with a gloomy face. I declare. Lockhart said loudly to all the teachers and students in the school, starting from next week, I have decided to give up my position as a professor at Hogwarts. He expected that someone would keep him because of this announcement. But no. Everyone cheered when they heard the news. Great. It should have been like this long ago. Professor Lockhart, when are you leaving Hogwarts? Lockhart's lips trembled with anger. Today. Lockhart tried to attract everyone's attention with this news. Today, your charming and magical Professor Lockhart will leave Hogwarts. The crowd suddenly cheered even more fiercely than before. Great. Even several teachers and professors cheered. Lockhart looked around desperately, but no one spoke well of him. He didn't look handsome at all now. Lockhart's lips trembled, and his face was no longer the usual smile with bright teeth. His chin was sunken, his head was pointed, and he looked thin and haggard. Don't hurry to leave, Snape said slowly. I think Professor Lockhart still has time for dinner. No need for dinner. Lockhart said, I won't today, I'll leave now. After that, he left the hall quickly. Unfortunately, Professor Lockhart is leaving Hogwarts, which is really a big loss for us, Professor McGonagall said with a smile. In this case, in order to celebrate the end of the Chamber of Secrets incident and commemorate the departure of Professor Lockhart, the school has decided to cancel the final exams of the school year in order to entertain everyone. Hermione, who was sitting next to Lin Xiu, sighed. It's really bad to have no final exams. But the cheers in the whole hall were about to break through the roof. The celebration of Valentine's Day dinner lasted the whole night, and everyone felt that they had spent a wonderful night. After that dinner, almost every day was sunny for the rest of the summer semester at Hogwarts. Even Filch, who always disliked the little wizard, smiled from time to time after Mrs. Norris, who had been petrified, recovered. Hogwarts returned to normal, but there were only a few small changes. The first change was that due to Professor Lockhart's departure, the defense against the dark arts course was cancelled and replaced by self-study. Secondly, for the rest of the semester at Hogwarts, Percy Weasley's temperament changed dramatically. He was an ambitious man and very face-saving. However, Percy had become a little listless recently. Sometimes he sat in a corner and muttered something, and he was often distracted from time to time. He didn't have the spirit of a Gryffindor prefect at all. In the end, Ginny forced her brother to go to the infirmary for a checkup, but was told that Percy was in good health and had no problems. If he is fine, why does he look sick? Ron kept talking about this in front of Lin Xiu and Harry. If it weren't for Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, my mother would have rushed to Hogwarts to see Percy. The mystery of Percy continued until the end of the school year for Lin Xiu and his classmates, and they boarded the train to leave Hogwarts. On the train, Hermione and Ginny sat next to Lin Xiu. Harry, Ron and the Weasley twins sat on the other side. They occupied a compartment alone and were making full use of the last few hours of magic before the holiday. Lin Xiu followed them to set off the last few fireworks of Fred and George, and practiced the Expelliarmus spell with each other. Finally, they played the crackling exploding cards and built a castle with the exploding cards. This is a kind of wizard card that is very popular among Hogwarts students because the crackling exploding cards may explode at any time during the game, which looks very interesting. When Ron picked up the last two cards and was about to put them on top of the card castle, the door of the compartment was suddenly pushed open, and Lee Jordan, the 117 best friend of the Weasley twins, walked in. Ron, who was concentrating, was frightened and trembled. His hand shook, and the cards fell in the wrong place. The whole card castle exploded and singed his eyebrows. Lee Jordan whispered a few words to George quickly, and then left. Before Ron could get angry about his eyebrows being burned, the healer spoke first. The mystery of Percy has been solved. George said, Lee Jordan brought me 2 pieces of news about Percy, 1 good news and 1 bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? What's the good news? Ron adjusted his burned eyebrows, trying not to look too embarrassed. The good news is that I figured out why Percy was so unhappy. He was heartbroken. Fred dropped a pile of books on George's head. What? Everyone present was surprised. Fred asked excitedly, Percy has been in a relationship? He hid it really well. We didn't notice it at all. Percy has never been in love. Oh, I think it's not quite accurate to say that Percy is heartbroken, because the person he loves has never really responded to him. George said, it should be said that Percy is in a crush, and his crush is over. Oh, that's so sad. Fred said so, but he smiled as if he had celebrated his birthday in advance. I have to say, this is really good news, George said seriously, but he was laughing secretly. At least we figured out why Percy is sad, right? Who is Percy's crush? Ron was particularly curious about this question. Penelope Clearwater, she is the prefect of Ravenclaw, and I heard she is very beautiful, George said. This is quite in line with Percy's habits. He is a prefect himself, so the person he likes must also be a prefect. Ron said, sometimes, I even think that what Percy really likes may be the position of prefect, not a specific person. So, what's the bad news about Percy? Harry asked. The bad news is, George looked at Lin Xiu, the reason why Percy's secret crush failed is related to you. Lin Xiu was confused, me? He and Percy didn't have much interaction. How could Percy's secret crush on the Ravenclaw prefect fail and involve him? George nodded. Lin Xiu, do you still remember what happened on Valentine's Day? You received 88 Valentine's Day cards, one of which was sent to you by Ravenclaw prefect Penelope Clearwater. Oh, I remember, there was indeed a pretty girl who found us and wanted to send a Valentine's Day card to Lin Xiu, Fred said as he turned out a receipt. Look, I still have the signature for the purchase registration at that time. Everyone took the signature registration form from Fred's hand and found Penelope Clearwater's name on it. Strange, I haven't seen her at all. Why did she send me a Valentine's Day card? Lin Xiu said, in fact, most of the cards I received on Valentine's Day were anonymous, and I didn't even know who sent them to me. Who knows? Maybe it was love at first sight. Fred said with a smile. Lin Xiu, don't you know that male wizards who play Quidditch are the most handsome? Think about it, how many goals do you score for Gryffindor in every Quidditch game? George said, I don't know how many little witches are fascinated by you. Poor Percy. His crush likes Lin Xiu. Fred said gloatingly, if you ask me, Lin Xiu is really popular, right? Those little witches who like Lin Xiu are under great competition. Hermione stopped talking, and Ginny's expression turned unfriendly when she looked at her two brothers. George noticed the change in the atmosphere and quickly changed the subject. Forget it, let's not talk about this. The next 2 months of vacation are about to start. What are your plans for the future? Stay at the Burrow, where else can you go? Ron said. Lin Xiu, Harry, do you want to continue to come to the Burrow to visit me during the vacation this year? I think it will be difficult for me to go to the Burrow this year, Harry said. After we left the Dursleys' house in the flying car last year, my aunt and the others will probably be more cautious about me. I'm afraid I will have to stay at the Dursleys' house for 2 whole months. Lin Xiu said, I have something to do during the vacation. I probably have to go to France, so I can't go to the Burrow. Lin Xiu, are you serious? Hermione shouted in surprise. You are going to France for a vacation? Are you going to Paris? Yes, I plan to go to Paris for a look. Lin Xiu has 2 main things to do in the next stage. One is to continue to find ways to obtain high-quality emotional treasure chests, and the other is to guard against Voldemort's comeback. This vacation lasts more than 2 months, and Lin Xiu plans to focus on the first thing, and first find a way to get a high-quality emotional treasure chest. So far, the highest level emotional treasure chest that Lin Xiu has obtained is the gold level, Seoi. He has never obtained the diamond treasure chest and the ultimate treasure chest. To obtain the high-level emotional treasure chest, you have to make those powerful wizards have strong emotional fluctuations. For example, Dumbledore, for example, Snape. The great regrets in the hearts of both of them are related to the dead. Lin Xiu once opened a somewhat abstract reward from the golden treasure chest dropped by Voldemort. Message about death. This reward is a piece of information that changes from time to time. The last time Lin Xiu used it, he had a preliminary experience of the blurred illusion of the boundary between life and death. Since then, this message about death has been stored in Lin Xiu's system space without any changes. Now, it has changed and become more illusory and fragile. When Lin Xiu's thoughts touched the information in the system space, the message disappeared, leaving only a location information in Lin Xiu's mind. France, Paris, Highgate Cemetery. Lin Xiu planned to visit Highgate Cemetery during the holiday to see if he could find any information related to death, so as to make up for the regrets of Dumbledore and Snape and obtain diamonds or even a more advanced emotional treasure chest. In addition, Lin Xiu also planned to take this opportunity to visit France to see the magic world that is completely different from that in England. Nicolas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, lives in Paris, France. In addition, France also has a magic school, Beauxbatons School of Magic and Witchcraft. Fleur Delacour, a beautiful woman with a quarter of Vila blood, is a student of Beauxbatons. So, Lin Xiu must go to Paris, France. Great! Hermione said, my parents made an appointment with me before, and took me to Paris to play during the holiday. Maybe we can meet again. I will write to you then. NV, Harry said. NV, Ron sighed. Ginny also sighed slightly, turned her head away, and stopped looking at others. Now the train to Hogwarts has gradually slowed down and stopped at platform 9 3/4 in London. See you next semester, guys. Ron and Ginny followed the Weasley twins out listlessly. Before parting, Lin Xiu and the others exchanged phone numbers with each other because according to Ron, Mr. Weasley has been tinkering with Muggle phones recently, and maybe they can call each other during the term. Finally, the group got off the train, passed through the entrance together, returned to the Muggle world, and then parted. After resting for a few days in the orphanage, Lin Xiu mentioned his idea of going to Paris to the dean, Ms. Oakbay. Of course. I'll go with you, Ms. Oakbay said. Speaking of which, the last time I went to Paris was many years ago. By the way, we have to be careful. I heard that theft and robbery in Paris have been rampant in recent years. Not long after, Lin Xiu and Ms. Oakbay boarded a plane to Paris, France. They soon arrived near the Eiffel Tower, a landmark in Paris. Ms. Oakbay was taking photos while reminiscing about her youth. When Lin Xiu was thinking about how he should convince Ms. Oakbay to let him go to Highgate Cemetery alone, he suddenly heard a scream. Robbery, someone stole my things. Lin Xiu's eyes were stern. It was Queen Oakbay's voice. Before they set off, Ms. Oakbay said that they should be careful of thieves in Paris. Unexpectedly, they ran into one today. Lin Xiu saw a figure in a black coat snatch Ms. Oakbay's things and suddenly ran towards the alley. He didn't think about it and rushed over directly. With non-human constitution, Lin Xiu quickly approached the thief. The next second, he was about to pounce on the thief. But the thief fell to the ground for no reason. Lin Xiu took a closer look and found that it was a young and beautiful woman who took action. She seemed to have used some method to trip the thief. The young woman took the things that the thief had snatched, walked up to Lin Xiu, and said with a smile in unskilled English, "Is this your thing?" She was tall and slender, with golden hair, and seemed to be emitting a faint silver light. But when Lin Xiu looked carefully, he did not feel any silver light. He could only feel that the young woman seemed to be less than 18 years old, but she was already stunningly beautiful. Lin Xiu took the things from the young woman. "Thank you for your help." The young woman smiled and said nothing more. The thief was sent away by the enthusiastic people around. When the young woman was about to leave, the dean, Ms. Oakbay, came late. "Thank you, Miss Delacour," Ms. Oakbay said. "It's almost lunchtime now. If you don't mind, shall we treat you to a meal?" "That's not necessary." Furong said goodbye to Ms. Oakbay politely. "I just helped. The thief also stole my sister's things. There's nothing to thank for." After saying that, she nodded to Lin Xiu and left. Furong turned around and left without stopping. "This Miss Delacour looks quite polite, but in fact she is very aloof," Ms. Oakbay whispered. Lin Xiu nodded silently. According to the original book, Fleur now seems a little arrogant and conceited to most people because of her beauty. But she cares about her sister very much. If she can lend a hand to Fleur's sister and borrow strength from Fleur's sister, she can also make Fleur feel good about herself and then start a strategy. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu quickly interrupted his reverie. Lin Xiu, you are really depraved. The most important thing to do in France is to find a way to investigate the information related to Highgate Cemetery and death, so as to make up for the regrets of Dumbledore and Snape, and get diamonds and even higher level emotional treasure chests. How can I think about beautiful women here? Lin Xiu made up his mind. Wait until the matter of Highgate Cemetery is done, then consider contacting Furong, the French beauty. By the way, Hermione and her parents are also traveling in Paris. Lin Xiu shook his head and threw away the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Let's go to Highgate Cemetery to see the situation first. The location of the cemetery is not difficult to find, just in the north of London. It doesn't take much effort to go to Highgate Cemetery from downtown London. Because this cemetery is buried with many celebrities in the Muggle world, it is considered a small cemetery. Attractions. Lin Xiu and Ms. Oakbay arrived by bus. The cemetery is divided into two areas, the east and west. The east area is mainly for ordinary people. The west area requires a 12-franc ticket. Lin Xiu first walked around the east area. Apart from seeing the tombstone of Karl Marx at the main entrance of the east area, he did not notice anything special. So he had to buy a ticket and followed a group of tourists into the west area, listening to the guide's explanation. As soon as he entered the west area, Lin Xiu noticed something wrong. With the death perception from the emotional treasure box, Lin Xiu sensed a trace of death floating in the building complex of the west area of the cemetery. There is indeed a problem here. Question. Lin Xiu did not show any abnormality directly. He took advantage of the time when the tour guide announced that he could move freely and quickly explored the western area of the cemetery, but found nothing. But with depth perception, Lin Xiu was sure that he had come to the right place in Highgate Cemetery this time. Here, he has a chance to come into contact with the mystery of life and death, and use this to plan to obtain diamonds or even more advanced emotional treasure chests from Dumbledore and Snape. But the problem now is that Lin Xiu has no way to find out what the things related to the mystery of life and death in Highgate Cemetery are. With what he has and has accumulated now, he can't find any clues. Staying where you are will not work. Lin Xiu made a prompt decision and decided to go to the library to look for information and find a way to understand the history of Highgate Cemetery. He wanted to see if there was any point in the history of Highgate Cemetery that could be investigated. On the other hand, Lin Xiu also rented an owl from the nearby French Ministry of Magic post office and wrote a letter to Hermione, wanting to ask Hermione whether the Highgate Cemetery in Paris was related to any magical power in the history of magic. In general, Hermione is very interested in the history of magic and other content that needs to be remembered, and her memory of details is more reliable than Lin Xiu. But after a set of processes, Lin Xiu gained little. According to Lin Xiu's public information in the French library, information found. Highgate Cemetery was built and officially operated in 1839. So far, except for 2 girls who called the police more than 10 years ago and reported being attacked by vampires in the cemetery, nothing strange has happened. But Lin Xiu didn't believe the vampire rumors more than 10 years ago, because the strange breath he sensed from the cemetery was related to the abstract concept of death itself. Vampires in the wizarding world do have some magical powers, but they can't be involved in such a high level of life and death. And Hermione replied to Lin Xiu's message quickly. Dear Lin Xiu, I am very happy to receive your letter. But I'm sorry, my memory of the history of magic song includes some details of the history of magic in Legrand and some famous major events in the entire Europa land. It was only after receiving your letter today that I realized that the Highgate Cemetery in Paris might be related to magical power. I will try my best to help you find relevant information. For a while, Lin Xiu's investigation of Highgate Cemetery was in a dilemma. But soon, he thought of a breakthrough point. Nicolas Flamel. He lived in Paris, France, and was the most famous alchemist in the entire magic world. As the most famous alchemist in the magic world, he created the Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life, and lived for more than 600 years. To put it bluntly, Nicolas Flamel's age is even older than the year when Highgate Cemetery was built. As long as Nicolas Flamel can be found, the secrets in Highgate Cemetery will definitely be solved. Therefore, Lin Xiu's next goal is only one. Knowing that Nicolas Flamel is living in seclusion in Paris, how should he be found? According to the original book, Dumbledore and Nicolas Flamel are good friends. If he writes a letter asking Dumbledore to mediate, he should be able to meet Nicolas Flamel, but Lin Xiu has not thought of any reason to convince Dumbledore. I can't say that I want to find Nicolas Flamel to spy on the secrets of life, death, and immortality, right? If I really talk to Dumbledore like this, I'm afraid Dumbledore will treat me as the second Voldemort and guard against me. Just when Lin Xiu was still thinking about how to find Nicolas Flamel. That night, not long after Lin Xiu and Ms. Oakbay had dinner, a man with white beard and hair, dry and shriveled skin on his face, and wearing a white robe came to the door. He looked so dry that he didn't look like a living person. Oh my God. Ms. Oakbay covered her mouth and said in surprise, You. She wanted to ask if the other party was a ghost, but she felt that it seemed impolite to say so she didn't say anything. I'm not a ghost. The man smiled and said weakly, I am an alchemist. I prepared some elixirs for myself, so I can live a long time. As he spoke, the man stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to shake hands. I am Nicolas Flamel. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu just stretched out his hand to grab Nicolas Flamel's hand, and it felt like grabbing a damp and broken cake. He didn't even use much force. Nicolas Flamel's eyes widened. There was an extremely clear click sound at the scene. Sorry. Lin Xiu really didn't mean it. Nicolas Flamel's hands are really fragile, and they will break if touched. It doesn't matter. Nicolas Flamel took his hand back tremblingly. I'm old and have osteoporosis, there's nothing I can do. You look too old. Ms. Okiba said cautiously, please forgive my presumption. How old are you this year? 666 years old, or 665 years old, I can't remember clearly. Nicolas Flamel said softly, Madam, if you don't mind, I would like to talk to Mr. Lin Xiu alone? Oh. Of course. Ms. Okiba walked away without hesitation. After Ms. Okiba left, Lin Xiu asked vigilantly, Old man, I didn't know you before, why did you come to me? It's true that he planned to find Nicolas Flamel to figure out the matter of Highgate Cemetery, but Nicolas Flamel came to him, so this matter is not so simple. After all, for Nicolas Flamel, Lin Xiu is now a stranger. I have a prophecy ball, and I can see some pictures and information from it. Nicolas Flamel said, Mr. Lin Xiu, I saw you appear in Highgate Cemetery, and it seems that you are telling me something. Lin Xiu didn't speak. Nicolas Flamel didn't care and continued, Mr. Lin Xiu, no matter what you want to find in Highgate Cemetery, I suggest you give up. It's very dangerous there. very dangerous? Lin Xiu said puzzledly. Highgate Cemetery is open to the public as a tourist attraction, and many people come and go every day. If it is really dangerous there, why doesn't the French Ministry of Magic try to close it down? For muggles and most wizards, Highgate Cemetery is just an ordinary cemetery, Nicholas Flamel said. But, Mr. Lin Xiu, you are very special. You are different from most of the people I have seen. Highgate Cemetery, which is harmless to most muggles and wizards, is a deadly trap for you. But why? Nicholas Flamel was silent for a long time, and finally sighed. You will not give up if I don't explain the matter clearly, right? Well, then I will tell you. Nicholas Flamel said. Before that, Mr. Lin Xiu, I want to ask you, do you know that in the 14th century, an incident happened in the entire European continent, which killed nearly 1/3 of the people in the entire European continent? Lin Xiu shook his head. The Black Death, Nicholas Flamel said. In Muggle history, the Black Death was also called the Great Plague, which killed nearly 25 million Europeans, including Muggles and wizards. It was a scene of hell on earth. Roar! Grindelwald controlled the flames to transform into a huge fire dragon and rushed directly towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu took a deep breath, stepped back, and exploded into black mist, avoiding the impact of the fire dragon. After that, the black mist gathered on a low building on the side of the road and turned into Lin Xiu's human form. This was the invisible flight spell he had opened from Snape's emotional treasure chest before, which allowed him to fly without the help of a broom. Lin Xiu rarely used this spell, mainly because it would turn into a black mist when flying, which looked like the kind of method used by the villain when he appeared. But now that he was in the illusion created by the Death Flute, he didn't have to think so much. Mr. Lin Xiu, a good flying spell. Grindelwald said. Unfortunately, now the surroundings are covered by my flames, you can't escape. As soon as the voice fell, the blue-white flame chased Lin Xiu at a very fast speed. Lin Xiu frowned and continued to turn into black mist to fly and avoid. But no matter how he tried to hide, Grindelwald's blue-white flames would always catch up quickly. I can't hide. I must find a way to get rid of Grindelwald. If the real Grindelwald appeared in front of Lin Xiu at this moment, he would never have the idea of fighting head-on. But Nicholas Flamel said not long ago that the one who appeared in the illusion of the Death Flute was the projection of Grindelwald's will, and there was still a possibility of victory. Just when Lin Xiu was about to fight the projection of Grindelwald head-on, a trembling hand blocked Lin Xiu. Mr. Lin Xiu, don't be impulsive. Nicholas Flamel's weak voice sounded. If you want to solve the projection of Grindelwald's will, you need to take a long-term plan. He gently waved his wand. Finite incantatum, spell stop, ... So the surging blue flames dissipated without a trace, but soon, more flames came. Mr. Lin Xiu, follow me, I met a few people who know you. Before the flames launched the next wave of attacks, Nicholas Flamel took Lin Xiu to a circular platform surrounded by 20 sunken tombs. This is the core of the underground Highgate Cemetery, and the Death Flute is under this platform. In the illusion created by the Death Flute, this place is the most solid and safest, but Lin Xiu didn't have much time to listen to Nicholas Flamel, because he saw someone unexpected on this circular platform. Hermione, why are you here? Lin Xiu was surprised to see Hermione standing with Fleur at this time, and next to them, there was a little girl with long silver hair. I don't know what happened, I suddenly appeared here. Hermione ran to Lin Xiu and breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared at first. Fortunately, you came out. After seeing Lin Xiu, Hermione was obviously calmer. She took Lin Xiu and introduced the people present to him. The one who brought you here is Mr. Nicholas Flamel. To be honest, I was very surprised when I first met him. Last year, we saw the magic clothes he made. Miss Delacour, this is my friend Lin Xiu, we are both students of Hogwarts. Lin Xiu, this is Miss Delacour, she is from Beauxbatons Magic in France. Mr. Lin Xiu and I met before in the daytime. Fleur pointed to the silver-haired little girl beside her and said, this is my sister Gabrielle Delacour. Hello. Gabrielle greeted timidly. Did you meet in the daytime? Hermione said subconsciously. When and where? Near the Eiffel Tower. My sister and I were traveling there at the time, and we met a thief who stole our things. Mr. Lin Xiu is also there. Fleur quickly glanced at Lin Xiu and Hermione. Miss Granger, you care so much about Mr. Lin Xiu. Is he your boyfriend? No. Hermione quickly glanced at Lin Xiu. Not now, we are in an emergency now, we should first find a way to solve the current crisis, right? Nicholas Flamel nodded. Although this is an illusion created by the Death Flute, if you are fatally injured in the illusion, you will also be injured in the real world. But, what should we do? Fleur continued with Nicholas Flamel's words. According to what you told us before, we are now in an illusion, and the enemy we face is the projection of Grindelwald's will that can only be created by death. We must get rid of Grindelwald's projection of will before we can leave, but how should we do it? You know, Grindelwald can be regarded as the strongest among the dark wizards. Since Grindelwald's will can affect the power of the Death Flute, then can our will also affect the Death Flute? Lin Xiu looked at Nicole Flamel. If Grindelwald is a projection of his will with the help of the power of the Death Flute, then should we also use the power of the Death Flute to deal with him? Mr. Lin Xiu, you are very smart and you have hit the crux of the matter. Nicole Flamel said, the power of the Death Flute is controlled by human will. The Grindelwald you met is a projection of the will of Grindelwald when he was young. Therefore, if you want to defeat him, you must also work hard on your will. Either integrate into Grindelwald's will and be controlled by Grindelwald's will, or defeat Grindelwald's will. But no matter which way you choose, it will be difficult. Nicole Flamel said, if you agree with Grindelwald's will and choose to be dominated by Grindelwald, then you will be trapped in the illusion of the Death Flute forever. As for defeating Grindelwald's will, Nicole Flamel shook his head. Except for Dumbledore, I have not seen anyone who can fight Grindelwald in will. But you don't have to worry too much. I have already sent a message to Dumbledore. We just need to hold on for a while and wait for Dumbledore's rescue. Fleur and her sister breathed a sigh of relief. Great, Dumbledore will come to rescue us, it will be safe. Dumbledore will not come to rescue us, Hermione said pessimistically. Since last year, Dumbledore has always been busy, he may not be able to get here in time. No wonder, there were several times when I sent him a letter and it took a long time to reply. Nicholas Flamel looked embarrassed. I'm just an ordinary alchemist. If I can be well prepared, if I can be 300 years younger, are we just waiting to die here? Hearing Fleur's words, Nicholas Flamel sighed. To be precise, the only ones waiting to die in the Death Flute illusion are these children. As an alchemist who has lived for more than 600 years, he naturally has a way to leave here safely, but he really can't take Lin Xiu and others out safely. When everyone else was feeling a little depressed, Lin Xiu looked at Nicholas Flamel. There is one thing I don't quite understand. Lin Xiu said, what exactly is the power of will you mentioned? For a moment, all the boys present looked at Lin Xiu with envy. 88 Valentine's Day cards. This means that Lin Xiu is the most popular among the little witches in Hogwarts during this period. Lin Xiu took the dozen cards from the dwarf elf, feeling a little complicated. Knowing that he is very popular among the little witches in Hogwarts is of course a good thing, but being sent so many cards in front of a group of people would be somewhat embarrassing, especially when many people did not receive Valentine's Day cards. Wingardium Leviosa. Lin Xiu cast a levitation spell and collected all the cards that fell on the ground when the dwarf elf ran over. It must be said that 88 cards are still quite heavy in the hand. Alas! Ron looked at the pile of cards in Lin Xiu's hand, and then looked at the card in his hand, and suddenly felt that it was not fragrant. Before, he saw that Lin Xiu did not receive a Valentine's Day card, and he felt a little unfair for Lin Xiu. But now seeing that Lin Xiu received so many Valentine's Day cards and was so popular with witches, Ron was a little uncomfortable. He was really afraid that his brother would suffer, and he was also afraid that his brother would be the male protagonist. Relax, Harry said. Ron, you can think about things in a positive way. After all, you still have a Valentine's Day card in your hand. However, at this moment, Lin Xiu suddenly noticed the strange situation of the Valentine's Day card in his hand. Something is wrong, Lin Xiu said. There is something wrong with my Valentine's Day card. What's the problem? Ron and Harry came over with great interest. See what's going on? They read out the words in one of Lin Xiu's cards. Your eyes are as deep as a pickled toad, and your smile is as bright as the spring sunshine. I hope you are mine, an anonymous person who loves you. There's nothing wrong, Ron said. It looks normal to me. Harry said in surprise, I have a Valentine's Day card with the same content as this one. He flipped through the 5 Valentine's Day cards he received and found one that was exactly the same as the one they just read. I understand, Ron said. There must be a girl who likes both of you and sent Valentine's Day cards to both of you. It's not that simple. Lin Xiu shook his head. My 88 Valentine's Day cards are basically repeated. There are a total of 8 different cards in it, and they appear in turn as if these Valentine's Day cards are wholesale. As soon as this was said, Harry and Ron hurriedly looked through the remaining cards of Lin Xiu and found that the situation was indeed the same as what Lin Xiu said. Harry could find the same 5 chapters of Valentine's Day cards in Lin Xiu's 88 cards. Could it be that someone is playing a prank on you? Ron said indignantly. Too much. When he said this, he was sincerely speaking up for Lin Xiu and Harry, because when Ron was looking through Lin Xiu's Valentine's Day card just now, he also secretly compared it with the one he received and found that there was no identical version in Lin Xiu's place. Ron was very sure that what he received must be a Valentine's Day card carefully prepared by a little witch. It's a limited edition. Ron was very happy. He solemnly put away the cards he received and said to Lin Xiu and Harry, I've decided. I'm going to catch the nasty guy who played a prank with you. Ron said this sincerely, because he was kind and couldn't bear to see his brothers being teased. At this time, the Weasley twins walked over from the other end of the aisle with their arms around each other's shoulders and laughing. "Hey, Lin Xiu." Fred raised his eyebrows at Lin Xiu, and George smiled and said, "How about it? Did you receive 88 Valentine's Day cards?" "How did you?" Lin Xiu reacted immediately. "Those cards, did you prepare them for me?" "Yes, it took Fred and I a lot of effort to prepare those things." George said, "Not only Lin Xiu, we also prepared Valentine's Day cards for Harry, and they should have been delivered to Harry, right?" Harry nodded. "That's good, that's good." The Weasley twins waved at them. "Let's go prepare Valentine's Day cards, see you later." "Wait a minute." Ron stopped them and said righteously, "Fred, George, you are too much. How can you tease Lin Xiu and Harry?" Fred said strangely, "We tease Lin Xiu and Harry?" "Dear brother," George asked, "where do you get this from?" Still quibbling, Ron snorted, "You did send a lot of Valentine's Day cards, but the content of the cards, I'm afraid you made them yourself? There are a total of 8 kinds, all repeated in batches. There are not that many at all. The little witches are attracted to Lin Xiu and Harry, you just want to tease them and make fun of them." "Ron, you are right," Fred said, "those cards were indeed made by George and me, but you are wrong in some places." George said, "We are not teasing them. There are really so many little witches who like Lin Xiu, but they may be too shy, or they simply don't want to make Valentine's Day cards by themselves." Fred said, "So that's why please ask us make Valentine's Day cards and send them to Lin Xiu and Harry. We made a lot of money from this." George said, "We plan to open a magic trick shop after graduation." The Weasley twins smiled at Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiu, this Valentine's Day card plus the basketball chicken last Halloween, you made us a lot of money. When the Weasley magic trick shop opens, you will be considered an original shareholder and you will be given dividends." Debt. Ron then realized that he had made a mistake. Lin Xiu and his friends were really so popular in the hearts of all the little witches in the school. "Humph," Ron said nonchalantly, "Valentine's Day cards that are not made by hand are not sincere. In my opinion, those little witches who are obsessed with Lin Xiu and Harry are just like that." "You are jealous," Fred said with a smile. "Are you jealous because you see Lin Xiu and Harry receive so many Valentine's Day cards? Who is jealous?" Ron proudly raised the Valentine's Day card he received. "The anonymous little witch sent me a Valentine's Day card. Lin Xiu and Harry didn't have one." Fred and George looked at each other, and George said tentatively, "Ron, the content of the Valentine's Day card you received, did it say you are really handsome, you are my warrior Z?" "That's right." "Wait." Ron reacted a little, "How do you know what is written in the Valentine's Day card I received?" Fred said, "Because the Valentine's Day card you received was also sent by George and me." "You guys." Ron froze in his place. "Did you send me the Valentine's Day card?" When we were counting the orders of the little witches in the background, we found that no one sent Valentine's Day cards to you and Percy. George and I couldn't stand it anymore. How could the handsome boy from the Weasley family not receive a Valentine's Day card? George said with a smile, "So Fred and I prepared one for you and Percy. After all, they are brothers, so we have to take care of them a little." Fred said, "Don't worry, the content of the Valentine's Day cards you and Percy received is different, both are limited editions exclusively for you." George winked at Ron. "Limited edition, very precious." Ron turned around and left angrily, but he stopped after a few steps, because another dwarf elf dressed as the god of love rushed to Lin Xiu, waving the Valentine's Day card in his hand. "Lin Xiu, you have a new Valentine's Day card." Lin Xiu subconsciously looked at the Weasley twins. "Did you make an extra Valentine's Day card for me?" The Weasley twins shook their heads. "No, we only received orders for 88 cards from you, and they have all been made. If it's not the lover's card you gave me, then who could it be?" Lin Xiu took the card from the dwarf elf with some doubts. "To the world, you are one person, but to someone, you are the whole world." The card was still anonymous, but the handwriting on it made Lin Xiu feel very familiar. "Max." He subconsciously looked in the direction of Hermione, but the little witch turned her head away at this time, not daring to look at Lin Xiu. When Lin Xiu was about to walk towards Hermione, another dwarf elf dressed as the god of love appeared. "Lin Xiu, you have a new Valentine's Day card." Hermione looked at Lin Xiu eagerly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. Lin Xiu took the new Valentine's Day card, on which was only hastily written the words "Happy Valentine's Day." He could only tell that this Valentine's Day card was not a mass-produced product made by the Weasley twins, and no other information could be obtained. But the dwarf elf who handed Lin Xiu the new Valentine's Day card did not leave, but sat on the ground and started singing at the top of his voice. "This is Lin Xiu's Valentine's Day singing gift. He is as handsome and cool as the sky, he is as reassuring as the earth, and he rescued people from the Chamber of Secrets. I hope he is mine." If Hermione's Valentine's Day card just now made Lin Xiu happy, then the dwarf elf's card and singing now made him feel a little overwhelmed. Many people were amused and cheered happily. "Sing again, sing again." The dwarf elf was deeply encouraged. He bowed to everyone and sang again. Lin Xiu achieved fame in the physical sense. While everyone was cheering, Lin Xiu noticed Ginny in the crowd. Ginny's face became redder and redder as she listened to the dwarf elf singing Lin Xiu's praises. Lin Xiu couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this second Valentine's Day card and the dwarf elf's praises were prepared by Ginny? At this time, Percy Weasley appeared and tried his best to disperse the crowd, but the effect was minimal. While everyone in the corridor was enjoying the dwarf elf's unpleasant singing, a beautiful blonde girl appeared from the other end of the corridor. Lin Xiu noticed her at a glance. It was Luna. Luna was holding a bunch of greeting cards in her hand, and she walked straight to Lin Xiu. She handed Lin Xiu one. Lin Xiu, Happy Valentine's Day. The greeting card was painted with a shooting star and a moon in a simple hand-painted style, and her name was Luna Lovegood. Lin Xiu was a little surprised. This school year, he and Luna only met once at the beginning of the school year, and there was basically no much intersection at other times. Why would Luna take the initiative to send him a Valentine's Day card? I saw that everyone was sending greeting cards to each other, and I wanted to participate. But the Ravenclaw classmates didn't want to send me greeting cards, so I thought of you. Luna said in a singing voice, Lin Xiu, I sent you a greeting card, can you send me one? Lin Xiu nodded. Luna took out a card from the pile of greeting cards in front of Lin Xiu, took out a pen, and handed them to Lin Xiu. Sign it. Lin Xiu signed his name. Thank you. Luna happily put the card away. This is the first time I have received a card in Hogwarts. Hermione and Ginny appeared beside Lin Xiu without knowing when. At this time, Luna noticed the look Hermione and Ginny gave Lin Xiu. Oh, it seems that I came at the wrong time. No, you came at the right time. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xiu received Valentine's Day cards from Hermione and Ginny at the same time on Valentine's Day, which was considered a critical moment. Most people can only choose to appease the emotions of one of them, but Lin Xiu believed that he was definitely not a man who liked multiple beauties. He didn't want to make a choice, he wanted them all. Fortunately, Luna appeared, and she and Lin Xiu exchanged greeting cards. Through Luna's explanation, the ambiguous nature of Valentine's Day cards was resolved to a certain extent. This allowed Lin Xiu to mediate. He simply followed Luna's words and removed the ambiguity of Valentine's Day cards, turning them into gifts between friends. Lin Xiu grabbed the batch of Valentine's Day cards from the Weasley twins and gave them to everyone he met as ordinary cards. Of course, only the cards sent to Lu Baiyu and Ginny had Lin Xiu's own signature. It took a whole afternoon, and finally fooled him. This incident made Lin Xiu more famous than Lockhart. This made Lockhart very angry. He made trouble on Valentine's Day just to find a way to increase his presence in Hogwarts, but he didn't expect that it would make Lin Xiu more famous. Lockhart himself got almost nothing. So, good Zhao, when Dumbledore announced that a banquet would be held to end the Chamber of Secrets incident and everyone was very happy, Lockhart stood up with a gloomy face. I declare. Lockhart said loudly to all the teachers and students in the school, starting from next week, I have decided to give up my position as a professor at Hogwarts. He expected that someone would keep him because of this announcement. But no. Everyone cheered when they heard the news. Great. It should have been like this long ago. Professor Lockhart, when are you leaving Hogwarts? Lockhart's lips trembled with anger. Today. Lockhart tried to attract everyone's attention with this news. Today, your charming and magical Professor Lockhart will leave Hogwarts. The crowd suddenly cheered even more fiercely than before. Great. Even several teachers and professors cheered. Lockhart looked around desperately, but no one spoke well of him. He didn't look handsome at all now. Lockhart's lips trembled, and his face was no longer the usual smile with bright teeth. His chin was sunken, his head was pointed, and he looked thin and haggard. Don't hurry to leave, Snape said slowly. I think Professor Lockhart still has time for dinner. No need for dinner. Lockhart said, I won't today, I'll leave now. After that, he left the hall quickly. Unfortunately, Professor Lockhart is leaving Hogwarts, which is really a big loss for us, Professor McGonagall said with a smile. In this case, in order to celebrate the end of the Chamber of Secrets incident and commemorate the departure of Professor Lockhart, the school has decided to cancel the final exams of the school year in order to entertain everyone. Hermione, who was sitting next to Lin Xiu, sighed. It's really bad to have no final exams. But the cheers in the whole hall were about to break through the roof. The celebration of Valentine's Day dinner lasted the whole night, and everyone felt that they had spent a wonderful night. After that dinner, almost every day was sunny for the rest of the summer semester at Hogwarts. Even Filch, who always disliked the little wizard, smiled from time to time after Mrs. Norris, who had been petrified, recovered. Hogwarts returned to normal, but there were only a few small changes. The first change was that due to Professor Lockhart's departure, the Defense Against the Dark Arts course was cancelled and replaced by self-study. Secondly, for the rest of the semester at Hogwarts, Percy Weasley's temperament changed dramatically. He was an ambitious man and very face-saving. However, Percy had become a little listless recently. Sometimes he sat in a corner and muttered something, and he was often distracted from time to time. He didn't have the spirit of a Gryffindor prefect at all. In the end, Ginny forced her brother to go to the infirmary for a checkup, but was told that Percy was in good health and had no problems. If he is fine, why does he look sick? Ron kept talking about this in front of Lin Xiu and Harry. If it weren't for Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, my mother would have rushed to Hogwarts to see Percy. The mystery of Percy continued until the end of the school year for Lin Xiu and his classmates, and they boarded the train to leave Hogwarts. On the train, Hermione and Ginny sat next to Lin Xiu. Harry, Ron and the Weasley twins sat on the other side. They occupied a compartment alone and were making full use of the last few hours of magic before the holiday. Lin Xiu followed them to set off the last few fireworks of Fred and George, and practiced the Expelliarmus spell with each other. Finally, they played the crackling exploding cards and built a castle with the exploding cards. This is a kind of wizard card that is very popular among Hogwarts students because the crackling exploding cards may explode at any time during the game, which looks very interesting. When Ron picked up the last two cards and was about to put them on top of the card castle, the door of the compartment was suddenly pushed open, and Lee Jordan, the 117 best friend of the Weasley twins, walked in. Ron, who was concentrating, was frightened and trembled. His hand shook, and the cards fell in the wrong place. The whole card castle exploded and singed his eyebrows. Lee Jordan whispered a few words to George quickly, and then left. Before Ron could get angry about his eyebrows being burned, the healer spoke first. The mystery of Percy has been solved. George said, Lee Jordan brought me 2 pieces of news about Percy, 1 good news and 1 bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? What's the good news? Ron adjusted his burned eyebrows, trying not to look too embarrassed. The good news is that I figured out why Percy was so unhappy, he was heartbroken. Fred dropped a pile of books on George's head. What? Everyone present was surprised. Fred asked excitedly, Percy has been in a relationship? He hid it really well. We didn't notice it at all. Percy has never been in love. Oh, I think it's not quite accurate to say that Percy is heartbroken, because the person he loves has never really responded to him. George said, it should be said that Percy is in a crush, and his crush is over. Oh, that's so sad. Fred said so, but he smiled as if he had celebrated his birthday in advance. I have to say, this is really good news. George said seriously, but he was laughing secretly. At least we figured out why Percy is sad, right? Who is Percy's crush? Ron was particularly curious about this question. Penelope Clearwater, she is the prefect of Ravenclaw, and I heard she is very beautiful. George said. This is quite in line with Percy's habits. He is a prefect himself, so the person he likes must also be a prefect. Ron said, sometimes, I even think that what Percy really likes may be the position of prefect, not a specific person. So, what's the bad news about Percy? Harry asked. The bad news is, George looked at Lin Xiu, the reason why Percy's secret crush failed is related to you. Lin Xiu was confused, me? He and Percy didn't have much interaction. How could Percy's secret crush on the Ravenclaw prefect fail and involve him? George nodded. Lin Xiu, do you still remember what happened on Valentine's Day? You received 88 Valentine's Day cards, one of which was sent to you by Ravenclaw prefect Penelope Clearwater. Oh, I remember, there was indeed a pretty girl who found us and wanted to send a Valentine's Day card to Lin Xiu. Fred said as he turned out a receipt. Look, I still have the signature for the purchase registration at that time. Everyone took the signature registration form from Fred's hand and found Penelope Clearwater's name on it. Strange, I haven't seen her at all. Why did she send me a Valentine's Day card? Lin Xiu said, in fact, most of the cards I received on Valentine's Day were anonymous, and I didn't even know who sent them to me. Who knows? Maybe it was love at first sight. Fred said with a smile, Lin Xiu, don't you know that male wizards who play Quidditch are the most handsome? Think about it, how many goals do you score for Gryffindor in every Quidditch game? George said, I don't know how many little witches are fascinated by you. Poor Percy. His crush likes Lin Xiu. Fred said gloatingly, if you ask me, Lin Xiu is really popular, right? Those little witches who like Lin Xiu are under great competition. Hermione stopped talking, and Ginny's expression turned unfriendly when she looked at her 2 brothers. George noticed the change in the atmosphere and quickly changed the subject. Forget it, let's not talk about this. The next 2 months of vacation are about to start. What are your plans for the future? Stay at the Burrow, where else can you go? Ron said, Lin Xiu, Harry, do you want to continue to come to the Burrow to visit me during the vacation this year? I think it will be difficult for me to go to the Burrow this year. Harry said, after we left the Dursleys' house in the flying car last year, my aunt and the others will probably be more cautious about me. I'm afraid I will have to stay at the Dursleys' house for 2 whole months. Lin Xiu said, I have something to do during the vacation. I probably have to go to France, so I can't go to the Burrow. Lin Xiu, are you serious? Hermione shouted in surprise, you are going to France for a vacation? Are you going to Paris? Yes, I plan to go to Paris for a look. Lin Xiu has two main things to do in the next stage. One is to continue to find ways to obtain high-quality emotional treasure chests, and the other is to guard against Voldemort's comeback. This vacation lasts more than 2 months, and Lin Xiu plans to focus on the first thing, and first find a way to get a high-quality emotional treasure chest. So far, the highest level emotional treasure chest that Lin Xiu has obtained is the gold level, Seoi. He has never obtained the diamond treasure chest and the ultimate treasure chest. To obtain the high-level emotional treasure chest, you have to make those powerful wizards have strong emotional fluctuations. For example, Dumbledore, for example, Snape. The great regrets in the hearts of both of them are related to the dead. Lin Xiu once opened a somewhat abstract reward from the golden treasure chest dropped by Voldemort. Message about death. This reward is a piece of information that changes from time to time. The last time Lin Xiu used it, he had a preliminary experience of the blurred illusion of the boundary between life and death. Since then, this message about death has been stored in Lin Xiu's system space without any changes. Now, it has changed and become more illusory and fragile. When Lin Xiu's thoughts touched the information in the system space, the message disappeared, leaving only a location information in Lin Xiu's mind. France, Paris, Highgate Cemetery. Lin Xiu planned to visit Highgate Cemetery during the holiday to see if he could find any information related to death, so as to make up for the regrets of Dumbledore and Snape and obtain diamonds or even a more advanced emotional treasure chest. In addition, Lin Xiu also planned to take this opportunity to visit France to see the magic world that is completely different from that in England. Nicolas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, lives in Paris, France. In addition, France also has a magic school, Beauxbatons School of Magic and Witchcraft. Fleur Delacour, a beautiful woman with a quarter of Vila blood, is a student of Beauxbatons. So, Lin Xiu must go to Paris, France. Great. Hermione said, my parents made an appointment with me before, and took me to Paris to play during the holiday. Maybe we can meet again. I will write to you then. NV. Harry said. NV. Ron sighed. Ginny also sighed slightly, turned her head away, and stopped looking at others. Now the train to Hogwarts has gradually slowed down and stopped at platform 9 3/4 in London. See you next semester, guys. Ron and Ginny followed the Weasley twins out listlessly. Before parting, Lin Xiu and the others exchanged phone numbers with each other because according to Ron, Mr. Weasley has been tinkering with Muggle phones recently, and maybe they can call each other during the term. Finally, the group got off the train, passed through the entrance together, returned to the Muggle world, and then parted. After resting for a few days in the orphanage, Lin Xiu mentioned his idea of going to Paris to the dean, Ms. Oakbay. Of course. I'll go with you. Ms. Oakbay said, speaking of which, the last time I went to Paris was many years ago. By the way, we have to be careful. I heard that theft and robbery in Paris have been rampant in recent years. Not long after, Lin Xiu and Ms. Oakbay boarded a plane to Paris, France. They soon arrived near the Eiffel Tower, a landmark in Paris. Ms. Oakbay was taking photos while reminiscing about her youth. When Lin Xiu was thinking about how he should convince Ms. Oakbay to let him go to Highgate Cemetery alone, he suddenly heard a scream. Robbery, someone stole my things. Lin Xiu's eyes were stern. It was Queen Oakbay's voice. Before they set off, Ms. Oakbay said that they should be careful of thieves in Paris. Unexpectedly, they ran into one today. Lin Xiu saw a figure in a black coat snatch Ms. Oakbay's things and suddenly ran towards the alley. He didn't think about it and rushed over directly. With non-human constitution, Lin Xiu quickly approached the thief. The next second, he was about to pounce on the thief. But the thief fell to the ground for no reason. Lin Xiu took a closer look and found that it was a young and beautiful woman who took action. She seemed to have used some method to trip the thief. The young woman took the things that the thief had snatched, walked up to Lin Xiu, and said with a smile in unskilled English, "Is this your thing?" She was tall and slender, with golden hair, and seemed to be emitting a faint silver light. But when Lin Xiu looked carefully, he did not feel any silver light. He could only feel that the young woman seemed to be less than 18 years old, but she was already stunningly beautiful. Lin Xiu took the things from the young woman. "Thank you for your help." The young woman smiled and said nothing more. The thief was sent away by the enthusiastic people around. When the young woman was about to leave, the dean, Ms. Oakbay, came late. "Thank you, Miss Delacour." Ms. Oakbay said, "It's almost lunchtime now. If you don't mind, shall we treat you to a meal?" "That's not necessary." Furong said goodbye to Ms. Oakbay politely. "I just helped. The thief also stole my sister's things. There's nothing to thank for." After saying that, she nodded to Lin Xiu and left. Furong turned around and left without stopping. "This Miss Delacour looks quite polite, but in fact she is very aloof," Ms. Oakbay whispered. Lin Xiu nodded silently. According to the original book, Fleur now seems a little arrogant and conceited to most people because of her beauty. But she cares about her sister very much. If she can lend a hand to Fleur's sister and borrow strength from Fleur's sister, she can also make Fleur feel good about herself and then start a strategy. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu quickly interrupted his reverie. Lin Xiu, you are really depraved. The most important thing to do in France is to find a way to investigate the information related to Highgate Cemetery and death, so as to make up for the regrets of Dumbledore and Snape, and get diamonds and even higher-level emotional treasure chests. How can I think about beautiful women here? Lin Xiu made up his mind. Wait until the matter of Highgate Cemetery is done, then consider contacting Furong, the French beauty. By the way, Hermione and her parents are also traveling in Paris. Lin Xiu shook his head and threw away the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Let's go to Highgate Cemetery to see the situation first. The location of the cemetery is not difficult to find, just in the north of London. It doesn't take much effort to go to Highgate Cemetery from downtown London. Because this cemetery is buried with many celebrities in the Muggle world, it is considered a small cemetery. Attractions. Lin Xiu and Ms. Ukbei arrived by bus. The cemetery is divided into two areas, the east and west. The east area is mainly for ordinary people. The west area requires a 12-franc ticket. Lin Xiu first walked around the east area. Apart from seeing the tombstone of Karl Marx at the main entrance of the east area, he did not notice anything special. So he had to buy a ticket and followed a group of tourists into the west area, listening to the guide's explanation. As soon as he entered the west area, Lin Xiu noticed something wrong. With the death perception from the emotional treasure box, Lin Xiu sensed a trace of death floating in the building complex of the west area of the cemetery. There is indeed a problem here. Question. Lin Xiu did not show any abnormality directly. He took advantage of the time when the tour guide announced that he could move freely and quickly explored the western area of the cemetery, but found nothing. But with death perception, Lin Xiu was sure that he had come to the right place in Highgate Cemetery this time. Here, he has a chance to come into contact with the mystery of life and death, and use this to plan to obtain diamonds or even more advanced emotional treasure chests from Dumbledore and Snape. But the problem now is that Lin Xiu has no way to find out what the things related to the mystery of life and death in Highgate Cemetery are. With what he has and has accumulated now, he can't find any clues. Staying where you are will not work. Lin Xiu made a prompt decision and decided to go to the library to look for information and find a way to understand the history of Highgate Cemetery. He wanted to see if there was any point in the history of Highgate Cemetery that could be investigated. On the other hand, Lin Xiu also rented an owl from the nearby French Ministry of Magic post office and wrote a letter to Hermione, wanting to ask Hermione whether the Highgate Cemetery in Paris was related to any magical power in the history of magic. In general, Hermione is very interested in the history of magic and other content that needs to be remembered, and her memory of details is more reliable than Lin Xiu. But after a set of processes, Lin Xiu gained little. According to Lin Xiu's public information in the French library, information found. Highgate Cemetery was built and officially operated in 1839. So far, except for two girls who called the police more than 10 years ago and reported being attacked by vampires in the cemetery, nothing strange has happened. But Lin Xiu didn't believe the vampire rumors more than 10 years ago, because the strange breath he sensed from the cemetery was related to the abstract concept of death itself. Vampires in the wizarding world do have some magical powers, but they can't be involved in such a high level of life and death. And Hermione replied to Lin Xiu's message quickly. Dear Lin Xiu, I am very happy to receive your letter. But I'm sorry, my memory of the history of magic song includes some details of the history of magic in Legrand and some famous major events in the entire Europa land. It was only after receiving your letter today that I realized that the Highgate Cemetery in Paris might be related to magical power. I will try my best to help you find relevant information. For a while, Lin Xiu's investigation of Highgate Cemetery was in a dilemma. But soon, he thought of a breakthrough point. Nicolas Flamel. He lived in Paris, France, and was the most famous alchemist in the entire magic world. As the most famous alchemist in the magic world, he created the Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life, and lived for more than 600 years.